Hello everyone. Today we're diving into part 2, but first let's take a quick look back at what happened last time. In a world overrun by spirit beasts, Su Chun went from an ordinary high school student to a formidable beastmaster thanks to a mysterious system. Right before the college entrance trials, he awakened an achievement system and gained a skill that forces contracts, making him unstoppable in the exam arena. There he met Tu Shan Yeye, a nine-tailed fox who had disguised herself as a human and ranked among the Shindai sequence. Su Chun not only bound her as his partner, but also kept boosting his own power and demonic energy through achievement points. After the exams, Su Chen's contracted beast carried him to a record-breaking score of 254, crowning him the top scorer and stunning the entire Beastmaster community. The nine-tailed fox's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, crushing every other student. Backed by his system, Su Chun effortlessly defeated the provocateur Yang Wei, leaving the audience in an uproar. That battle cemented his reputation across the realm. Admiral Han Xinghe of the 1st Battle Zone quickly recruited him, offering superior resources and training. Su Chen's strength soared. During one mission, he was ambushed by an assassin, yet he repelled the killer and forcibly contracted the assassin's beast, sending the man fleeing in terror. Each of these events pushed Su Chen's influence even higher. On a later assignment in the Eastern Sea, Su Chun and Tu Shan Yeye crossed paths with Qing Wan, the 9th beast of the Shindai sequence. Once bonded to Yang Luer, Qing Wan had been enslaved by a 6th-tier beastmaster after Yang Luer was murdered in a conspiracy. Learning the truth, Su Chun vowed to avenge Yang Luer and fulfill Qing Wan's last wish. He contracted Qing Wan, then helped her defeat her nemesis Yang Shichao. Grateful, Qing Wan pledged her loyalty, and Su Chen's standing rose yet again. During the Beast Realm trials, Su Chun breezed through the 10th floor with 2nd-tier, 2nd-stage strength, earning a spot in the world's top 100. The feat shocked veterans everywhere and turned all eyes toward him. His power and potential convinced even skeptics. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time here and you're interested, feel free to check the comment section or playlist for part 1. Now, let's begin the story of part 2. Over the next hour or so, one beastmaster after another stepped into the arena, and every loser was carried away on a stretcher. Su Chun sat high in the stands, his gaze sweeping over each body as it was borne off, his face calm while his mind raced. He soon noticed a pattern. Except for the woman partnered with the Ice Queen and the burly man leading a big black dog, both holders of Shindai sequence beasts, the rest had creatures from far later sequences but at astonishingly high levels. There were even absurd pairings like a 4th-tier, 1st-rank beastmaster commanding a 5th-tier, 10th-rank beast. Stranger still, almost every contestant relied on a single contracted beast, the exact opposite of the usual multiple pets for contingency strategy. The reason was simple. In this underground arena the fights were strictly unknown. There were no wildcard beasts to ambush them, and no need to split attention among several partners. Matchmaking was based solely on the Beastmaster's tier, not the beast level. In other words, they were just like the leaderboard level cappers. They froze their own cultivation at the current stage and poured everything into signing the strongest, highest level beast they could find, hoping to steamroll single duels. Yet compared with true elite level cappers, these people had no safety net. They couldn't afford million credit treasures, their beast power was generally low, and their only chance at real money was stringing together wins in the underground ring. The payout structure only fueled their desperation. Each victory earned a flat 5,000 credits from the loser. In addition, 10% of all outside wagers went to the organizer, another 10% to the winner, and the remaining 80% was split among the bettors who backed the victor. Throwing a match was practically suicide. If you were caught, your opponent would go for the kill, and the power brokers behind the arena would grind you into dust. Most fighters therefore bet everything on themselves lose, and you're dead meat. Win, and you rocket sky high. If they did hit it big, their plans were remarkably alike. Buy out every rare treasure they could find to boost beast power, hit the major auctions in hopes of landing a Shindai sequence creature, then marry a couple of wives, raise a brood of kids, and live out their days in comfort. Harsh reality, however, was right in front of them. Regulars here knew one another inside out. After a string of wins, the betting public had your strength down to a science. Once the crowd started piling money on you, even if you went Allen on yourself, you might squeeze out another million or two at best. If you were upset by an underdog, you'd be wiped out and someone else would walk away with your stake. Very few ever scored big in those initial matches and vaulted to the top. As for the Beastmaster with the Ice Queen, after winning her first bout, she slipped a cigarette between her lips, crossed her legs, and lounged back in the stands, making it clear she had no intention of fighting again. She probably realized that her chance to cash in on another upset had just disappeared. Now entering the arena, our two Beastmasters. The announcer roared across the brightly lit battleground. On the left, Little Fox, Tier 3, Stage 9. On the right, Blade King, Tier 4, Stage 2. Betting is now open. At the sound of his alias, The masked Su Chun strode calmly to the center of the ring. In the stands, Ji Xiuyun set down her phone, brows knitting. Little fox? What kind of name is that? Morong Yi jumped at the chance to impress her. Swear, that masked guy is clever. A cute name like Little Fox makes people misjudge his strength. If they underestimate him, he's got a better shot at winning. Really? Ji Xiuyun blinked, genuine surprise in her eyes. She had always thought men preferred fierce titles, yet Su Chun had gone the other way. Clearly strong, yet still methodical. His first night in the underground arena, and he already grasped the psychology behind a name. A small smile curved her lips. Suddenly a thought hit her, and she nearly sprang from her seat. Wait, Little Fox, didn't Su Chun also contract a huge azure bird? A fox, a blue bird when he joined First Battle Zone. He was only Tier 3, Stage 1, and he was Yi City's top scorer in the college entrance exam. The details snapped together. A kid fresh from exams, who had stomped veteran players into the national top 10. Ji Zueyuan's eyes widened. That level of talent was downright monstrous. Noticing her excitement, Murong Yi suggested eagerly, let's place a bet. Ji Zueyuan's expression softened in an instant as she slipped her arm through his. Brother Murong, I didn't bring my card, but I want to bet on Blade King. He seems really strong. The goddess rarely acted so coy. Murong Yi's heart soared. No problem. I trust your judgment. I've got 20 million credits, let's put it all down. Thank you, Brother Murong, but isn't that risky? I just have a hunch he's stronger, that's all. Her voice was sweet as honey, though excitement still sparkled in her eyes. It's pocket change. If I lose, it's on me. Don't worry. Murong Yi waved it off, as though 20 million were spare change. Really? Thank you, Brother Murong. To onlookers, Ji Zueyuan's adoring gaze made her look like a shy girl spoiled by her boyfriend. That look sent a thrill through Murong Yi. They were finally close. If everything went well tonight, the thought alone set his blood racing. Hand in hand, he led Ji Xiuyuan to the betting window and shouted, 20 million credits on Blade King. Damn, who's that guy? He must be loaded. I need to see how the other half lives. You don't know young Master Murong Yi? Laughter rippled through the crowd as fresh chatter broke out. Figures, another heir from a powerhouse clan. Still, is that Blade King really that strong? Strong or not, that little fox is definitely weak. Someone pointed at the masked youth in the arena and spoke with certainty. Look at his skin, 20 at most. In beast taming, age equals power. I'm putting 100 grand on the Blade King. Same here, 100 grand. Hell, I lost big on that black hound last time. I'm winning it back today. Amid the noisy wagers, coins and chips clinked against the counter. Across the stands, Su Chen's face had gone ghost white, his fingertips trembling. He hunched his shoulders, lowered his voice, and all but begged the burly man before him. Sir, it's my first time here. My girlfriend's in the stands, and I'd be too embarrassed to forfeit. Could you please go easy on me? The Blade King returned a genial smile. Of course. I never bully the weak. Polite words, yet a cruel light flashed in his eyes. Carving Su Chun to pieces in front of the kid's girlfriend would leave an unforgettable impression on his own girl, could hardly contain his glee. A few onlookers caught Su Chen's whisper. Within seconds they dashed to the betting window, each slamming down 1,000,000 in chips. A show-off bringing his girlfriend? He deserves a beating. The front row spectators laughed and dropped the last stack of chips on the counter. Thank you, thank you. Su Chun clasped his fists toward the Blade King, then murmured into his beast space. Qinglu, don't go all out. A narrow win is enough. No problem, Qinglu replied playfully. Just remember my cake. Betting is closed. The match begins. Drums boomed like rolling thunder. With a sweep of his massive arm, the Blade King hurled a streak of cyan light to the ground. Sequence 244, Tier 4, Stage 10 beast. The azure-faced lion kinglined with a roar. 2.5 meters tall, verdigris scales armoring its hide, it brandished a frosty blue blade. At the same time, Su Chun summoned Qinglu. Tall and willowy, porcelain-skinned, her sea-green dress billowed like a breeze through willow leaves, drawing wild cheers from the stands. Damn, that beast is gorgeous. Those legs alone could keep me busy for a month. Too bad she's going to die in here. The fight erupted. Qinglu flashed forward like lightning, chaining kicks in midair. Before the wind of her attack had even faded, she was already in the Lion King's face. The beast raised its blade to block, yet the impact drove it stumbling backward. The raw power behind those slender limbs left the crowd slack-jawed. And she hadn't used a single skill-pure martial technique, had the azure-faced Lion King gasping for breath. But this was only the beginning. King Luan's assault was devastatingly fast. Without using a single skill, its raw physical power pinned the green-faced Lion King in place. Imagine a 4th tier, 10th rank beast getting stomped by a 4th tier, 1st rank opponent. Son of a bitch. If this is a fix, they'll make sure you never set foot in Modu again. A middle-aged man with gold-capped teeth slammed the railing, veins bulging in his neck. At the edge of the arena, Badeo Tianwang was hoarse from screaming. Green-faced Lion King, fight back, fight back. But the beast, cornered, looked gray and drained. An eerie melody echoed in its ears, an invisible parasite that had clung to it since the match began, dragging every ounce of strength into a mire. It wanted to resist, it simply couldn't. Damn it, Badeo Tianwang clicked his tongue, eyes flicking to Su Chun. I'll have to handle this myself. He pulled a broadsword identical to his beast from his beast space, launched off the floor, and hurtled towards Su Chun like a gale. Look out! Ji Xuan spotted the flash of steel and cried out, heart pounding. Morong Yi was stunned. Swear, we bet on Badeo Tianwang, not the little fox. Ji Xuan didn't answer. Her gaze stayed glued to Su Chun, worry etched on her face. Su Chun met the incoming blade with a calm smile. He drew a silver dagger, flicked the tip, and clashed Hedon with Badeo Tianwang. How's your body this tough? You some young master from a big clan? Tianwang snarled through clenched teeth. Maybe he's from the Su family of Yeching. Someone shouted from the stands, their voice swallowed by steel on steel. Clang, clang, clang. Dagger and broadsword collided, sparks flying, the noise deafening. Spectators held their breath, knuckles white on the railings. 2.5 minutes passed. The air stank of blood and metal. Su Chun shifted, slid along the blade, and slipped into Tianwang's guard. The dagger flashed, burying itself in his shoulder. Blood sprayed, and Tianwang's right arm on the heavy broadsword at the floor. At that same moment, Qingwan ended its battle. Its wings carved open the Lion King's throat, then whipped around to send a jade-green wind blade slicing through Tianwang's legs. Pain crashed over him. Face ghost white, he screamed, I forfeit. Stop. Su Chun jerked out the dagger, stepped back, and turned to the ref. Your call. The winner, little fox. The arena exploded. Give me my money back. Trash. Kill him. I just lost 200 grand. That little fox kid's legit. Yeah, but not that strong, still cost me 100K. Shouts and curses thundered, threatening to raise the roof. Su Chun stood center stage, eyes cool and distant. Had considered killing Tianwang himself, but why bother? The man had 3 limbs severed. His beast dead, he was finished. The angry bettors would handle the rest. Besides, letting him taste hope before crushing it suited Tianwang perfectly. Account ending in 4399, 34.78 million credits received. In seconds the money hit Su Chun's balance. After subtracting the 10 million stake, he cleared a profit of 24.78 million credits. One fight, sky-high earnings, and most of his strength still under wraps perfect. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chun returned to the registration desk and signed up again. On the other side of the stands, Morong Yi looked as if his soul had been sucked out of him. Bitterness spread across his face, his eyes reddened, yet no tears would come. He never imagined he could lose so badly. 20 million credits, enough to buy a trove of rare treasures, gone in an instant. No matter how much it hurt, he could never afford to lose his temper in front of the woman he adored. Ji Xuan sat beside him, long fingers cradling her phone, not a trace of guilt on her face. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, avoiding Morong Yi's gaze as she quietly typed congratulations and hit send. Normally, Morong Yi would never stoop to peeking at someone else's screen. His upbringing as a young master forbade it. But tonight he had just lost 20 million, and his chest felt tight as he searched for someone to confide in. When he glanced up, he happened to catch the contact name at the top of the chat window. My idol. My idol. The words hit him like a bolt of lightning. His mind went blank with a loud buzz. They say a man in love loses his wits, but in betrayal his mind works overtime. That saying was dead on. In a flash, he pieced together every recent detail. 1. Ji Xuan had come back to Shanghai, yet kept stalling their meetup because another man was already with her. 2. She arrived at the underground beast-taming arena with no money, planning to spend his alongside that man. 3. She urged him to wager everything on Badeo Tianwang so he would lose, and she could pass the winnings to that other guy. So he was the fool being used all along. Rage surged to his head. Unable to hold back, he grabbed Ji Zuyuan's phone, ignoring her struggle and angry protests. His fingers flew over the screen. Line after line of chat history flashed before his eyes. Inside the thread labeled My Idol, Ji Zuyuan's enthusiasm was overwhelming. If the other party replied with a single she would fire back 10 messages. Every day, rain or shine, she sent sugary good morning, midday, and good night texts, even when the man often couldn't be bothered to respond. The flood of flirty words cut Morong Yi's heart like knives. Cover the contact name, and he could almost believe those chats were between him and Ji Zuyuan, except in that one-sided torrent of messages, he was the one who usually sent 10 replies. When he backed out of the conversation, his own suited profile picture appeared, underneath a label that read, Simp number 1 Morong Yi dumped. Snap. His sanity shattered. Years of thoughtful gifts and tender care were crushed by a single word. Simp. Ji Zuyuan, what is that supposed to mean? His voice was hoarse, equal parts fury and hurt. I've looked after you for years, and you call me a simp? Seeing the secret exposed, Ji Zuyuan no longer bothered to play nice. She raised her eyes, cold as ice chips, her tone sharper than a blade. And, I told you ages ago I wasn't interested. You kept pestering me. Whose fault is that? Yu Morongyi opened his mouth, but his throat felt clogged. No sound came out. What? You still have something to say? Ji Xuan yanked her phone back with a flick of her wrist, giving him a bland glance. We barely know each other. What right do you have to look at my phone? A man with no manners like you is only attractive to the most shameless women. Morongyi almost burst a lung when he heard that. In Shanghai's inner circle, his name was practically a brand. Everybody knew him. Debutantes from every powerful family fought for a marriage alliance. Yet Ji Shuyuan had crushed his pride with a single line, a man with no class. Fine. Excellent. As expected of the Ji family's eldest daughter, sharp taste indeed. Since you look down on me, I'd love to see just how strong your man really is. With that, he shot to his feet, the heels of his dress shoes cracking against the marble as he strode straight for the registration desk, eyes blazing with challenge and disdain. Watching him leave, Ji Xuan didn't panic. Instead, a triumphant smile tugged at her lips. She turned to Su Chun with open affection. That's all the help I can give you. Good luck. If you need more money, come to me. Morong Yi, 23, level 4 tier 4, heir to a beast-taming clan. His flashiest feat was taking down a level 5 tier 1 crimson roaring tiger barehand data prodigy by any standard. Still, compared with the real Su Chun, he was only a sideshow, though the crowd had no idea. Ji Zueyuan's calculation was simple. If Morong Yi faced Su Chun, the odds would skyrocket, and Su Chun could cash in hard. At the sign-up desk, Morong Yi slapped down a black gold card. 10 million credits. Put the guy called Little Fox in the ring with me, and dig up everything on him. The organizers recognized the young master of the Murong clan at a glance. Ignoring him wasn't an option. 10 million credits, plus the Murong name. Who would refuse? Sir, that fighter already has an opponent. A last-minute switch might look like match fixing. Could we wait until the next round? The staffer explained with a strained smile. When I say he fights me, he fights me. If he leaves the stage after this bout, that's your problem. Murong Yes' voice was ice. Understood, understood. We'll arrange it at once. The VIP lounge is that way. Sir, please wait a moment. Sweat beaded on the employee's forehead as he bowed repeatedly. Before entering the lounge, Morong Yi shot a daggered glare at Su Chun in the stands, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Let's see what makes the man Snowy calls her idol so extraordinary. Soon after, Su Chun stepped into the arena again. This time the system paired him with World Unrivaled, level 3 tier 8, technically below Su Chin's listed grade, but a notorious sandbagger around here. After Su Chin's spectacular fight with Overlord Blade King, the crowd figured he hit about level 4 tier 3, so the matchup looked even, and the odds barely moved. At the bell, they clashed hard. Su Chun remained rocksteady, edged out a slim advantage, and took the win. On his 10 million credit wager, he cleared only 5 million profit after deducting his stake. What a ripoff. Originally, Su Chun had been planning to keep signing up for more matches and see if he could rack up 1 billion credits before the day was over. The lobby was noisy, yet his eyes were glued to his phony. A terse, urgent message from Yi Lingyun had just flashed across the screen. Master, the Ice Queen just left. Su Chen's fingers danced across the keys. Which direction? Heading south, probably back to Modu. Stay on her. Incoming now? The receptionist heard the typing stop and glanced up. Sir, is something wrong? Su Chun snapped his phone shut, his voice low. Nothing. Something urgent came up. He'll skip the registration. With that, he turned to go. Had barely taken 2 steps when a staffer blocked the exit. Sir, you can't leave. You've already filed your application. You have to complete the whole process. A trace of frost crept into Su Chen's expression. Since when? No one told me. Sweat formed on the man's brow. It's always been that way. The system has your name and your pairings locked in. If you quit now, we're in a bind. Su Chen's patience snapped. He refused to waste another second. With a flick of his wrist, a silver badge from the first combat zone appeared in his palm, its cold gleam washing over the staffer's face. The man blanched, his Adam's apple bobbing. No problem at all. We'll handle the rest. If you're busy, please go ahead. As Su Chun left the counter, several other employees clustered together, whispering in hushed tones. What do we do? That kid's from the first combat zone. What else? Just return young Master Murong's fee. Problem solved. But we literally just told him the little fox had no backing. How are we supposed to walk that back now? The lounge door stayed shut, one of them pressing his ear against it. The young masters meditating stall for time and think of a fix. Remember, we can't afford to offend either side. Understood. Su Chun was already striding toward the main gate, mapping the fastest route in his head. He hadn't meant to bring Ji Shuyuan along, but she spotted him and cut him off. Su Chun, where are you off to? Ji Shuyuan hurried to block his path. Just got a covert assignment, need to tail someone. Su Chun replied, not breaking stride. Ji Shuyuan fished out her first combat zone communicator, puzzled. I didn't get any orders. Time was short. Su Chun couldn't bother explaining. No time. Tag along if you want. He was already out the door. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Ji Shuyuan chased after him. They left the underground beast arena behind. Ji Shuyuan flicked the ignition and the sports car's engine exploded into a roar, launching them forward like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, the road was flat, no mountain switchbacks, hardly a speed bump in sight otherwise. With a chassis that skimmed the asphalt at this speed, they would have flipped in no time. Su-chin, where are we headed? She asked, glancing sideways. Eyes locked on the phone's navigation, Su-chun answered crisply, the Beastmaster Association. Got it. G mashed the accelerator, and in an instant they were doing 150. Neon lights, pedestrians, and road signs smeared into colored ribbons the wind seemed to whip away. Gripping the grab handle, Su-chin's voice trembled in the rush of air. Are you trying to get us killed? Relax, I'm a fantastic driver, she said with a grin. Fantastic or not, stop driving like this. Come on, nothing's going to happen. ID never let my favorite person get hurt. The car howled through the streets. Yet somehow they reached the Modu branch of the Beastmaster Association in under half an hour without a scratch. A moment later, Nightshade Yin slipped from the shadows and reported, Master, she used the teleport array a few minutes ago. Destination unknown. That's fine. Get some rest in the beast space, Su-chun said, patting her shoulder before recalling her. He strode inside, headed straight for the front desk, and produced his first Warzone credentials. The receptionist sat bolt upright, suddenly all professionalism. How may I help you? A woman passed through the teleport array a few minutes ago. Can you tell me where she went? Her fingers danced over the keyboard. One moment, yes. A Ms. Wang Shuamei transferred to Flame Mountain City. Is that who you're looking for? Flame Mountain City? Su-chin frowned. The city sat on the northwestern frontier, pressed against the battle lines, an oven year-round. It was already September. Downtown temperatures topped 40 degrees Celsius. The wilderness pushed 60. Scorched earth sometimes ignited on its own, and the air reeked of char. To a fourth-tier beastmaster, it was merely punishing heat, but to an ice-aligned Yukiana, it was torture. The heat felt like 10,000 ants gnawing bone, not fatal, perhaps, but enough to strip away most of her strength. Why in the world would she go there? Does the Snow Empress have some special constitution? He muttered, then swiped his card. 2 tickets to Flame Mountain City. The receptionist blinked. If this is an official mission, you don't have to pay. Headquarters hasn't signed off yet. It's urgent. He'll pay. Right. She processed the request at once. 3 minutes later, a burst of white light deposited Su-chun and Ji Shuyuan on the teleportation plaza of Flame Mountain City. Even though it was already 6 in the evening, furnace-hot air rolled over them, soaking their clothes in seconds. Fabric clung to skin as sweltering heat and discomfort crashed down at once. Su-chun hurried to the reception desk again, flashed his badge, and asked about Wang Zuimai's whereabouts. Wang Shuamei? The woman who just came out of the teleportation array? I'm not really sure, the receptionist replied. A colleague nearby looked up and added, You mean the tall woman? I just saw her by a few Heavenly Fire talismans. She's probably headed for Heavenfire Cliff. What's Heavenfire Cliff? And what are Heavenly Fire talismans? Su-chin pressed. The receptionist tapped her chin, thinking for a moment. Heavenfire Cliff is a little over 30 kilometers due east of here. It's a gathering ground for third-tier beasts, surrounded by a barrier called Heavenly Fire that burns non-stop. Anyone below the 5th tier who approaches without protection is reduced to ash in seconds. The upside is that the barrier keeps the beasts inside, so it's a popular training spot for 4th-tier beast tamers. The Heavenly Fire talismans were developed by the 8th War Zone. Each one lets you walk inside for about an hour without being harmed. The more Su-chun heard, the deeper his frown grew. Why would the Ice Queen risk a place like that? Had she really bonded with a fire-type beast? When they first met, he sensed her power wasn't especially strong. Contracting the Snow Emperor alone was already impressive. None of it added up. Do you still have any of those talismans? He asked. Plenty. 1,000 credits each. They'll take 50. Su-chin paid without hesitation and stowed the thick stack of talismans in his spatial ring. The sun outside was blistering. Ji Shuyuan wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, then offered Su-chin a clean handkerchief. Su-chin, who exactly are we chasing? Who is Wang Shuamei? The Ice Queen, the woman who cost you 5 million credits, he answered. She's a criminal? More or less. Stay here. Things might get dangerous, and I can't guarantee your safety. I understand, Ji Shuyuan said after a turbulent pause. He'll stay. If I see Wang Shuamei, I'll let you know right away. Thanks. I'm counting on you. As Su-chin's figure receded, Ji Shuyuan clenched the handkerchief, determination flashing in her eyes. Su-chin, no matter what, I'll catch up to you. I won't give up. Meanwhile, in the underground beast arena, Morong opened his eyes and stared up at the lounge ceiling, the dim lights glinting off the metal panels. He rubbed the ache from his eyelids, checked his wrist, and saw that his smartwatch read a little after 6 hours gone again. Still, the meditation had raised his demon power by 0.1, and a satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Little fox, eh? Just wait. I'm going to see exactly how good you are. He kicked open the lounge door and strode toward the sign-in desk. The manager behind the counter was bent over a stack of forms. It's been hours, Morong growled. Why am I still not on? The manager's face drained of color. Young Master Morong, the little fox, already left. We didn't have the authority to stop him. Bang. Morong's palm slammed down, shattering the wooden counter and spraying splinters. His bloodshot eyes locked on the manager. Didn't you tell me he had no backing, that we could pull him in any time? I wait all this time, and this is what I get." The manager swallowed hard, sweat rolling down his temples. "Young master, please hear me out. Miss G from the first battle zone came in person. She used her clearance and took the little fox away. None of us could stand in her way. Then why didn't you call me?" Morong Yes' voice was ice. "Because we didn't know if interrupting your meditation was safe. If something happened, we couldn't take responsibility." The manager's voice dwindled until he was practically hiding behind the wrecked counter. Morong Yi drew a deep breath, forcing down the fury roiling in his chest. He understood. If Ji Shuyuan showed up with first battle zone credentials, no one here could have stopped her. Logic, though, did nothing for the pent-up rage. "Damn it. You'd better pray I never run into you again," he snarled. He retrieved the 10 million credits head wagered and the recording of the Little Fox's match, then stalked back to the Murong estate in Magic City. "Oldly, find out who that kid really is." "Understood." 10 minutes later, elsewhere, riding atop Qinglu, Su Chun reached Tianhua Cliff, the spot the front desk clerk had marked on his map. In the distance, a towering curtain of crimson flame rose into the clouds, like a burning fortress wall. Even from several hundred meters away, the heat stabbed his lungs inside. It had to be over 200 degrees. How could a snow maiden survive in there? "Help us, please. Someone help us." The familiar cry exploded in his mind, more desperate than before. Su Chen knew at once the Snow Empress girl was trapped behind that wall of fire. He drew 2 celestial fire talismans and flooded them with demon power. Runes flared, and a crystal bubble unfolded around him and Qinglu, sealing out the blistering heat. Cool relief washed over him like rain on parched earth. Beside him, Tushan Yu, herself a fire-type beast, was unfazed by the flames. Su Chen gave quick orders. "Yeah, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Stay hidden." Qinglu, "Charge." "On it." Yeah answered. Kingless hooves blurred as the beast vaulted straight into the burning wall. The fire split open, forming a blinding rift that stretched for kilometers, like a giant maw gaping in the inferno. True to its name, this was Tianhua Cliff. Su Chen snapped back to himself. He inhaled the sulfur-laden heat, forced down the flutter in his chest, then closed his eyes and narrowed his focus to a single thread, searching for the faintest ripple of Shui Huang's presence. If the target had been an ordinary beast, that trace would have slipped past his current senses, but Shui Huang's rank and iron will left even a wisp of residual airflow as stark as a white filament in a fire. The pole pointed east of Tianhua Cliff, tugging at his nerves like an almost invisible string. Once he had the bearing, he was about to signal Qinglu to turn when the girl's urgent shout cut through the air. "Su Chen, look over there." He followed her finger downward. The blood-red ground, scorched like an iron plate, was littered with dozens of charred corpses. They lay twisted and blackened beyond recognition, piled one on top of another. Why are there so many bodies here? Did a Hydeier beast wipe them out? A chill raced up Su Chen's spine. Beast masters dying in the wild was nothing new, but finding such a concentrated killing field in one spot was a first. If a beast emperor had activated its domain to hunt, the dead should have been scattered across that area, not gathered in a heap like this. The arrangement looked deliberate, almost ritualistic, sickeningly so. Su Chen's mind raced while his eyes swept the surroundings. High above, Qinglu used Mirror Flower, Water Moon to stay hidden, circling in silence for any sign of movement. At last, behind a stand of crimson trees, she caught a few ghostly figures. Several black-robed women blended into the night, skull masks revealing only glacial eyes. Their chests rose and fell in shallow breaths, each marked by a fresh, blood-smeared skull emblem that pulsed with an eerie light bright enough to terrify the faint-hearted in complete darkness. "That's the emblem of the Red Skull Covenant. Did they do this?" A cold sweat broke across Su Chen's back. Qinglu lowered her voice. "The Red Skull Covenant? What is that?" Su Chen's expression hardened. "They started in the Americas and somehow drifted to this continent. Every member is a woman. They sacrifice humans through twisted rites to gain a power called karma. It's unique, balanced against the destructive surge of beast power, so even when they go berserk, they stay alive." He and Qinglu exchanged a look, both realizing the enemy ahead was anything but ordinary. Those who wield karmic power pay a steep price for it. Their lives are drastically shortened, and they gradually lose their sanity, turning into homicidal maniacs incapable of normal conversation. However, because they are immune to the backlash of a demon power rampage, Red Skull Church Tamers can bind high-ranked spirit beasts while remaining low-tier themselves. Normally, they can control only one such beast, but that single creature is far stronger than it should be for their level. To us humans, this ability borders on invincibility, which is why they have become everyone's worst nightmare. Several decades ago, 3 Asian nations joined forces to purge the Red Skull Church from the continent. We believed we had wiped them out, yet some remnants have clearly survived. Qinglu drew a sharp breath. She had never imagined something so terrifying could exist. Taken as a whole, these people inspire equal dread in humans and in spirit beasts, much like the nightmares do. Just then, Su Chen's eyes went wide as if he had recalled something crucial. Could that woman named Wang Xuemei be a member of the Red Skull Church as well? If so, every lingering mystery would be solved at once. She looks utterly ordinary, with none of the bearing of a great clan, and by rights her demon power shouldn't be particularly high. Yet she still managed to bind the Snow Emperor, obviously by forcing the contract during a berserk surge. A demon power rampage not only harms the tamer, it leaves lasting damage on the contracted beast. Add in the blistering heat of Skyfire Cliff, and it explains perfectly why the Snow Emperor's body is weakened, why it lies gravely wounded, and why those heartbreaking cries for help keep echoing. If this guess is correct, they will have to eliminate these lunatics before hunting down Wang Xuemei. From what happened in the underground arena, Wang still retains a measure of sanity and doesn't slaughter indiscriminately. Members who can keep their wits are often promoted to bishop. Charging straight at her would likely land them in the middle of a pack of fanatics. Was this luck or misfortune? Su Chen couldn't tell, only that he had somehow stumbled into a nightmare. At that moment the Red Skull cultists suddenly stirred, as if receiving a signal, and sprinted eastward. Su Chen reacted instantly, ordering Qing Lu to give chase. Soon they spotted another group of cultists besieging a 5-person team of veteran tamers who were in the middle of a training expedition. The squad fought with flawless coordination, their beasts forming a tight formation around a massive golden rock golem. Victory had seemed within reach, but the arrival of Red Skull reinforcements turned the battle upside down. Su Chen held back, choosing to observe first and probe the enemy's true strength. These lunatics can ignore power gaps and contract beasts far above their own rank. If they've been lucky enough to run into a severely wounded beast emperor and bind it, things would get messy fast. He might even have to trouble his mother-in-law to step in. As a dutiful son-in-law, he had already asked her for help less than a month ago. Doing so again felt downright embarrassing. He could almost hear her disdainful voice. Su Chen, can't you handle anything yourself? After all, Su Chen still planned to contract his mother-in-law someday too. Why did we have to run into these lunatics? Damn it. Are we really going to die here today? I don't want to die. I promised my fiancée would get married as soon as this job was done. Why is this happening? Brother Lei, my contracted beast can't hold on much longer. Damn it. The 5 Beastmasters Brother Lei and his 4 teammates scoured behind a jagged rock face, sweat streaking their dust-grimed faces. After 3 days and nights of hard fighting, they had finally finished in Shrank Bounty in Flame Mountain City, and were on their way back for the reward and a decent night's sleep. Instead, they had blundered straight into a band of Red Skull fanatics. The Red Skull cult was composed entirely of women, each commanding 5th-tier beasts or higher. For fighters whose strength and spirit were already drained, the encounter felt like the very knock of death. Minutes later, their only shield, the Golden Rock Golem, splintered under a relentless assault from several high-tier beasts, chunks of stone spraying in every direction. Brother Lei's squad and their beasts were left in the open with nowhere to hide. We're done. Really done, damn it. I'm not ready to die. They muttered, knuckles wide around blood-slick weapons. Just then the shortest Beastmaster looked up, eyes widening. Young, Luke, there's someone in the sky. They followed his gaze. An enormous azure bird with a wingspan of several yards was circling overhead. On its back stood a young man and 2 women, 2 humanoid beasts, their robes snapping in the wind as they surveyed the field. Until this moment their presence had gone unnoticed. They had clearly been watching from above. Stop shouting, Lei hissed. Don't drag anyone else into this. Any outsider who stepped in would be courting death. The youth's cultivation hadn't even reached the 4th tier. How could he possibly clash with the Red Skull cult? With a flying beast beneath him, he could just turn and escape. There was no reason to die with them. But the short Beastmaster either didn't hear or didn't care. Brother Lei, Luke's heading this way. His shout crackled through the air. Even the cultists glanced up. 3 of the women exchanged a nod, then urged their mounts skyward toward the blur of blue. Lei's temples throbbed. He nearly spat blood. Don't come any closer. They're Red Skull cult absolute maniacs. Go report to the Beastmaster Guild. Don't throw your life away. The young man gave no reply. Standing on the bird's back, he had already probed the cultist's strength with a Beastmaster's soul sense 3 seconds earlier. Species Index number 203, Blazing Wolf, Stage 5, Tier 5. Species Index number 196, Crimson Flame Serpent, Stage 5, Tier 4. Species Index number 177, Solar Scorpion, Stage 5, Tier 4. Wang Xuemei had yet to appear, and the 3 beasts in front of them, the Blazing Wolf, Crimson Flame Serpent, and Solar Scorpion, were already the strongest cards the Red Skull cultists could play. The Red Skull Church lurked in the shadows, a target for anyone with a conscience. Relying on a strange gift that let them ignore spirit thresholds and sign high-level beasts directly, they could skip the usual steps and bind powerful creatures. But they lacked Su Chen's ability to force a contract and could not ask other tamers to weaken the prey first. Worse still, their members died young, their growth limited. Reaching Stage 3 counted as prodigious. Stage 5 was almost unheard of. Signing 3 Stage 5 beasts through sheer opportunism was enough to leave ordinary onlookers dumbfounded. To a powerhouse like Tu Shan Yaya, Though, Stage 5 beasts were hardly worth a glance. A massive teal bird swooped through the air, shifted into human form in a heartbeat, and dove alongside two other beast women. Foxfire ignited with a roar, the song of ruin tore the sky apart, and the blood shadow blade flashed icy silver. On the first clash, 8 beasts were felled outright, and the 3 elite Stage 5s lay in the same pool of gore. The brutal opening stunned the Red Skull cultists into silence, their horror plain on their faces. Yet the name Madmen was well earned. In a heartbeat, they reset their tactics. Half, knowing they would die, rushed forward to pin down the 3 mighty beasts. The other half sprang like starving wolves at Su Chen himself, where the line looked weakest. Watch out, brother. They're going for you. These lunatics can fight on their own too. The nearby Beast Tamer squad shouted. They knew exactly what the cult was after. Beast Tamer battles were nothing like a turn-based game. Kill the Tamer first, and even a 10th stage beast would crumble instantly under contract backlash. But they were locked in combat with the remaining beasts, too far away to lend a hand. For an average Tamer, separated from his beasts and facing a concerted decapitation strike, death would be all but certain. Unfortunately for them, Su Chun was anything but average. The nearest fanatic whipped out a dagger, its steel tracing a flickering arc towards Su Chen's throat. In that same split-second bang, a dull crack resounded. The fanatic's head met an unseen sledgehammer, erupting into a bloody mist. Scarlet spray and pale brain matter splattered the ground. The dagger clanged to the floor, its rings still echoing, while a single blood-soaked fist hovered where the head had been moments before. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Even the fanatics of the Red Skull Church, a cult notorious for its madness, froze where they stood. Eyes wide, they stared in disbelief. Su Chan could summon contracted beasts, yet he clearly wasn't from a beast-taming clan, so how could an apparently ordinary Tier 3 Beastmaster wield such outrageous power? Su Chan had no intention of wasting the brief opening. He lifted his hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and formed a finger gun aimed straight ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 demonic bolts sliced through the air, skimming low in a fan-shaped spread. In the blink of an eye, they punched through the heads of 3 cultists, the force dragging their bodies hundreds of meters before they slammed into a pile of rocks, leaving a long, dark smear of blood. The remaining cultists blanched. One reacted instantly, pulling a deep red talisman from her beast's base. Item: Tier 4 Flame Talisman. Rarity: C. Type: Consumable. Description: when fueled by demonic energy, releases flame burst, matching the power of a mid-Tier 4 upper sequence beast. Crimson runes flared as she poured in her energy. With a thunderous roar, basketball-sized fireballs hurtled forward in volleys, a fiery rain that sealed off Su Chen's escape. The moment the flames closed in, Su Chen's figure blurred then vanished. A heartbeat later, he materialized in front of the talisman user, so close his face reflected in her dilating pupils. Boom. His fist crashed down like thunder, and her skull exploded, bone and blood spraying everywhere. Before the gore could hit the ground, Su Chun twisted at the waist, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, tracking another attacker. He sprang up and unleashed a spinning kick. Squelch. The cultist's chest burst open like wet paper, and she flew back with a dying scream. With that, every cultist who had charged Su Chen lay dead. Meanwhile, his beast companions had launched their own slaughter nearby. Under the stunned gaze of a 5-member Beastmaster squad, they efficiently wiped out the remaining beasts and scattered foes. In less than 30 seconds, the Red Skull Church, legendary for its disregard for life, had been wiped out by a single Tier 3 Beastmaster and a handful of contracted beasts. The 5 Beastmasters stood there, ears buzzing and hearts pounding. Tell me I'm not dreaming. You're not. We're actually alive. This is insane. How did we get caught up in something like this? Sobbed Xiao Yan. I almost never saw you again. Relief, terror, and gratitude mingled in their tears. Finally, a tall young man stepped forward, took a deep breath, and spoke solemnly. Imlay Haoyu, captain of this squad. On behalf of my team, thank you for saving us. A man stepped up to Su Chun and slowly extended his scarred right hand. It's a beast tamer's duty to draw our blades against injustice, Su Chun said calmly as he took the hand. Those lunatics have long deserved to be put down. I only did what was required of me. Thank you, the man Lei Hao murmured, his voice thick with gratitude while his tense fingers quivered. Just moments ago, they had been certain they were finished. More than a dozen Red Skull cult fanatics had surrounded them, backed by a Tier 5 monster. Lei's squad, all below Tier 4, had no chance of escape. Then, as if sent by the heavens, a Tier 3 beast tamer had descended and crushed both cultists and beast alike. If the burns on their bodies weren't still stinging, they would have assumed it had all been a dream. The squad's only female tamer had been studying Su Chun from the corner of her eye. Once her breathing steadied, her eyes flew open and her voice shot up an octave. Wait, I remember now. You're Su Chun, aren't you? At that, everyone froze. This year's top scorer on the national entrance exams, the youngest full-fledged beast tamer in First Warzone history. the legend who dominated the junior year training camp at Yenjing University. The one who had contracted the mythical nine-tailed spirit fox. Each title had shaken the nation, and every one of them belonged to Su Chun. Online pundits were already predicting he might become the next Long Haojia, a name even ordinary citizens knew by heart. With her reminder, the others finally registered who was standing in front of them. The prodigy who had been trending non-stop on social media. The top scorer would be, what? 19 at most, a tier 3, stage 8 beast tamer at 19? They exchanged glances, realizing the headlines had actually been conservative. Their gazes fixed on Su Chun, so intense they seemed almost combustible. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. If her boyfriend hadn't been right beside her, she might have suggested spending the night together just to mark the occasion. Su Chun glanced at their blood-streaked bodies. You're all injured. Can you make it back on your own? Lei Hao Yu waved dismissively, trying to sound lighthearted. Just scratches, nothing serious. Then his expression grew somber. But you know how it is. Where there's one cockroach, there's usually a nest. I understand, Su Chun nodded. He'll be careful. Running into a dozen Red Skull cult members meant there had to be more nearby. Judging from the power they and Wang Shuamei had displayed, their contracted beasts could reach, at most, tier 5, stage 5. That suggested their comrades probably weren't stronger than tier 6. The real question was, why had so many of these zealots gathered in this desolate forest? Su Chen's gaze swept over the shadow-choked trees and the shattered altar, his doubts only deepening. Could some great treasure be about to reveal itself here? After a brief rest, the Beastmaster squad bowed to Su Chun in gratitude. They hoisted their injured, contracted beasts, hurried across the charred rock, and headed back the way they came, hoping to reach the Beastmaster Association as fast as possible. Only there could they mobilize an army to wipe out the Red Skull cult. Su Chun merely watched them leave. Trying to hold them back now would only invite suspicion. Since leaving Fire Mountain City, he had already confirmed that his phone had no signal. The air was hot as a furnace. Even if a cell tower stood here, the heat would melt its circuitry within minutes. Moments earlier, the squad had attempted to contact the outside world under the Golden Rock Golem's protection, yet received no response, proving that their backup communicators were either absent or destroyed. Worse still, every contracted beast in the squad had been wounded in the earlier battle, leaving them unfit to fight or serve as mounts, and the team had no flying beasts. Given the distance to Fire Mountain City, the walk back would take at least 2 hours. That meant Su Chun had the same 2-hour window to act. We really are racing against the clock, he muttered. Master, what's wrong? Yiling Yun asked, puzzled. Nothing. Let's move. Su Chun gestured. Qing Lu, hurry up. Our target should be to the east. Qing Lu spread her wings with a soft sigh. You certainly know how to work a bird, don't you? At the same time, in a cave on Skyfire Cliff, steam swirled through the air and the walls glowed red hot. Wang Shuamei rose from a hot spring, droplets sliding down her smooth skin as she walked naked into the stone chamber. Master, this is flame-grass blackbone chicken soup. Please enjoy it, Xua Huang Baishua whispered, entering with a steaming clay pot held low. Wang Shuamei shot her a cold glance, snorted, and accepted the pot. She took 2 small sips without commenting on the taste. Seeing this, Baishua gathered her courage. Master, were you satisfied with my performance today? They've been here for more than half a year, and I'm worried they... Crash. The pot slammed into Baixu's delicate face, soup and shards flying everywhere, soaking her long white hair in an instant. Demonic energy gathered around Wang Shuamei. A whip of qi materialized with a crack and lashed toward Baishua. To Baishua, the whip seemed to crawl like an ant, yet she dared not dodge. If she did, others would suffer. Baishua, do I need to beat you every day to keep you in line? And no, master. It's just that they've been here for 6 months, and I'm afraid they... A bunch of useless trash. If they die, they die. What's worth pitying? Wang Shuamei sneered. At those words, a murderous gleam flashed through Baixu's beautiful eyes. Yet the murderous flash vanished as quickly as it came, and she replied in a soft, syrupy whisper, but I've lived with them my whole life, master. You promised that if I helped you, you'd let them go, didn't you? Haven't the things I've done these past 6 months been enough? Even if you truly set them free, I'd still serve you. I could never disobey your orders. After all, you and I can't be separated now. Baishua lowered her gaze, a trace of sorrow spilling from her ice-blue eyes. She had been born in a village buried in snow year-round home of the Yukiana. The place was quiet and silver-white, the wind gentle, the ice crystals standing like forest pillars. She had always believed she was nothing more than Specimen 125, an ordinary Yukiana, just one whose power was a bit stronger than the rest. That illusion shattered 6 months ago when a band of crazed beast tamers stormed in. Armed with fire talismans and fire-type beasts, they turned the village into a furnace. Many high-rank Yukiana were overwhelmed and forced into contracts. With her overwhelming strength, Baishua could have cut the invaders down, but the death of any tamer would have killed the bound Yukiana as well. To save her kin, she surrendered. Because her power was too great, she was bound personally by the high priestess, Wang Shuamei. Only then did she learn she was no ordinary Yukiana at all, but a special being of the divine era sequentia contract that could never be broken. From that moment on, her life belonged to Wang Xuemei. She tried to barter her loyalty for her people's freedom, but Wang Xuemei proved even crueler. Every surviving Yukiana was taken to the Tianhuo Cliff outpost and tormented in a furnace-hot cavern, forcing Bai Shui's compliance. Whippings, burning several times a day turned her into a toy for venting rage. She endured it, because her endurance was the only path left for more than 100 Yukiana to stay alive. Now Wang Xuemei lifted her chin, a cold smile touching her lips. And you think you have any leverage with me? Bai Shui bit her lip, unwilling to yield. But they really already. She was cut off as a humanoid beast burst through the doors and all but crawled across the floor. Panic twisted its features, its chest heaving. Priestess, something terrible has happened. The female followers of the Red Skull Church were like possessed fiends, impossible to reason with. So most courier work fell to these humanoid beasts. Half reclining in her chair, Wang Xuemei yawned, sleepy-eyed. What is it? Must you make such a fuss? The creature's voice shook. A third-tier beast tamer is outside raising havoc. Crack. A vicious whip sliced the air and struck its shoulder. Wang Xuemei's expression stayed flat. A measly third tier, and you lose your nerve? You're a fifth-tier beast yourself can handle trash like that? The beast dropped to its knees, cold sweat dripping. It's not that. That person isn't normal at all. We've already lost more than a dozen members. Wang Xuemei's brow tightened at once. The creature's terror was clearly genuine. Show me. She flicked her whip back, then turned her head. Bai Shui, come. Yes, master. Bai Shui answered immediately, not daring to delay. Rewind the clock a bit. After parting from the Beastmaster squad, Su Chun vaulted onto Kingless back and tore along the eastern flank of Skyfire Cliff. As they streaked forward, he drew on the Beastmaster's soul to sweep the terrain. Now and then he glimpsed a Red Skull cultist, but none sensed his presence. Tushan Ye's mirror flower, Watermoon wrapped him in an invisible curtain, snuffing out every trace of his aura. He couldn't risk any reinforcements showing up when it came time to face Wang Xuemei, so he acted without hesitation. Whenever a cultist strayed too far from the others, he emerged, struck, and vanished. By the time the ride was over, 25 bodies lay silent on the scorched ground. Ding! Congratulations, host achievement unlocked. Cult Cleanser. You have eliminated 25 members of the Red Skull cult, bringing the world one step closer to peace. Achievement points 100. Current total, 5,200. Reward granted anti-hex. Reflects one human spell or beast skill back at its caster. Cooldown, 3 minutes. At first he shrugged off the notice. A 3-minute cooldown for a single reflection? In a real fight, 1 minute could decide life or death. Anti-hex seemed more like an occasional trump card. Then the system added a half-teasing question that made his pulse jump. Tell me, host, are humanity's enemies truly the beasts? Assassins hired by the Yang family of Yeqing, Basha traders, the Red Skull cult humans had raised the blade against him time and again. Meanwhile, the Night Walkers of the Vampire Village and the Beastmaster's contract beasts had fought beside him with unwavering loyalty. Species clearly wasn't the only line between ally and foe. As for the real reason the beasts had descended, the System Sister had no intention of explaining. Fine. The weak had no right to demand answers. Growing stronger was all that mattered. While the thought flickered through his mind, the ground turned to blackened rock. His senses locked onto a hot spring cave on Skyfire Cliff's eastern face, its entrance framed by jagged stone. Heat rolled out in crimson fog, and superheated steam hissed from the earth, like a volcano-level game map. If he had a HUD, it would be flashing continuous burn and slow HP drain. Four black-robed madwomen patrolled the mouth of the cave, posted at the four quarters. The blistering air didn't draw a single bead of sweat, proof of their mastery over fire arts. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. This had to be a temporary Red Skull stronghold. Wang Xuemei was almost certainly inside. Time's tide hit fast. Keep it quiet, he murmured. At the order, still cloaked by mirror flower, Watermoon, Qinglu folded her wings and dove. Perched on Su Chen's back, Tushan Ye and Yi Lingyun dispatched every gatekeeper in just 2 moves, barely making a sound. With the outer sentries down, Ye formed a seal. Ripples of an almost invisible watery mirror spread from her palm and enveloped Su Chun, Qinglu, and Lingyun. In an instant, the 4 of them looked and felt exactly like the fallen guards. Satisfied with the disguise, they pressed against the rock wall and slipped through the narrow entrance. The fissure was so tight they had to turn sideways to pass. The clammy stone still radiated the outside heat, yet the deeper they went, the scorching air gave way to a growing chill. Su Chun frowned inwardly. The temperature shift felt like stepping straight from a blast furnace into an ice cave. Did someone install industrial-grade air conditioning down here? Lingyun halted, closed her eyes, and faint crimson sigils blossomed around her. Irisa's blood sense had reached the cavern's depths. She reopened her eyes and whispered, "The air is thick with ice element demon energy. They're likely keeping ice-type beasts penned up, which is why it's so cold." Ice-type, could it be snow maidens? Su Chen blurted out. Before the words had faded, Ye and Qing Lu sighed in unison. Of course their master's first thought was snow maidens, whereas most beast tamers would picture plain frost sprites used for cooling. They pressed on and soon reached the end of the tunnel. The site resembled an enormous honeycomb. Countless hexagonal cells studded the rock face, glowstones glimmering like stars and bathing the cavern in soft light. The Red Skull cult had crudely turned these cells into makeshift rooms. A subterranean river, reeking of sulfur, wound through the center. Dozens of black-robed fanatics squatted by the bank, washing clothes, boiling water, cooking food primitive enough to look like a tribal camp. To the uninformed, it might have seemed almost domestic, but every one of them was warped by karmic corruption and long since insane. Following the strongest chill, they reached a half-sunken stone chamber on the northern side. Pushing the door open, they collectively drew a sharp breath. Inside a barrier barely 20 square meters wide, more than 100 snow maidens were crammed together. Their faces were deathly pale, their eyes vacant. Like puppets with their strings cut, they leaned on one another. The once proud, icy queens were now empty shells. Status displays showed their physical stats below 30%, and several screens were already dark. Those snow maidens were dead. The scene looked like a frozen hell. Yi's heart clenched. She lowered her voice. Su-chun, should we free them? Not yet, he answered, shaking his head. If we move now, we'll tip our hand. As for why Bai Xuan hates Wang Xuemei, I was 70% sure before. Now I'm over 90. Let's go. I've got a plan, and it's time to meet our new ally. Yeah, the outcome of this round depends on you. Okay, whatever you decide, I'm with you. When Wang Xuemei stepped out of the room with Bai Shui and saw what was happening, she drew a sharp breath. The base's great hall had turned into a slaughterhouse. Most cult members had contracts only with low-tier spirit beasts. They usually handled transport and supplies and were far weaker than the teammates who hunted sacrifices outside. Now 3 high-tier contract beasts rampaged through the crowd like protagonists in a hack-and-slash game. Wherever their blades swept, flesh and blood flew. Blood spurted across the already dark red ground, pooling into an even brighter crimson, and the nearby hot spring river ran completely red. Desperate members charged at Su-chun, yet fell the next instant. From 100 meters away, one arrow demon arrow took their lives. The fletching screamed through the air, and even the nearby beasts dared not advance, as if they faced a fiend wearing human skin. The sight was so absurd it made one's scalp prickle. Wait, that beast! Wang Xuemei's eyes narrowed. She didn't recognize the masked young man from the underground arena, but she instantly spotted King Lu. Such an unforgettable face could belong to no one else. Without a doubt, the newcomer was the Beastmaster who had made headlines in the ring that afternoon. Damn, I was tailed. Wang Xuemei exploded, swinging her hand to slap Bai Shui hard across the face. What good are you if you can't spot a tail? She had gone to the underground arena in Modu for the same reason as Su-chun: quick money. Her original plan was to ambush a tycoon on the road, but when the rich patrons refused to leave even by dusk, she dropped the robbery idea and made a fortune simply by betting on herself. The Red Skull Church wasn't a business enterprise. Its income was wildly unstable, and it couldn't live on plunder alone. Their current strength was far from enough. So the burden of raising funds fell on the few bishops who still kept their wits. Yet their whereabouts had leaked, and the base was exposed. Bai Shui was a third-tier beastmaster. How could she have missed a stalker? Bai Shui held her reddened cheek, both aggrieved and bewildered. She truly hadn't sensed anyone. The intruder must have learned a technique that nullified scouting. Arguing was useless now. She could only redeem herself. They'll handle them. Taking a deep breath, she vanished in a flash of snowy footprints and reappeared in front of Qing Lu like a ghost. Her jade hand rose, an ice-cold sword condensed into a gleaming arc, and the point shot straight for King Lu's throat. Choosing Qing Lu first was no impulse. That afternoon, Bai Shui had witnessed the woman's prowess in close combat. Qing Lu had fought the Tier 4, Rank 10, Sequence 244 Azure-faced Lion King for half a day. Winning in the end was expected, yet it still proved the extent of her power. To Bai Shui, this sort of beast was nothing but a pushover. Crush it first and worry about the next enemy later. The sword of absolute frost shot forward, its icy glare scraping the air and poised to pierce Qing Lu's slender throat. But at the final heartbeat, she twisted aside in an uncanny motion. Her body bent like a willow branch yet moved with astonishing speed, slipping past the blade at an impossible angle. Not even the hem of her robe caught the chill. While evading, she raised her right hand and loosed a razor-edged wind blade that slashed diagonally toward Bai Shui's face. Humph, a wind blade that slow? Who do you think you're aiming at? Bai Shui snorted, shifted her stance, and let the strike pass, her sleeves utterly still. She immediately lifted her hand and unleashed her signature Widaria technique, Snowblast. Snowblast took effect almost instantly. Years ago it had downed a blue-scaled jade flood dragon in one blow. Countless snow grains exploded through the pocket realm, whistling toward Qing Lu like a hail of white arrows. Yet the expected impact never came. Qing Lu leaned aside again, breezing through the snowstorm that left no openings, and with the same unhurried rhythm flicked out another wind blade. Bai Shue's brow twitched. Damn her evasion before the thought finished. She sidestepped the seemingly sluggish blade once more. Inside the cavern, the elegant demoness and her childlike foe traded strikes, cold air billowing as frost traced the walls. Allies caught in the crossfire felt their skin ice over and limbs grow stiff. Even the hot spring river was half frozen, its steamy mist turning to icy fog. Bai Shue finally snapped. If she let the dodging continue, her own people would be finished. 1,000-mile freeze. With a low chant, she swept her jade hand, and a terrifying blizzard erupted, surging through the pocket realm like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, rime formed and time itself seemed to halt. Crystal ice coated the walls, and the remaining surface of the hot spring river locked solid in an instant, hard as tempered steel. The blast caught her contract master, Wang Xiaomei, who clutched her arm and cursed. Bai Shue, are you trying to kill me? Bai Shue gritted her teeth, too pressed to answer. Without this move, even more lives would be lost. When the icy mist thinned, the sight made her scalp prickle. Dozens of Red Skull cultists were frozen into statues, terror etched on their faces. Yet Su Qin's group had vanished without a trace. Even Wang Xiaomei, who had been shouting moments ago, stood petrified, disbelief flooding her features. Impossible, a chill colder than the frost clenched Bai Shue's heart. In a flash, she understood. Qing Lu's movements had always felt off. Snowblast had landed yet done nothing. The wind blades were slow, as though reminding her to dodge. She had been dueling a mirage from the very start. Had any blade truly struck her, the illusion would have unraveled, so they had been slowed on purpose. Every clash, every shout, even Su Qin's commotion by the hot spring river, none of it had been real. At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly echoed in Bai Shue's mind. Little Bai Shue, don't you want to save your kin? The words brushed her ear, heavy with undeniable pressure. Bai Shue's heart skipped. She whirled around, scanning the empty grandstand and the space beyond, but found no one. Telepathy? Her brows knitted, and the ice-forged sword in her hand quivered. Who are you? The voice ignored her question. Little Bai Shue, you have two options. Stay with Wang Xiaomei and fight to the death, dying with your people, or join me, rescue them, and one day stand at the very top. Suspicion and wariness flashed in Bai Shue's eyes. Her fingers tightened around the hilt as she shouted, answer me first. Who I am is irrelevant. Your choice is what matters. Your snow maiden sisters won't last much longer. Once a Shindarank beast forges a pact with a human, it can't be broken. Can you really sever Wang Zuimai's contract? Bai Shue mused, quickly realizing the speaker was likely in the cellar where her kin were held. She snorted and sprinted toward it. Stop deceiving me. Let's see how long your trick can last. From the stands, Wang Xiaomei saw Bai Shue bolt and hesitated, but fear kept her moving. Without Bai Shue's protection, the hidden Su Chun could strike at any moment, so she followed close behind toward the cellar. The iron door creaked open, torchlight flickering dimly inside. In front of the cages stood Su Chun and three other stunning beast women. Frost glinted in Bai Shue's eyes, and a cold smile curved her lips. What's wrong? Not running? Planning to use my people as hostages? Su Chun shrugged, feigning innocence. Never my intention. Same question, what will you choose? A sharp clang of steel replied. With a flick of her wrist, an ice-bound longsword appeared in Bai Shue's palm, its chill flooding the room. Choose. Easy'll kill you. Before the words faded, she shot forward like a streak of silver-blue lightning. Su Qin stood firm, drawing a slow breath, while the three beast women watched with icy detachment. A strange feeling pricked Bai Shue's heart, yet she pressed on. Slay Su Chun, and Wang Xiaomei would trust her again. In a blink the gap closed. A faint smile tugged at Su Qin's lips. Yi Lingyun's lesson echoed. Heroes or villains, those who talk too much die first. Until the contract was sealed, he wouldn't waste a single second. Indestructible golden body. The thought flashed, and he murmured to the system, System, boost my demon force by 60 points. Ding. Allocation complete. Current demon energy, 136.9199.5. Shielded by his imperishable golden body, Su Qin raised his arm and met Bai Shue's icy longsword Hedon, the clash splitting the air like shattering steel. He seized the opening, his fingers locking around her slender wrist like a steel vice, the movement as smooth as if rehearsed. Force contract. The system roared. Forced contract activated successfully. Contract in progress. A blinding pillar of light burst from Su Qin's palm and swallowed Bai Shue whole. Her eyes widened, shock and disbelief swirling into an ice-blue vortex. What did you do? Why can't I? Su Qin stayed calm, but his voice carried a playful lilt. Your lips said no, but your heart was yelling for help. I heard every word. From now on, they'll be in your care, little Bai Shue. Contract complete. With a crisp chime, a powerful pull surged to life. Bai Shue's petite figure became an ice sculpture thrust into a blazing furnace. The outer shell melted instantly, dissolving into pure energy that rushed up Su Qin's arm and poured into his body. On his left wrist, a delicate snowflake sigil formed. System prompts flashed in rapid succession. 1. Congratulations, host has unlocked the achievement Divine Era Sequence 4. 2. Congratulations, host has contracted a fourth Divine Era Sequence beast, and it's actually an adorable legal lala. Has the host's XP system malfunctioned? 3. Achievement points 300. 4 ding. Achievement points exceeded 5, 300 reward. 5 free attribute points. 5 ding. Achievement points exceeded 5, 400 reward. 5 free attribute points. 6 ding. Achievement points exceeded 5, 500 reward. 5 free attribute points. In under 5 seconds, Bai Shui turned into a shooting stream of light and vanished, leaving Wang Xuemei standing there, eyes full of shock and confusion. Silence fell over the scene. Tu Shan Ye shook her head in resignation. She remembered nearly chipping a tooth when Su Chan had casually contracted her back in the day, and the mixed feelings still lingered. Qing Lu was too stunned to speak. She knew Su Chun was strong, but never imagined he could steal someone else's beast. Yi Lingyun stifled a yawn. She had come looking for a fight, only to watch a short play instead. Still, recalling the moment in the domain fortress when Su Chun had grabbed her wrist, she felt secretly grateful Yi Yulong had intervened. Otherwise, she would likely have vanished into that same contract light. Contracting with a single touch, fascinating. She narrowed her eyes, calculating. At last, Wang Xuemei found her voice. Trembling, she demanded, Who are you? Where's my Bai Shui? What have you done with her? With her berserk energy dispelled, she half understood the truth, yet still could not accept it. Su Chen spread his hands and smiled. She's my little Bai Shui. When did she become yours? Lady Archbishop, is your mind starting to come undone, too? As he spoke, he flicked his wrist. In the next instant, that petite, delicate figure was yanked out of thin air and appeared before them. Her face still carried the same utterly baffled expression, clearly unable to grasp what had just happened. Su Chun had mulled over countless ways to sign a contract with Bai Shui. The most straightforward plan was to use Tu Shan Ye's mirror flower, water moon illusion to get close, subdue her on the spot, and force the pact. Yet Bai Shui's inborn skill, Winter's End, was terrifying. Once her frost sealed a target, thawing was almost impossible. If she sensed his approach, Su Chan could end up as an icy statue. Worse still, even if he somehow succeeded, the maniacs of the Red Skull cult would notice immediately, rush into the cellar, and butcher the captive Snow Maiden's hostages who were both living air conditioners and leverage over Bai Shui. If they died, any hope of reconciling with her would vanish, an outcome Su Chun refused to accept. After weighing every factor, he opted for a safer course. Spending 300 achievement points, Su Chun forced Tu Shan Ye up to Tier 4, Stage 1, then layered the Art of Dominion to let her illusion blanket the entire pocket realm. He, Tu Shan Ye, and Xiao Bai crouched in the cellar, ready to shield the fading Snow Maiden hostages. To reel Bai Shui in, he deliberately let slip key clues during their exchange, setting a meticulous trap. If she feared for her kin, she would come in person to eliminate the threat. When she did, Su Chun would tank her strike with the imperishable golden body and seize the opening to seal their contract, almost a sure thing. Events played out exactly as he had projected. Tu Shan Ye's illusion crept out in silence, draping the underground palace in a veil of unseen mist. Su Chen spoke into the air, yet every syllable fell precisely into Bai Shui's ears. Little Bai Shui, haven't you noticed? You don't have to obey that lunatic anymore. What am I? Bai Shui hovered in the corridor, silver hair and flurries swirling about her. Shock filled her eyes. She still didn't grasp what had happened. Your enemy is right in front of you, Su Chun said, pointing at the trembling figure in the cellar's center. Kill her, and your people are saved. I don't need to spell it out, do I? Named at last, Wang Xuemei went paper white, cold sweat streaming down her brow. Bai Shui stared blankly at her. The sudden absence of the contract's chains felt unreal. Could a Shundai sequence beast truly sever its bond with a handler? Bai Shui, don't listen to him. Wang Xuemei fought to steady her voice. A Shundai sequence beast can't be freed from a contract. He's using some wicked art to hide our link and turn us against each other. Kill him, and he'll release your companions. I want hit you again, do whatever you want. My base is gone. My partners are dead. You're all I have left. Even as she spoke, she felt how flimsy her plea sounded. A contracted beast can sense the flow of power. That truth cannot be faked. At that moment, Bai Shui felt the bond between her and Wang Xuemei snap for good. In its place, her power now flowed from the man standing behind her. Resolve hardened her eyes as she realized she was no longer Wang Xuemei's slave. That woman was not her master anymore. She was her enemy. Rage surged through her. The destruction of her home, 6 months of suffering, the deaths of her companions. All that pain would end here, by her own hand. A long sword of ice formed in her grip. Don't come any closer. Wang Xuemei shrieked and turned to flee, but Bai Shui had no intention of letting her escape. With a flick of her slender wrist, a blast of frigid air erupted, freezing Wang Xuemei's feet to the ground. Momentum carried the woman forward. She fell hard, her body tearing free from her frozen feet. Bai Shui approached, each step pounding like a drum on Wang Xuemei's heart. She raised her icy sword and, with a gentle sweep, severed the woman's right arm. The blood that should have sprayed out froze the instant it appeared. Well, Wang Xuemei, you've finally fallen into my hands. A chilling smile twisted Bai Shui's delicate face into something terrifying. Moments earlier, Su Chun had sent her a telepathic message. Ill heal your kin, let your fury run free. She believed him completely. He had already kept his promise to rescue her from Wang Xuemei, so what else was impossible? No, stay away. Wang Xuemei's screams of terror and despair echoed through the ice cellar for a full half-hour before they finally died away. Su Chun and the other Yukiana watched the carnage and swallowed hard. She might look like a sweet little girl, but when she was angry she was terrifying. Then Bai Shui slowly turned around, a smile as lovely as a spring blossom lighting her face. Su Chun, my master, thank you. From this moment on, I, Bai Shui, will live only for you. System notification. Snow Empress Bai Shui's bond value has changed, 0.85. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement Heartfelt Bond. Raising the bond of a Shindaya-class beast by more than 80 points in one Ganas pickup skills, host. But if you're that good, why have you been single for 18 years? It can't be your looks, right? You have gained 100 achievement points. Ding. Total achievement points have surpassed 5,600. You are awarded 5 free attribute points. There's an achievement for that too? Nice, Suchin chuckled. Come on, system sis, that's not fair. Didn't you notice how dashing I am? Women should be lining up for me. The system answered with a mysterious laugh. It had never been this talkative before, but Su Chun was in such a good mood, he let the matter drop. He might not have farmed any credit-related achievements in the underground arena, but he had managed to coax a cute girl home. That was a huge win in his book. Su Chun walked over to Bai Shui, bent down, and gently picked her up. She was light, barely 30 kilos, and with a body 10 times stronger than an ordinary adult. He might as well have been lifting a porcelain doll. Let's not make it so heavy, he said softly. From now on, we'll grow stronger together. Carrying her, he strode to the other Yukiana whom Yi Lingyun had already healed. Come on, they're waiting for you. Master, thank you so much. Moi? She pressed a cool, snowy kiss to Su Chen's cheek, a touch that was icy yet warm, soft yet sweet. Meanwhile, gales howled over Tianhua Cliff as hundreds of beast tamers rode an array of flying spirit beasts in tight formation, forming an iron-gray sea of clouds. Each tamer ranked at least 5th tier, and their vanguard captain, Luo Yinchuan, was a peak 8th tier, 7th-stage powerhouse. Tonight, to annihilate the Red Skull cult, Flame City and the Northwest Front had committed nearly every soldier they could spare, forging an aerial legion of unprecedented scale. The cult's audacity in encroaching on the Dragon Kingdom's territory was more chilling than a wild beast emperor prowling outside a city. A wild emperor, acting on instinct, usually skirted the walls and only occasionally hunted a lone high-ranked tamer. The Red Skull cult, however, was composed of true fanatics who treated death as nothing. Should they get absurdly lucky and contract a high-tier beast emperor, the surrounding cities would live under the constant threat of massacre, their citizens trapped in ceaseless terror. This battle therefore had to succeed. The cult must be uprooted, and if the bishop could be taken alive for interrogation, so much the better. Report. Through the whipping wind, a scout on a black-winged vulture swooped to a halt before Luo Yinchuan. Major General Luo, we've located the cult's base, but what? Speak. Luo Yinchuan's eyes were razor-sharp. The Dark Crow's signal shows only one human life form inside, yet there are more than 100 spirit beasts. Only one person? Luo Yinchuan's brow tightened. Had the others slipped away? He snapped out orders. Lian Yinpeng squad, keep sweeping Tianhua Cliff. Zhao Yumeng squad, seal Tianhua Wall, no one escapes. The rest of you with me. We storm the base. Yes, sir. The unified shout exploded across the night sky as hundreds of flying beasts dove, the air pressure roaring in their wake. En route, a female tamer looked down at the sprawled bodies below dead cultists already discovered. She frowned. Those wounds look familiar, Foxfire. Could this be Su Chen's work? He's not answering his messages. At this hour he should be holed up in his room scrolling through his phone. What are the odds? She pushed the thought aside and stayed alert. Moments later, Luo Yinchuan's force breached the base. 3 8th-tier beasts smashed open the hidden stone gate, and the troops poured in, taking barely half a minute to race through a narrow passage and emerge into a concealed cavern. Everyone halted. Cold air rushed over them, revealing an underground ice cellar whose crystal walls reflected torchlight in a ghostly blue. Identify yourself. Luo Yinchuan's gaze was hawk-sharp as he spotted several warped silhouettes against the wall. The illusory glow of Jinghua Shueiyue quivered across the ice, and in an instant he locked onto Su Chen's group. Su Chen sighed, stepped from the shadows, and scratched his head in embarrassment. It's me, Major General Luo. Long time no see. He signaled to Tu Shan Yeye, who murmured an incantation. Jinghua Shueiyue shattered into countless droplets of light. As Su Chen walked forward, he muttered inwardly, Yeye's Jinghua Shueiyue is usually flawless. Did Luo see through it, because we were hiding too many people this time? Did Luo Yunchuan have some hidden ability to pierce illusions? The moment he saw Su Chun, he froze where he stood. Su Chun, what are you doing here? He blurted, his voice full of disbelief. He knew that face all too well. Only months ago he had personally delivered Yang Shichao to Su Chun for execution, and now they met again in this abandoned hideout. From the crowd, Xiao Limo pushed past her colleagues and rushed over. Su Chun, how did you end up here? The astonishment on her face was almost solid. Now it was Su Chen's turn to be confused. He had expected the Beastmaster Corps to strike the Red Skull cult, but he hadn't imagined that Teacher Xiao Limo and Major General Luo Yinchuan would come themselves. Scratching his head, he greeted them awkwardly. Hi. Teacher Xiao, you're here too? He glanced around. Anyway, what's the situation? Where are the Red Skull members? Luo Yinchuan frowned. Su Chun rubbed the back of his neck, then pointed at the scattered ice beneath their feet. They're probably all dead. Those ice chunks are their bodies. The air seemed to vanish. Everyone stood stunned, ears ringing, trying to connect the words ice chunks and bodies. Luo Yunchuan stepped forward, picked up a lump of ice the size of a ping-pong ball, and studied it. Inside the clear block was a sliver of flesh, its surface clinging to a torn strip of black cloth. His heart lurched. The other beastmasters bent to examine more fragments. Major General Luo, look at this. One of them shouted. Inside a larger shard, part of the Red Skull emblem was frozen in place. For a moment, time froze as well. Gazes met in midair. Su Chun had wiped out the entire Red Skull stronghold alone. If had been 8th rank, they might have believed it, but he was only rank 3. That's a miracle. No wonder they call him the next Long Haojia. This is insane. Damn, the younger generation is brutal. The chorus of voices held a single emotion shock. Xiao Limo took a steadying breath. Su Chun, what's with those Yukiana? Don't tell me they're all your contracted beasts. Only then did everyone notice the 100+ Yukiana crouched silently behind the ruins, their white hair merging with the frost. Su Chun scratched his head again. Their companions my contracted beast summoned. Thanks to them, I could take the place down. Teacher, could you say something so they can go home? He added that wild Yukiana, such high-tier creatures, were usually captured and auctioned off. Since they were allies had invited, he didn't want them treated as loot. Companions summoned by your contracted beast? Xiao Limo frowned. She remembered his partners as a 9-tailed fox, a Qingwan, and a vampire, none of which matched Yukiana. Still, the other beastmasters nodded. With this many Yukiana, Su Chen's victory sounded a bit more plausible. Even so, having more than 100 wild Yukiana obey a 3rd-rank beastmaster was unbelievable enough. What hurt even more was realizing Su Chun was already peak rank 3 only months after topping the entrance exam. Someone recalled that, back in his own exam year, had barely reached rank 2. He could only laugh bitterly. Fate was unfair. Some prodigies were simply born monstrous. Once Luo Yinchuan was sure there were no remnants of the Red Skull Church on Skyfire Cliff, his legion finally relaxed and returned to their posts. They had come back nearly empty-handed, but no one was hurt, and everyone had witnessed the rise of a true prodigy that alone made the campaign worthwhile. By the time the troops were reorganized, dusk had settled. Su Chun looked up to see Xiao Limuo astride her sky eagle, its wings cutting through the last light of day. His voice was warm, yet reluctant. Teacher, you're leaving again? Of course. Xiao Limuo arched an eyebrow and patted the eagle's broad back. Every front is short-handed. I'm a beastmaster of the First War Zone. It's my duty to help. Leaning forward, she tapped Su Chun lightly on the forehead. You did something extraordinary today. I'm proud of you. It was all thanks to your guidance, Su Chun replied modestly. Enough with the courtesy, time is short. Her smile faded. Then she added, I'll have those snow maidens escorted to the place you specified, and we'll keep everything under wraps. Don't worry. Thank you, teacher. I really appreciate it. It's nothing. She suddenly lowered her voice and leaned in. One more thing. Su Chun, if you notice blonde foreigners hanging around you, tell me immediately. Don't let your guard down. Foreigners? Su Chun blinked. What's going on? Our enemies aren't limited to fierce beasts. Xiao Limuo's expression turned steely. The Thorn Society from the States has a history of assassinating young prodigies. With that, the Sky Eagle beat its wings, and she joined the main force heading northwest, her figure soon swallowed by the night. Su Chun stared at the pale blue glow fading on the horizon, lost in thought. He remembered what the system had once warned him. Did you really think monsters are humanity's only enemy? Civil strife at a time like this? He shook his head, but caution settled in. After all, he had spotted 2 blonde Westerners in the underground beast arena. In a global city like Magic City, foreign beastmasters weren't unusual. Crossing the Pacific was nothing for a 5th-tier flying beast, but after his teacher's warning, he vowed to keep his eyes open. The night breeze was cool as Su Chun stepped into his tent. Inside his beast space, Bai Shui's gentle voice sounded again. Master, thank you so much for today. It was the 13th time she had expressed her gratitude, and each word rang with sincerity. Su Chun answered half-jokingly, if you really want to thank me, you'll have to show it with action. A rosy flush spread over Bai Shui's cheeks. Earlier, she had overheard the senior beasts discussing the squad's initiation ritual. Every new contracted beast had to go through that special ceremony. She was no exception, but she was more than willing. She was practically eager. Ever since she was a child, Bai Shui had lived by the creed repay kindness and avenge wrongs. Su Chun broke all the rules to free her from Wang Zuimai's clutches, liberating her kin in the process. That favor alone was worth her life. This small request was nothing in comparison. Besides, the man who had appeared when all hope seemed lost had already taken root in her heart. Yes, he'll do it. But master, I've never done this before. Could the seniors coach me tonight? I'm afraid it'll mess things up. Su Chun blinked well, Bai Shui really did understand him. Yi Lingyun chuckled softly. He'll teach you tonight. Don't worry. Bai Shui nodded sweetly. Thanks in advance, Sister Lingyun. Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu breathed a quiet sigh of relief, though they were even more shocked. These two were actually volunteering? When Su Chun made it back to Flame City, it was close to midnight. He hadn't expected half a day to feel so long, nor had he expected Ji Shuyuan to still be waiting outside the Beastmaster Association. Su Chun. Finally, the association just sent several high-ranked Beastmaster sleuths like something big happened. Su Chun rubbed his temples. Yeah, it was about me. It's handled. No way. I heard they even pulled an 8th-tier Beastmaster off the northwest front just to catch one fugitive? What's the Ice Queen's background? Red Skull Church. Su Chun spread his hands. Our Red Skull Church. Ji Shuyuan drew a sharp breath. That's insane. Su Chun yawned and stretched. I'm wiped. Let's talk back at home. Works for me. They left Flame City in short order. Lingering there was pointless. It was 2 in the afternoon before Su Chun finally cracked his eyes open. His body was a bit sore, but he felt refreshed, tempted to shout, Bai Shui, MVP. Last night, she had been flawless. Angelic face, gentle yet proactive. Her only drawback a slightly low body temperature. Everything else was perfection. Bai Shui was already awake, silver hair fanned across the pillow, gaze soft. Master, you're up? I didn't disappoint you, did I? Not at all. Su Chun brushed a strand of her hair. You basically reinstalled my entire XP system. Hee, thanks for the praise. Bai Shui had no idea what an XP system was, but as long as he was pleased, she was satisfied. This was her first taste of human warmth. Before, all she had known were whips. Master, it's already afternoon. Did you used to work out around this time? Su Chun nodded. I did, but I need to answer a few messages first. He didn't truly get out of bed until 6:30. After a quick wash, he and the girls ordered a feast of takeout. Once dinner was over, the nightly workout began on schedule with Bai Shui still acting as his sparring partner. Meanwhile, in a private room of an upscale bar in Shanghai, the lights were low, mellow jazz drifted across the walls, and the air was thick with a blend of liquor and sandalwood. In a corner booth, 2 young men faced each other, several elegantly dressed hostesses draped around them, the atmosphere so charged it was almost tangible. Had Su Chun walked in at that moment, he would have recognized the pair at once, Li Ruoji and Murong Yi. The coincidence could not have been greater. 2 days earlier, Murong Yi had sent his butler to track down the Beastmaster known in the underground arena as Little Fox. The investigation was straightforward. Follow the bank card used for betting and match the account holder. To everyone's surprise, Little Fox turned out to be Su Chun, the chosen prodigy dominating the trending lists. At the same time, the Li family in Yanjing had been digging into Su Chun's background. The sorcery Su Chun used against Li Ruoji, the silence incantation, was a signature technique of the Murong clan, so every clue pointed back to Murong Yi in Shanghai. Thus the 2 Beastmasters who believed Su Chun had stolen their woman met here for the first time. Ah, fellow sufferers at the ends of the earth, Li Ruoji muttered. That bastard Su Chun has gone too far. He tightened his fist. The glass in his hand shattered, fragments scattering across the dark carpet and glinting under the light like cold stars. Hatred twisted his face, as though he might devour Su Chun alive. Murong Yi patted his shoulder, a hint of sympathy in his voice. 7 years you chased that woman, only for someone to swoop in at the last second. Tough break. Li Ruoji let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Su Chun is stationed in the first war zone and everyone's looking out for him. Even if he really is an orphan, he's got status now. I have no choice but to swallow this humiliation, and it's killing me. Murong Yi raised a hand, and the hostesses tactfully filed out. Once the door clicked shut, he lowered his voice. Brother Ruoji, that's not quite true. We may be helpless against Su Chun, but that doesn't mean others are. Li Ruoji straightened, a frown creasing his brow. What are you suggesting, Brother Murong? Murong Yi pulled out his phone and swiped quickly, bringing up several old news articles. 1. Top college entrant Su Yeqing found dead at home under mysterious circumstances. The Beastmasters Association reached no conclusion. 2. Lin family scion Lin Tianyu killed during an association mission. The scene showed intense fighting, leading scholars to suspect assassination. 3. 8th Warzone researcher Guiyang committed suicide by poisoning, destroying all data on Divine Era Sequence beasts before his death. If the project had succeeded, every beast egg might have hatched a Divine Era Sequence creature. Li Ruoji looked up, baffled. Brother Murong, what are you getting at? A sly curve lifted Morong's lips. You may not know this, but the same hand guided each of these cases. The Americans. The Americans? Li Ruoji's voice quivered as he pressed on, disbelief coloring every word. So, Brother Morong, you're saying the assassins were sent by the Americans? Morong nodded, his gaze growing darker. He turned up the dim desk lamp, then spread a thick file in front of them. For nearly a century the land war in the Americas has been limited, and the front lines have barely shifted. By contrast, huge portions of the Eurasian front are still lost. But you know how it goes. Once people are well fed, they get restless, especially in the United States. The class gap there makes our dragon kingdom look egalitarian. As soon as the fighting eased, ordinary civilians started resenting the privileged status of beastmasters and launched protests for more rights. And the result? Li Ruoji asked. Over half of those protesters were suppressed or slaughtered, and the beastmasters became even more untouchable, Morong said, tapping the table with his knuckles. You studied that bit of American history. Li Ruoji nodded slightly. It was required reading. I get that, but what does it have to do with assassination? Morong sighed, pushing the file closer. Everything. The survivors refused to sit and wait for death. Over decades they gathered strength in secret and eventually formed an underground group called the Thorn Society. Nearly all of them are ordinary people who loathe beastmasters and want them wiped out. But humans can't match beasts in raw power, so they aim their fire at anyone below the 5th stage. He shot Li Ruoji a look. You know better than anyone below 5th stage. Even heirs of great clans who gorge on rare elixirs struggle to push their physique past 60. A 4th stage talent hitting 80 is already the ceiling. Caught off guard by modern weapons, they're helpless. Li Ruoji swallowed hard. So after raising havoc in the States, the Thorn Society sailed overseas and started hunting young prodigies everywhere else, which explains the recent headlines. Exactly. Morong's voice turned icy. Some say the Red Skull cult is just one of their branches. Li Ruoji drew a sharp breath. He caught Morong's drift. Since they couldn't openly strike at Su Chun, they could let the Thorn Society do it. With the talent Su Chun had shown, he was already high on their list. Yet doubt lingered. If they're American civilians who want rights and attention, why travel abroad to kill? Morong shook his head, face grim. I don't know. My father suspects the US government quietly absorbed them and now uses them to shore up its dominance. Otherwise a civilian group wouldn't survive for decades. Li Ruoji rolled his eyes. What's wrong with the US? Still chasing hegemony in this day and age? Morong watched his outburst with a faint smile. Whether they're crazy or not, Brother Ruoji, he'll ask just once, are you in? Li Ruoji grabbed his whiskey and drained it in one go. The fiery liquor seared his throat, igniting the resentment in his chest. Count me in. The humiliation from 2.5 months ago flashed before him, Su Chen mocking him in public, those lecherous hands roaming over Xia Lime. The memory burned like a brand. He trembled, anger crackling through him. Tell me the plan. Morong's lips curved into a meaningful grin as he pulled a thick stack of reports from the drawer. I've got the intel right here. Elsewhere, Xia Lime compiled everything she'd dug up on the Thorn Society into a long text and sent it to Su Chun. Su Chun and his 4 beast companions rolled their eyes in unison. The Thorn Society was nothing but trouble. That was the unanimous verdict of all 5. Su Chun was just about to complain to teacher Xia Limu about whether the Thorn Society had lost its mind when a stranger's friend request suddenly popped up on his screen. Hello, Mr. Su Chun. I'm Lin Xiaoxian from the Lin family in Modu. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Please accept my request. He blinked in surprise. Ever since that trending topic fiasco, nuisance calls had poured in. To stop them, Xia Limu had secured a special first war zone phone for him. Every call had to pass official verification. In all of Shanghai, the only person he knew was Ji Shuyuan. Who on earth was Lin Xiaoxian? Another girl hoping to get close to him? After hesitating a moment, he hit accept. If it was truly important, he couldn't just ignore it. The moment the request went through, a message arrived. Mr. Su Chun, I finally added you. I almost missed the deadline. What can I do for you? A month ago someone delivered a Shindaya-class beast to our Lin family for auction under your name. Did you know about this? Su Chun paused, memories flooding back. A month earlier, on the Bashu front, he had captured a Shindaya-class Biasta Nagalith. Everyone at Outpost 64 agreed to auction it off, with all proceeds going to him, and they'd ship the creature inland the next day. Had heard nothing since and had nearly forgotten about the fortune it represented. I know. Has it been sold yet? Not yet. A Shindaya-class beast is too big for a small auction house. When will the bidding start? 3 days from now at the annual Modu auction. Your Naga will be showcased in the treasure hall. The Lin family is hosting and would love you to attend. What do you think? Resting his chin on one hand, Su Chen considered. Sister's system lounged smugly in the holographic screen. The beautiful beast girl dozed by the window, and crates of rare materials glimmered in the corner. Nothing pressed for his attention. Seeing the auction could be fun. No problem. He'll be there. Thank you, Mr. Su Chen. We'll send a car for you at 8 a.m. in 3 days. Please give us your address. Modu Century Hotel, room XXXX. Got it. We've noted it. Closing the chat window, Su Chen exhaled. So this is how the rich attend auctions, door-to-door service from the organizers. Not bad. Su Chen, you're going to the auction? The soft, lilting voice came from behind. Tu Shan Yeye looked dazzling today. Snow-white hair pulled into a playful ponytail, two fluffy fox ears twitching, her entire presence vibrant with youthful energy. Yet when she heard he had accepted the invitation, something flickered in her eyes, an emotion so complex it seemed she had 1,000 words to say, but no idea where to start. He nodded slightly and smiled. Yeah, why? Are you sensing danger or something? Tu Shan Ye gently shook her head, a trace of lingering confusion flickering in her eyes. Not danger exactly. It's hard to explain, I just feel that if we don't go to this auction, we might regret it later. Then that means we have to go, doesn't it? Su Chen laughed heartily and gave her shoulder a light pat. Since you put it that way, we're in. But first breakfast. Let's move. I want roast duck. Yea ordered absent-mindedly. Yet her gaze drifted to the window. Morning light spilled across the street, and the strange pull inside her grew stronger, as though someone vitally important to her would appear at that auction. Time flew, and 3 days passed in a blink. During those 3 days, Su Chen scheduled every minute. 1. He finished this month's routine mission on time. 2. He accepted an extra rank commission, completed it early, and planned to turn it in at the start of next month, which would also cover the next routine mission. 3. He broke through to Tier 3, Stage 10, pushing his demon power to a full 200 points. Ji Shiyuan had been called back to the first combat zone for Tier 4 Beastmaster training, leaving the base quiet and giving Su Chen room to focus on cultivation. At 8 in the morning, sunlight filtered through the clouds and lit up the hotel parking lot. A deep blue custom limousine rolled to a stop at the entrance, its chrome accents sparkling. The door swung open and a woman in her early 20s stepped out, first an elegant evening gown tracing her curves, red lips set off by meticulous makeup, the hem of the dress swaying as she walked, drawing glances from bellboys and passersby alike. She strode up to Su Chen, offered a slight bow, and spoke in a clear, confident voice. Good morning, Mr. Su. I'm Lin Xiaoxian, the lead auctioneer for the event. Please, come aboard. Su Chen had expected the Lin family to send a car, and perhaps a random bodyguard, not the second daughter herself. He had checked up on them the night before. In modest Beastmaster circles, the Lin clan ranked 4th. Though Lin Xiaoxian wasn't the eldest, her status was still impressive, a notch below the Ji clan, perhaps, but definitely old guard nobility. Having someone of her standing personally receive him felt almost excessive. So I rate this kind of treatment now? He joked inwardly, but outwardly he remained composed and took the rear seat. The car cruised down Modus main arteries, skyscrapers sliding past the windows. Lin Xiaoxian gave him a concise rundown of the auction. The Modu auction usually runs every 2 weeks and draws about 1,000 attendees. This time it's the annual grand auction. Every lot starts at 1,000,000 credits, and the crowd is expected to top 10,000. The bidder list even includes foreign beastmasters, and at least 20 Shindazery's demon beasts will go under the hammer. Every major faction sees the event as a prime chance to stockpile resources for its younger generation. Wealth and power converge, Su Chen thought, clenching his fist in quiet anticipation. The motorcade rolled into the exclusive parking area outside the venue and stopped beside a black business van. As Su Chen and Lin Xiaoxian stepped out, 2 familiar figures, Li Ruoji and Murong Yi, emerged from the other vehicle. The 4 of them practically ran into each other right there. The tension in the air was suffocating. 2 openly hostile stares locked onto Su Chen, almost solid enough to touch. He cursed inwardly. How did these 2 bootlickers end up on the same team? Version 1.0 and 2.0 sharing the stage. Unbelievable. Murong Yi's lip curled in a fleeting sneer. He stepped forward like a tiger leaping off a cliff, the air seeming to tear under his advance. A surge of demonic power erupted, rolling out like a tidal wave. Born into a beast-taming clan, Murong Yi possessed far more raw energy than most. Though he couldn't contract spirit beasts, he excelled at countless demonic arts. At 4th tier, 4th stage, he wasn't the clan's best, yet his aura alone could clash heat-in with a 5th tier beastmaster. Any ordinary peer would already be crushed to their knees. Su Chen just felt annoyed. If a 7th tier master showed up, I might worry. You're only 4th tier. Who gave you the nerve to show off in front of me? He never played the punching bag. In the next instant, he stepped forward, power erupting inside him like a volcano. 200 points of demonic energy, rivaling a 6th tier master from one of the great factions. Boom. The 2 pressures collided, an invisible shockwave rippling outward. Dust spiraled up from the ground, and chips of stone flew from the courtyard walls. Caught off guard, Murong Yi staggered back 2.5 steps, shock etched across his face. Su Chen casually dug a pinky in his ear and yawned, as if brushing away some tedious boredom. The outcome of the first exchange was already clear. Impossible. How can your demonic energy be this high? Murong Yi's voice shook. As the eldest son of a beast-taming household, had been groomed as heir since birth, stuffed with rare treasures. 3 days ago his energy had tested above 130 points. By all logic, No one at his tier should have suppressed him, let alone someone supposedly weaker. The sight before him shattered his beliefs. Li Ruoji was just as stunned. His gaze drifted as he muttered, "What the hell?" Su Chun was still early second tier a few hours ago. How'd he jump to peak third tier? Was he hiding his level? Or did he break through a dozen times in a few months? In his eyes, the pressure Su Chun was releasing now was actually stronger than Murong Yes, heir of a beast-taming clan. No way does that mysterious, reclusive Su clan everyone keeps talking about online actually exist? It felt as if the air in the auction hall had been ripped apart, a visible shockwave bursting outward. Murong Yi barely kept his footing lucky, compared with the lower-ranked beast tamers scattered around him. Anyone below tier 4 was blown off their feet, tumbling across the floor before scrambling back up. Someone screamed, "This is absurd beyond absurd. Enough. This is the Lin family's auction." The security captain shouted from afar, voice sharp with urgency. "If you want to fight, take it outside and sign a life-and-death duel. Don't make a mess in here." As his words landed, Su Chun lifted an eyebrow and withdrew the suffocating demonic pressure that had pinned everyone in place. He looked Murong Yi over with casual disdain. "Murong Yi, right? Eldest son of the Murong clan, heir to a family of beast tamers. See it, this is all you can do? Aren't you ashamed to show your face?" Yu Murong Yi trembled, forcing down his fury. "What kind of artifact did you just use?" Su Chun couldn't be bothered to explain. He turned and walked toward Lin Shaoxian. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed deeply. "My apologies, Miss Lin. I had no intention of disrupting the auction. A stray mutt was barking in the middle of the road, and I was afraid it might bite someone, so I shooed it away." Lin Shaoxian brushed the fine sweat from her brow and offered a poised smile. "Think nothing of it, Mr. Su. If my brother were here, he'd have done the same. Your reputation is clearly well earned." "You flatter me, Miss Lin," Su Chun replied with a modest smile, then glanced toward the depths of the auction hall. "The auction's about to start. Shall we?" "Of course, Mr. Su, this way please." Lin Shaoxian led the way like a professional guide, escorting him through the private VIP corridor. Only after the two disappeared did the onlookers snap out of their daze. Shock flashed across their faces, quickly turning into an excited murmur. "Whoa, who was that?" He felt like a tier 3 tamer, yet he forced Murong Yi to bow his head. "Don't you know? That's Su Chun. He wiped out the Red Skull cult's headquarters single-handedly a few days ago. The whole internet's talking about it. So that was Su Chun. If even Murong Yi got crushed, he's about to trend again. Breaking Su Chun dominates Murong Yi in their first clash. Is Murong Yi too weak, or is Su Chun too strong? I saw Murong Yi start it. Two towering figures, one a prodigy famed across Magic City, the other a rising star glowing with praise, had just collided in public. Moments like this were rare. Murong Yi's face was the color of iron, as if someone had stuffed 10 pounds of sludge down his throat. Had planned to teach Su Chun a lesson, only to become the punchline no one dared laugh at aloud. Uneasy and humiliated, he finally muttered to his companion, "Ruoji, let's go." Li Ruoji had been shaken as well. He knew he was no match for Su Chun and used to comfort himself by claiming a special counter ability. But if Murong Yi looked this pathetic, and considering Su Chun's outrageous speed of advancement, was antagonizing such a man really a wise move? Soon after, shielded by her mirror flower, water moon illusion, Tushan Ye slipped back into the beast space without anyone noticing. She lowered her voice and reported to Su Chun. "Just as you thought. Those three are from the 7th War Zone. Their mission is to protect you from the shadows." Su Chun gave a slight nod. He already had a plan in mind. 3 days earlier had sensed 3 mid-tier, 6th-ranked beast tamers tailing him. Even the bustling auction hall hadn't thrown them off. Because he felt no hostility and his danger sense stayed silent, had asked Yaya to scout them out under cover of her illusion. As expected, they were escorts dispatched from high command. Their tracking skills, however, were laughably poor. Even he, a 3rd-ranked tamer, had spotted them easily, and Yaya had overheard their full orders. They were either new to this kind of detail or had been rushed into it at the last minute. Was it Professor Xiao or General Luo who set this up? Su Chun sighed inwardly. He hardly needed bodyguards. His mother-in-law, an 8th-rank powerhouse, was close by, and anyone below that level wouldn't dare touch him. If an enemy strong enough to trouble her showed up, 3 6th-rank tamers would be little more than cannon fodder. Besides, his danger sense now spanned 300 meters. The instant anything with murderous intent entered that radius, alarms would blare. If someone tried to snipe him, his near 100-point physique could dodge it. And even if he were hit, he still had 40 attribute points banked, enough to revive on the spot 40 times. The fact that headquarters had still sent guards meant one thing. The Bramble Society had truly marked him, and the threat level was high. Manpower on the front lines was desperately short, yet they had pulled 3 6th-rankers to babysit a 3rd-rank rookie, evidence of how serious the situation was. Su Chun put away his casual attitude and quietly raised his guard. While the team was on the move, Lin Shaoxian, walking at the head, suddenly glanced back and asked, "Su Chun, what kind of grudge do you and Murong Yi have?" Su Chun spread his hands. "Beats me. Maybe one of his goddesses fancies me, so now he's out to make my life difficult." Lin Xiaoxian narrowed her eyes and teased, tough break. Playing Casanova isn't what a good man does. Behave yourself, you've already got 4 monster girls waiting on you. Su Chen froze. When had he ever told Lin Xiaoxian had contracted for humanoid beasts? Had he let that slip? Moments later they reached Su Chen's private box. He settled into the booth and drew a steady breath. Everything around him exuded refinement, from the plush sofa to the delicate decor. Every detail proclaimed privilege and luxury. Naturally, a private suite wasn't standard issue. Out on the floor, more than 10,000 bidders had to make do with just 99 boxes, so anyone sitting in one clearly carried weight. Through the one-way picture window, Su Chun scanned the crowd and spotted more than a few familiar faces, almost all of them heavy hitters from the country's most famous beast tamer clans. Even rising talents like Murong Yi and Li Ruoji were stuck in the regular seats. No wonder he felt a surge of surprised pride. Mr. Su Chun, it'll get out of your way, Lin Xiaoxian said, easing the door shut. If you want drinks or anything else, just pick up the phone on the table. And if a lot catches your eye, don't be shy about bidding high, there are bargains to be had. Thanks. Will do, Su Chin replied with a polite nod. Once she left, he summoned his beast companions. Bai Shui perched lightly on his lap. Yi Lingyun lounged behind him, tail twitching. Tu Shan Yeye and Qing Lu claimed the seats at his sides, their mingled fragrance filling the room. If the glass hadn't been one way, the crowd below might have broken out in homicidal envy. Anyone want a drink? Su Chin asked. I shave milkshake. Bai Shui shot her hand up. Yeah, and I want the jumbo sundae. Qing Lu chimed in. Yi Lingyun half closed her eyes and giggled. Master, my drink is your blood. Su Chun rubbed his forehead. You girls are impossible. The house lights dimmed. A spotlight hit center stage. The auction was underway. Lin Xiaoxian strode up, skipped the pleasantries, and dove straight in. A voluptuous beast woman with rabbit ears sauntered forward, carrying an ornate box. She set it on a tall table and flicked it open with a soft click, releasing a blast of heat. Inside pulsed a crimson pearl. Lin Xiaoxian's voice rang out. Lot 1, the Heart of Flame. An extraordinarily rare natural treasure brimming with fire energy. Refining it slightly boosts a beast's fire skills and grants its tamer resistance to flame. It also doubles as a weapon, channel ether into it, and you can unleash power on par with a mid-tier, 6th rank beast. Opening bid, 1 million credits. Minimum raise, 100,000. Bidding starts now. The room exploded. A Heart of Flame only forms when a sequence 244 Crimson Serpent breaks through to the Emperor tier and is slain. In other words, you'd have to down a Beast Emperor just to see one. Its value speaks for itself. Tu Shan Ye's eyes lit up. She tugged Su Chen's sleeve and murmured, voice charged with promise. Win that for me tonight, and it'll make it worth your while. Su Chen rolled his eyes. A decade in human society had turned her into a master flirt, but had already planned to bid. Refining rare treasures always earned system rewards, and the Heart of Flame had to pay out big. With Naga's sale pending, the million credit achievement was practically in the bag. The bids flew fast. 1.1 million, 1.5, 2 million. They rocketed to 6.6 million. Li Ruoji had planned to jump in. He's contracted lion chicken, could use the boost, but at 6.6 he bowed out. His monthly stipend was only 2 million, and after losing 10 million to Su Chun last time, had nearly been cleaned out. With over 200 lots still ahead, blowing that much on a modest upgrade was crazy, especially when the price already exceeded the Heart of Flame's real market value. At that moment, Su Chun pressed the bidding buttons. Even million. Spotlights swept across the stage as Lin Xiaoxian's bright eyes sparkled and her clear voice carried through the hall. Box 66 bids, 7 million credits. Any advances? 7 million, going once. 7 million, going twice. 7 million, going. A paddle shot up in the crowd. 8 million. Morong Yes' voice rang out, crisp and forceful. The hall erupted, not at the price, but at the bidder. Murong Yi of the Royal Beast clan couldn't form a beast contract at all. Why in the world did he want the Heart of Flame? To impress some girl? With his status, 8 million was pocket change, and any woman in his league wouldn't be fazed by it. Li Ruoji blinked in confusion and lowered his voice. Brother Morong, what are you doing? Morong Yi snorted. I checked box 66, is that old dog Su Chun. I can't use this thing, but I'm sure not letting him walk away with it. Understood. Li Ruoji nodded. Inside the box, Su Chun pulled a face. Seriously? I'm not even interested in Ji Shui Yuan. You can't get the girl, and that's my fault? Don't blame the world for your own shortcomings, pal. Irritated, he hit the button again. 9 million, 10 million, 11 million. They went toe-a-toe, and the Heart of Flame rocketed to 15 million credits. At the last auction, 2.5 items of this grade cost that much. People exchanged looks. Can't settle the score off stage, so they're burning cash on it here? First lot of the night, and they're already torturing their wallets. Su Chen muttered, is this really necessary? A series of prompts suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Special treasure detected. Heart of Flame. Its fire energy greatly nourishes the contracted beast nine-tailed fox Tushan Yeye. Host may expend 100 achievement points to refine its energy instantly. Su Chen froze. I can refine it before I even own it? Well, 100 points is nothing. Let's do it. Spend. Ding. Refining heart of flame energy. A surge of searing, purified fire shot from his palm and rushed through the contract link into Tushanyaya. The fox-eared girl trembled, pupils contracting as she stared in shock. The power poured into her like an endless sea of flames. Congratulations. Achievement unlocked Heart of Flame. You have successfully refined the special treasure Heart of Flame. Rumor says it keeps the stomach warm in winter. Care for a fiery snack? Achievement points 50. Ding. Host achievement points have surpassed 5,600. 5 free attribute points awarded. As the system notification chimed again, nothing seemed to change on stage. The fist-sized crimson crystal still rested quietly on its velvet stand, giving off only a faint, gentle glow, as if nothing had happened at all. Yet Su Chun and his companions knew the truth. The Heart of Flame had been drained of every ounce of essence, leaving it completely hollow. Su Chun, what exactly did you just do? Tushan Yaya finally snapped out of her shock and whispered urgently. This is incredible. What kind of high-tech trick is that? Did you pull it out of thin air? Several young women from the Beastkin clan crowded around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just a routine maneuver, nothing special. Su Chun lifted the corner of his mouth in a smug smile. Outwardly calm, yet inwardly just as puzzled. Siphoning all that energy from a treasure several dozen meters away was outrageous even by his standards. He quietly asked the system, seriously, sis, when did you get this overpowered? How did that even work? The system replied coolly, if the host wishes to refine such artifacts, remaining within 3 meters is sufficient. 3 meters? Su Chun looked down at the auction stage, frowning. His private box sat at least 10 meters above the floor. How could that possibly count as 3 meters? Had the system glitched? If it was a favorable bug, he certainly wouldn't mind it happening again. While everyone whispered among themselves, Tushan Yaya glanced thoughtfully at the beaded curtain behind her, a small crease forming between her brows. That familiar, yet indescribable sensation washed over her again. Su Chun, meanwhile, looked down at Mu Rong Yi and smirked. You spent 15 million Xingyue on an empty shell? Enjoy it while you can. 15 million. Third call. Sold. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, and the Heart of Flame was delivered to box 164. Mu Rongyi nearly laughed when he took the box. Had paid 9 million over market price, but if it kept Su Chun from getting it, it was worth every coin. Humph, you mangy cur, trying to outspin the Mu Rong family? Mu Rongyi lounged back in his seat, extremely pleased with himself. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a hand on anything you want. Li Ruoji, sitting beside him, couldn't help saying, isn't that a bit much? Even if he missed it here, he could still buy one somewhere else. You're throwing money. No, brother Ruoji, you don't understand. Mu Rongyi raised a hand to cut him off, his expression grave. Don't forget our plan. If Su Chun grows stronger again, it collapses and we're finished. Li Ruoji's heart tightened at those words. He wanted to argue but fell silent. Su Chin's ridiculous resume flashed through his mind. An orphan who topped this year's college entrance exams. An orphan who earned military honors on the Bashu front. An orphan whose demon power readings rivaled Mu Rongye's own. Was provoking a man like that really a wise move? The gavel fell again, and the second lot was brought forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is Primal Ganoderma. Auctioneer Lin Xiaoxian announced in a clear voice. The next dozen lots were all rare herbs and minerals that enhanced a beastmaster's physique or potential. Some guaranteed effect treasures climbed to an astronomical price of 500 million Xingyue, yet bidders still flooded in. To Su Chun, however, these items held little appeal. Racking up achievement points was the fastest path to power for him. Once he had those points, even the most common trinket could raise his stats, making rarity irrelevant. The wealthy patrons downstairs, by contrast, bid with abandon. Aware of their limited talent, they preferred to shower money on improving their own bodies rather than rely entirely on contracted beasts. After all, a creature of another race could never be trusted completely. During a lull, Su Chun quietly tried to use the system's ability again, but nothing happened. As expected, remote refinement was no longer possible. Was that glitch a one-time fluke, or could only the girl's evolution materials be refined remotely? Su Chun reclined on the sofa in his private box, tapping the armrest with his fingers while staring at the crystal pedestal in the middle of the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our next lot is one of tonight's main attractions, the Beast Essence, Lin Xiaoxian announced, her clear voice echoing through the hall via the sound array. 2 attendants advanced with an ebony tray, revealing a fist-sized crimson gold crystal that shimmered under the lights like a sunset frozen in time. This treasure was claimed by Long Haojia, the nation's strongest beast master, after he slew a 10th-tier beast emperor. When swallowed and refined by a mythic-grade beast, it can massively boost its physique without a level-up indispensable item for anyone stuck at a rank cap. The opening bid is 10 million credits, with minimum raises of 500,000. Bidding begins now. 11 million, 12 million, 13 million. The price shot past 30 million in a heartbeat. bids overlapping in a relentless surge. While listening, Su-chan kept tapping remote refinement on his system panel, only to be met each time with the same icy prompt. Refinement failed. So it really was a one-off bug, he muttered, then raised his paddle. 45 million. That was every liquid credit he had. Any higher, and he'd have to quit. The moment he spoke, a voice rang out from box 164. 50 million. Morong Yi called. Box 164, Morong Yi, bids 50 million. Any further offers? Lin Xiaoxian scanned the room. The hall fell silent. Few were willing to offend the Murong clan, one of the top beast-taming families in Longhua. Sold. Congratulations to Murong Yi of box 164. The gavel fell with a crisp crack. The crystal cover lowered, and an attendant carried the tray toward box 164. Ding. A system prompt flashed before Su-chan. Special treasure detected. Beast essence. Its condensed energy can greatly nourish all of the host's contracted beasts. Spend 100 achievement points to refine it instantly and distribute the energy evenly. What? Su-chan blinked. It hadn't worked a moment ago. Did the system require him to take part in the bidding before it counted as contact? No time to dwell on it. He hit confirm without hesitation. Ding. Refining beast essence. Invisible energy surged across space into the contract realm. Warm currents coursed through the bodies of his 4 beast girls. A faint golden glow rose from their skin as their auras climbed higher. Achievement unlocked beast essence. You refined a special treasure. Doesn't it feel wasteful that a 10th tier beast emperor died for this? Reward, 50 achievement points. His total dropped from 200 to 100, then bounced back to 150, but Su-chan couldn't hide his grin. Across the hall, the 4 girls' eyes burned with excitement. Just how many more surprises could this man deliver? Meanwhile, the beast essence was placed firmly in Murong Ye's hands. Golden red light danced over his face as he grinned and waved the crystal tauntingly in Su-chan's direction. Humph. You think you can compete with me, Su-chan? Dream on. To ruin Su-chan once and for all, Murong Yi had emptied a private vault at home, putting up a staggering 3.5 billion credits. With that kind of money, he was certain he could outbid Su-chan. Soon the next lot was wheeled onto the stage. Lin Xiaoxian announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Lot 21 is the innate ice soul. It greatly enhances ice-type beasts. The starting bid is 1 million credits, with minimum increments of 100,000. The auction begins now." The moment she finished, Su-chan called out, 10 million. On the open market, an innate ice soul usually went for 8 to 9 million, and it wasn't especially rare. The steep price mainly came from wealthy families keeping a few Xuan Nu as living air conditioners and ornamental pets. Besides boosting ice abilities, the ice soul also had a cosmetic effect, giving a Xuan Nu smoother, more delicate skin. Because of that, no one raised the bid after Su-chan's 10 million one except Murong Yi. 12 million. Ding. A special treasure, the innate ice soul, has been detected. Its frigid energy offers powerful nourishment and beautification for the contracted beast snow sovereign by Shui. The host may spend 100 achievement points to refine it instantly. Spend them? Ding. Refining the innate ice soul. Congratulations, host achievement unlocked. Innate ice soul. Special treasure successfully refined. If you turn into a Lullicon, what will little Yaya and little Qing do? 50 achievement points gained. Ding. Achievement points exceed 5,700. 5 free attribute points awarded. Haha. Su-chan's lips curled into a sly grin. At last he had found a loophole in the system sys. Any treasure that could be refined would trigger that sweet chime within 10 seconds of his bid. System sys, have you fallen for my good looks? Thanks for the backdoor privilege. Moi? Please behave, host. Su-chan glanced at Murong Yi in the crowd and smiled so widely his mouth almost formed a crescent. Judging by that face, Murong Yi would chase every single bid he made. Su-chan felt a twinge of guilt about leaving other bidders with empty shells, but scamming Murong Yi was perfect. So rich, aren't you? Your model wall at home is finally going to be full. Master, why are you smiling so happily? Bai Shui blinked her innocent eyes. It's nothing, it's nothing. Little Bai Shui, you're getting cuter every day. He gently patted her head. After that, Su-chan switched to full shopping spree mode. Any treasure that could boost his beast girl's strength was instantly refined through the system. As expected, Murong Yi followed every bid. Anyone with eyes could tell there was bad blood between him and Su-chan. Congratulations, host achievement unlocked. Lingxi Jade. Congratulations, host achievement unlocked. Purifying Azure Gold. Congratulations, host achievement unlocked. Concentrated resin. Status. Name, Su-chan. Level, Tier 3, Stage 10. Body, 96.0 96.0. Demon Power, 197.2, 200.0. Skills, Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, Insight, Indestructible Golden Body, Demon Arrow, Beast Master Cultivation Manual Volume 3, Appraisal, Danger Sense, Beast Breeding Technique Volume 3, Transmission Technique, Soul of the Beastmaster. Achievement Points, 06,800. Contracted Beasts. nine-tailed demon fox, Qinghuan, vampire progenitor, snow sovereign. Free attribute points remaining, 125. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Su Chan grinned from ear to ear, his eyes shining with unrestrained glee. With Murong Yi covering every bid without limits, he had spent almost nothing yet still refined every rare treasure he desired. Even when Su Chun pushed the price to triple the market rate, Murong Yi raised his paddle without hesitation, afraid Su Chun might pay a single extra coin. Where else could you find such a generous, selfless titan? Moments ago, Su Chun had thought Murong Yi a little crazy, but now he seemed as grand as a golden Buddha saving everyone and asking nothing in return. Thanks to Murong Yi's largesse, the squad's strength shot up overnight. Yet Tushan Yeye remained strangely depressed. Each time Su Chun refined a new treasure, an indescribable feeling tightened in her chest, as though unseen threads were plucking at her heart, elusive and unnerving. What's wrong, Yeye? Getting stronger still doesn't make you happy? Su Chun wrapped an arm around her slender waist, his voice gentle. It's nothing. Tushan Yeye blinked and waved her hands. Your abilities just startled me, that's all. Good. Su Chun tipped back his drink in one gulp, then licked a drop from his lip, smiling in satisfaction. But that's the last refinement for now. I'm out of power. By power, he meant achievement points. Refining a single rare treasure usually cost 100 or 200 points, while each completed achievement only granted 50. On paper the deal looked awful, but in Su Chin's eyes it was a steal. The Beast Girl's combat power had skyrocketed, and the free attribute points had piled up to 125. He had already pushed both the Beast Tamer's Secret Arts and the Beast Breeding Manual to Volume 3, so his leveling speed was soaring. A few more points, and he could contract his future mother-in-law, an 8th-rank Beast Emperor. Then he could practically walk sideways through this world. At that thought, a grin crept across his face. Master, I'm sleepy. He'll nap for a bit. Yiling Yun yawned, her voice weak. Vampires were creatures of the night. Daylight made her drowsy, and the bright room only worsened it. Of course, once she slept all afternoon, Su Chun would pay for it after dark. Dual draining could overwhelm even a body 10 times stronger than normal. All right, get some rest in the beast space. Su Chun nodded and recalled her. The auction was still in full swing, and before anyone noticed it was already 4:30 p.m., host Lin Xiaoxuan's voice remained fiery, igniting the room without a hint of fatigue. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been at this all day, and I know why you're here. A perfect divine era sequence beast. No more chatter, straight to the point. Lin Xiaoxian raised her hand. We have 10 divine era sequence beasts on offer. Let's bring out the first sequence, number 97, the Thunder Fury Vajra Ape. As her words fell, the giant screen behind her lit up. A massive ape covered in gold-purple fur charged into view, roaring. It was even larger than the one Yang Wei had once contracted, a living mountain of muscle and lightning. Meanwhile, a detailed profile of the creature appeared on the left side of the video feed. Shindai sequence number 97, Thunder Fury Vajra Ape. Grade, Tier 2, Stage 10. Vitality, 54.2, 54.2. Demonic power, 29.8, 29.8. System tip. The contract success rate is optimal when demonic power surplus is at least 35 points. Su Chun skimmed the numbers and noted that the margin of error for both stats was under 0.5, clear proof of the scanner's reliability. A flash of purple-gold light followed. The massive Thunder Fury Vajra ape suddenly shrank, settling into the form of a man about 1.9 meters tall. With sword-shaped brows, bright eyes, chiseled features, broad shoulders, and sharply defined muscles, he looked every bit the ruggedly handsome middle-aged uncle. As his image appeared, the audience let out a collective gasp, and the heiresses in particular began itching to claim this Shindai sequence beast for themselves. Shindai sequence number 97, Thunder Fury Vajra Ape, announced the auctioneer, Lin Xiaoxian, striking the gavel. Starting bid, 50 million credits. Minimum increment, 1 million. Bidding starts now. 60 million, 80 million, 100 million. Prices spiked like a surge of high-voltage current. For beast tamers from affluent merchant families, buying a Shindai sequence beast wasn't just about combat strength. Reliable security, leisure, or even sheer appearance could drive the price. Once they liked a beast, they would fight tooth and nail to secure it, no matter its battle power. This handsome uncle clearly matched the young lady's tastes. Even Su Chen inwardly admitted the beast was easy on the eyes. More than 90% of the bidders were little rich girls, and the price soon blew past the 500 million mark. In previous years, this beast had topped out at 80 million, with 100 million already considered steep. Today, its looks alone sent the bid skyrocketing. In the end, the Thunder Fury Vajra ape sold for a staggering 750 million credits to a voluptuous, elegantly dressed heiress. As the gavel fell, Lin Xiaoxian immediately announced the next Shindai sequence beast. During the interval, the Naga Su Chun had consigned was purchased by the Ma family's eldest daughter from Deep City for 200 million credits. Only 200 million? Su Chun muttered, somewhat exasperated. Head thought a Tier 5 beast would draw real money, but tamers capable of handling anything above Tier 5 were already inseparable from their current partners and had no desire to spend a fortune on a new one. After fees, 190 million credits landed in Su Chen's account. At the same time, a familiar electronic voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked millionaire. Your liquid funds have exceeded 100 million. They say money changes men. Will it change you? Achievement points 200. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 6,900. Reward: 5 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 7,000. Reward: 5 free attribute points. The auction wrapped up at 6 o'clock, but for Moda the night was just beginning. An event of this caliber is always a magnet for the rich and for the heirs of Beastmaster families, so the organizers traditionally follow the auction with an exclusive soiree. The younger generation trades resources and forges alliances, while socialites do everything they can to slip into elite circles, hoping a marriage will change their fate. In a world that ranks people by Beastmaster bloodlines, the upper echelons even endorse this mating market. Even if no formal engagement comes of it, any spark struck after a few drinks and the illegitimate children that might follow are still considered a welcome bonus to the family line. Su Chun had zero interest in any of that. He preferred the natural scent of Tu Shan Yeye and the other girls to the perfume cloud hovering over the partygoers. So he turned down Lin Xiaoxuan's invitation, ducked into a self-serve barbecue place for a quick meal, and then headed straight to the Beastmaster realm to test his companion's new combat strength. The plaza outside the realm was packed. With both the auction and the influx of heirs from every region, the venue 3 times the size of the one in Yecheng still felt cramped. Clusters of Beastmasters crowded the entrance, debating animatedly. Morong Yi is ridiculous. He's only Tier 4, Stage 4, and he's already ranked 77th in Modu. Once he hits Stage 10, he might crack the top 10. They say he's the greatest talent the Royal Beast clan has produced, in a Centurino exaggeration. I heard he just bought a Beast Soul Crystal this afternoon. It's only been a few hours. He can't even have refined 1% of it yet. When he finishes, top 10 is practically guaranteed. Others muttered in discontent. The Beastmaster realm was meant to measure strength, but now it's polluted by old veterans who deliberately stall their leveling. Exactly. The rankings should be age-based, not just level-based. Imagine 50 or 60-year-old Tier 2 Beastmasters hogging the leaderboard and showing off. Su Chen couldn't help laughing. 77th in one city, and they're already bragging about Ancient Century? On his first run, had gone straight onto the global leaderboard. Luck was on his side tonight. When he reached the Tier 3 zone, someone had just finished in a corner booth. He slipped in, donned the Neuralink helmet, and launched his Tier 3 trial. People like Morong Yi insist on flaunting their lineage even under a nickname, all for family prestige. Fox and Azure Bird, on the other hand, are a different story. The 8th combat zone keeps every scrap of information about them under lock and key, and the two have never revealed a thing. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, bad news travels fast. You could practice as a trainee for 2.5 years and burn a fortune on advertising, yet still draw almost no attention. To many ads would only make people sick of you. But beings as unfathomable and powerful as Fox and Bluebird don't need any hype. The buzz just happens on its own. So the moment Su Chen stepped back through the gate of the beast-taming realm and, without hesitation, hit the Tier 3 challenge button on the console, it was as if an alarm bell rang across the entire city. Every pair of eyes swiveled toward that entrance. Holy crap. Fox and Bluebird are going in again. Tier 3 this time. Weren't they stuck at Tier 2? Did they just rank up? Interesting. Let's see what the Sword Saint of Tenley Slope can do now that he's broken into Tier 3. Pop-ups and trending tags flooded every social platform. Within minutes, the name Fox and Bluebird once again dominated the charts. Inside a glittering ballroom, champagne still trickled down a towering pyramid of glasses when a TV station owner slammed the table and barked at 3 reporters, "Quit eating. Get over there now. I want the front page story, and I want that person's face on it." It had been nearly 6 months since the last test, yet talk of Fox and Bluebird had never died down. Even the smallest rumor could pull in tens of millions of clicks. If someone could unmask this mysterious Beastmaster first, the traffic alone would make them famous overnight. As the reporters bolted for the door, heirs from every major family filed urgent requests to leave the banquet. Wine glasses were still half full. The band hadn't finished its first set, yet group after group of young elites abandoned their networking duties and raced toward the beast-taming realms plaza, desperate to see the challenger in person. A few minutes later, the once raucous hall felt vacuum-sealed, and the host could only announce an awkward early adjournment. Out on the plaza, the crowd was packed shoulder to shoulder. Hands in his pockets, Morong Yi stared up at the giant holoscreen with a mocking grin. Humph, he's just another rank cap geezer. What's the fuss? Probably just hit Tier 3 and won't even crack the city leaderboard. Come on, Morong, that's a bit harsh. Zhang Wuk from the Zhang family in Shanghai strolled over and clapped him on the shoulder. Think about it. What level are the beasts these rank cappers contract? A Tier 4 beast beating up Tier 3 beasts is no different from a Tier 2 beating up sprites. He could easily make the city board, maybe more. Yi Chun from the Hong Kong Yi family sidled up with a wine glass and spoke in a low voice. Exactly. These guys are like underground arena fighters. They contract one high-level beast solely to climb the rankings. The beast master's own tier hardly matters. It only adds a bit of self-protection. In the end, the beast does all the work. Morong Yi snorted and pointed at the screen. So what if he places? He spends his life refining rare treasures and fighting virtual monsters, yet never sets foot on a real battlefield, a total waste of resources. I honestly don't see the point of people like that. Zhang Wuk and Yi Chun exchanged a glance and found themselves momentarily speechless. Morong Yi did have a point. Rank cappers were basically spending huge sums for fame while avoiding real combat. But so what? It was their money. They could buy whatever they wanted and chase any thrill that pleased them. Who had the right to tell them otherwise? Before long, Su Chun reached the 6th stage. The real jump from Tier 2 to Tier 3 isn't about the beast's strength or variety. It's the sharp cut and downtime between rounds. Tier 2 challengers get a full 10-minute breather before round 1, but Tier 3 competitors receive only 4, barely a third as long. The designers aren't being cruel. Tier 3 tamers recover far faster, so the trim timer keeps the trial just right. Give them 10 minutes, and they'd stroll in fresh every fight, and you'd never see their true limits. Some tamers struggle with the sudden squeeze, but Su Chun had only one reaction: ice. To him, break time was just idle time he rarely needed. Their battle roles were set in stone. Bai Shui stayed close to protect him, while Tu Shan Ye, Qing Lu, and Yi Lingyun took the offensive. The instant a virtual beast spawned, the trio unloaded a combo that deleted it before anyone could even tell what species it was. The efficiency bordered on frightening. As Yi Lingyun's blade cut down the final beast of Stage 6, the Beast Tamer Realm leaderboard flashed an update. Nickname: Foxes and Bluebirds. Cleared stage, Tier 3, Stage 6 now attempting Stage 7. Time elapsed, 1 minute 18 seconds waiting time excluded. Shanghai rank, 98th. National rank, unlisted. Global rank, unlisted. Holy crap, he made the board. He just hit Tier 3 and already cracked Shanghai's top 100? This level cap junkie is insane. He must have used some top-tier relic back in Tier 2 to stockpile energy, then vaulted straight to Tier 3. He could already be Tier 3 level 10. You mean a return spirit coffer? Doubt it. That thing stores energy but suppresses both tamer and beasts. Somebody ranked 98th wouldn't touch one. Maybe his contracted beasts are high tier already close to Tier 5. I thought camping out late to watch a level cap run was dumb, but this is so worth it. Spread the word. The TV crew set up cameras. They're streaming live. First time I've ever seen a leaderboard climb hit live TV. Voices overlapped across the plaza, awe and skepticism blending into one verdict. Awesome. It was already 9 at night, yet the Beast Tamer Realm Square kept filling up, everyone eager to see what foxes and bluebirds looked like in person. Su Chen's break ended at last, and he stepped into Stage 7. After finishing his run in Yi City, he had learned to play it smart and checked the list of newly spawned virtual beasts on the official website ahead of time. In the Tier 3 bracket, starting with Stage 7, the monsters jump to Tier 4, and each wave sends 10 of them charging at once, vicious enough to halt most contenders. By convention, squeezing past the first 6 stages is enough to put your name on Shanghai's top 1,000 board, but that bar meant nothing to Su Chun. Back on the Basha battlefield, he had gone toe-a-toe with a Tier 5 Naga. Now that his power had risen again, Tier 4 creatures were destined to be one-shot kills. Inside the tower, a flash of light sliced through the air. The final Tier 4 beast burst into a stream of data. A sky-blue curtain of light erupted at the summit of the Beast Realm Tower like fireworks against the night, flooding the plaza with brilliance. The screen updated simultaneously. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Cleared stage, Tier 3, Stage 7. Currently challenging, Stage 8. Elapsed time, 1 minute 43 seconds waiting time deducted. Shanghai ranking, 9th. National ranking, not listed. World ranking, not listed. Top 10 already? No way. Did he figure out how to negate the Spirit Return Casket's backlash? Even if he did, you'd still need Tier 3 level 10 stats to pull this off. Shanghai top 10 stats stronger than the champions of many smaller cities. Hold on, he's still going? Stage 8 is filled with Tier 4 level 10 monsters. The crowd's chatter overlapped as almost everyone in the plaza looked up at the leaderboard, shock written across their faces. What really stole their breath wasn't just the top 10 breakthrough. It was his Stage 7 clear, time only 25 seconds, not even half a minute. The comment section on the official site exploded. The jump from Stage 6 to 7 is nuts. Quiet. Folks, Stage 8 is even more sadistic. Stage 8 is widely considered the true hell. Stage 7 introduces Tier 4 level 5 monsters around sequence number 300, and their formation is scattered with known nasty synergies. Stage 8 is a different beast. Up to Tier 4 level 10, and every wave spawns in Legion-style squads whose innate talents stack, making their combat power far more than the sum of their parts. The first wave is the classic nightmare. 5 shield phantoms and 5 frost archers attacking from 5 directions. The shield phantoms take point, blocking any melee assault with their heavy armor. The frost archers stay in the back, loosing icebound arrows that carry a chilling debuff, sharply slowing the reactions of both beastmasters and their companions. Almost every prodigy who reaches stage 7 is shredded by this opener. That's why the tier 3 bracket has the densest population of stalled participants. Anyone who pushes past stage 8 not only secures a spot on the city leaderboard, but also lands firmly on the national list, enough glory to boast about for years. Unlike other brackets where you still have to grind endless mode for points, clearing this stage catapults you onto the rankings and saves a huge amount of time. Half an hour later, Suchin stepped into the 8th trial. Round 1 began as light condensed on the platform, forming a monster born of a shield wraith and an ice lancer. It gripped a massive obsidian shield in one hand and a gleaming ice spear in the other. The pairing left almost no gap between offense and defense. Even the powerhouse Tushan Yaya and her squad had taken nearly a full minute to eliminate all 5 pairs of these hybrids. Round 2 brought a Venomfang spider and a Shadow Broodmother. 8 legs flashed, poison and darkness intertwined, yet to Su Chun they were nothing more than a flick of the wrist. In under 3 seconds, both arachnids burst into data shards. Round 3 unleashed 3 species at once: Boulder Troopers, Tempest Fiends, and Flame Hounds. Shattered rock flew, whirlwinds howled, tongues of fire lashed out, yet 10 seconds later, with the wind still fading, the arena was already clear. Round 4 sent in 10 forest behemoths, designation 145. Their hides were bark hard, carapaces stacked like plate armor, every step rumbling like distant thunder. Each of Su Chin's blows carved deep ravines, and it still took him nearly a minute to bring the last giant down. The final round introduced 30 golden rock golems, designation 100. They raised shielding fields in rotation, forcing Su Chun to break each one separately. Golden fissures spread across the barriers, cracks echoed in succession, and the fight dragged on for a full 5 minutes before the last construct fell. When that final golem dissolved into motes of light, the bronze bell above the beast-taming realm went berserk, its booming tolls seeming to tear open the sky. A pillar of blazing gold light shot upward, like a sudden sunrise that bathed all of Magic City in brilliance. People looked up, stunned into speechlessness by the spectacle. The shock had barely settled when, half an hour later, the leaderboard refreshed again. Everyone tracking the Magic City showdown, whether in another corner of Longhua or across the ocean, stared, thunderstruck, at the new data. Handle: Fox and Bluebird. Cleared level: Tier 3, Floor 9, now attempting Floor 10. Clear time: 38:59. Waiting time deducted. Magic City rank: 1. National rank: 8. World rank: 95. No way, still in there? Is he actually going to brute force Floor 10? An onlooker gasped. I remember that record. Someone recalled the legend set 20 years ago by the American prodigy David Anderson. Contracted to Celestial Series number 15, the Starlight Unicorn, he remains the only person ever to clear Floor 10 of Tier 3 since the realm was founded. If Long Haojia hadn't jumped straight to Tier 4 after reaching the summit, Anderson never would have snagged the world's top spot, a veteran player's side. David Anderson and Long Haojia both rocketed into the global top 10 without ever needing to stall. Anderson is now a Tier 9 Beastmaster, give him time, and Tier 10 won't be far off. The chatter grew ever hotter. Holy crap, he went from Tier 3 to Tier 9 in 20 years? That's insane. Exactly, and Fox and Bluebird might be the same caliber. Jaws hung open wide enough to fit a beast egg. Who could have imagined that a Beastmaster stuck at Tier 2 just a few months ago would now waltz onto the Tier 3 world leaderboard? To veterans long camped at Tier 3, it felt like a ringing slap. Staying bottlenecked is your own choice. Accumulating strength at your own pace is your prerogative. But the facts are plain. A few months ago he really was Tier 2. Now, he's telling every Tier 3 master alive that the moment he broke through, he could already surpass their pinnacle. If that isn't sky-defying, what is? Morong Yes jaw dropped. The scorn on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer reverence. Apart from deliberately staying at his current rank, there was nothing to criticize about his power. Anyone who can make the 3rd-tier world list is a born monster. End of story. Fighting above their level is as easy for them as eating or drinking. Even a rank 5 Beastmaster might not be a match. That's the daily life of a supreme prodigy. Unbelievable, exaggerated, yet absolutely real. Northwest Front Headquarters. Long Haojia had just finished meditating when he noticed a crowd of colleagues gathered around a screen, and he frowned in confusion. It was late. Instead of resting, what kind of stream were they watching? A strip show? What are you doing? Long Haojia called out. They jumped and turned toward him. One of them forced an awkward smile. We're watching the kid break your record. The kid? Long Haojia stepped closer for a look and raised an eyebrow. Suchen, he's gotten that strong? A rank 6 Beastmaster scratched his head. Yeah, if I were on leave, I'd be in Magic City right now to cheer him on. He's incredible. Han Yuchen, an 8th rank beastmaster, handed Long Haojia a cigarette, his tone grave. Old Long, put in a request to HQ right away. We need to send more people to protect Su Chun. After tonight, there's no way his identity will stay secret. Long Haojia nodded. This is getting too big. Even through the stream, they could see the teeming crowds in Magic City Square. The chaos on site was obvious. Meanwhile, the fighting on the Asen front was going badly. Every line was in retreat, and they had no spare forces to send. Longwa and Asengwo weren't exactly close allies, but if Asengwo collapsed, the pressure on Longwa's southwest border would skyrocket, turning the 7 war fronts into something far worse. If a prodigy like Su Chen, someone who could change the course of the war, were to be lost, the blow to Longwa would be immeasurable, especially with the Thorn Society. The Thorn Society wasn't just a gang that hunted young talents. Long Haojia sensed they had far darker plans. Yu Chen, he said, take Xiao Chun and Xiao Wang to Magic City and guard Su Chun. If possible, bring him back to the First War Zone. Don't let him run around out there. Han Yuchen blinked. Me? But that's my... Long Haojia clapped him on the shoulder. He'll handle everything else. Have you forgotten what the internet calls Su Chen? Han Yuchen hesitated for a beat. They say he's the second-year successor. Long Haojia walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed at the stars. A vast aura slowly rose from him. I can't leave the Northwest Front. So can I trust you with this mission? This time Han Yuchen didn't hesitate. He snapped a crisp salute. Leave it to me. As long as I'm around, the Thorn Society scum will never get near him. After Han Yuchen left, Long Haojia sighed. For some reason, the scene had watched on the stream filled him with a sense of impending doom. He could only hope it was just his imagination. 1 o'clock in the morning. The lights of the magic capital still blazed as if it were midday. Neon ribbons spilled down the facades of skyscrapers, turning the city into a sleepless carnival. Outside the realm of Beastmasters, spectators were packed shoulder to shoulder, craning their necks toward the giant screen with an anxious fervor that rivaled parents waiting for exam results. Many of them were even more excited than Su Chen himself. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a deserted alley, several hooded men leaned against a wall, exchanging information in low English. Lucky break. With that guy challenging the realm, almost everyone's out on the streets. I was afraid the targets would be holed up inside. Don't celebrate yet. Another cut in coldly. There's an old saying back in Longwa. Caution nets the cicada, prudence steers the boat for 10,000 years. Conditions look good, but don't forget our endgame. Yeah, I know. You never stop talking. What about Morongi? Pure showboating, someone snorted. Just trying to have others do his dirty work. I'm far more interested in that Su Chun. The leader bared a row of stark white teeth. I dug up his profile online these past 2 days. They're calling him the second Long Haojia. What a load of hype. No matter, intel says he's in the city tonight, so I'll take him out as well. He looked toward the distant glow. Tonight, let this brilliant city become a kingdom of death. Freedom be with us. Freedom be with us. Their oath rolled through the narrow lane, and then, like phantoms, they melted into the night. A turbulent evening had quietly begun. At that moment, Su Chun and his contracted spirits had just pushed into the 10th layer of the realm, having cleared the 4th trial. Whoever designed this stage was a genius. Every virtual beast was standardized at Tier 4, Rank 10, and each sat outside the top 100. On paper, Tu Shan Yia and the others could have ended the fight in a few moves. Yet once the creatures were teamed up cleverly, their combat power doubled. Round 4 fielded 30 beasts, 9 snow maidens, 9 flame hounds, 9 thunder imps, and 3 golden rock golems. The golems raised heavy barriers as a moving shield wall, while the elemental squads hid behind them, blizzards, firestorms, and lightning bolts erupting in overlapping arcs. Ice vaporized under scorching flames and crackling currents, filling the battlefield with scalding, milky steam so thick it was hard to keep one's eyes open. The 10th floor was far larger than the previous 9, and that sheer space slowed their kill rate to a crawl. It took Su Chen's team 10 full minutes to finish the Wavian absurdly low efficiency. Round 5 kept the same lineup, but ramped the numbers up to 120. Su Chen jumped into the fray himself, weaving through the chaos with a psionic spear in hand. Even with him fighting, it still cost them an entire hour to wipe out the monsters. If Su Chun hadn't possessed the system, and if he hadn't contracted for beast girls whose real strength was already above Tier 5, he could barely imagine how any other Tier 3 beast tamer was supposed to clear this stage. This is no way an ordinary person can finish it, he panted, shaking the burn from his arms. Few done for the day? Now I finally understand why they schedule breaks. This thing devours your stamina. Su Chun brushed the dust off his sleeves, exhaustion and satisfaction mingling on his face. Great job, master. Bai Shui flashed a sweet smile and tapped the time on the terminal. It's past 2. Why don't we call it a night? Exactly my thought. Su Chen nodded, his gaze sliding to Tu Shan Yaya. A sly grin appeared. Yeah, how are you going to cooperate with me tonight? I'm looking forward to it. Tu Shan Yaya intercepted the look and groaned inwardly. I knew I should have kept quiet. Even if I said nothing, head still enhanced me, and now I have to choke down another lollipop. Torture. All right, let's Let's head home. The words had barely left Su Chen's mouth when his fist roared out like a cannon, smashing into the last golden rock golem's chest. Cracks raced across the surface before the puppet exploded into a spray of rubble. At that instant, the leaderboard refreshed. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous chimes made the air tremble. A seven-colored curtain of light poured across the sky, painting the night in dazzling hues and locking every gaze in place. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Cleared floor: Tier 3, Floor 10. Time: 2 hours 17 minutes and 24 seconds. Breaks deducted. Shanghai rank: First. National rank: First. Global rank: First. Stunned silence detonated into chaos. Holy crap, world number 1. That was insane. Staying up till 2 to watch the stream was worth it. Fox and Bluebird just took first for Tier 3. From Tier 2 to Tier 5, every top spot belongs to our Longwa players. Absolutely glorious. The TV station boss slammed the desk. Track down Fox and Bluebird right now. The square's uproar cut off instantly as the staff snapped to their tasks. Elsewhere, Su Chun removed the neural headset, stretched, and let his shoulders pop. He stepped into the corridor as if the surrounding screams and chatter were distant waves. The Tier 3 hall was still packed, and he spotted a few familiar faces. Su Chun, what are you doing here? The icy voice lifted at the end, thick with disbelief. It was Murongyi. Su Chun turned, offering a faint smile. Well, if it isn't the little mutt from this morning. Followed my scent all the way here. Shouldn't you be in bed instead of running around biting ankles? Murongyi's face twisted as though had swallowed a bucket of sludge, the morning's humiliation flashing back. He quickly forced a mocking smirk. Broke boy, you couldn't win a single bid at the auction, and I bet you skipped the banquet out of shame. So what if you had a private box? Still pathetic. Su Chun almost laughed. The fool has no idea every lot he bought was a hollow shell. I can't wait to see his face when he realizes he spent billions on a pile of worthless junk. Drawn by the commotion, countless frustrated searchers drifted over to watch. A tight ring of onlookers formed almost instantly, craning their necks, pointing, and whispering among themselves. Isn't that Su Chun? Why is he arguing with Murongyi again? I saw the two of them trading insults outside the auction hall this morning. Judging by the way Su Chun looks, he's just finished his trial, right? Hold on. Could the Fox and Bluebird actually be Su Chun himself? He's from Yecheng, just advanced to Tier 3 recently, and even bonded with a giant bluebird. Now he shows up here. The moment the guest left someone's lips, the crowd seemed thunderstruck. A collective gasp swept through the spectators. One coincidence could be luck, but when every clue pointed to the same person, who would still dare call it chance? Damn. Incredible. Absolutely insane. I told you there's no way a prodigy like that would be stuck at the cap. Master Su Chun, I am the patriarch of the Sun family in Modu. My little girl turned 18 today ahem. Would you perhaps be interested? Exclamations, flattery, even marriage proposals poured over Su Chun in waves. Impossible, utterly impossible. Murongyi's voice cracked as he lurched on the edge of collapse. Had been stalled at Tier 3, Stage 10 for 2.5 years, and never even cracked the national rankings. If Su Chun truly was Fox and Bluebird, where would that leave him? Su Chun was only 18. Even if he had bathed in rare elixirs since infancy, how could he single-handedly outshine every prodigy in Longwa and America? Li Ruoji swallowed hard, a chill creeping up his spine. That day, Su Chun had humiliated him in public the very day Fox and Bluebird shocked the world. After hearing what happened, Xiao Limo had hurried from her private box straight to Yecheng, where Su Chun was staying in her home. And Su Chun had fought Murongyi to a standstill, relying solely on his own strength. No need to think it through. Fox and Bluebird had to be Su Chun. But Li Ruoji dared not say it aloud. If word got out that a Tier 4 Beastmaster had been shamed by someone in Tier 2, how could he ever show his face in the community again? Just then the crowd split apart. A young man in tails pushed through Chen Wu, heir to Modus' second-ranked Chen clan. He was holding a palm-sized device that looked like a black card reader flickering with a faint spiritual glow, and he thrust it in front of Su Chun. It was a portable Silink module, capable of accessing Challenger data from the Beast Realm. The Chen clan had been involved in the realm's design and research centuries ago, gathering some of the era's finest scholars. Today, most authority lay with the 8th War Zone, but maintenance of the Modu subrealm still fell to the Chen family. So Chun Wu's possession of such equipment was hardly surprising. For the Chen clan, owning a portable Silink module was nothing out of the ordinary. A sharp electronic whine sounded, and a translucent screen materialized, listing all of Su Chen's details. Name: Su Chun. Alias: Fox and Bluebird. Attempts: 2. Challenge Zone: Tier 3. Highest rank: World Rankings, number 1. Damn. Su Chun stared at the projection, speechless. Who checks someone's private data in public like this? He had planned to slip away quietly. If had known, he would have asked Tu Shan Ye to use Mirage of Water and Moon and exit on the spot. Young Master Chun Wu of the Chun clan produced a portable neural link. Its readout matched the hologram perfectly, and the onlookers who had only been guessing fell silent. They could doubt no longer. It's him. It's really him. The crowd gasped. Holy crap. Longwa rocks. Su Chun is insane. He had leveled up so fast and was strong enough to seize the global top spot. It was downright absurd. Morong Yi was furious enough to cough blood. The noob head always despised had reached the very peak of the world rankings. Moments ago had mocked Su Chun for being poor. Now the jabs sounded like a sad joke. To countless Beastmaster families, a prodigy like this was the dream husband for every eldest or second daughter. Millennia of evolution had proved that a Beastmaster's bloodline could be inherited. A bride price? Not a chance. The great clans would gladly throw tens of billions into the dowry just to keep Su Chun from turning them down. The state would also spare no expense to nurture him. Money had long since lost all meaning for someone like that. And you called him broke? That was bronze tier trash talk at its finest. The internet was right. Su Chun was the second Long Haojia. No wonder Ji Shuyuan favored him. Even if she herself were indifferent, the Ji clan would do everything in its power to arrange the match. At that thought, Murong Ye's face turned ashen, as though he had swallowed a bucket of sludge, yet a sinister grin twisted his lips. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be blown down. The world #1 halo would place Su Chun squarely in the Thorn Society's sights. For the past 3 days he had hired trolls on American forums to hype Su Chun and leak his data, hoping to attract the society's attention. Now he no longer needed them. The words world first worked better than any campaign. Heh, Su Chun, you may be amazing, but once the Thorn Society locks on, can you really run? Morong Yi sneered inwardly. Meanwhile, the entry Fox and Bluebird rocketed back to the top of every major site's trending list. It was after 2 in the morning, and the comment sections were still on fire. System chimes rang in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have earned the achievement. Fame spreads far and wide too. More than 10% of humanity now remembers your name. Is fame a blessing or a curse? Achievement points 100. Ding. Total achievement points have exceeded 7,100. New reward, skill bonded power. Skill description, boosts combat capability in proportion to the bond value your contracted beasts share with you. In an instant, a gentle warmth flooded the bodies of his beast girls, so pleasant, they almost moaned. Their overall fighting power jumped by roughly 1/3, a bigger gain than they had achieved during the entire day at the auction. But an unexpected change arrived. The pure white moonlight streaming through the window suddenly turned blood red, as though soaked in fresh gore. Bystanders craned their necks, eager to see what was happening. At some point the full moon had become completely engulfed in crimson, the stars vanished, and the sky descended into chaos. Scarlet moonlight showered the land like a rain of blood, casting an eerie, chilling pall over everything. All at once, countless streaks of sinister crimson light erupted across the streets and alleys, slithering over the pavement like poisonous serpents. The blood-red strands seemed almost sentient, coiling deftly around pedestrians' ankles. Ordinary people had no time to pull free. Within 3 seconds their skin swelled, blood oozed from every pore, and they transformed into hideous, cadaverous monsters. Even beast tamers, whose bodies were far stronger than the average person's, could last only a few seconds longer. Their contracted spirit beasts held out the longest, yet in the end they perished the moment their masters turned. What is that? A shrill female voice pierced the unnatural silence. Monsters? What's happening? What are those things? Damn it, this is an Emperor Beast domain. We've walked straight into an Emperor Beast domain. A staff member from the realm of beast taming shouted, his face drained of color. The words triggered chaos like a breached dam. Panic swept the street. The legs of several pampered young elites went weak, and they nearly collapsed on the spot. Su Chun felt a jolt of disbelief. This was the magic Capitolon International Metropolis, one of the Dragon Kingdom's commercial hubs. How could an Emperor-class beast appear so brazenly here? Boom. In the distance, a massive sphere of energy like a meteor streaked through the night sky and slammed into the realm of beast taming's tower. Steel and concrete roared under the impact. The entire structure shuddered violently, and a cloud of dust billowed skyward, blotting out the view. It was as though the world had been yanked into an apocalyptic vision. Screams and sobs rose in waves. Order disintegrated into utter chaos. Everyone stay calm. Don't panic. A level 6, stage 10 staffer from the Beast Tamer Association shouted through a megaphone, his voice already ragged. Remain quiet, don't move around, and do not summon your contracted beasts. Headquarters has been notified. Reinforcements are on the way. What are those creatures? And that red light, what is it? A woman asked, her face as white as chalk. The staffer opened his mouth to answer, but a chain of explosions thundered overhead. The shockwaves of an 8th-tier battle ripped across the sky, pressing on every heartbeat. An ear-splitting broadcast then blasted through speakers covering the plaza and its surroundings. Attention, everyone. An Emperor-class beast is attacking. The crimson light on the ground is one of its abilities. Contact will drain your life force and turn you into a zombie. The light moves only under moonlight and cannot climb vertical surfaces. Seek shelter inside buildings immediately. All beast tamers of Tier 3 or above are to use high-rise floors as strongholds and repel the monster tide. I repeat, the announcement echoed again and again. People drew sharp breaths as terror seeped into every pore. The Emperor Beast had truly come. He had traveled to the magic capital merely to attend an auction and enjoy the spectacle, never imagining it would descend into a nightmare like this. Could my luck get any worse? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qin used a voice transmission spell to contact Yi Yulong. Demon Emperor, Modu. For terse words landed squarely in Yi Yulong's mind. Yi Yulong was dozing, using Mo Hua as a pillow, when the message exploded in her sea of consciousness. She bolted upright, black hair tumbling over her shoulders, horror flashing across her face. Demon Emperor? How is that possible? She instantly sensed that the mark she had left on Su Chun was being cloaked by a mysterious force, something only a 9th rank Demon Emperor could manage. Mo Hua blinked awake, still groggy. Sister Yulong, what's wrong? Yi Yulong's gaze turned icy as she looked to the distance. Come with me. It's urgent. Gripping Mo Hua's wrist, she stamped her foot and tore through the sky toward Modu. A deserted public restroom in Modu. Four hooded men emerged from the shadows, smirks tugging at their lips. Those fools in the Beastmaster Association think we only hunt the low-ranked? Our boss plan really is brilliant. By making it look like we only kill civilians, no one will imagine we could summon a demon emperor. Their leader raised a hand, cutting off any premature bragging. His tone went cold. Police from Dragon Nation's first war zone have already sent 1 8th rank and 2 7th rank Beastmasters. While the Demon Emperor keeps them busy, we move to Plan B. Understood. They had barely stepped out of the restroom when the lead hooded man froze, his voice trembling. See, Captain, what is that? It's not a demon beast. The others followed his gaze. At the mouth of the alley, blood-soaked corpses shambled aimlessly. Limbs were twisted, faces contorted, a stench of rot hung in the air, and guttural growls rumbled from their throats like a city overrun by zombies. Even these killers from the Thorn Society were stunned for a solid 2.5 seconds. A guttural howl split the air. Sensing fresh prey, the blood corpses charged, almost as fast as a 3rd-rank demon beast at full sprint. The leader's eyes hardened. He pulled out a syringe filled with crimson fluid and jammed it into his carotid artery. The moment the drug hit, his muscles swelled, skin reddened, and his hood shredded as he expanded into a scarlet giant. With a single punch, he blew a hole straight through the leading corpse's skull, scattering flesh and bone. Yet the headless corpse kept clawing, its nails raking deep grooves into his arm. The wounds festered instantly, flesh liquefying into bloody rivulets. Poison? Damn it! He cursed, kicking the mangled body into chunks. He then produced a syringe of pale green serum and jabbed it into his neck. The green liquid spread, the festering wounds hissed, and sealed in a heartbeat. Seeing it work, he barked, change of plans. Clear these things, then contact HQ. Roger. The others wasted no time. Each drew a crimson syringe and drove it into his own neck. Modu, ground floor of the realm of beast tamers. The lobby lights blended with the crimson glow from the street. High-level beast tamers formed a defensive ring around the main doors, hurling water, fire, and lightning skills to hold back the blood zombies. Each zombie was shrouded in an eerie, blood-red mist. Cracked skin oozed scarlet fluid that burned black holes into the floor wherever it fell. Under furious shouts from the tamers, the last onlookers in the plaza sprinted up the rubble-strewn steps to the higher levels. Towering skyscrapers had become lifeboats. People were funneled inside, and alloy shutters slammed shut behind them. Damn it, can these blood zombies even be killed? Can we turn them back? Someone asked, voice shaking. Their organs have liquefied. Once that red glow wraps around you, you're as good as dead. Another tamer rasped, wiping gore from his face. Save, another wave is coming. The burly man on the front line roared. He flung a blue steel chain that locked around a zombie's waist, but the splashing blood hissed as it struck his leather armor. They're dripping with poison, don't let them touch you. What the hell is going on? Su Chun, this is bad. Yi Lingyun clutched Su Chun's sleeve, worry etched on her face. 10 minutes earlier, Su Chun had sent a voice transmission to Yi Yulong, but no reply had come. She was most likely in trouble, and not the kind that passes quickly. Even worse, Modu itself seemed sealed by the Demon Emperor's domain. Every signal had gone dark 10 minutes ago. A catastrophe like this should have alerted the major war zones immediately, yet no reinforcements had arrived. Luckily, the annual auction was in town, bringing a host of high-ranked beast tamers. Otherwise, Modu would have fallen in an instant. If the powerhouse anchoring the defense lost, the outcome would be unthinkable. Thousands of prodigies from every faction would die here, and the future of Long Nation would suffer a crippling blow. Su Qin fixed his gaze on the distant sky, where lightning clashed with demonic miasma, as if the heavens had been torn open. This was far more than a beast riot. Modu housed over 100 beast tamer clans. Even with some elites deployed elsewhere, plenty of 5th and 6th tier tamers, and at least a few 7th tier, should still be on hand. Yet the lines had crumbled almost instantly. Someone had prepared countermeasures for both outside support and Modu's top-tier strength. We need to break away. You're leading us by the nose, he muttered. Yeah. Use mirror water illusion. Cover our exit. Got it. Tushan Yaya raised her hand. Ripples of mirror-like light spread outward, scattering countless afterimages. While everyone's vision warped, Su Qin's group hugged the wall and slipped into the shadows behind the ruins. Even if the tamers on the line noticed one person missing, they had no time to care. Each second was a fight for their lives. Qinglu unfurled cerulean wings, lifting Su Qin, Tushan Yaya, Yi Lingyun, and Bai Shui through a shattered skylight into the night sky. Halfway up, disaster struck. The blood-tinged heavens were swallowed by a dense fog, thick as silk, limiting sight to mere meters. Worse, Su Qin's companions and even Qinglu herself seemed to vanish, as if erased. He could see neither Tushan Yaya, nor Yi Lingyun, nor Bai Shui, nor Qinglu. Only his own breathing echoed in the mist. What is happening? Su Qin muttered, utterly baffled. He had somehow gotten back on his feet, wandering through a dense fog that hid both the road behind him and the path ahead. Suddenly his danger sense flared. Two beasts were creeping up behind him without a sound. Su Qin spun around, eyes sweeping the haze, but no system interface appeared. He was certain the creatures were real and almost on top of him, yet the system offered no markers at all. Why? While the thought flashed through his mind, shapes emerged in the mist. They were beings fused with the fog itself, half solid, half phantom, resembling Western dragons with only their icy eyes gleaming. Mist dragons. Roar. Two deep roars tore through the silence as the mist dragons bared their fangs and lunged. Su Qin raised his hand to counter, but in the next instant their attack veered, and the dragons flickered behind him like wraiths so fast he couldn't react. One clamped onto his shoulder, the other sank its teeth into his thigh. Agony flooded every nerve as blood gushed out, staining the fog at his feet crimson. System, add 1 point to vitality. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host vitality, 97.09, 7.0. The system's potent restorative power went to work, knitting torn flesh and splintered bone as if he had never been wounded. Su Qin immediately tried to retaliate. Force contract. Force contract failed. The host is not in contact with any beast. The prompt made him realize at once that these mist dragons were no ordinary beasts, more akin to the blood zombies he had fought before. He sprang backward, drew his bow, and loosed 3 demon arrows in quick succession. Yet when the shafts passed through the dragons, it felt like shooting into thin air. There was no resistance, no damage. Using the fog as cover, the 2 dragons rolled and dived, slamming into his chest and hurling him through the air. Puffed. Blood sprayed from his mouth midair. He fell like a cut kite, every bone in his body screaming. System, add 1 point to vitality. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host vitality, 98.09, 8.0. Before the repairs were finished, the mist dragon struck again, each blow heavier than the last. Su Qin kept burning attribute points to force heal, driving his vitality from 97 all the way to 111. But the dragon's onslaught remained unstoppable, and he had no strength to fight back. He even doubted that dumping every point he had into vitality would let him survive their savagery. A flood of helplessness washed over him, leaving him briefly dazed. The 2 mist dragons seized the chance, biting into him like starving tigers and pinning him to the ground. He writhed in agony, but couldn't even shake them off. Am I going to die? It hurts so much, maybe I should just close my eyes. His consciousness blurred as life slowly drained away. At the brink of utter despair, his stat screen suddenly popped up in his mind, every value crystal clear. One line stood out. Vitality, 111.0, 111.0. Even though the dragons were tearing him apart, blood still gushing and bones shattered, the number hadn't budged. By rights, such grievous injuries should have dropped it sharply, and the system never erred if the stat was unchanged. Then the fault had to lie with his senses, with this very world. Everything he was seeing was a lie. After sorting out the chain of cause and effect, Su Qin drew a long breath, closed his eyes, and sank his mind inward, tracking every pulse of demonic power that rippled through him. In real combat, Tushan Yaya's mirage of water and moon was nearly unbeatable. Once the illusion unfolded, she could seize both offense and defense at will. To guard against enemies who might wield a similar technique, he and Yaya had spent the past few weeks running simulations until had hammered out several ways to shatter an illusion from within. An illusion is, in essence, nothing but a lie. Yet the one surrounding him now could simulate pain so vividly it felt real. Su Qin warned himself, a lie is still a lie. See through it, stay unmoved, and it can't harm you. The key to breaking free lies in demonic power. With that thought, he unleashed a surge of it. An invisible shockwave roared outward, shredding the gray-white mist like a gale. The fog dissolved at a speed the naked eye could follow, and the distant howl of the wind punched back into his ears. At the same time, a chorus of urgent, familiar voices pierced the haze and reached his mind. Wake up now. He roared inwardly. He snapped his eyes open. Vision cleared, and the illusion shattered. He found himself pressed against Qing Lu's soft back, staring at Tu Shan Ye, Yi Lingyun, and Bai Shui as they exhaled in relief. Tears still clung to the corners of the four beast girls' eyes, proof of how terrified they'd been in those brief moments. Sorry I scared you. Su Chen pushed himself up, rubbing the soreness from his eyes. How long was I out? About 5 minutes. Bai Shui answered first, her voice still trembling. That blood-red light wrapped around you. We thought it was going to swallow you whole. We were terrified. Ye wiped her tears, scolding him with mock anger and real concern. Exactly. We yelled, and you wouldn't respond. If you died, would be buried with you. Can't you be a little more careful, Su Chen? He waved a hand and smiled. Come on, do I look like someone who'd go down that easily? Yi Lingyun cut in before he could joke further, speaking fast. Save it. How did you get away from that bloodlight? I just watched a rank 6 beastmaster get caught and turn into a monster in seconds. Get away. Su Chen's mind drifted back to that dead end. The pressure those two mist dragons released was suffocating. Even a rank 10 beastmaster wouldn't stand a chance, Head judged. For a moment, Head actually considered giving UPA, thought Head never entertained before. With 4 beautiful beast partners and the system's guidance, he would fight on even with 0 odds of victory. So where had that urge to surrender come from? Clearly, it was the illusion's true power. Or rather, it wasn't a mere illusion at all, but a bizarre force that could corrode the mind itself. Once you abandon the will to survive, your mind slips into chaos. After the crimson light fully assimilates you, you become a corpse dripping with blood. The blinding white wasteland, the invincible foe, and the almost subliminal suggestion combine to guarantee that once it clings to you, death is certain. Su Chen drew a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and warned the others, listen. If that blood-red glow touches you even for an instanto, not give up on living. Is that clear? Understood. The women answered in unison, their voices laced with fear, yet steeled with resolve. Qing Lu sprinted westward with the group on her back, iron hooves striking the shattered asphalt and throwing sparks. Around them, the scarlet glow writhed like a giant serpent in the darkness, hunting anything alive, pouncing at the faintest hint of life. The broadcast limitations were now obvious. The crimson light could slide only along a flat surface. It couldn't climb floors or appear in shadows where the blood moon couldn't reach. Su Chen had been targeted because Qing Lu's broad back looked like a continuous plane the glow could occupy. Mirror flower, water moon was a clever cloak, but nothing could hide beneath the blood moon, giving rise to that deadly red mist. Cursing his luck, Su Chen knew complaints were useless. Bodies littered streets and alleys while blood-soaked zombies roamed among them. Their power matched only third-tier spirit beasts, yet to unarmed civilians they were living nightmares. Even those who escaped the crimson light were torn apart by claws and fangs. Anyone who failed to reach a shelter in time lay as a cold corpse on the ground. So this is the terror of an Emperor-class beast's assault. Horrifying, Su Chen muttered, running countermeasures through his mind. On Magic City's outskirts, elite forces from every battle zone, learning of the city's fall, used teleportation arrays to reach nearby towns, then advanced by land to encircle the area. When they arrived, they were stunned. The once glimmering international metropolis had vanished. In its place stretched a vast plain covered by an unsettling white fog. What is this? Am I dreaming? Where's Magic City? Damn it, illusion. Mass teleport? Should we concentrate fire and blast this fog? Several bold high-level beast tamers sent their contract beasts to scout. Each creature stepped into the mist, only to recoil as if hitting an invisible wall, unable to go farther. A powerful barrier was clearly blocking any outside probe. Meanwhile, in an underground parking garage inside the city, for surviving Thorn Society members slumped against a wall, gasping for air. Blood soaked their torn uniforms, evidence of a battle on the brink of death. Empty syringes lay scattered at their feet, mingling with blotches of blood and spent casings. In their trembling hands remained only one syringe, its barrel filled with a violet serum. Most members of the Jingji Society are ordinary Americans, or at least they appear to be. Beneath that facade lies a game-changing pharmaceutical technology built around 3 drug families: enhancement serums, demonic serums, and detox recovery serums. The enhancement serum is the Society's trump card against blood zombies. The moment the needle pierces the skin, the liquid floods the bloodstream and, depending on the user's physique, unleashes power on par with a 3rd to 6th-tier spirit beast. The detox recovery serum is a transparent antidote that breaks down toxins in seconds while rapidly restoring stamina, as if the user were carrying a portable life support unit. The demonic serum traces its origin to the Honkula Church, an all-female branch of the Jingji Society that takes in abandoned girls and indoctrinates them from childhood. Years ago, the Society created the first-generation demonic serum, effective only on women. Once injected along with a ritual that sacrifices living creatures, a woman could contract a high-tier spirit beast even during a berserk episode, bypassing normal power limits. The cost was brutal: total loss of sanity, 0 communication, and a sharply shortened lifespan. To correct this flaw, The society used honkulus women as test subjects, working nonstop until they produced a second-generation serum. Unlike its predecessor, the new version no longer targets spirit beast contracts. It remodels the human body directly and works on any gender. Tests show that in a rampage state, a user's strength soars, and they can even perform sorcery they never learned. This is why ordinary honkula members possess such terrifying physiques. The second generation still requires a life sacrifice to gather a force called karma, which ignites the rampage and grants power rivaling or exceeding that of 6th-tier beast masters from noble houses. Unfortunately, the lethal side effect remains. Life drains away even faster sometimes within hours, rarely beyond 2 weeks. The vials in their hands are the last batch of this second-generation serum. Red warning lights flash endlessly in the dim basement. What's happening out there? What's with the blood moon? And what are those zombie monsters? The hooded leader curses, slamming his fist into the concrete wall, sending chips flying. Captain, what now? We called for military backup 10 minutes ago, and still no response, his deputy stammers. Another teammate mutters. HQ isn't answering either. Have we been sold out? Shut up. The hooded man roars, his voice echoing through the cramped room. Breathing hard, he eyes the few remaining vials on the table and realizes the situation is far worse than he thought. The support team outside must have run into trouble. Otherwise, every line of communication wouldn't be dead. Which means that besides the Jingji Society and Longwo's military, a third force is now on the battlefield and its power is at least on par with a 9th-tier Demon Emperor. If that's really the case, they might be doomed this time. They had thrown in with the Thorn Society and were sworn enemies of the Beastmasters, but none of them were actually eager to die. With every exit sealed and the howls of blood ghouls drawing nearer, they had almost no choices left. Leon, they'll look after your wife and daughter. The captain clenched his jaw, eyes ice cold. Use the demonizing serum now. Leon, the hooded man, froze. A muscle twitched between his brows and hesitation flickered across his face. Outside the heavy garage door, heart-rending roars pounded again and again. He balled his fists and finally decided. I understand. Lena, I'm counting on you, Captain. Before the words died away, he drew a cloudy purple vial and stabbed it into the side of his neck. Glass cracked with a sharp snap, and the icy liquid surged against the artery. In an instant, a savage demonic power swept through the room. Purple veins writhed across Leon's skin like earthworms. His muscles swelled, his flesh darkened to a deep crimson, and a rank stench filled the air. Within heartbeats, a demon beast avatar nearly 6th tier, 5th rank in strength stood before them, breathing hard and radiating raw destruction. Beastmaster Realm, Subbasement. Almost half an hour had passed since the outbreak. The once chaotic plaza was gradually settling down. A thin film of crimson blood spread across the floor, turning the entire subbasement into something that looked like hell itself. After a brutal fight, most of the blood ghouls had been wiped out. Only a few dozen still lurked around the edges. Yet the eerie, lethal red glow still hung overhead, and no one dared leave the plaza to finish the job. That many can't make waves now. Li Ruoji dragged his exhausted body to Murong-Ye's side, panting hard. Silver lining, I pushed myself to 4th tier, 4th rank under this pressure. Guarding those civilians wasn't a waste after all. Murong-Yi shot him a glare. Great timing. Think a breakthrough matters right now? Who knows when rescue will arrive? His gaze swept the area, turning cold. Have you seen that bastard Suchen? Suchen. Li Ruoji looked around. I saw him at the start, but no idea where he's hiding now. Murong-Ye's face darkened almost to the point of ignition. Knowing him, he got wind of this and bailed early. If he gets out alive while I die here, he'll be the laughingstock of the century. He ground his molars until they hurt, fury and frustration roiling in his chest. Thinking back over the day, he felt as though misfortune had chased him non-stop. In the morning he had tried to humble Su Chun and had been ruthlessly crushed. At the auction he kept Su Chun from winning a single item, but lost billions himself and got a brutal scolding from his father. That evening Su Chun showed off right in his face, and he couldn't find a single comeback. Then the Demon Emperor attacked. Ever since I tangled with that dog, nothing good has happened, Murong-Yi muttered, dismembering Su Chun in his mind for the 1000th time. So, Brother Murong, what now? Li Ruoji asked. What else can we do? Sit tight. Murong-Yi spat. We stay here and wait for rescue unless you want to turn into one of those ghouls. Thank the heavens there's still an 8th tier Beastmaster in Modu, or would be corpses already all because of Su Chun, damn it. His curses echoed through the blood-soaked air, and he failed to notice the ribbon of red light slowly coalescing on the windowsill. Su Chun made a discovery. The strands of crimson light gliding through the night sky had completely lost interest in him. Even the demon beast girl who had been watching him like a hawk now shrank back, as if an invisible hand were strangling her. They crouched in corners, spying like rats, and the moment Su Chun appeared they withdrew into the shadows, refusing even to brush past him. Compared with the brazen way they attacked other passers-by, this abnormal fear sent a chill down Su Chun's spine, yet he secretly rejoiced at least he would not be forced to endure that tormenting illusion again. Su Chun, We're already at the edge of the domain. I can't fly any farther, Qing Lu called from below. Su Chen got to his feet and reached forward. The air looked empty, but a cold, unyielding barrier blocked his way like an invisible wall in a video game. He shoved with his elbow but could not step across it. Clearly, this was the limit of the Yao Emperor's domain. It had not sealed the entire city. Yet beyond the boundary, blood-soaked zombies still roamed in packs. Crimson light churned, and the chill in the air felt cold enough to freeze one's breath. Su Chen stiffened. The Blood Moon's mutation probably had little to do with the Yao Emperor who had cast this domain. Let's land here and figure out how to break through the barrier, Su Chen ordered as he dropped to the ground. Got it. Once they landed, he turned to Yi Lingyun. Lingyun, can you crack this barrier? Even a small opening will do. Yi Lingyun pressed her pale fingertips against the boundary and closed her eyes to sense it. A tidal wave of spatial force poured into her palm, and her brows tightened as her knuckles whitened. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her voice low but certain. I can, but I'll need to absorb a lot of blood to pull it off. Su Chen glanced at his status panel. He had wasted 15 allocation points in the illusion and still had 120 left, enough blood for Yi Lingyun to draw on 120 times. No problem, he agreed without hesitation. Yi Lingyun's smile was enchanting. Since Master has spoken, I'll obey. But if we're going to breach the barrier, we might as well go straight for the domain's singularity. Singularity? Bai Shui tilted her head, eyes wide with curiosity. Lingyun, can you sense where the singularity is? Yi Lingyun nodded lightly. I can. Normally, it's almost impossible to find, but that Yao Emperor seems to be losing ground in the fight and has had to pull back most of his domain power. That's the only reason I can locate it. Excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Great. Then let's destroy it. In a Yao Emperor's domain, the singularity is the core where all demon power converges, the equivalent of the eye of a formation in fantasy arrays. Once it is shattered, the domain collapses from within and the Yao Emperor suffers a fierce backlash. Under ordinary circumstances, the Emperor hides the singularity flawlessly, and even probing for it alerts the main body, so moving against it inside the domain is practically suicide. But luck was on their side. The Yao Emperor was being pinned down by high-level beast tamers and could not spare any attention, and he had even lifted the concealment around the singularity. It was a perfect opportunity. Destroying the singularity would not only dissolve the Demon Emperor's domain, but also give countless trapped civilians a chance to flee. Su Chen figured the system would almost certainly file the deed under his rescue achievement. Subduing the Bashu region alone had earned him 500 points. If he shattered this singularity and saved the people of Modu, 1,000 points seemed perfectly reasonable. 3 kilometers were nothing to Qing Lu. Sprinting flat out, she reached the target in under a minute. Yet the moment the team stepped into the underground garage, they realized the situation was far worse than they had anticipated. Was there a battle here just now? Tushan Ye drew a sharp breath. Shattered walls, twisted rebar, and toppled cars lay tangled with countless corpses, turning the garage into a vision of hell. The heavy stink of blood burned their throats, dark clots still glistening on the floor. From the tattered remains of clothing alone, they could tell that at least several hundred blood zombies had died here. Deep gouges scarred the walls, as though a giant beast had clawed them over and over. From deeper inside came a low, bestial rumble, its echo battering their eardrums in the narrow space. Guards, or something worse? Su Chen frowned, but kept moving. Stay alert. Most of Modus underground garages follow a spiral design, dropping 3 levels below ground. Blood from the burst zombies rushed down the drainage channels like a scarlet waterfall. As they descended, the stench thickened and the number of corpses multiplied. Severed arms and torn torsos were piled high in the parking bays. They finally reached B3, where the singularity lay. The true culprit was waiting, an enormous creature covered entirely in crimson flesh sacks. Each swollen sphere looked like a malignant tumor, oozing yellow pus and fresh blood, fouling the air with its stench. It stood more than 3 meters tall, nearly scraping the ceiling, its massive frame radiating suffocating pressure. With every breath, the bloated growths swelled and contracted, releasing tendrils of demonic energy. Its aura rivaled that of a 6th-tier beast, yet no system interface appeared, showing it shared an origin with the blood zombies while being an even more terrifying variant. The monster spotted them and roared. Tentacle-like limbs coiled, then lashed forward, riding a foul wind straight at the intruders. Hymn of Blessing. Qing Lu raised her hand, a pale golden halo sweeping over the team. Ice burst. Bai Shui summoned frigid air, instantly freezing the creature's lower half. Foxfire. Tushan Ye hurled a violet flame that detonated on impact, warping the air with heat. Their attacks flowed together flawlessly, earning Su Chen's silent approval. Yet an instant later, the monster's agonized roar split the air. It tore its own frozen flesh apart and charged on, trailing gore behind it. The blast had scorched its hide, but only superficially. Hymn of Blessing. Qing Lu chanted again, pushing the buffs to their limit. Bai Shui gathered more frost, ice bursts detonating in rapid succession. Tushan Ye rained violet flames one after another, sparks scattering across the floor. Even so, the creature plowed forward like an avalanche. Chunks of rotten meat sloughed from its body, yet its speed and ferocity never faltered. Their combined assault had failed to inflict any real damage. Master, forgive me, Night Lingyun whispered, then pressed her cherry-red lips to Su Chen's neck. Her delicate fangs broke the skin, warm blood welled up, and her shoulders trembled as the hurried gulps cut through the battlefield's din. Without lifting her mouth, she raised a graceful hand, releasing a surge of demonic energy. The blood pooling on the ground churned as if stirred by an unseen giant, and instantly solidified into a massive crimson chain. Runes flickered along its surface as it lunged like a ferocious python at the writhing flesh ball, the serrated links biting deep and locking it in place. 10th Sand Mile Freeze. Bai Shui acted without hesitation, spreading her arms as a wave of bone-numbing cold swept outward. Her innate skill, End of Day's Winter, needed only a touch of frost. Unless she released it, the target would remain frozen forever. If the ice took hold, it was as good as an instant kill. A deafening roar exploded, thunder rolling across the sky. Invisible sound waves formed semi-transparent shock fronts that shredded the frost layer by layer. The ice storm burst apart in midair, scattering into glittering shards. Hairline cracks raced along the crimson chain, its links screeching and threatening to snap. Tushan Ye and Qing Lu refused to let up, hurling spell after spell from range. Sonic booms braided with foxfire into a blazing column that hammered the creature's hide, but the acoustic barrier felt solid, ripping their attack apart. Flame and sound blades dissolved into sparks. Su Chun drew his bow, and demon arrow carved a violet-black streak through the air, striking true, yet it only raised a few sparks off the thick aura, not even scratching the surface. Stalemate set in at once, every brow tightened, and Su Chun clicked his tongue. This stubborn, huh? He muttered. Night Lingyun pulled away and gently pushed Su Chun aside. She wiped the blood from her lips, scarlet shining in her eyes, a flash of resolve glinting there. Master, leave this monster to me. You go destroy the singularity. You have a plan? Su Chun asked urgently. After feeding, my senses are sharper, she said, staring at the flesh ball. It's actually a living human, someone whose demonic power has gone berserk. Power overload. Su Chun froze and swore under his breath. Don't tell me the Red Skull Church is behind the Demon Emperor raid. Probably not, Night Lingyun replied, her gaze complicated. And he's a man there's no time to explain, Joe. In that brief exchange, Su Chun, Ye, Qing Lu, and Bai Shui reached the same conclusion. Terrifying as the Guardian was, it was still just a treasure sentry in a game. If they could slip past it, that was the perfect way to skip the fight. The rules never said they had to kill the guard to open the chest. Tushan Ye drew a deep breath and cast Mirror Flower, Watermoon. Space rippled like disturbed water as she pulled Su Chun and Qing Lu into a shadowy mirage, their figures blurring into streaks that shot toward the depths of the ruin. Bai Shui stayed behind, frost gathering in her eyes, ready to strike again. If she could freeze even part of that flesh ball, Night Lingyun's burden would be much lighter. I haven't even had the chance to thank you, Sister Lingyun. If you hadn't shown me in person that night, I'd never have gotten this close to the master so quickly. It almost sounds like you're saying your last words. Yi Lingyun chuckled, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. No way. I can't wait for the next time we serve the master together. Before the words were out, the blob-like monster at the far end of the corridor began to writhe. Yi Lingyun's smile vanished. Enough talk, it's breaking free. They'll cover you. The close quarters fight is yours. Leave it to me. Mirror Flower, Watermoon was downright overpowered. The three of them strolled past the flesh orb without so much as a twitch from its tentacles. They kept descending until they reached the building's lowest level, an underground garage. The singularity Lingyun had sensed was on this floor, but Su Chun still had to pinpoint it. Want me to blow the ground open? My sonic boom would do wonders here, Qing Lu said, running her palms over her loudhailer, eyes sparkling. Beside her, Tushan Ye clenched her fists, foxfire dancing at her fingertips. Both clearly preferred the brute force approach. Su Chun waved them off. A big explosion could alert the blob upstairs, and, this close to the singularity, might even wake the Demon Emperor's true body. Besides, he had an easier, safer method. A singularity was a node where demonic power converged. A Beastmaster's soul sensed that power to judge a target's state. Though Su Chen's grip on the Beastmaster's soul was still rough, a domain singularity left by an 8th-tier Demon Emperor pulsed so violently at all but called his name. He shut his eyes and steadied his breathing. Moments later, his brow twitched. He pointed deeper into the garage. That way. Follow me. They stopped at parking space 3, a VIP slot sealed by a roll-up door and keypad lock. Cold blue light leaked from beneath the shutter, and the air around it warped under crushing demonic power. Dust-fine motes of light drifted like mist. Su Chun fixed on the azure sphere inside, drew a deep breath, clamped both hands on the metal shutter and ripped. With a screech of tearing steel, it came apart. Inside sat a luxury sedan worth 10 million credits. Hovering above its roof, a fist-sized blue orb rotated slowly, surface patterns contracting and expanding like breathing, its depth hungry enough to swallow sight itself. It was the first time Tu Shan Yia or Qing Lu had ever seen a domain singularity. Their eyes lit up in unison. Su Chun felt the same away his first close look at such a spectacular energy core. Su Chun, should we hit it? My foxfire's itching to go, Yia said, her gauntlet fists blazing blue-white. Do it, Su Chun replied, voice calm but firm. It won't break easy. If the first shot fails, fire again, no hesitation. Got it. The two beast girls said together. Foxfire and sonic force gathered, heat and concussion nodding in the cramped parking spot. Su Chin pulled back his bow. Demonic power crystallized into a gleaming arrow. Cracking an 8th-tier Demon Emperor's singularity with 4th-tier strength now, that's a thrill, he thought, calculating. If this works, 500 achievement points sounds fair, right? The notion flickered, then the demon arrow flew, followed by a roaring ball of foxfire and a spiraling sonic shockwave. The three forces converged into a single streak of light that slammed into the azure core foxfire and sonic blast detonating on the surface of the singularity. The second basement level of the parking garage. Amber emergency lights flickered on and off, concrete pillars hacking the sight lines to pieces while murderous tension churned in the air. Yi Lingyun moved like the wind, darting between abandoned cars and shadows as she wrestled with the grotesque ball of flesh. One-handed, she brandished the blood-red longsword. Every sweeping cut whipped up a crimson mist and stopped the monster's heat and charges. Along the flank, Bai Shui hugged the wall, slipping in and out while Yi Lingyun drew the aggro. She unleashed a volley of ice skills. Crystalline blue blades shattered into glittering shards that lodged in the creature's sticky hide with an ear-splitting crack. The game's realism showed again, though the freeze couldn't lock the target completely. It slowed the beast sharply. Desperate to stay agile, it kept ripping off frost-covered flesh, throwing its rhythm into chaos. Half-frozen tissue and dark red blood soon carpeted the floor, turning it into a brutal ice garden. The two girls fought on in this bloody, eerie tableau. Dodging a tentacle, Yi Lingyun still found breath to gripe. Man, this thing can really take a beating. I thought a tier 6 would be easy, but this one's a pain. Bai Shui hurled another wave of cold and echoed. It's modeled after a tier 6 from a royal beast clan, so tough is normal. But, Lingyun, isn't it strange? Our master's combat power is ridiculous, just like someone from that clan. Yi Lingyun tapped the floor with her sword tip and nodded. Exactly, so let's hit harder. Tonight we'll go all out and make him explain himself. Bai Shui licked her lips and flashed a sugary smile. You grab the red drops, we'll take the white. Deal. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield inside the Demon Emperor's domain, the 9th rank, 2nd stage Demon Emperor Shindai, serial number 74, the 100-eyed demon spider had taken human form. Abruptly sensing his singularity under heavy assault, he scowled. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he muttered. Those idiots. A beast master this strong in Shanghai and no one dug up his intel? Crap. He could no longer channel demonic power to the singularity, and with a third force suddenly appearing, the city purge was on the verge of collapse. Elsewhere, Han Yuchen straddled his three-legged golden crow, the ice snow butterfly spreading its wings behind him as a shield. Sweat rolled down his temples and soaked his collar. After this long fight, he was certain the Blood Moon mastermind wasn't allied with the 100-eyed demon spider. Yet the third faction's motives were still a mystery. They slaughtered civilians, but never touched him or his comrades, which made no sense. Long Haojia was right, Han Yuchen thought. If I hadn't shown up, this 9th-rank Demon Emperor plus the 7th-rank emperors tied up by the other elites would have leveled Shanghai. Was the strike aimed at Su Chun or the whole city? If only at Su Chun, wasn't dropping a 9th-rank Demon Emperor overkill? He muttered under his breath, eyes sharp. Suddenly the ice snow butterfly spoke into his mind. Master, the enemy seems ready to retreat. Do we pursue? Han Yuchen frowned slightly at the warning. Has he lost his nerve? What happened to him? I'm not sure, the deputy said, voice tight with anxiety. I think the singularity's under attack. The domain barrier is already starting to crack. Han Yuchen swept his narrowed eyes across the battlefield, hesitated for only a heartbeat, then gave a crisp order. Don't chase him. If he wants to run, we can't stop him. Focus on that blood moon first. On it. The frostwing butterfly replied. Her wings beat lightly, drawing demonic energy into the feathers. Icy blue runes spread in an instant. Across the field, the 100-eyed demon spider understood the fight was beyond saving. He folded his 8 arms, shut his eyes, and squeezed out the last of his power. In a blink the sky over Modu split apart, and countless eerie eyes appeared, staring coldly down on the city. In 1 second the combat data of every Beastmaster and the casualty reports of every Thorn Society member seared themselves into his mind. His gaze fixed on Su Chun, who was destroying the domain's singularity, and a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. So an 8th-rank Beastmaster is shielding him a 3rd rank with an 8th-rank guard. Interesting. He spoke the name like carving it into stone. Su Chun, The Thorn Society will remember you. At that moment, the singularity on Su Chen's side collapsed, and the Emperor-grade domain shattered like broken glass. Frostwing Butterfly's ultimate move, Arctic Storm, erupted at full force, a freezing gale plowing straight toward the demon spider. The spider didn't dodge. His form flickered inside the storm, then burst into a spray of foam that drifted away on the wind. Han Yuchen knew the creature wasn't truly dead, but chasing him now was pointless. Shiwa Wu, raise an Emperor-grade barrier. Find out who's behind the blood moon now. Yes, sir. Frost spread out at her command, coating all of Modu in a thin layer of ice. Streetlights shone through crystal flakes, casting a cold white glow. East China Sea. The hundred-eyed demon spider, torn apart moments earlier, reformed in human Guasi, dark-skinned young man, handsome but wan. His chest shook as he spat a mouthful of dark red blood. The backlash from the ruined singularity had left him badly hurt, yet as a ninth-rank demon emperor, he would be fine in half an hour. Wiping the blood from his lips, he glared into the night. All his careful planning, ruined in an instant, had to report to his master at once. His communicator had barely lit up when a curtain of pure white mist slid in without a sound. The fog looked plain, yet felt alien, devouring moonlight and sea breeze alike. Even a ninth-rank senses couldn't find its source. Worse, a strange silhouette drifted inside, one with the haze, sometimes near, sometimes far. Who's there? For the first time, the demon spider backed away on instinct. Though a proud ninth-rank emperor, his heart clenched and icy fear washed over him. Sorry, I'm not human, you know. A playful, girlish voice came from the fog, gentle in tone, yet carrying a pressure that nearly froze the demon spider's blood. The hundred-eyed demon spider froze in shock. With no time to think, it let its demonic power explode, reopening the demon emperor domain as a decoy, so it could slip away. Yet in the depths of the mist, a hazy figure merely flicked a lazy finger. A crisp snap sounded like the final strike of a judge's gavel. Instantly, a terrifying tide of lawborn power crashed down. The demon emperor domain shattered, slamming the spider to the ground, its limbs trembling, unable even to raise its head. When its ragged breathing finally steadied, it saw the newcomer. A young woman stepped from the fog, tall, flawlessly beautiful, fox ears twitching, the silver tip of her tail held high, about 18 years old. An ornate gown laced with gold thread flowed around her, and a folding fan spun gracefully between her fingers. She carried the poise of a noble lady, yet an eerie edge surrounded her. What shocked the spider even more was how closely she resembled the fox woman beside Su Chen, almost identical features and a trace of the same aura. If not for the overwhelming difference in pressure, they could have been mistaken for the same person. You're a spirit beast? A nine-tailed fox? What do you want? The spider stammered. That's a good question. The girl smiled, snapping her fan shut with a crisp click. What do I want? I'm not quite sure myself. Anyway, enough talk. Her last word had barely fallen when a crushing mental force drove into the spider's mind like steel needles. The creature screamed. Uiarg. Go back and tell your master, she murmured, voice icy as she looked down on him. My people are off-limits to the Briar Society. The spider tried to resist, but its consciousness receded like a tide and dissolved into chaos. When the mist cleared, only a dark-skinned man with empty eyes remained, standing motionless like a puppet drained of its soul. Elsewhere, with the hundred-eyed demon spider forced back, Han Yuchen finally broke free and raced toward the Beastmaster realm in search of Su Chun. The moment he entered the Beastmaster Association, his eyes locked on a staff member. You're telling me Su Chen has already left? He demanded coldly. Realizing he was from the first battle zone, the receptionist straightened at once, nervous yet respectful. Yes, sir. He was here at first, but he suddenly disappeared. But I swear, he hasn't become a zombie. No Beastmasters have died here. It was the truth. Since the broadcast, aside from the initial victims who hadn't escaped in time, there had been no new casualties. The blood zombies, while grotesque, lacked intelligence and possessed only third-tier strength, hardly a threat to the many Beastmasters gathered here. Han Yuchen's heart clenched, but he quickly forced down his anxiety and analyzed the situation. If Su Chun could top the global third-tier rankings, his strength was beyond question. His triumph in retaking the Bashu front proved he possessed a keen sense of duty. Han Yuchen guessed that, just like always, the man had slipped away alone to look for a way to break the Cursia level of enthusiasm that honestly left his companions with headaches. With no sign of him anywhere, Han had no choice but to join the mission to hunt the Demon Emperor. Resolute, Han vaulted onto the three-legged golden crow. Its gilded wings beat once, whipping up scorching currents as it shot toward the battlefield. Yet barely half a minute into the flight, a shrill scream erupted from the beast-taming tower's third floor. Ow, what is that? Help! No, damn it. Where did this thing come from? Everyone turned. The door to the Tier 3 wing was soaked in blood, and a swollen crimson mass burst through the frame. Veins writhed under its slick surface, grotesque tumors throbbed in the blood-red moonlight, and it looked ready to tear the air apart at any moment. Shredded clothing still clung to the flesh, a grim reminder that it had once been human. Thunderstorm. A rabbit-eared female beastkin reacted first. She raised her arm, fingers together, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel roared forward, slamming into the meatball. White sparks split the dark and thunder shook the halls, but when the glare faded, only a thin layer of charred dust remained. The mass kept swelling, untouched by the strike. Only then did the rest of the tamers and beastkin snap out of their daze. Blades, fire, and ice rained down from every direction. The creature's aura flared, forming a scarlet barrier that knocked the attacks aside while knitting its ruptured flesh closed. What is this thing made of? Nothing hurts it. Someone shouted. Li Ruo blurted out, it's Morongyi. The blood flare got him, and he turned into that. The scene replayed in his head, bluttered light descending, bones contorting, flesh ballooning in under 10 seconds until Morong Yi became the nightmare now in front of them. Morong clan's air. Air hissed between teeth all around. Why a meatball, though? Everyone else hit by that light turns into zombies, another voice asked. I don't know. It happened right in front of me. So do we fight or not? If the Morong clan finds out, who cares who he was? The scar-faced man barked, his voice cracking off the walls. He's gone. If we don't kill it, we all die? He was the commander who had led the earlier bloody defense against the zombies, and his authority carried weight. Expressions hardened, and the barrage intensified. Blazing meteors, icy lances, and razor gales hammered the creature. Even the walls began to buckle under the shockwaves, forcing support beasts to throw up defensive shields. Light blazed like noon inside the corridor, energy crashing like a tsunami, yet the monster didn't budge. Not even its hide was torn. Then, at last, the mass of flesh let out a soul-rending scream. Suchun, I refuse to die alone. Even in hell, I'm dragging you down with me. Meanwhile, in the underground parking garage, Suchun shattered the blue singularity with a single punch, and the familiar mechanical voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked the achievement Singularity Breaker. You just smashed the lifeline of the Demon Emperor's domain. Aren't you afraid he'll hold a grudge? Achievement points 100. Ping. Total achievement points have exceeded 7,200. Reward unlocked. Demon Slayer Blade. Demon Slayer Blade, a special weapon powered by demonic energy. It can cut through any barrier formed by such energy. A flash of silver split the air. A long saber, jet black from edge to spine, and etched with ancient runes, materialized in Su Chen's hand. Tushan Ye and Qing Lu were unfazed. Compared with refining objects midair, conjuring a weapon out of thin air was child's play to them. But Su Chen had no time to admire his new toy. His eyes stayed locked on the collapsing blue sphere ahead. The energy lingering inside felt like the power sealed in Demon Beast, cores only far purer. Normally a beast had to fight through countless battles to refine such a core and level up. Now that ready-made energy floated right in front of them. Letting it go to waste would be criminal. He turned to his companions. Yeah? Qing, how about swallowing this energy? Huh? Tushan Ye and Qing Lu exchanged surprised looks. You weren't supposed to ingest random, unknown stuff, and since when could energy be eaten? Su Chen nodded earnestly. I think it's worth a shot. They'll go first, then. Qing Lu finally decided. She pinched off a wisp of light as though plucking cotton candy, brought it to her lips, and swallowed. A heartbeat later, a violent aura exploded inside her. Her body trembled. Joy flashed uncontrollably in her eyes. Her cultivation surged straight from 4th tier, stage 1 to 4th tier, stage 2. At the same time, Su Chun felt a ripple of feedback. The bottleneck in his own meridians loosened, leaving him one step from the 4th tier. It really works. Qing Lu's voice quivered with excitement. My turn. Tushan Ye no longer hesitated. She scooped up a huge chunk of energy and gulped it down like a starving woman diving into a feast. Boom. Light roared around her. Spiritual power erupted within like a volcano, instantly shattering her restraints. She, too, reached 4th tier, stage 2. Simultaneously, Su Chen's true essence found its outlet, and he advanced to 4th tier, stage 1. The system chimed again. Congratulations, host, on reaching 4th tier. Please accept this system's most heartfelt blessings. You won't misunderstand my sincerity, will you? Achievement points 200. Ping. Total achievement points have exceeded 7,300. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ping. Total achievement points have exceeded 7,400. New skill unlocked. Master level combat techniques. Before Su Chun could finish listening to the system's notification, top-tier combat arts. Unmatched close quarters skills and mastery of every weapon. Tushan Ye shouted, save some for me. In the junior, you owe me my share. She and Qing Lu squabbled like twins fighting over leftovers, scrambling to seize the last wisps of energy leaking from the Demon Emperor singularity. The power of an 8th-tier Demon Emperor spoke for itself. Even the scraps could propel a 4th-tier beast through a bottleneck. In barely half a minute, Tushan Ye shot to 4th tier stage 4, Qing Lu climbed to stage 5, and Su Chun also rode the wave, reaching 4th tier stage 4 and saving a year of hard cultivation. Su Chun, you're amazing. Yeah, who would even think of something like this? Both women stared at him with open admiration, their eyes reflecting his tall silhouette. Su Chun lifted his chin and said with a grin, "Piece of cake." Smashing a demon emperor singularity and then absorbing its energy was unheard of. No one dared risk a demon emperor's wrath by dismantling his core, let alone gulp down the power afterward. The idea sparked another thought. Once he was strong enough, could he treat a demon emperor as an XP pack, drain him dry, and then finish him off? Logic quickly reminded him of energy conservation. Masters lose cultivation when transferring power, so endless farming was just a fantasy. He brushed the notion aside and waved. "Let's go help Ling Yun and Bai Shui." The three hurried back to the second level of the underground garage. Yi Ling Yun and Bai Shui were still kiting a blob-like monster. Whips and ice blades landed in rapid succession, but only slowed it down. Each ponderous step shook the concrete, while its demonic barrier held firm like iron. Sweat beaded down the women's cheeks, their breathing ragged. They were near their limit. Su Chen knew it was his moment to shine. Drawing a deep breath, he flooded the demon-slaying blade with demon power. Dark crimson patterns lit up along the steel like flowing magma. He lunged forward, leaving afterimages behind, and closed the gap in a blink. Sensing danger, the monster roared and swung a fist larger than Su Chen himself, the air howling like an artillery shell. The punch roared toward him, yet Su Chen vanished. He hadn't turned invisible. Head simply moved so fast he reappeared behind the monster. A flash of silver tore through the air. The blob creature's massive fist was lopped off in a single, undefended stroke. In that instant, the meatball's blank surface betrayed nothing, yet its faint quivers and ragged breaths screamed its state of mind-utter bewilderment. The barrier it had labored to raise was sliced apart as if it were paper. Su Chun seized the opening. Blades flashed like falling starlight, carving deep, crisscrossing gouges through the creature's bloated hide as easily as tearing plastic wrap. With every cut, dark red blood sprayed, and the air thickened with a metallic, sickly sweet tang. The beast girls were no less relentless. They skimmed along the ground and flipped through the air, weaving between ruined parking spots with ghost-like precision. Each time Su Chun opened a new wound, a fireball, ice shard, bolt of lightning, or arrow slammed into it a heartbeat later. With its shield gone, the meatball's attention was locked on Su Chun, leaving it helpless against the onslaught. Even flesh as tough as a sixth-tier beast's buckled under the barrage, forcing the hulking mass to stagger backward. Concrete cracked, and metal shrieked as the monster was driven to the edge. Its sheer weight punched through the guardrail, and it plunged into the darkness of the lowest parking level. A cloud of dust billowed, veiling half the garage. "Beast tamers must die. Freedom is with us." A sudden roar echoed from the pit, low and laced with a foreign accent. Su Chen paused. He knew enough English to grasp the words. Xiao Limo had mentioned that slogan it belonged to the Thorn Society. Could this creature be one of them? How had it become like this? Questions flickered, but battle left no room for distraction. Whoever it was a monster now. Su Chen growled, "Limit break." The energy in his chest detonated, and an overwhelming aura flooded the garage like a tidal wave. The long-dormant secret art flared, driving every stat in his body to its peak. His physique alone shot past the 200-point threshold. Boom. He inhaled once and lunged. Cement shattered under his shoes, spiderweb cracks racing outward. In the night's gloom, he became a streak of silvery light darting through broken pillars, so fast the air tore open, successive sonic booms hammering the ears. Before the meatball could even raise a stubby arm, Su Chen appeared behind it. Time seemed to drain away. Man, monster, and the four women froze, while the sharp echoes of the sonic bursts lingered in the stillness. Moments later, a hoarse whisper seeped from deep within the creature. "WWHY Lena, Ailey, I have always loved you." The voice was fractured, a dying plea. A ghastly slash suddenly split open across the meatball's massive body. The wound spread in an instant like a jagged fault line, tearing the blob's upper body apart. With a dull thud, the mutilated torso slid along the split, hit the ground, and melted into thick blood that gurgled into the gutter. "Congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement. First aberrant kill. Congratulations, host. You have slain an aberrant and earned 200 achievement points. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 7,500. Free attribute points 5. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 7,600. Free attribute points 5. Su Chen frowned. So it's called an aberrant? But killing that blood zombie earlier didn't trigger an achievement. Are they not the same creature? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. To sit over? Bai Shui finally let out a long breath and sagged like a deflated balloon. She looked down at her white dress. Such a pretty dress. It would be a shame if it got bloody. Before she noticed, Su Chun had returned to the group, bent down, and scooped her into his arms. Her cheeks flushed pink as she giggled. "Hee hee, I knew my master would come carry me." Su Chen flicked her forehead and smiled indulgently. "You little fox. Just wait till I get back to you." "Can't wait," Bai Shui replied with an impish grin. After a bit of banter, they stepped across the wet pavement and returned to solid ground. The blood-red moon still hung overhead, its crimson halo seeping down as though mocking their recent struggle. Su Chun had shattered the Demon Emperor's domain above Magic City, yet the real danger was far from over. In the distance, the fierce aerial battle seemed to have ended, the singularity destroyed, the Demon Emperor wounded, the enemy withdrawing for now. By Su Chen's estimate, 15 minutes had passed since he shattered the singularity, yet not a single reinforcements had shown up. To truly settle the chaos, they would have to find whoever was controlling the blood moon. Roar, roar, roar. The familiar roar shook the entire city. Following the sound, their eyes went wide. Among the skyscrapers crawled a monster identical to the one they had just killed, a massive ball of flesh built from countless writhing chunks, each reeking of rot. The blood on the streets was drawn to it like filings to a magnet, merging with its bulk and swelling it toward 100 meters tall. Every step it took made the ground thunder, toppling skyscrapers like cardboard cutouts and sending clouds of rubble sky high. Overhead, squadrons of elite beastmasters on flying monsters bombarded it with fire and lightning, the scene straight out of a disaster movie. What is that? No idea, but it's definitely not some run-off-the-mill beast. Looks like it's heading this way. Don't tell me we killed its baby, and now it's here for revenge. The beast girls' faces turned deathly pale, worse than when Yi Yulong had hurled them into the Demon Emperor's domain, showing just how terrifying this fleshy monstrosity was. Time slid back a little. While Su Chun was fighting the meatball monster in the underground garage, a simultaneous manhunt was underway on the third floor of the beast-taming domain. A large contingent of beastmasters had assembled there. Fifth-tier experts were everywhere, and 3 sixth-tier powerhouses were personally holding the line. Yet the rooms in the Tier 3 zone were so cramped that none of them could fight properly. If the domain collapsed, civilians would be buried in the rubble, the entire building would lie exposed to the moonlight, and the place would turn into a blood-soaked hunting ground, an outcome they could not risk. After weighing the odds, the high-tier beastmasters decided to lure the berserk Murong Yi to the plaza and then surround him. The strategy looked sound and worked at first. Murong Yi was successfully drawn outside, and no one in the plaza was hurt. What nobody foresaw was that the blood spilled by the slain blood zombies would become a divine tonic for him. In less than 3 seconds his body doubled, and it was still expanding. Su Chun, Su Chun, Su Chun! A hoarse, guttural cry rolled out from deep inside the fleshy mass, saturated with hatred and unwillingness. The Beastmasters launched a tidal wave of attacks, but the blood-fueled Murong Yi was no longer the same opponent. The demonic barrier he spread out was like a bottomless black hole. Even barges from 6th-tier spirit beasts vanished without a ripple. What on earth is this thing? Are our attacks even doing anything? Damn it, don't stop. I refuse to believe he can block everything. They kept firing as they cursed, yet could only watch Murong Yi gulp down blood. 3 meters, 5, 10, 20, 30 in barely 2.5 minutes, he was over 50 meters tall, a towering pillar of flesh dominating the plaza. Damn it, how did this happen? I can't hold on. You guys keep going. Don't quit. Push harder, or we're all dead. Just as panic was about to break them, Han Yuchen wrapped up his own battle, cut down the remaining demon emperors, and rushed over. The moment his squad looked up, the colossal Murong Yi left them speechless. None of them had ever seen anything like him. Han Yuchen made a snap decision, rallying every beastmaster above the 5th tier into an assault squad. Yet even blows from an 8th tier demon emperor sank into that demonic barrier without a trace. Close quarters combat did partly bypass the shield, but the wounds they opened were superficial. Without the boost of demonic power, their damage was negligible. Luck and misfortune tangled together. Murong Yi's obsession with Su Chun was engraved in his bones. He had no interest in these flies. Dragging his ever-swelling bulk of flesh, indifferent to the firestorms and furious shouts all around, he lumbered westward. With no better option, Han Yuchen ordered his flying beasts to evacuate civilians along the route to safety. No one expected that the creature known as Murong Yi, drenched in the blood on the ground, would swell out of control and, within moments, become a colossal sphere of flesh that blotted out the sky and boasted astonishing defenses. Han Yuchen seized clan patriarch Murong One by the collar, his voice like a blade. Murong One, what kind of monster have you people been keeping? How did it end up like this? Murong One's face went deathly pale, and he stammered. I really don't know. Yi may have a temper, but he has limits. He'd never touch anything that dark. The Murong clan might be powerful locally, but in front of the first battle district they were small fry, too scared to hide a thing. Then tell me why others at most become zombies. Yet he's so different. I don't know. You would never do something like this. I am sorry, I lost my head. Seeing the tears redden Murong Wen's eyes, Han Yuchen let go and sighed. From the way the man had just fought Murong Yi to the death, he was convinced there was no cover-up. This monster might be unique for now, but if more people mutated into forms even an 8th rank beastmaster couldn't subdue, the real disaster would begin. Thinking of the overtime ahead, he grumbled inwardly, what a pain. They'll have to hit up Lao Long for extra pay. Back to the present, the enormous meatball sensed Su Chen's aura and went berserk. Suchun, Suchun, Suchun Aard. It howled in a raspy, warped voice, its churning flesh surging straight at him. Suchun, it'll kill you. It's all your fault. Why? Why did I become like this? Suchun nearly cursed. Had he known the meatball had a parent and that they could share information, he would never have killed the little one. Just as he prepared to mount Qing Lu and flee, a blinding gold beam split the sky and swept him and several beast girl companions onto the back of a three-legged golden crow. Su Chun, don't panic. I'm Han Yuchen from the 1st Battle District. I know, Senior. Good to see you. Su Chun recognized him and exhaled in relief. Han Yuchen relaxed a little as well and continued. The situation is critical. That meatball is Murong Yes mutated form, and its target is you. Do you have any clues? Su Chun froze. Murong Yi had turned into that in barely an hour? After a brief pause, he replied honestly, Colonel Han, to be frank, I just ran into a similar meatball creature, but I've already taken care of it. Han Yuchen's heart jolted, and he stared at Su Chun in astonishment. You're saying you killed that fleshball creature? Su Chun gave a slight nod, his voice calm. Yes. It looked like someone from the Thorn Society. I have no idea how they ended up in that form. Han Yuchen's brows tightened. He had assumed the monster was a bioweapon the Thorn Society developed. After all, they could build the Red Skull Chuch's bizarre devices, so creating a flesh ball that absorbs demon energy wasn't impossible. Yet if the Thorn Society's own people were now victims, what did that mean? Was someone else pulling the strings? While he mulled it over, the three-legged golden crow, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke. How did you kill the flesh ball? Without hesitating, Su Chun drew the Demon Slayer blade from his beast-taming space, its edge flashing cold light. Channel demon energy into it, and it slices through any energy barrier. Once the flesh ball loses its shield, it's basically target practice. Colonel Han, if you don't mind, you can use it. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Su Chen's ears. Items and weapons granted by this system are for the host's use only. Su Chen froze inside. Damn, that's critical information. Outwardly, he stayed composed, managing a wry smile. Luckily, Han Yuchen didn't reach for the weapon. After a quick inspection, he motioned for Su Chun to put it away. All special arms developed in the 8th War Zone bind to whoever infuses them with spiritual power first. No one else can wield them afterward. You'd have to visit the Beast Tamer Association to lift the binding, and we obviously don't have time. So the blade really can break the flesh ball's energy shield? Han Yuchen asked. It can, Su Chen answered honestly, but I can't guarantee it will hurt the creature itself. The one I fought was maybe 1% the size of the beast in front of us. Han Yuchen lowered his head, running countless scenarios through his mind. Suddenly a streak of icy light flashed overhead. The ice snow butterflies zipped back and landed before them, wings trembling with excitement. Master, I've made a major discovery. What did you find? Han Yuchen looked up at once. Did you locate whoever's controlling the blood moon? No. The butterfly shook her head. I realized the blood moon functions like a demon emperor domain. It revolves around a single singularity. Destroy that point and the blood moon collapses. The singularity is on the monster Murong Yi. The word struck like thunder. Han Yuchen's eyes sharpened, as if he could already see victory on the horizon. Well, that's convenient. It looks like Murong Yi was warped into this half-man, half-monster because of the singularity's massive demonic energy. Realizing this, Han Yuchen buried his pity and said grimly, Su Chun, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you this time. Tear a hole in his demonic shield and leave the rest of the assault to us. Can you do it? No problem. Leave it to me, Su Chen answered without hesitation. Han Yuchen laid out the plan in brief. All beast tamers, listen up. Anyone who has a contracted beast with ranged attacks is to join the fight. Bring this thing down, and we live. His voice exploded across the battlefield, and the once suppressed crowd instantly erupted. The tamers from every clan, looking at the younger generation trapped inside the perimeter, felt both anxious and fired up. The dawn of victory was within reach. Above them, the three-legged golden crow beat its wings, Su Chun on its back constantly shifting altitude. Below, the monstrous Murong Yi bellowed, Su Chen it run. His hulking mass could not reach its prey, so he solidified the blood around him into fleshy globes and hurled them skyward. But an 8th tier, 10th stage Emperor-class golden crow was far too nimble. The crude projectiles never even came close. Su Chun held every ounce of aggro steady, giving his comrades the opening they needed. In the blink of an eye, tamers of 5th tier and above had silently completed the encirclement, forming a ring around Murong Yi. The time is now, everyone. Hit the legs with everything you've got. Han Yuchen shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of skills rained down like a storm, torrents of elemental light swallowing the monster's lower limbs. The demonic barrier flickered violently, blocking most of the barrage, yet a handful of especially savage blasts slipped through the gaps and blasted deep craters into his ankles. They were in a busy commercial district, with subway tunnels and underground malls beneath their feet. The foundations were already strained. The craters shattered the supporting structures, the beast's weight shifted, and its lower body crashed into the tunnels below. still lunging after Su Chun. The immense inertia pitched the 100-meter mass of flesh forward. Rumble. The entire street quaked under the impact, dust billowing everywhere. Murong Yes' colossal back lay fully exposed, masonry scattering in all directions. Han Yuchen barked, Su Chun now. System, allocate 30 points to physique. Ding. Allocation complete. Current physique, 141.0 out of 141.0. Su Chun tightened his grip on the Demon Slayer blade. Demonic power surged as the golden crow dove, and he leapt from its back, carving a blazing arc through the air. Limit break. Power erupted, his physique soaring past 250. He became a burning meteor, driving straight toward Murong Yes' exposed spine. Scree. A shrill tearing split the sky. The Demon Slayer blade forced a gash through the demonic barrier and ripped a hole clean through flesh and bone. The next instant, Hanbing Shuadi used shift of shadows and shapes, her figure flickering as she swapped positions with Su Chun. The moment she landed, she slid several meters to create distance, her clear shout echoing across the battlefield. Now, everyone, hit the fisher on his back with everything you've got. Flames, lightning arcs, spirit blades, and arrows poured into the narrow crack like a breached floodgate, tearing into the monster's writhing flesh. Su Chun, I will never ever forgive you. Murong Yi roared, the swollen, distorted mass of meat under him churning frantically, as if trying to escape in agony beyond words. Suddenly, a jet of pitch-black foray so dark it seemed to devour light erupted from his body and shot straight toward the blood-red moon. The eerie sight made countless beastmasters gasp. Su Chun reacted first. He vaulted onto Qing Lu and turned into a streak of teal lightning in pursuit of the black beam. Foxfire. Frozen wasteland. Bloodwing slash. The beast girls struck together, fire, frost, and crimson light intertwining into a three-colored storm that chased the fleeing darkness. Crack. Like shattered glass, the black beam froze and split into countless fine threads. Up close they saw it wasn't light at all, but a mass of highly compressed dark energy. With the barrier broken, the energy unraveled, drifting away like smoke on the wind. Bai Shui remembered Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu mentioning devouring singularities to level up, curiosity flashing in her eyes. She started to absorb it, but Su Chun pulled her back. Don't touch it, he warned. My Beastmaster soul is rejecting it, whatever that stuff is, it's bad news. Try to refine it and you'll regret it. Seconds later, under everyone's disappointed gazes, the dark energy dispersed completely. The blood moon dimmed at once, losing its eerie glow. Deprived of support, Murong Yi burst into a cloud of blood. Then, as if a giant pane of glass had been smashed, cracks spiderwebbed across sky, and Earth's pace itself began to collapse. Su Chun, the Beast Girls, Han Yuchen, and every Beastmaster and civilian throughout Modu were swept into boundless chaos. No one knew how long had passed. An hour? A day? A year? Su Chun slowly opened his eyes. All he could see was pure white. Time seemed absent, yet the place felt strangely reassuring. Where am I? He muttered, rubbing the corner of his eye. Hey, you're finally up. A crisp female voice sounded beside him. Su Chun turned and saw the familiar figure of Tushan Yeye. But when his gaze drifted to the information panel floating above her head, a shock like lightning nearly sent him jumping out of his skin. Name, Tushan Yu. Species ID, number 007, nine-tailed fox. Rank, Tier 10, Stage 10. Vitality, 999.0, 999.0. Demonic power, 400.0, 400.0. Innate talent, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Abilities, Foxfire, Celestial Enchanting Eyes. Unity of Myriad Forms, Purifying Flame. Allure of the Masses, Heaven's Wrath, Flame of Desolation. Domain, Illusory World, and more. Bond level, 25. What the? A Tier 10 Demon Emperor? Su Chun jolted upright, palms scraping the ground as he instinctively scooted several steps back. Tushan Yu covered her mouth with a playful laugh, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She twirled her folding fan, half admiring, half appraising him. As I thought, you can see through any beast's abilities. Su Chun, exactly what kind of gift is that? I'm dying to know. Su Chun swallowed hard, forcing his heartbeat to settle. He fixed his gaze on the face identical to Tushan Yeye's and on the bond that had already reached 25 despite no contract. His quick judgment, at least for now, she wouldn't kill him. Drawing a deep breath, he managed a strained grin, half joking, half probing. So, gorgeous, what can I do for you? I already have 4 girlfriends, but if you don't mind being the 5th, I certainly won't refuse. Her silvery laugh rang out, dimples appearing on her cheeks, yet an elusive pressure lingered beneath the cute exterior. Su Chun, you're the first person bold enough to crack a joke like that in front of me. Suddenly, she snapped the fan shut, her gaze turning razor sharp. Time is short, so let's skip the nonsense. Answer me, did you meet a being tonight that you'd never encountered before? You mean that thing called an aberrant demon? Su Chun kept his tone as even as possible. Correct, you even know its name. Approval flickered in her eyes. Do you realize why only members of the Morong clan and Thorn Society turn into those creatures? Dig into the so-called beast-taming families. You'll find the answer yourself. Su Chun grumbled inwardly. Couldn't she just spell it out? Typical riddle lover. Tu Shan, you raised an eyebrow, half amused, half challenging. No one else has ever spoken to me like that. But you're too weak right now to hear more. Seeing an aberrant demon tonight is enough for the moment. Get some rest. Your busy days are coming soon. And that little vampire is fine, so stop worrying. Before her words had fully faded, the pure white space around them shattered. Su Chin's vision blurred, and a tremendous force seemed to hurl him away. When consciousness returned, he was lying in a hospital bed. White walls, soft lights, and the faint smell of disinfectant greeted him. He blinked hard to bring the room into focus. Beside the bed, a girl watched him with nerves and excitement tangled in her expression. Suchin, don't scare me like that. You're finally awake. He froze. It was his mentor, Xiao Limo. Weariness and anxiety were etched across her face. Professor Xiao, what are you doing here? She sighed in exasperation. What am I doing? You've been unconscious for almost a month. This is the first battle zone hospital, and you nearly scare me to death. Huh. Su Chin's shout reverberated through the ward. Afterward, Xiao Limu gave Su Chin a detailed rundown of what had happened after Modu was attacked. That night, the city's outskirts blazed with lights bright as midday. Thousands of beast tamers hastily recalled from every war zone arrived first, followed by volunteer units from nearby cities, each one merging into the defensive line. In total, more than 100,000 tamers made it to the scene. Xiao Limu stood among them, calm chatter crackling in her ears, a knot of dread tightening in her chest. The entire city was wrapped in a dense fog visible to the naked eye. The wall of mist churned as though determined to seal Modu off from the outside world. Ninth-tier tamers poured out their strongest skills bursts of light, and flame flared in the swirling haze, yet the fog didn't budge. Everyone was powerless. Time dragged on. After an hour, the mist abruptly receded, rolling back through the streets like a retreating tide, and revealing a devastated wasteland. The once prosperous Modu was now a ruin of collapsed roads and twisted rebar. The tamers froze in shock, then quickly split into teams and moved into the city to rescue survivors. They encountered no enemy, only large swaths of unconscious people, civilians and tamers alike. Scans showed that every one of them was alive but trapped in an unwakeable sleep. That lone piece of good news let everyone breathe easier. Headquarters ordered all civilians transferred to nearby hospitals, while personnel from the war zones were taken back to their own sectors for treatment. Once the situation was under control, things settled into the uneasy stalemate they faced now. At this point, Xiao Limu wiped her eyes, her voice shaking. Su Chun, I was terrified. Most people woke up in about a week, the latest in half a month. But you were out for so long, if you'd never opened your eyes, I wouldn't have known what to do. Tears slipped down her cheeks like broken pearls. Trying to lighten the mood, Su Chun raised his brows in mock calm. If I really hadn't woken up, Miss Xia, you should have found a decent guy and married him. Don't waste your life on me. Her face flushed, and she flicked his forehead. Stop talking nonsense. No one's becoming a widow for you. Su Chun, you're finally awake. The ward door flew open and an excited voice burst in. Ji Xuan dragged in a blue-haired girl, her face alight with relief. A projected interface tagged the newcomer as her contracted spirit beast, the frost snow butterfly. Compared with Han Yuchen's partner of the same species, this one felt warmer, its gentle smile making it seem more approachable. Su Chen exhaled softly. He hadn't expected Ji Xuan to be here as well. Yeah, I never thought I'd sleep that long either. You scared me half to death. Ji Xuan tried to glare at him, but couldn't keep the grin off her face. What's there to be scared of? We're not exactly family. How are we not? We trained in the same cohort. She shot back, refusing to let it go. Their playful exchange held the easy rhythm of old friends. Watching them, Xiao Limu's lips curved in a faint smile, though a trace of sorrow hid beneath it. Years ago, her own comrades had been the same, bickering day after day or hurrying off to their next mock argument. Those bright voices were now only memories because all of them were gone. One misjudgment had thrown their squad into the Demon Emperor's trap, and the scene was still painfully vivid. That night, flames shot into the sky while a mist of blood mixed with blistering demonic energy filled the air. Amid the howls and roaring wind, her teammates lunged at the shadowy monsters again and again, using their bodies to block those rending claws for one another. In the end, only Xia Limo staggered out alive, blood dripping from her injured shoulder, and that bone-deep pain took root in her heart. Yet when she recalled it now, she found herself feeling a strange nostalgia for the comrades who had fought to the death to protect her. Before her thoughts could drift any further, several contracted beasts inside Su Chin's beast space began to wake one after another. Because the space draws its energy directly from the tamer, the beasts looked almost exactly as they had before they lost consciousness. Tu Shanyi lounged on her side, still as sultry as ever. Qing Lu swept back her long hair, exuding the same cool competence. Yi Lingyun blinked her dark eyes, no less mischievous than usual. The youngest, by Shui, hugged her tail, still as soft and fluffy as a cotton ball. The room was eerily quiet, as though the Modu assault had never happened. By the way, Su-chun, do you realize how famous you've become? Xiao Limo broke the silence, shoving her phone toward them while her fingers flew across the screen. The display was crammed with sensational headlines. Shocking. The mysterious fox and bluebird from the beast realm belong to this year's top student, Su-chun. Unbelievable. What kind of monster-level genius is this kid? Multiple witnesses confirm Su-chun landed the final blow on the mastermind of the Modu assault. In June, he was a first-tier beast tamer. By November, he's a third-tier, standing atop the world, and saving millions in Majiwat makes the legendary tamer Su-chun so extraordinary? Click to find out. Legendary tamer Su-chun remains unconscious. Has this prodigy's light gone out? Rumor has it Su-chun has now advanced to 4th tier and contracted for beasts. How is such peerless talent forged? Click here to explore Su-chun's past and present. Next came a string of grim statistics. Roughly 30% of Modus civilians were killed in the attack, and 35,468 beast tamers lost their lives, the worst toll in nearly 30 years. Power has been reshuffled throughout the city. The Morong clan has been arrested in full-on charges of human experimentation, with a public military tribunal scheduled in a month. Stay tuned. Su-chun's eyelids twitched. This avalanche of clickbait prose was identical to the stuff from his previous world, and now they were even inventing past lives to crown him as some reincarnated sage. As he was grumbling, a mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. True Hero 3. Congratulations on saving the people of Modu. Host, what do you think is the origin of abyssals? Achievement points 400. Ding. Total achievement points have surpassed 7,700. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding. Total achievement points have surpassed 7,800. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding. Total achievement points have surpassed 7,900. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding. Total achievement points have surpassed 8,000. Awarded new skill Power of Negation. The system intoned coolly, Power of Negation. For a limited time, nullifies a beast's innate abilities, rendering them unusable. Su-chun let out a helpless sigh. He remembered every drop of sweat and blood from that battle, but at least the ending was a happy one. Who was alive. His companions were alive, and everyone had grown stronger. Thinking about the new skill, he rubbed his brow, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This Power of Negation sounded pretty damn impressive. After thinking it over, Su-chun finally decided it would be safer to ask Tushan Yaya. He picked up the fragrant, sizzling drumstick, placed it gently in Yaya's bowl, and lowered his voice. Yaya, I have a question. She glanced at him, grabbed the drumstick without hesitation, and took a huge bite, grease running down her fingers. Shoot. Su-chun hesitated for half a heartbeat, then asked directly, do you know any other nine-tailed foxes? Crunch. Yaya froze mid-bite, shock written across her face. She blinked, then shook her head blankly. No. Why are you asking? Su-chun pressed on. Does the name Tushan Yu mean anything to you? Tushan Yu. The moment the name left his lips, yeah. Qing Luho was leisurely peeling shrimpan by Shui, who was lifting rice to her mouth, all stopped, and stared at Su-chun. Even Yi Lingyun, perched on his shoulder teasing him with her fangs, drew back in surprise. The girls had thought he might be considering a new fox contract. None expected him to know an actual name. Su-chun decided there was no point in hiding it, so he recounted the dream in which he had barged into a snow-white world and met the 10th-tier fox emperor Tushan Yu. When he finished, he shrugged helplessly. It felt like a dream, but it was far too vivid. I wanted to make sure. Yaya shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry. I've never heard of her. I was locked up in Yecheng when I was little and haven't met any of my own kind since. Su-chun nodded lightly. No worries. Maybe it really was just a dream. At that moment, Bai Shui smacked her forehead as if remembering something crucial. Master, why not check the library for records on the Yu Yao clans? When I worked for the Red Skull Church, I once overheard Wang Shuamei talking about them. I couldn't get closer because I was guarding hostages, but I'm sure she was planning to capture clan members. Qing Lu picked up the thread. Yang Luer told me, before he died, that people were disappearing in his area, members of the Yu Yao clans. Could it be connected? Su-chun's brow furrowed. The Red Skull Church served the Thorn Society. The aberration in the underground garage belonged to the society too. Morong Yi came from a Yu Yao clan. The threads were starting to tangle. Yi Lingyun added, those Yu Yao people are definitely strange. Remember when I asked you to help me retrieve the Blood Soul Pearl? I didn't go to them because they can refine the pearl as well. Technically it's lethal to humans, yet they can absorb it. Honestly, they don't even seem human. Exactly, Bai Shui agreed, nodding gravely. I feel the same way. The humans of the Yu Yao clan are downright strange. Tushan Yaya chimed in, deliberately leaving Su-chun out of the accusation. Apart from him, everyone in that clan could fight on equal footing with the demons, which was nothing short of bizarre. The girls' chatter echoed around him, but Su-chun drifted into deep thought. When teacher Xiao Limo had first mentioned the Yu Yao clan, he dismissed it as just another special physique from a cultivation novel. Now, it seemed clear these people were hiding something far deeper. Perhaps investigating the Yu Yao clan was the key to solving his own mystery. After confirming Su Chun was fine, Xiao Limo returned to the northwest front. She had taken an entire month off to stay with him, forfeiting her bonus in the process, and the gesture struck Su Chin hardware. Could he find another teacher like her? A billionaire himself, he silently vowed to repay every cent she had lost. After lunch, Su Chun headed straight for the first war zone library. The information online was too superficial. If he wanted to uncover the link between the aberrant fiends and the Yu Yao clan, this collection reputed to be the finest in the world was his only real option. The moment he stepped inside, he understood the meaning of grand. Towering shelves rose like a forest, forming what felt like an entire city of books, the collection surely numbered in the tens of millions. Time was no obstacle. His superiors had ordered him to stay in the first war zone and keep a low profile until the situation cooled down. Even Tu Shanyu in his dreams urged him to take a breather. The future would be hectic enough. Su Chun decided to obey and savor the rare lull, even joking to himself that perhaps he should spend some effort with the Beast Girl squad and see if he could hatch a monster egg purely in jest, of course. He first obtained a detailed catalog map from the librarian, then, together with his companions, wove through corridors and stacks, hunting down every reference to the Yu Yao clan. At last, in a secluded corner, he discovered a time-worn volume entitled The Origins of the Yu Yao clan. The pages were yellowed, but the record was meticulous. It mentioned the first confirmed member of the Yu Yao clan in Dragon Kingdom history, Xiao Yang. An orphan, Xiao had been rescued from a low-level beast nest a century after the monsters first appeared, when he was only 3. According to the book, he had been gnawed almost to the bone, his skeleton exposed, the scene too horrific to imagine. Beast healing magic could at best hasten recovery. It could not instantly mend fatal wounds. By every rational measure, Xiao Yang should have died, yet against all odds, he survived. During those turbulent years, people hailed him as a savior sent from the heavens. He lived up to the title, rising through raw talent and relentless effort. With a human body that rivaled the beasts, he displayed extraordinary combat power and helped humanity reclaim large swaths of lost territory, truly earning the name of savior. It had taken almost 2.5 hours to track down the latter half of Xiao Yang's tale in another section of the archive. The bundle of yellowed pages, their corners frayed, quietly recounted the birth of the very first demon-taming bloodline. As time passed, Xiao Yang's strength soared. Whenever he faced opponents of the same rank, he demolished their beasts with overwhelming force and was almost never defeated. His fame spread from battlefield to town and soon swept across the entire Dragon Kingdom, turning him into a hero revered by countless people. Families eager to share his bloodline sprang into action. Some hired matchmakers, others arrived in person, offering their daughters to him. Xiao Yang never refused. If a woman was delivered to his door, he accepted her without hesitation. Every child born of these unions inherited his gifts, unleashing power that rivaled feral monsters while remaining purely human. Because their mastery of demon arts approached perfection, the world dubbed the bloodline the demon-taming clan, a name that proclaimed their command over such powers. In time, the Xiao clan's title as a demon-taming family was written proudly into the annals of the Dragon Kingdom. The record ended there. Yet an even larger question surfaced in Su Chen's mind. Why did the internet contain not a single word about such a legendary lineage? He had never even heard of a Xiao clan. Frowning, he stared at the blank search results on his phone. A figure of this stature should have left mountains of material, books, interviews, film adaptations, everything. Yet the information seemed to have been wiped away. Could someone be hiding it? Or is it just folklore? Bai Shui suggested. Hard to say. We need to dig deeper. So let's keep at it, Su Chen urged. Got it. A week flashed by in the blink of an eye. Aside from meals and the occasional night out, Su Chen practically buried himself between library shelves, even summoning the maid Yun Qian to help hunt for traces of the demon-taming clan. Despite their best efforts, they found nothing. The scraps they did uncover amounted to common knowledge at best. At the same time, Su Chun experienced the celebrity effect for the first time. Several senior fighters from the 5th and 6th sectors greeted him whenever they came to search for data, their voices dripping with flattery. Even more absurd, after news of his awakening spread a week earlier, residents of the 1st sector had strung up banners celebrating his recovery. A fanfare bordered on ridiculous. Ugh, this is so hard, Su Chun groaned, collapsing onto Tu Shanye's plush tail. Tu Shanye draped 2 tails over him and whispered, maybe it really was just a dream, so don't let it trouble you. Su Chen sighed helplessly. If it truly had all been a dream, everything would be so much easier. All the major war zones of Longhua, the Beast Tamer Association, and countless private organizations had spent more than a month investigating why the Demon Emperor had attacked, and who was manipulating the Blood Moon. Yet they failed to dig up a single clue. That alone showed the incident was far stranger than anyone had imagined. With the investigation at an impasse, Yi Yulong's testimony became the only breakthrough. 4 nights earlier, she had held a strictly confidential talk with Su Chun. Before that, she and Mo Hua had rushed to Modu at Su Chin's urgent summons. The first several teleportations went smoothly, but after the final jump, they plunged into a fog-shrouded domain. The sky was so overcast the moon was hidden, the darkness was absolute, and the air was damp and clammy. They tried to teleport again, yet the spell array dissolved like ripples on water. The technique had completely failed. Inside the mist there was neither daylight nor nightfall. Time itself seemed drained away, and their minds kept drifting into stupor. They had no idea how long they remained there. When they next opened their eyes, they were lying safely in their own bedrooms, still in their outdoor clothing, with no recollection of what had happened in between. Seeking the truth, Yi Yulong hurried back to Modu, only to find a city in ruins. Skeletal rebar jutted from the shells of once towering buildings. The streets were a network of yawning cracks, and rubble stretched like a gray sea. Teams of beast tamers combed the debris sector by sector, yet there was no sign of an actual battle. Yi Yulong considered herself stronger than anyone present, but faced with such a bizarre scene, she dared not act rashly. After all, the only power that could send her home unnoticed was likely a legendary Tier 10 Demon Emperor. That was why Su Chun was convinced Tu Shanyu was not a myth, but a real monster. Just then, Ji Xuan approached with light steps, hugging a hefty stack of books. The pages fluttered behind her like feathery wings. "Hey, race what you asked for." Her voice was cool and clear as she set the volumes before Su Chun. Su Chun let out a sigh. "You really have time on your hands." The Ji family took a serious hit. Shouldn't you be dealing with the aftermath? Ji Xuan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a casual move that lent her delicate face a touch of allure. "If I went back to Modu, I'd only cause trouble, so I'd rather help a certain great hero and maximize the payoff." She quirked an eyebrow and smiled. Su Chun quietly shook his head. The clan archives were hidden among mountains of historical texts, over 5,000 cabinets in all. Finding the right scrolls was nearly impossible, and most of his time had been wasted just hunting for books. Since Ji Shuiyuan had already organized them, he had no reason to refuse. "Fine, thanks." He reached out and took the stack. Ji Shuiyuan smiled softly and turned back toward the shelves. After a couple of steps, she suddenly glanced over her shoulder. "By the way, Su Chun, just so you know, I'm not smearing anyone." She lowered her voice. "You'd better steer clear of Lin Shaoxian. Around Modu, people say she's under some kind of curse." "Huh?" Su Chun blinked, baffled that Ji Shuiyuan would bring up Lin Shaoxian. At the auction, the young woman had handled everything cleanly enough. Nothing seemed amiss. Ji Shuiyuan shrugged. "Lin Shaoxian has talked to herself ever since she was little, and no one knows who she's talking to. It's creepy. When I asked her about it as a kid, she told me she was acquainted with a fox immortal. Whatever that fox immortal says is always right." Before she could finish, Su Chin cut her off. He raised an eyebrow and stared at Ji Shuiyuan, baffled. "Hold on, what did you just say? The fox immortal?" Seeing that he was intrigued, Ji Shuiyuan's eyes lit up. She scooted closer and spoke in a rush. "Exactly. Lin Shaoxian has worshipped the fox immortal since she was little. Once the beast tamers in Mag City found out, they all kept their distance, afraid they'd get cursed. But her luck is insane. Back then the Lin clan was near the bottom here. When she was only 4 or 5, she suggested they pivot and run auctions to raise capital. They agreed, and in less than 10 years they grew into the powerhouse you see now. Pretty amazing, right?" Su Chun propped his chin on his hand, thinking hard. If Ji Shuiyuan was telling the truth and Lin Shaoxian really had contact with the fox immortal, everything suddenly fell into place. Even teacher Xia had no idea had formed a contract with Baishua, so outsiders certainly couldn't have noticed. Tushan Ye was only 4th rank, yet her illusory mirror could already blur truth and lies. If a 10th rank demon emperor like Tushan Yu acted personally, no one present would see through it. That meant when he forged the contract with Baishua, Tushan Yu had probably been there all along, simply masking her presence with a higher level illusion. As for the auction, the way every item he bought could be refined the instant the hammer fell was almost certainly not a system glitch, but Tushan Yu working behind the scenes. Under her illusion, human attendants brought the lot straight into his booth, perfectly satisfying the system's 3-meter requirement. His true sight could pierce a beast's disguise but couldn't detect humans wrapped in illusion, so he overlooked them completely. Even the gear Murong, Yi Wan had likely been retouched by the same spell, which explained its flawless appearance. A spark flashed in Su Chen's eyes. If that was the case, the more he bought, the greater his chances of snagging hidden treasures. No wonder Lin Xiaoxuan's words had sounded off. Everything had been set up in advance. Casting an illusion over an entire auction house, a 10th rank demon emperor really was terrifying. Still, if Tushan Yu wants to help me, why not just hand over everything I can refine instead of all this song and dance? Su Chen muttered. He genuinely couldn't follow the logic of these powerhouses. He let out a quiet sigh. The questions in his mind were still a tangled mess. How had Tushan Yu learned he could refine special artifacts from a distance? If she was in Mag City, had the whole thing been planned from the start? What was her real goal? Don't tell me she's been spying on me every night while I'm getting intimate with my girl? The mental image made Su Chen's face darken. Ji Shuyuan blinked at him. What's up? She asked. It's finny, go take care of your own business. I've made a note of it. If you have any questions, just come to me. Ji Shuyuan left that reminder behind, gave a light wave, and turned to leave. The spacious study fell silent at once, leaving Su Chen sprawled on Tu Shan Ye's fluffy tail, his fingertips flying across the holographic screen as he continued to comb through the royal beast clan's vast archives. Time flew, and half a month passed in a blur. Su Chen's name was still trending across every major search list, yet he was holed up in the study day and night, poring over files and ancient texts until his eyes were bloodshot and nearly blind. As a one-time grade school slacker, he had never studied this hard in his life. Unfortunately, no matter how dogged his search, he found nothing. Since Tu Shanyu refused to say more, he finally let go of the obsession. If something is his, he'll discover it in time. If not, forcing it is pointless. One evening after dinner, Su Chun returned to the villa. The moment the lock turned, an indescribable pressure washed over him. His danger sense screamed, yet something about it felt different. He had no time to think. Whoosh! A dark blur dived from the ceiling. A black-robed man appeared like a ghost, a silver dagger gleaming under the light as it shot for Su Chen's throat. The beast girls in his summoning space hadn't even moved before the blade was already at his neck. His heartbeat spiked. The shadow of death loomed. Imperishable golden body. Limit break. With a roar, Su Chen's spirit power erupted, his aura exploding like a volcano. Clang. The dagger struck his steel-hard skin, ringing with a sharp metallic note. In limit break mode, his senses, nerves, and muscles all surged. In an instant, he had read the attacker's every move. A physique somewhere between 150 and 180 points. Combat skills pushing his effective power close to 200. Too bad those numbers were nothing to Su Chen right now. He was at roughly 250, backed by top-tier martial arts. In close quarters, he was almost unbeatable. A cold flash streaked past as he drew the Demon Slayer blade. His wrist flicked, a counter-thrust shot out like lightning. The intruder's pupils shrank, had never expected such an immediate riposte. With the blade closing in, the man sprang back, dagger raised to block, but he couldn't match Su Chen's speed. Midair, the Demon Slayer curved like a serpent, forcing the attacker to whip his dagger across his chest. Boom! The silver dagger exploded into fragments, metal shards spraying everywhere. The man was hurled backward, crashing through the coffee table and showering the room with splinters and glass. At that moment, the beast girls burst from the summoning space and ringed the intruder. Stop, Su Chun, it's me. Seeing Su Chun lift his blade again, the man hastily tore off his mask. Su Chun froze, sucking in a sharp breath at the sight. Beneath the mask was the familiar face of his old mentor, Colonel Han Yuchen. Su Chun stared in disbelief. Colonel Han, what are you doing here, and why are you suddenly trying to kill me? Han Yuchen pushed himself up from the shattered coffee table, brushed the splinters off his uniform, and coughed twice before replying. You've been getting a bit complacent lately, so I decided to test your reflexes on the spot. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. But that dagger, Su Chun pointed at the floor, where the broken blade still glinted coldly. If he hadn't activated his indestructible golden body in time, his head would be rolling on the ground. Following his gaze, Han Yuchen managed a wry smile and pulled an identical knife from his beast space. Relax, it's a training weapon from the research division of the 8th sector. Name, Bionic Dagger, Rarity, S. When powered by demon energy, it only simulates a real wound and instantly heals the target. It's designed for close combat drills. At that explanation, Su Chun and the nearby beast girls finally exhaled. The earlier sense of mortal danger now had a logical reason. Han Yuchen had indeed emitted killing intent, but the weapon's properties removed any real lethality. Han Yuchen surveyed the living room, his eyes lingering on the smashed coffee table as a chill ran down his spine. He was an 8th-tier beastmaster who had launched a sneak attack, yet a 4th-tier fighter had countered him and almost killed him. And Su Chun didn't even come from a beast-taming clan. What did that say about his potential? Han's own physique scored 166, equivalent to a high 5th-tier or early 6th-tier demon beast, making him top-tier among humans. Yet without his dagger to block, he would be dead right now. After a brief silence, he forced a smile. I'll pay for the coffee table. It's fine. Colonel, are you hurt? Su Chen waved off the concern. Just a scratch, gone by tomorrow. Han Yuchen flexed his arm, the wound already closing, then nodded in approval. You handled yourself well. First secure your life, then look for an opening to strike back. Don't stand there asking for names. A real assassin won't chat with you, and he definitely won't leave a voice print you can trace. Su Chen snapped to attention and saluted. Thank you for the lessons, sir. I learned a lot. The tension eased. Han Yuchen scratched the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Actually, I came for another reason. I want to take you as my student. Student? Su Chen's eyes widened. That's right. Han Yuchen leaned back against the sofa, his voice softening. To be honest, Xiao Limo used to be one of my students. Her talent was overwhelming, So my brother, General Han Xinghe, took her for further training. Huh. Su Chun was even more confused. Now he was completely at a loss. Teacher Xiao Limuo has never mentioned this, has she? Su Chun froze, mind spinning. If he switched masters to Han Yuchen, his teacher would instantly become his senior sister, an idea that made his blood race. And General Han Xinghe was Han Yuchen's older brother? Just how many prodigy beast tamers were hidden in the Han family? Sensing Su Chen's thoughts, Han Yuchen chuckled and waved a hand. Don't overthink it. I'm simply stating facts. Xiao Limuo is talented, but you're already half a step ahead of her. A few months? No, she might be behind you right now. Frankly, even I would barely qualify to be your mentor. Su Chen finally relaxed. He didn't mind remaining Xiao Limuo's student. Still, the thought of his teacher turning into his senior sister overnight was a head-spinning thrill. Watching his shifting expression, Han Yuchen smirked. Between us, I don't think Xiao Limuo has ever dated anyone. What? Su Chen almost jumped. The sudden topic change made it sound as if he had improper thoughts about his teacher, utterly unfair. Han Yuchen burst out laughing and patted his shoulder. Relax, just teasing. Down to business. 2 months from now is the Dragon Kingdom Prodigy Championship. Beast tamers below 6th rank can form teams freely. Your breakthrough speed is insane, so I took the liberty of making plans. If you reach 5th rank before the tournament, I'll request extended leave for Xiao Limuo, so you two can team up. How about it? The offer lit a fire in Su Chun. Lady Luo Yuyan from Yin University had invited him earlier, but he declined. Reaching 4th rank in half a year was easy for him, and Luo Yuyan could never keep up. Had forgotten, he still had teacher Xiao Limuo. 5th rank. Piece of cake. His eyes gleamed. Han Yuchen laughed and waved. That's what I like to hear. Oh, old Long Heoji approved a kernel-level resource subsidy for you. Pick it up at the supply depot tomorrow. Su Chen straightened and snapped a crisp salute. Thank you, Colonel Han. I won't let you down. Give it your all. I have high hopes for you. Once the door shut, Han Yuchen was gone. Bai Shui's wide eyes sparkled with admiration. Master, he's an 8th rank beast tamer, and you beat him so impressive. Su Chen lifted an eyebrow smugly. Of course. So, seeing how handsome I am, feeling a little flutter? Bai Shui licked her lips and smiled. Absolutely. Which is why tonight I'm going to make sure you enjoy yourself. Before she finished, Su Chen scooped her up and strode to the bathroom. Bath first, pleasure later. The door slammed, and the hiss of steam filled the air. In the living room, Tu Shan Ye stood quietly, the tip of her tail curling and uncurling. Jealousy and loneliness tangled inside, leaving her chest hollow. Lately she longed to be held in Su Chen's arms at night, to bask in his warmth. Tonight was Bai Shui's turn, and the emptiness stung. She sighed softly, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Next time I'll make the first move. It actually feels pretty Nikki, no need to deny myself. I remember Su Chun loves falling asleep while hugging my tail. The next morning at 7 o'clock, soft golden sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains and bathed the bedroom in a gentle glow. Su Chun was in the midst of a wild beach party with a group of beast girl companions when the pounding music in his dream was abruptly shattered by a shrill ringtone from the real world. He had worked until 4:30, and his head still felt as heavy as lead. Eyes half closed, he fumbled for the phone on his nightstand, found it, and answered with a groggy mutter. Hello? Who is this? Su Chun, it's me, Han Yuchen. The voice on the other end cleared the fog from his mind. Su Chun shot upright and rubbed his eyes. Colonel Han, what's going on so early? Han Yuchen's voice was unusually tense. Emergency assembly. Every member of the first battle zone not already deployed must report to the plaza before 8. Something big just happened. Got it. I'm on my way. Su Chun swung out of bed in one motion. Bai Shui, who had been serving as his body pillow, woke up with a soft protest, her lips pursed in sleepy annoyance. The call had stolen her last chance at a few more minutes of rest. Su Chen frowned. Instructor Xiao Limo had once told him there had been only 3 full-scale emergency assemblies since the first battle zone was founded, each one reshaping the war. Han Yuchen's urgency meant the situation had to be serious. At 7:50 a.m., the plaza of the first battle zone was already filled. About 300 operatives stood in ranks by grade, silent and alert, as orderly as rows of steel rifles. Su Chun took his place on the outermost line with the rank 5 beast tamers and below, waiting with his peers. Everyone who could come was present. Anyone absent was on a mission that simply could not be interrupted. On the rostrum, Han Xinghe surveyed the crowd, a flicker of approval in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice low and powerful. Good. Everyone's here. I summoned you for one reason only. Asen Nation has fallen. The words struck the plaza like a hammer on cold iron, the shockwaves spreading in utter silence. Without giving them time to absorb it, Han Xinghe continued. Yesterday, Asen Nation's strongest beast tamer, Narendra, died in battle against a Tier 10 demon sovereign. The front collapsed instantly, and the situation is now beyond saving. Total occupation is only a matter of time. Our ties with Asen Nation were never deep, but in the Zong region we have always worked closely together. With their lines broken, The Zong region will be left completely exposed to the demon beasts. Just an hour ago, we received an emergency alert. The demonic beast legion has occupied more than half of the Asen nation, and its main army is marching through the Tibetan corridor, aiming to drive straight into Long Nation. More than 100 border cities have already flashed red, and the northwestern front could be caught in a pincer attack at any moment. The 5th and 2nd war zones are desperately clinging to their defenses, but losses are piling up and the pressure is only rising. If we want to stem this tide, every war zone must mobilize every last resource. Does everyone understand the situation? In the command hall, Han Xing's face was dark as he shouted the question. Yes, sir. The thunderous reply shook the room, and every expression was grim. If the Tibetan border under the 5th war zone falls, the high-altitude battlefield could become the dreaded 10th battlefield. The collapse of the Asen nation is warning enough. Once another front opens, Long Nation's remaining core strength will be stretched too thin to hold. Beast masters of the 8th rank and above, along with the demon emperors, are currently locking one another down. No one dares play their trump cards. Both sides have chosen a cautious strategy, using their mid-tier forces to nibble away at key positions when, and you take it all, lose, and you follow the Asen nation into ruin. Because of this, victory or defeat on each battlefield now hinges on how well those mid-tier forces are managed. Everyone knows one thing. The 10th battlefield must never come to pass. Su Chun, Ji Shiyuan, the 4 other rookies who enlisted with them, 22 4th-rank Beastmasters, and 12 early 5th-rank Beastmasters have been assigned to reinforce Mo City. Mo City is ringed on 3 sides by mountains and connected to the outside world by a single narrow pass, making it easy to defend and hard to assault. It isn't a strategic choke point, but it does sit on vital oil reserves. Long Nation's protective barriers devour fuel at a staggering rate. If Mo City falls, the energy shortfall will become catastrophic. Fortunately, the beasts don't seem to grasp how crucial energy is to humans. Most of their main force is focused on tactical strongholds, and they have shown little interest in this backcountry city. That gives Su Chin's detachment one precious advantage: breathing room. Their lone mission: hold Mo City. That's the current situation in Mo City. Is everyone clear? Zhao Yuhan, commander of Mo City's 5th war zone garrison, swept his gaze over the support squad sent from the 1st war zone, his tone firm. Yes, sir, came the unified reply. Any questions? I have one. Lin Yubin raised a hand. ID like a detailed comparison of enemy and friendly forces. Zhao Yuhan nodded. I was just getting to that. The strongest defender in Mo City is myself, a 7th rank, 10th tier beastmaster. One of my contracted beasts has mastered a domain, so as long as no more than 3 7th rank beasts attack at once, I can handle them. Beyond that, we have 31 6th rank beastmasters, 97 5th rank beastmasters, 336 4th rank beastmasters, and over 4,000 3rd rank beastmasters. We also have more than 100,000 2nd rank beastmasters who will coordinate with heavy artillery for area coverage. As for the enemy, scouts report their top strength is only around mid-6th rank, and no demon emperor has been spotted yet. Most of their forces are clustered at the 4th and 5th ranks, but that intel could change at any moment, so stay on highest alert. Any other questions? Seeing that no one had anything further to say, Zhao Yuhan continued. Since we're still in the transition phase, take some time to walk your assigned sectors and get familiar with Mo City. Dismissed. The door creaked as he left, the sound echoing briefly through the silent conference room. Only then did everyone shake off the tension, gathering in small groups to discuss team assignments. According to First War Zone protocol, patrols must always be conducted in Persa rule everyone knew by heart. Lin Yubin strode up to Ji Xuan, bent slightly, and spoke in a gentle tone. Xuan, how about we form a patrol team? I think would work well together. No. Ji Xuan rejected him without a pause. I already have a partner. She jogged over to Su Chun, looked up, and flashed a brilliant smile. Su Chun, let's go together. The energy in her voice was a stark contrast to the cool dismissal shed just given Lin Yubin. Su Chun simply nodded, as if had expected it. Ji Xuan immediately hooked her arm through his, half pleading, half commanding. Come on, let's check out the East District first. Su Chun sighed inwardly. Are you here to fight, or to go shopping? Still, teaming up with someone you know beats being paired with a stranger. They set off side by side, and soon disappeared at the end of the corridor. Lin Yubin watched them for a long moment, a heavy look clouding his face. Just then the chubby beast tamer Li Tianxiang clapped him on the shoulder and teased. Kid, didn't you notice? She's had her eyes on Su Chun the whole way here. What isn't yours will never be yours. Keep simping, and you'll end up with nothing. Lin Yubin shook his head, voice steady. Senior, you misunderstand. I was just being polite. Li Tianxiang raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on his lips. Then why are you still staring at them? Lin Yubin drew a deep breath and lowered his voice. Didn't any of you notice? Su Chin's already tier 4, stage 4. His words left the other beast tamers stunned. They peered down the hallway again, sensing Su Chin's aura. Sure enough, tier 4, stage 4. Holy crap. You're right, was he hiding his level on purpose? That kind of growth is insane, someone muttered. Li Tianxiang's brow furrowed. Tier 4, Stage 4? So what? I know Su Chen strong even saved all of Shanghai, but what does his current rank matter? Lin Yubin gave a wry smile and spread his hands. Senior, don't you follow the news? Su Chen was this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam. Back then, he was only Tier 1, Stage 2. When he joined the first war zone 3 months ago, he was just Tier 3, Stage 1. What Li Tianxiang and the other prodigies who joined last year gasped, shock written across their faces. In just half a year, Su Chen had rocketed from Tier 1, Stage 2 to Tier 4, Stage 4, and even climbed to first place on the global leaderboard for Tier 3 beast tamers. The implications were obvious. Perhaps we're about to witness the making of a true prodigy. Meanwhile, in a dark, deserted alley of Mo City, a rusty manhole cover quivered, as if something below kept ramming the metal in agitation. Moments later, more than a dozen pitch-black figures poked their heads out in turn, ears pricked and nostrils flaring while they searched for any sign of human life. Only after confirming the coast was clear did they heave up the cover and land on the flagstones, their movements almost soundless. Nice and easy. The lead shadow let out a low chuckle. I expected the humans to ward the sewers. The last few beast tides made them drop their guard, a tall figure replied coolly. Did they really think we'd give up such a strategic choke point? I heard First Battle Zone has sent reinforcements, a third voice said, more cautious. This mission may be rougher than you think. Relax, the leader growled, cutting off the chatter with a swipe of his claws. Our Lord's plan is flawless. Those feints we staged convinced the humans this place isn't worth defending. Any backup they dispatched will be weak. Even so, stay alert, the cautious one insisted. Enough talk. Move out. Yes, sir. 3 days flashed by. Just as Zhao Yuhan predicted, not a single beast showed up in the remote, easily fortified Mo City. Elsewhere, however, victory reports poured in one after another. The city defense channel erupted with cheers so loud that Su Chen, stuck on duty in Mo City, ground his teeth in envy. This was a beast tide, for crying out loud. Earning achievement points through beast kills was still the fastest way to level up, and he was in a hurry. Worse, what if he met a gentle, gorgeous, and outrageously strong beast girl amid the chaos, and could form a contract on the spot? He had banked a total of 115 attribute points, 15 reserved for his future partner's upgrades, and 100 left to spend. With that kind of buffer, he could even bring home a weaker Tier 6 Beast Emperor, never mind anything lower. Too bad his superiors had safely stationed him here. They probably wanted to protect him without being accused of favoritism, so they simply dumped every idle Tier 4 Beastmaster into this nearly action-free city. Ugh. Patrol, every day no. Let's be honest, it's aimless wandering. How am I supposed to grow stronger like this? Su Chen leaned against the shadowed city wall and stared up at the sky with a helpless sigh. Still, if he could choose, peace was obviously the best outcome. Feel like grabbing a milk tea to stay awake. I've got a hunch the next wave is coming soon. Ji Xun gestured toward a small, well-lit cart at the street corner, her tone light. The sunset painted the horizon red, and night was about to fall just in time for the shift change. They had already swept their entire patrol zone, and the barrier runes were intact, meaning not even a single wild beast had slipped inside. Completely at ease, Ji Xun walked as though she were window shopping. In this world, ordinary people without Beastmaster abilities occupied the lowest rung of society. Even with war looming, they still had to make a living. Hawkers peddled their goods. Wage earners kept working, as if the fires beyond the walls had nothing to do with them. After all, there was nowhere to run. A single trip through a teleportation array cost 200,000 credit points, an impossible sum for the average person. Milk tea, huh? Su Chen gave a slight nod and murmured, yeah, let's get 4 cups. 4? You can drink that much. Ji Xun stopped mid-sentence, smacking her forehead. Oh right. The beast girls want some too. She paused, frowning. Wait, didn't you form pacts with 4 beasts? Why only 4 cups? I'm buying. Which 4 flavors? 4 green tea cheese foams are fine. Forget it. Add a watermelon smoothie. Got it. Give me a minute. Bouncing with excitement, Ji Xun skipped toward the nearby stall, completely unfazed by the danger closing in. Su Chen watched her go and sighed softly. He pulled out his phone to check the battle reports from the cities, only to find the feed frozen a few minutes earlier. The signal bar was empty, no reception at all. Have things really been quiet these last minutes? No, the network's gone. His brows knitted, a sense of unease creeping over him. A shrill scream tore through the air. Su Chen's head snapped up. Ji Xun had fallen flat on her back, all 5 drinks splashing across the pavement and soaking her skirt. Blood streamed from her ankle. This was no ordinary spill. Worse still, the ground in front of her churned like boiling ink. A black mass writhed and twisted until it solidified into a perfect copy of Ji Xun. The doppelganger drew a sword of pure darkness. Cold steel flashed downward toward the real Ji Xun. Species Index, number 174. Shadow Fiend. Rank, Tier 4, Level 10. Vitality, 90.5, 90.5. Demon Force, 40.9, 40.9. Innate Ability, Doppelform. Skills: Shadow Meld, Shadow Strike, Ebony Blade, Shadow Orb. Doppelform: can assume the appearance and aura of any beast or human. Yeah. Suchin barked. I'm on it. Before the last word faded, Tushan Yaya appeared at his side. Blue foxfire coiled around her pale fingertips and howled toward the shadow fiends. Ji Xuan guys. Gulp. The flames were swallowed by the pitch-black body, stirring only faint ripples. In the next instant the creature swelled as if inflated, its distorted face growing even more grotesque. Boom. The blast shook the street. Chunks of inky sludge flew in every direction, splattering walls and pavement. Snapping her fingers midair, Bai Shui summoned a shell of thick ice over the nearest manhole cover, sealing the sewer exit and cutting off the fiend's escape. At the same time, Yi Lingyun and Qing Lu leapt from the beast-taming space. Two palpable waves of killing intent raced towards Su Chun, only to be met by their intercepting claws and wind blades exploding in unison. Wah! The lurking shadow never finished its thought. It was torn apart, its remnants thudding to the ground with a resentful hiss. The black ooze quickly lost all vitality, collapsing into a puddle of sludge. A Tier 4 beast core rolled free and clinked across the street. The sudden chaos left everyone frozen in shock. Beasts, magical beasts? Are we under attack? How can that be? The barrier's still intact, isn't it? Why is there a monster here? Help! I don't want to die. Panic erupted in rapid succession, thunderous shouts ricocheting down the street. The crowd finally snapped to their senses and scattered, overturning tables, splashing drinks, and filling the avenue with shrieks that turned the scene into an instant apocalypse. Su Chun yanked Yi Lingyun toward him and whispered for her to heal Ji Xuan, then asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Ji Xuan's face was ghastly pale, sweat beading on her forehead. "I was just bringing the milk tea over when a black blade shot up through a manhole cover and sliced my ankle clean through. I never even saw it coming." Su Chun fixed his gaze on the sewer grate, his brows knitting into a hard line. The protective barrier only shields the surface city. The underground has always been a blind spot. To compensate, the foundations are built from ultra-tough alloy and special cement, strong enough to withstand anything below Tier 4 beasts. Even if a Tier 5 broke in, the tremors would alert defenders in time. The real weakness lies in the drainage system. The sewers are crisscrossed with defenses that trip alarms at the slightest disturbance, allowing the Defense Bureau to deploy instantly. Yet against a formless shadow fiend, those measures are useless. A sudden thought struck him. When you paid, did you use mobile transfer? Ji Shuyuan blinked, then nodded. Of course. Who carries cash these days? Damn. Su Chin clicked his tongue. A cunning beast had clearly mapped out Mo City's communication hubs beforehand. Judging by the timing, the network was cut only a minute or two ago. Its infiltration was terrifyingly fast now. It must have been hiding inside the city all along. A shadow fiend can mimic anyone. Only its shadow betrays it. And whoever stares at someone's shadow. The streets had seemed peaceful, but the monster already had them in its grasp. Su Chin turned back to Ji Shuyuan. Can you still move? I can have my contract beast carry me, she said, testing her ankle and inhaling sharply at the pain. With a physique score under 50, Yi Lingyun's healing had stopped the bleeding but couldn't mend the bone on the spot. Good. Get to headquarters immediately, report everything, and follow their orders. Ji Shuyuan hesitated, then whispered, what about you? Su Chin swept his eyes over the fleeing, screaming crowd, and a cold edge flashed in them. Something filthy has snuck in. I'm going to take out the trash. Thus the hour when demons roam. The quiet at the northern defenses of Mo City was shattered by two Tier 5 beast tamers from the 5th War Zone, both in combat gear. The dying sun bled crimson across the gray-white ramparts as the pair leaned against the wall, sharing a smoke. Wisps of blue haze drifted away on the evening breeze. The shorter tamer spoke first. Hey, if we hold Mo City tonight and I earn a citation, do you think Lily will accept my proposal? The taller one exhaled a perfect smoke ring, his voice lazy. Hard to say. Beast tamer girls are notoriously hard to win over. Personally, I think a monster girl wouldn't be a bad choice. Yeah, well, that's not my kink. The short tamer waved him off, half in protest. The tall tamer suddenly sobered, his grin fading. Let me ask you this: if a monster took human form, looked exactly like your Lily, and adored you with all her heart, would you accept her? The question hung in the air. The short tamer froze, images of Lily's long hair, gentle eyes, and knockout figure flickering through his mind. After a moment he muttered, I'm in love with who Lily is, not just her looks. You sure about that? The tall one arched a brow, half smiling. Could you say that to her face? Of course. He never finished. His pupils contracted. Before him, his comrade's body warped, bones cracking softly. In the blink of an eye, the man was gone, replaced by a stunning young woman, his beloved Lily. Her white dress fluttered, her aura flawless. But her slender hands were drenched in blood. Worse, the blood was his. Who are you? His voice quavered. Searing pain ripped through his chest. He looked down. Her arm was buried in him, straight through his heart. Lily's lips curled into a smile as she slowly withdrew her hand, cradling a still beating heart in her palm. Scarlet droplets slid from her fingertips, glowing like molten gold in the sunset. "I'm your Lily, of course," she cooed. "Didn't you say you'd give me everything? Then give me your life." Thud. The short tamer collapsed onto the flagstones. Darkness rushed in. In his final seconds, he saw a black mass crawl up from the ground, swamp-like, wrapping around his corpse, pulsing and devouring until it became a perfect copy of him. A moment later, Lily and the new short tamer traded a smile, stepped into the gathering dusk, and vanished down the wall. "Everyone, evacuate the civilians now. Battle stations." The shrill alarm echoed through Mo City's command center. Zhao Yuhan glared at the main screen and barked orders. "Shadow fiends have infiltrated the city. They can mimic our own people. Stay alert. Comms are completely jammed. Switch to shortwave radio only." The adjutant shouted, broadcasting the message to every defensive line. The rapid-fire commands restored a semblance of order. Inside the walls, sirens flashed and voices collided in chaotic waves. The situation was momentarily contained, yet everyone knew the real nightmare had only just begun. No one had expected the attackers this time to be shadow fiends. These shadow fiends can disguise themselves as human teammates and strike without warning, killing with a single blow. Many beastmasters have already suffered heavy losses. Worse yet, the number of shadow fiends involved this time is far greater than usual. This is no minor skirmish. "Captain, a group of civilians is heading for the substation, but their shadows are so distorted we can't tell who's human and who's a shadow fiend." A squad member rushed up to Zhao Yuhan, his voice breaking with urgency. Zhao Yuhan's gaze turned razor-sharp. If the substation fell, Maching would be swallowed by darkness after nightfall. Once that happened, humans and shadow fiends would be impossible to tell apart, and the city would collapse in an instant. Kill on-site civilians or shadow fiends. It makes no difference. If we lose the substation, Maching is finished. He didn't hesitate, protecting the many sometimes required such sacrifices. Understood. The team answered in unison. "Captain Zhao, everyone in the inner district has been moved into the shelters. Do we start screening them now?" "Not yet. A search might ignite chaos inside. Post guards at every shelter. 5 fifth-tier beastmasters and 10 fourth-tier. Assign them now." "Yes, sir." "Captain, at least 20 locations across Maching are requesting support, and that's only what the radio can reach." "I know. Tell all beastmasters fighting nightmares outside the lines to pull back and form a defense around each substation." "Roger." The constant stream of reports rattled Zhao Yuhan. He didn't fear powerful enemies, but he despised sneak attacks, and shadow fiends excelled at assassination. Intelligence suggested none of these creatures exceeded the 5th-tier small comfort in the chaos. East District of Maching, by Hua Street. 5 people still aren't back? Besides Su Chun and Ji Shuiyuan. Who else? Lin Haitao, a stage 5, 5th-tier beastmaster, asked with a frown. Li Tianxiang, Lin Yubin, and Li Lei. They went on patrol in the South District, someone replied. Lin Haitao nodded. Everyone else in War Zone 1 was in position. Only these 5 were missing. Su Chun and Ji Shuiyuan were widely recognized for their strength, especially Su Chun, who was almost unmatched among the support teams. But Li Tianxiang's group was in real danger. 2 rookie beastmasters, gifted yet inexperienced, were roaming streets swarming with 4th-tier shadow fiends. The radio was silent, proof they'd moved beyond its range. "Split into teams of 5 and search. Keep your comms open," Lin Haitao ordered. "Copy that." Just then, a Sharpied member shouted, "Wait, hey to look up." They glanced skyward. A giant ice-blue butterfly beat its thin wings at high speed. Clinging to its back was a female beastmaster Ji Shuan. Chasing them were 2 inky shadows, nearly invisible unless you stared. "It's Ji Shuiyuan. Windhawk, get them," Lin Haitao commanded, raising his arm. Whoosh! A gray-brown windhawk shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, its talons shredding the darkness. The shadow fiend, formed from condensed smoke, burst apart into a rain of viscous black sludge. Seeing her comrades, Ji Shuyan guided her ice snow butterfly into a swift descent. "Shuyan, why are you alone? Where's Su Chun?" Lin Haitao demanded the moment he saw that Ji Shuyan still had a shadow. Pale and visibly exhausted, Ji Shuyan answered, her voice tight with worry. "Su Chun, he's over at Qinda Plaza, fighting a shadow fiend." The term shadow fiend made Lin Haitao's brow knit. A heartbeat later, he issued rapid orders. "Jiangyu, Lin Xiaoqing, escort Ji Shuyan back to headquarters and follow Zhao Yuhan's commands." Understood. The 2 female beastmasters replied in unison. Jiang Yu swung onto her contracted beast, deftly pulling Ji Shuyan up behind her, while Lin Xiaoqing summoned a vigilant scouting beast to lead the way. The trio kept low, darting between buildings. Flying was too conspicuous and far too risky. Shadow fiends struck hard at anything exposed. The rest followed Lin Haitao, hurrying toward Qinda Plaza. Su Chun was the acknowledged prodigy of the first war zone. Losing him to a pack of minor monsters would be catastrophic. Lin Haitao silently prayed nothing had gone wrong. When they arrived, everyone froze in stunned silence. Qinda Plaza looked as though it had been smeared with tar. A rancid stench filled the air, and the ground had become a viscous, lifeless mire. Shattered fourth-tier monster cores littered the area at least 100 by a quick count, meaning over 100 such beasts had just died here. Ordinary citizens gaped in shock, too horrified to run. At the center of the black sludge stood 5 solitary figures, one young man and 4 very different, imposing beasts. What happened here? The first war zone beastmasters whispered, scarcely believing their eyes. 15 minutes earlier, as the frost-winged snow butterfly carried Ji Xuan away, a small smile tugged at Su Chen's lips. Since returning from the Bashu front, had maxed out most of his 100-kill achievements. To level up now, he needed to chase the daunting 1,000-kill milestones. These shadow fiends hadn't even given him a 10-kill badge yet and delivered achievement points, ripe for the taking. With a single step, he locked onto 4 shadow fiends hidden in the crowd. He knew the usual tricks for spotting them, but the system interface made filtering targets absurdly fast. Hunting for people without shadows in a packed plaza took too long, so he skipped the manual check entirely. Yeah, the woman in the white knit sweater on the left. Xiaoqing, the guy on the right with sunglasses and a cap. Lingyun, the street sweeper straight ahead. Baixue, the girl up front with the lollipop and ghost fire eyes. Targets confirmed. Got it. 4 voices answered, each different yet perfectly synchronized. The next instant, Su Chun lunged like a panther into the crowd and clamped a hand around a burly man's throat. Screams erupted across the plaza. What do you want? The man croaked, eyes wide with terror as Su Chen's grip crushed his windpipe. What do I want? You know better than anyone, Su Chen said softly, his fingers tightening. The man's neck snapped in an instant. But what poured out was not crimson blood. It was pitch-black muck, thick as ink. The headless hulk staggered 2 steps, should have collapsed, yet dissolved at once into a rolling shadow that sped along the drainage trench. Trying to run? Not a chance. Su Chun flashed forward, and his right foot came down like a mountain crushing an egg. Time seemed to freeze. The writhing shadow was pinned to the ground. With a flick of Su Chen's hand, the Yao arrow turned into a streak of gold and tore through the air. Thud! The arrow sank into the darkness. A shrill wail burst out as the black mire churned, belching a noxious stench. Whoosh! A second Yao arrow followed at its heels. Boom! The shadow convulsed, then went still. Its form lost all substance and vanished before everyone's eyes. A monster. That big guy was a monster all along. Scared me half to death. I thought it was just a street fight. It's a shadow fiend. We covered them in high school. Check whether the people around you still have shadows. Before the loudmouth even finished, the crowd frantically searched the ground for each other's shadows. Faced with life and death, the instinct to obey snapped into place. You've got no shadow. You're a shadow fiend. The moment the woman shrieked, a Yao arrow hissed past her ear like lightning and buried itself between the brows of the man in front of her. Boom! The man's head erupted, splattering black sludge that made the onlookers stagger back. In the blink of an eye, another shadow fiend was erased. The remaining bald man turned ghost white, pointed at the skinny fellow next to him, and shouted, "You're the shadow fiend." The skinny man panicked, shaking his head wildly. "I'm not. I've got a shadow." His words were cut short by a sharp whistle whoosh. A Yao arrow punched clean through the bald man's chest. Boom! More black mud sprayed everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, 3 shadow fiends had fallen in succession. Does he have to be that strong? 2 female companions standing farther from Su Chun exchanged a glance, then decisively dropped their human facades and melted into streaks of darkness that shot toward the corner. They realized this human could see through them without relying on shadows. Keeping up the disguise would only slow them down. Their little scheme fell apart all the same. "Ladies, where do you think you're going?" Yi Lingyun drifted silently into their path, her black cloak snapping in the wind. A vampire. Damn it, just our luck. A flash of crimson, a scream cut short. All that remained on the pavement were 2 puddles of black sludge and a pair of 4th-tier beast cores. Su Chun slung his bow, stepped up beside Qinglu, and murmured, "Xiaoqing, tell everyone this: anyone who tries to leave on their own will be treated as a shadow fiend." Qinglu nodded, activated Echo's grace, and her clear voice rang down the street. "Stay where you are. Anyone who moves without permission will be considered a shadow fiend." In a heartbeat, the panicked crowd exploded in uproar. Why not? There's fighting right here. Why aren't we allowed to leave? Exactly. Shouldn't we head for a shelter instead of waiting to die? The clamor was sliced apart by a chilling voice. "Because I'm a beast master from the first combat zone, and that gives me the right to act first and explain later." Those 4 words, first combat zone, hit like a mountain. By the ironclad law of Longhua, every other combat zone, and even the Beastmaster Association, must obey a first zone Beastmaster's orders without question. The objectors, mere civilians, fell instantly silent. Good. Everyone gather in the center of the square right now. If anyone tries to run, report them, and you'll receive a reward of 4th-tier monster core. The words seemed to freeze the air. A 4th-tier core was worth around 50,000 credits, roughly a year's income for an average family. If someone were actually caught, dozens of eyes lit up as if they'd spotted a mountain of gold. When they looked at one another, The people around them had turned into walking bounties. Breaths quickened, hearts raced. Up in the stands, Su Chun allowed himself a faint smile. More than 10 shadow fiends lurked among the crowd, each disguised as someone's lover or child, turning their hosts into living shields. One wrong move, and the hostages would die. In an age where civilians held such little weight, heroic rescues often went unrewarded, and Su Chun had no intention of risking a sure win. He stood motionless on the platform, his gaze sweeping the packed square like a knife, as though he were merely hunting for imposters. On the surface, everything remained calm. No one dared whisper. Yet the shadow fiends were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling. They couldn't defeat Su Chun, and the hostages gave them little leverage. It felt as if hearts were about to burst from their hollow chests, though they had no hearts at all. Time stretched, every second an eternity. 1 minute. The shadow fiend's nerves reached their limit. Then everything shattered. Reality cracked like a broken mirror. Su Chun vanished from the stands. The next heartbeat found him in the center of the crowd, his long blade dripping thick, black sludge. Achievement unlocked. Nemesis of Shadows. The system's voice boomed in his ears. You managed to slay 10 shadow fiends thanks entirely to this system. How about a word of thanks? Achievement points awarded, 30. The Beast Girls were in the crowd as well, drifting towards Su Chun as though finishing an assignment. The street was still in turmoil, and the air reeked of scorched cloth mixed with swampy mud. Black sludge streaked many jackets, and blank faces stared ahead, trapped in the nightmare that had just unfolded. Xiao Chu, where are you? A man in a light gray suit suddenly came to himself, his voice shaking with fear. He shoved through the crowd, each step peeling from the sticky mud with a harsh smack. Today was supposed to be joyful, and his fiancée had taken wedding photos and collected their license, but disaster struck on the way home. He could still feel her warm hand in memory. A heartbeat later it was gone, leaving only mud dripping through his fingers. She's probably already dead. Su Chun flicked sludge from the demon-slaying blade and answered coolly, the person you were holding was a shadow fiend. The words drenched the man in cold shock. Moments earlier, under the cover of Su Chin's mirror bloom illusion, the creature posing as Xiao Chu had been beheaded. Like the fiend that tried to kill Ji Shiyuan, it would have murdered its target the instant it took her place. When the swap occurred was impossible to trace. What? His mouth worked, but no sound emerged. He searched the panicked crowd, praying for a miracle, while dread churned in his chest. Memories from the night before resurfaced with piercing clarity. Xiao Chu's sudden silence, refusing to stay over because of her period, though it had ended a week earlier. Her blank look when a co-worker greeted her at the registry office. A frugal girl suddenly spending money like water. Linked together, the signs turned his blood to ice. She might have been replaced yesterday. Impossible. Xiao Chu can't be dead. He screamed until his throat burned. I then rage swung towards Su Chun. You're from First Division, aren't you? Why didn't you save her? Why? Su Chun had no interest in debate. The facts were set. Explanation would change nothing. When the man calmed down, he would understand. Others demanded answers too, and repeating everything was a waste of time. The crowd murmured in fear, but Yi Lingyun refused to swallow her anger. Blood-red pupils narrowed, and she snorted like a drawn blade. What are you shrieking for? You couldn't even protect your own woman, yet you dare howl here? Spare me. Your pathetic blood makes me want to puke. I don't have any power. The man blanched. I'm not a beastmaster. How could I protect her? No power? Yi Lingyun stepped closer, black hair lifting in an unseen wind. Her killing intent chilled the air. Then why are you still breathing? If you're useless, why didn't you fight for her with your life? Don't tell me you noticed nothing odd. A shadow fiend can't inherit human memories. You suspected nothing? Her words left him mute and shoved every pleading gaze back down throats around them. Su Chun was no one's bodyguard. Killing the fiend was already more than they deserved. If they wanted the strength to protect those they loved, why hadn't they fought to become beast masters in the first place? Unbeknownst to Yi Lingyun, someone had secretly recorded her entire speech. Before long, the audio went viral, sparking the fighting spirit of countless ordinary people and catapulting Su Chun back to the top of the trending charts. The title Dragon Nation's #1 prodigy spread across the land. But that was a story for another time. Su Chun had not expected Yi Lingyun to be so forceful, yet her words struck home. Those who pin their hopes on others have no right to criticize. He was still pondering this when Lin Haitao from the first battle zone hurried over with his squad. What on earth happened here? Lin Haitao demanded, stopping in front of Su Chun. Su Chun, what's the situation? Where are the shadow fiends? Su Chun gave a faint smile, swept his gaze across the street, and jerked his chin. Aren't they right there on the ground? Everyone followed his line of sight. The pavement was littered with black sludge and scattered beast cores. A rough count showed dozens of shadow fiends had been slain, all 4th tier or higher. This was a bustling commercial district teeming with people, yet not a single intact corpse remained, as if the monsters had been erased in an instant, never given a chance to retaliate. Such a feat was hard to believe of any human. Even so, the elites of the first battle zone hesitated only a moment before spreading out to secure the area and evacuate civilians. Lowering his voice, Lin Haitao asked, Su-chun, can you identify shadow fiends without using their shadows? I can, Su-chun replied calmly. I'm extremely sensitive to their aura. One glance is enough. Just like. His words cut off as his eyes narrowed. Mystical energy surged through him, forming two spectral arrows. With a flick of his arm, the arrows whistled through the air toward two beastmasters standing behind Lin Haitao. Whoosh, whoosh. Twin streaks of light flashed. The taller and shorter men were pierced through, their bodies erupting into clumps of black mud as beast cores clattered to the ground. Everyone from the first battle zone drew a sharp breath, shock etched across their faces. They never imagined the two newcomers were actually shadow fiends in disguise. The squad had met the comrades at an intersection, both dressed in guard uniforms. Sabers flashed as they crossed blades with the monsters, and the shadows beneath their feet behaved exactly like those of ordinary humans. Convinced, the team accepted them without hesitation. Turns out they were shadow fiends all along. No wonder they insisted on joining us, one soldier muttered, patting his chest in lingering fear. Good thing Brother Su-chun spotted it in time, or would have been ambushed for sure. But they had shadows. Shadow fiends aren't supposed to have shadows. The manual spells that out, another said, baffled. The uniforms, that's it. Lin Haitao bent down, scooped up the torn clothing, and his eyes lit up. They didn't morph clothes, they put on real ones. The shadows we saw came from the fabric. Most people never fight a shadow fiend in their lifetime. Their knowledge comes from a few lines of weaknesses in a dossier. In a pitched battle, the slightest oversight can kill you. Late autumn had set in, the air was cool, and long sleeves and trousers looked perfectly normal. In weather like this, shadow fiends can hide in plain sight. The shadows cast by clothing lack head detail, but in the chaos of combat that flaw is hard to spot. Thank heavens Su-chun figured it out, or we'd be done for. Thanks, Brother Su, Lin Haitao said gravely. No problem. Just doing my part, Su-chun replied, waving it off. What's the situation now? What's next? Lin Haitao cleared his throat, face grim. Headquarters reports no other beast activity so far. This seems to be a shadow fiend strike on its own, but we can't tell if it's a vanguard. Comms are down, yet HQ has dispatched riders on flying beasts to contact other districts. We should hear back soon. Until then, we hold the city, shield the civilians, and minimize losses. Su-chun nodded. Unlike the last raid on Shanghai, this city could still operate and no demon emperor had shown up. That meant his mother-in-law might reach them with reinforcement. She still had his ace in the hole, to be played only if needed. He suspected the 10th tier demon emperor, Tu Shanyu, was lurking nearby. From her tone, she wouldn't let him die. So no matter how ugly things got, his own life was likely safe. All that remained was figuring out how to rack up achievement points efficiently. At that thought, Su-chun's chest tightened. He whirled around, scanning the street behind him, but found only empty pavement and looming high-rises. What's wrong? Bai Shui asked, stepping closer. Probably nothing. Su-chun frowned at the glass facade of a distant building. Was it just my imagination? My danger sense definitely triggered a moment ago. Inside room 2508 at the Baida Hotel, just a short walk from the square, everything was still. The white curtains swayed gently, and the air held traces of recent movement. In the middle of the sofa sat a poised, elegant woman, as motionless as a statue. A black veil covered most of her face, revealing only a hint of delicate contours, adding an aura of mystery. Fishnet stockings hugged her long legs, their slender lines rendered even more enticing by the soft light. Her shapely figure and effortless grace combined into an allure that was nearly impossible to resist. She lifted a teacup, her fingertips trembling slightly as she took a delicate sip. As the heat brushed her lips, she flicked her tongue to catch the lingering droplets, then curved her mouth into a wicked smile like a blooming poppy, beautiful and faintly dangerous. So, Su-chun, I never thought someone could identify us without relying on shadows, she muttered, her eyes deep and unreadable. He's only a 4th tier beast tamer. Stronger than most, yes, but still just 4th tier. I plan to kill Zhao Yuhan and take his place. Yet Su-chun now seems far more valuable. Shall I kill him? A warped black shadow beside the sofa twisted and asked in a whisper. She shook her head, certain and calm. No, they'll handle him myself. You continue with the original plan. Understood. The shadow burst like a pricked bubble and vanished. Silence returned. She rose, lifted a hand, and her skin turned pitch black, as though thick tar had swallowed her whole. Within a heartbeat the tar solidified, then shattered. A moment later her skin was ivory again, her features settling into a flawless replica of Yi Lingyun's face. Completely naked, she stood unhurried, picked up a blouse and short skirt from the bed, and slipped them on. The instant the plain fabric touched her body, its color and texture changed, becoming Yi Lingyun's signature black and crimson evening gown. She stepped to the mirror and twirled, the hem unfurling like layered petals. In the glass her reflection grew more convincing. Scarlet lips moved with Yi Lingyun's voice, a blood-colored aura mimicked her deadly technique, and closed eyes rehearsed every nuance of her mannerisms. Breaths later, she opened her eyes, sharp as blades. A cold, arrogant smile rose on her lips. Suchun, this is a test. If you can see through my disguise, perhaps I'll make you my servant and train you. Fail, and I'll take your place and live on as you. For a fourth-tier beast tamer, you should feel honored. The demon empress herself is coming for you. With that, she strode from the room. The door clicked shut. Under the corridor lights, her form stretched into a long silhouette, and that very real shadow followed Yi Lingyun as she stepped into the elevator. After resolving the situation in the square, Lin Haitao began assigning tasks. The first name he called was Suchun. The teenager possessed a rare gift that could track shadow fiends without relying on their silhouettes, and the firepower of his contracted beast was devastating, allowing him to tear through the monsters even in a dense crowd. Lin Haitao immediately decided to form an assault squad with Suchun and 3 other 5th-tier beast tamers, tasked exclusively with sweeping every shelter for hidden shadow fiends and defusing that ticking time bomb. The rest of the team split into 2 groups. One pushed deeper into the eastern district to search for Lin Yubin and the other missing personnel, while the other fanned out from the square toward the outer district, killing any shadow fiend on sight to clear the battlefield as thoroughly as possible. On the way, every scene they passed was horrifying. The streets were slick with black sludge, flecks of blood glinted dark red under the lamps, and the stench of rot made them gag. Mo City, once a lively border town, now looked like a flayed corpse. Yet compared with cities flattened by true beast tides, Mo City was considered lucky. Even the brutal battle for Magic Capital had not been the worst case. A genuine catastrophic tide erased everything: no greenery, no people, not even the outline of a building left. Because of that contrast, the team's expressions remained almost relaxed rather than grim. In the Eastern District, the basement shelter of the Shou Shitsu Mall was crammed with more than 3,000 civilians, guarded by several dozen beast tamers. The overhead lights were dim, the air thick, and a restless murmur rippled through the crowd. If a shadow fiend hid here wearing real clothes, its shadow revealed nothing. Dragging every monster out of a place like this was practically impossible. When the station tamers learned the newcomers were from Warzone 1, they stepped aside with utmost respect. They had long known shadow fiends lurked in the shelter, but had strict orders not to startle them, so their nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Now that Warzone 1's prodigies had arrived, they finally saw hope of defusing the bomb. Suchun, are you sure you can do this? Don't kill the wrong people, Lin Haitao whispered, still hesitant. Relax. Give me 1 minute, and I'll be done. 1 minute? Yep, just watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Suchun closed his eyes and released his divine sense. The countdown began, 60 seconds of nothing but breathing and the rustle of bodies. 60 seconds later, Suchun still hadn't moved a muscle. Lin Haitao exchanged a glance with the 3 5th-tier tamers, suspicion flickering in their eyes. Just as someone was about to speak, the scene shattered like broken glass. More than 30 shadow fiends hidden among the crowd erupted into black sludge in an instant, without time to even twitch. Inky fluid splattered everywhere, and the air filled with a sickening mix of charred and bloody odors. The sudden detonation sent over 1,000 civilians into a screaming panic, throwing the shelter into chaos. Yet not a single ripple of battle energy had been released. What the hell was that? A tamer blurted. Scratching his head, Suchun said awkwardly, well, crowd control isn't really my forte. Could I trouble you seniors to handle it? Thanks. Before the words were out of his mouth, Lin Haitao and the other 3 almost face-planted. So that was why Suchun had insisted on bringing them along. Needed a cleanup crew. He handled the fighting. They soothed the civilians. What a wonderfully clear division of labor. While they were mulling it over, the 4 of them let out a helpless laugh. They exchanged a look, sharing the same thought. By seniority, they were the veterans, but on the battlefield, Suchun was the real boss. Normally, the elders charge in and the juniors mop up. Yet Suchun had stormed onto the scene, and no one could argue his strength spoke for itself. Under Lin Haitao's calming words and clear orders, the panic inside the shelter subsided. Within minutes, the crowd was steady again. With the first site wrapped up, they headed straight for the second shelter without a pause. The fight was just as one-sided. Suchun dashed in first. Before the shadow fiends even realized what was happening, dozens of dark shapes had been turned to ash. Lin Haitao's team handled the aftermath, treating the wounded, counting supplies, and clearing debris. They ran through the checklist like a seasoned customer service crew. It was a joke, but their efficiency was no joke at all. 10 minutes later, the third shelter was quiet as well. At that moment, a long-missed system prompt chimed in Suchun's mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned the title Shadow Fiend Slayer. 100 Shadow Fiends killed. The system's contribution is immeasurable. Care to show some gratitude? Achievement points 100. Ding. Total achievement points have exceeded 8,100. Extra reward. 5 free attribute points. Love you, System Sis. Is that sincere enough? Suchun teased silently. He could almost picture her tsundere expression, like a cat whose fur had just been ruffled, begging to be petted. The 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the 13th shelter followed. In 2 hours and 30 minutes they swept through East District like a gale, eradicating every last shadow fiend. The job was halfway done. Suchen, are we heading to the other districts next? Lin Haitao asked respectfully. In this world, age and seniority meant nothing. With enough power, an 18-year-old could be everyone's chief. Yeah, that's all we can do here. Su Chen nodded, mentally tallying the gains. Nearly 400 shadow fiends in 13 fights. If he handled the remaining 5 districts, the 1,000 kills achievement was within reach. The thought of a flood of achievement points made him grin. For Tu Shanyaya, though, it was no picnic. Every battle required her to cast Jing Huashui Yu over an entire shelter, draining both mind and body. If they could grab a break tonight, he'd have to reward her properly. All right, next stop is South District 8 shelters there. Lin Haitao had barely finished the sentence when the atmosphere around them turned eerily strange. Shadows, dark as ink and thin as phantoms, began to gather around Su Chen's party. This time, they didn't bother to copy human shapes. They simply sprawled across the pavement as pitch-black silhouettes, smothering the sidewalk in a crawling mass. Lin Haitao's eyes went cold, sweeping over the darkness. Looks like they're done hiding. Everyone get ready to fight. Yes, sir. The team roared, their momentum snapping into place. Su Chun muttered inwardly. Can't one of you just run straight at me? If the others keep splitting the kills, how am I supposed to reach my 1,000 head milestone? Complaints aside, he thrust his arm forward. Go. In a heartbeat, the two sides clashed like colliding magnets, and the street detonated with the roar of skills. The empty intersection burst into a kaleidoscope of color as elemental energy sprayed in every direction. 1. The beast tamers of the first combat zone lived up to their reputation. Their contracted beasts fought like war gods, holding 10 enemies at bay without faltering. The tamers themselves stayed busy, unleashing sorcery that meshed seamlessly with their partners' attacks. 2. The commotion drew nearby tamers. Within moments, the street was packed with reinforcements. 3. Night should have been heavy and dark, yet icy blades, lightning arcs, and waves of flame lit the scene as bright as day like fireworks exploding overhead. Su Chen's 4 contracted beasts tore into the shadow fiends as though nothing stood in their way. Blood-rend hound shredded the murky fog, splattering black blood that stained the asphalt a deeper shade of night. Scarlet flame eagles skimmed the ground, wingtips tracing lines of fire that ignited every severed remnant. Iron shell tortoise barreled forward, its carapace churning broken street bricks in its wake. Shade panther sprinted through darkness, killing so fast it left nothing but afterimages. 3rd and 4th tier beast cores rained onto the road, while black sludge soaked the pale concrete, painting a gruesome yet majestic tableau of slaughter. Su Chen's side clearly had the upper hand. Pathetic. These shadow wretches think they can fight Hedon? Lin Haitao sneered. Forming a seal, he condensed a sphere of demon energy in his palms and hurled it. Boom! The orb slammed into a fleeing fiend, blowing a gaping hole through its body before it dissolved into mist. Shadow fiends excel at stealth and ambush. Frontal combat should have been suicide. Choosing to brawl was practically a death wish. Su Chen refused to fall behind. He snapped his fingers, firing arrow after arrow of bestial energy. Each bolt punched clean through an onrushing fiend, cutting the air with a deep hiss. He's incredible, that's Su Chun. For beasts that strong, and his own power is even scarier. No wonder he saved Shanghai. After tonight, Mo City's new hero is definitely him. Minutes later, the street was purged. Only glittering beast cores remained, casting an eerie sheen over the carnage. Except for a few wounded beasts, Su Chen's squad had taken 0 casualties, a decisive, exhilarating victory. Yet the smoother the battle, the greater Su Chen's doubt. The fiends seemed to show up just to die. Their strength was pathetic, not a single 5th tier among them. If they'd used their brains, slipped into the crowd, and struck from hiding, their assassin talents would have been far more troublesome. Why give up the advantage and charge straight to their deaths? Speculation churned in Su Chen's mind, but for now, no answer revealed itself. At that moment, the contracted beasts all returned to their beastmasters. Thanks for the hard work, my 4 gorgeous ladies. Su Chun spread his arms, ready to pull Tu Shan Ye, Qing Lu, Yi Ling Yun, and Bai Shui into a group hug, then froze midair. What's wrong? Bai Shui tilted her head, long lashes fluttering, curiosity shining in her eyes. Nothing. Su Chen forced his voice to stay calm, though his heart slammed like waves against a cliff. He turned slowly, peripheral vision locked on Yi Ling Yun's system panel while his mind raced. Yi Ling Yun's interface had changed dramatically. Name: Yu Ziying. Species code: number 012, Fallen Angel. Rank: Tier 6, Stage 10. Constitution: 274.8, 274.8. Demon energy: 118.0, 118.0. Innate talent: Soul of Perdition. Skills: Doppelganger, Soul of Perdition acquisition, Divine Arts enhance, Divine Arts energy release, Moonlight Slash, Ebony Wings, Tempest, Skyfall, Lunar Burst, Demon Emperor Domain Abyss of the Fallen Angel. Click to view full skill list. Bond value 5. Soul of Perdition. Corrupts a human or beast into a servant and acquires that servant's innate talent. Only one talent can be held at a time. What the who the hell are you? Suchin almost cursed aloud. The sultry Yi Lingyun who used to double drain him every night had become a genuine fallen angel. Had someone swapped her out? Just then, the system chimed considerately. Yi Lingyun is currently inside the Demon Emperor domain and cannot be stored in the beast space. Please ensure you and the contracted beast share the same space before attempting retrieval. Suchin finally breathed a little easier, so she was only locked away. If she had truly been taken, he would pulverize whoever was behind it. What is it? You look distracted. The Yi Lingyun moved closer, voice soft and sweet, eyes half-lidded, a finger beckoning. A crimson skirt hugged her curves, exuding a faint scent of blood mixed with perfume. In voice, posture, even her shadow, she was identical to the real Yi Lingyun. Without the system panel's warning, Su Chun would never have noticed anything amiss. A tier 6 demon emperor, he mused. I still have 135 attribute points. Contracting her only costs 118 demon energy, plenty left over for the other girls. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a smile hidden deep in his eyes. Whether for combat strength or to rescue the real Yi Lingyun, this tier 6 demon emperor, who walked right up to him, was absolutely getting contracted. Looks like the plan to sign a contract with my two future mothers-in-law, Tu Shanyu and Yi Yulong. We'll have to wait yet again. Please let this imposter's real body not be some hulking guy. After taking a deep breath, Suchin quickly calmed himself. The ruins of the southern district were crowded and noisy. This was no time to force a contract or do anything suspicious. He needed to slip away from the crowd naturally. He turned and, as if it were second nature, swept Tu Shanyu, Yi Yulong, Yi Lingyun, and Yu Xing into his arms in one smooth motion. The nearby beast tamers stared, eyes bulging. Not only were his contracted beasts powerful, they were all stunning young women, four of them at once. By comparison, their partner beasts looked like uncles and aunties in human form, and jealousy all but filled the air. Stay sharp, Suchin warned in a low voice, scanning their surroundings. If shadow fiends can appear here, more could show up at any time. Be ready for a fight. Got it. The four girls answered in chorus. A flash of disappointment passed through Yi Lingyun's lovely eyes, quickly replaced by playful mischief. So he hasn't noticed. She thought to herself, such mastery of demon art's not bad material for a slave. Suchin's identity is still useful. I can't kill him here. I need to get him alone first. The group pushed on toward their target in the southern district, picking up several 4th and 5th tier beast tamers along the way. Shadow fiends ambushed them several times, but each wave was swiftly wiped out by their combined strength. Between skirmishes, Suchin studied this Yi Lingyun. Her movements flowed exactly like the real Yi Lingyun's, down to the tiniest flick of the wrist. The fallen angel's power didn't just steal a shadow fiend's strength, she could copy their techniques and behavioral memories as well. Terrifying. Thank goodness Shindazeri's beasts are so rare. Otherwise, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. After clearing the shadow fiends from shelter number 7, Lin Haitao and the others stayed to soothe the frightened residents. Just then, the fake Yi Lingyun grabbed Su Chen's hand, her face unusually tense, and dragged him outside. She called no one else and didn't summon a single beast. What's wrong? Su Chen asked as she pulled him along at a run. Master, I've sensed traces of a Shindazeri's beast high rank. A Shindazeri's beast? Yes, but it realized there are too many beast tamers here and is trying to escape. We need to hurry, or we'll lose it. What a flimsy excuse. Su Chun sneered inwardly. Trying to lure me out alone? Perfective been waiting for a chance to contract you. He tightened his grip on her hand, lifted his brows, and laughed freely. The Shindazeri's beast you're talking about must be you, right, Miss Fallen Angel? Or should I call you Yu Ziying? At that remark, Yu Ziying seemed struck by lightning, her body going rigid as though some invisible force had nailed her to the spot. She stared, wide-eyed and speechless, lips parted yet unable to make a sound. Like a jammed automaton, she forced her neck to turn notch by notch. Her face frozen in shock. Su Chun had not only pierced her disguise, he had called her by a name she'd nearly forgotten and exposed her as a fallen angel. What the hell is this? What do you mean? Su Chun gave her no room to think. He clamped a hand around her wrist and issued a silent command. System, allocate 120 points of demonic energy. Ding. Allocation complete. Current demonic energy, 204.9 out of 323.5. A flood of power roared into him, the greatest surge he had ever taken, setting every nerve ablaze. Compulsory contract activate. Compulsory contract activated successfully. Initiating. Before the prompt finished, a jet of black-violet light shot from his palm, engulfing the fake Yi Lingyun. The radiant veil peeled away her counterfeit face. Yi Lingyun's features dissolved, replaced by a woman in her 30s, mature and alluring, the real Yu Ziying. Her crimson lips gleamed. A flickering black halo hovered over her head, ready to shatter at any moment. Dark violet wings unfurled behind her, razor-sharp tips slicing the air, announcing her fallen angel nature. Crushed beneath the contract's weight, Yu Xing's pupils quaked. Her lips trembled. What are you? Fear and awe colored her voice, and her body shook uncontrollably. Suchen chuckled. Who am I? I suppose I'm your master now. Let's get along, shall we, my demon empress? Contract complete. The system chimed. Boom. The power of the demon empress contract erupted like a volcano. Centered on Su Chun and Yu Xing, an energy storm swept outward. Alloy-reinforced walls lining the street shattered, stone debris scattering as the air itself roared. Yu Xing's form blurred, then dissolved into a swirl of pale violet vapor that spiraled into Su Chen's body. One wisp drifted to his right wrist, fluttered like a butterfly, and settled into a tattoo of black-violet wings entwined with a dark halo. The contract was now sealed. Fifth beast acquired fallen angel Yu Xing. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Divine Sequence 5. Congratulations, host, on contracting your 5th legendary rank, Fiend Beast. You already have the campus beauty Tu Shan Yeya, the aloof Queen Qing Lu, the playful Yi Lingyun, the adorable Bai Shui, and now the elegant mature Lady Yu Xing. Quite the varied taste trying to collect every element of Fiend Beast girls. Are you? Achievement points 500. No sooner had the system finished speaking than a string of notifications exploded like rapid fire. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 8,200. You receive 5 free attribute points. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 8,300. You receive 5 free attribute points. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 8,400. You receive 5 free attribute points. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 8,500. You receive 5 free attribute points. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 8,600. You receive 5 free attribute points. A fresh announcement scrolled across the interface. Achievement unlocked. Fiend Emperor contract. The host now owns a Fiend Emperor as a contracted beast. Surely you can defeat her in bed, right? Achievement points 200. The barrage kept coming. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 8,700. You receive 5 free attribute points. The final prompt froze in front of Su Chun. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 8,800. Reward. Fiend Emperor Medallion. Item. Fiend Emperor Medallion Rarity, SSS. Description. Infuse demonic energy to activate. Suppresses any fiend beast, fiend emperor, or aberrant demon. The stronger the energy infused, the stronger the suppression. When used on your own contracted beasts, no energy is needed and suppression is guaranteed. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Su Chun nearly let loose every curse in the book. An SS-grade item, practically a lifeline. Why is the system so generous today? His heart pounded as he calculated. Against long-range fiend beasts, the usual imperishable body-force contract combo might fall short. But if he first pinned them down with this medallion and then added the contract, it would be flawless. I need to test just how strong this thing is. Licking his dry lips, he tucked the medallion into his shirt. At that moment, faint spatial ripples stirred in the high skies nearby. With the Fiend Emperor subdued, her vast emperor domain vanished. Yi Lingyun lost her foothold and plummeted. The wind howled past her ears as she flared her blood wings in midair, crimson feathers slicing the air and steadying her tiny frame just in time to avoid a face-first landing. I knew Master would catch me. That scared me to death. Patting her chest, she wobbled back to Su Chen's side. Utter bewilderment, total brain freeze. Inside Su Chen's beast space, Yu Xing was in complete shock. A 6th-tier Fiend Emperor's spiritual sense surged, leaving her scalp tingling and pupils dilated. How was I contracted? I was fully conscious yet couldn't resist that power. The contract had slammed into place before she could even struggle, dragging her into its shackles. What kind of monster did this? She pinched her own cheek. The sting proved it wasn't a dream. Rage flared behind her eyes, teeth grinding. She was a 6th-tier Fiend Emperor, feared and revered. Losing to a 7th or 8th-tier beast tamer, she could chalk up to survival of the fittest. But now she had been bound by a mere 4th-tier tamer. A humiliation beyond words. Su Chun, you damned brat. Let me out right now, or I'll rip that thing of yours off. Inside the beast-taming space, Yu Xing screamed herself hoarse, hammering the barrier with her spiritual sense. I'm counting to 3. If you don't let me out, I'll destroy this space. 1, 2, 3. Outside, Su Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, listening to her deafening threats with a crooked, dismissive smile. He could never go all out against Yi Lingyun and the others. But this demon empress Yu Xing was perfect for testing the true power of the demon sovereign token in his hand. With a thought, he rippled the dimensional wall like water, and Yu Xing was dragged into view. Her silver hair was a tangled mess, her robe flapping wildly, golden violet fury blazing in her eyes. She fixed Su Chun with a murderous stare. She might not kill him right away, but dragging this kid home as a watchdog would be easy. Su Chun drew a snow-white jade token from his robe and poured spiritual power into it. Buzz. A pillar of blinding white light erupted, descending like divine judgment and swallowing Yu Xing whole. A crushing pressure slammed down as if Mount Tai had fallen. Her demon power was wrenched from her body. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed with a thud, unable to move a finger. What is that thing? Shock and humiliation mingled in her wide eyes. Su Chun studied the glowing lines on the token and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, far better than I expected. He stepped forward, crouched, and lifted her chin with a finger. Beauty, you still don't get it. You're already my contracted beast. Whatever I want you to do is as easy as breathing. Despicable. Shameless, Yu Xing spat. If you've got guts, fight me fair and square. Su Chun shrugged. You're a demon empress. I'm just a fourth-rank beastmaster. Why would I brawl with you, heathen? Besides, you're mine now. How could I bear to really hurt you? If we have to fight, he chuckled, voice dripping with innuendo. We'll do it in bed. Yu Xing was about to explode. She cursed her own carelessness for falling into this trap. Considering the shape-shifting she-demons around Su Chun, she should have realized his habit of getting handsy with his beasts. She had never imagined an exalted demon empress would end up kneeling as the trophy of a fourth-rank beastmaster. The humiliation was unbearable. Su Chun flicked his sleeves and stood. Enough. I don't have time to argue. Yu Xing, one question: will you or won't you become my contracted beast? I'm only fourth rank and need to grind battlefields for experience. Except in life and death moments, I won't overuse your power. The rest of the time, I'm a minor tycoon in human society. Do whatever you like as long as you don't cause trouble, and I won't stop you. Deal? Su Chun spoke in a calm, coaxing tone. Humph, dream on. I'm a sixth-rank demon emperor. Do you have any idea how much blood and sweat it took to get here? You expect me to yield to a mere fourth-rank beastmaster? Keep fantasizing. You're only relying on a couple of strange relics. When their time is up, I'll cripple you myself. Yu Xing declared, righteous on the surface, though a tidal wave of unease churned inside her. That white jade token, one glance at it filled her with instinctive dread. It was clearly no ordinary artifact. Anyone carrying something so extraordinary had to possess both power and backing that couldn't be ignored. Worse yet, Su Chun could override a beast's will and force a contract. That alone made her wary. No normal beastmaster should wield such an ability. Su Chun's origins were surely impressive, and he might even break the 10th rank one day and become a peerless powerhouse. Following him might actually be her best stroke of luck. She was already bound to him and couldn't break the contract. For the foreseeable future, she had to keep him alive. These facts were simple enough. If only Su Chun would lower his stance, say a few nice words, and ask for her protection, she might swallow her pride and work with him, even help solve his future problems. Anything involving a bed, however, was absolutely off the table. Fine. Since you refuse to submit, stay in the beast-taming space and forget about ever coming out. Su Chun snapped. With a wave of his hand, he drew Yu Xing back into the space. When the Demon Emperor token suppressed one's own contracted beast, it cost no demonic energy, and its effect could last indefinitely. They'll keep you sealed for 2.5 years. We'll see if you're still so mouthy then. Yu Xing almost burst along. She was a 6th rank, 10th stage demon emperor. Among magical beasts, she was supreme. Any beast below the 6th rank, or any beastmaster for that matter, was an ant she could crush. Now this Su Chun wanted to lock her up, giving her zero respect? Yes, he had many trump cards and would probably surpass the 6th rank someday. But right now he was still just a 4th rank beastmaster. Didn't he want a 6th rank demon emperor to help him show off and soar? Damn it, I don't believe he won't call me out when he's in danger. Let's see who outlasts whom. System notification. Bond with fallen angel Yu Xing increased from 5 to 15. Su Chun froze. What was wrong with this fallen angel? After all that, the bond value actually rose? Was she a masochist or something? What Su Chun didn't know was that an emperor-class beast like Yu Xing, who roamed the borderlands, was used to endless flattery. She had long grown accustomed to being treated like a shining star. No one had ever dared speak to her so forcefully. You know the saying, the campus beauty isn't cold, she just doesn't think you deserve her smile. The same holds true for a demon emperor. The more you flatter her, the more she despises you. The more you oppose her, the more she might admire your backbone, and her favorability climbs. Of course, that only works if you actually have the strength to talk to her as an equal. Try it as a nobody and she'll blacklist you on the spot. If Su Chun lacked sufficient trump cards, Yu Xing would never have backed down. It was precisely his confidence, combined with the Demon Emperor token and that bug-like forced contract, that convinced her she might achieve greatness by following him, and so the notion of surrender began to take root in her heart. Before long, the Beast Girl squad burst onto the street. Yi Lingyun circled once in midair, spotted Su Chun at the corner, folded her wings, and dove to the ground. Hot on her heels, Tushan Yia asked suspiciously, Su Chun, what on earth just happened? A moment earlier she had only seen Yi Lingyun drag Su Chun out of the shelter and assumed they had urgent business her own sister would never hurt him. Then a hurricane-like surge of demonic power swept the city, sending the girls racing after them. Su Chun hesitated, but before he could speak, Yi Lingyun waved a hand. A demon emperor showed up. The me you saw was a fake. She locked the real me inside her domain. Huh. The girls stared at one another. Suchin smiled. Relax. I've already subdued the demon emperor. Head back to the beast space and greet your new sister. What? Their shock only deepened. An emperor too? He's a fourth-tier beast master with 4 genera beasts already. They'd thought his power was maxed out. Now he snagged an emperor as well? Half skeptical, they returned to the beast space. Out on the prairie, the 6th class, 10th stage demon emperor Yuzing lay trapped inside layer upon layer of seals, her black wings and dark halo glaring in the sunlight. He really contracted an emperor? Black wings and a black halo? Aren't light angels supposed to be gold? Our master's insane. I nearly died of fright when she yanked me into her domain, then he put her down in seconds. Haha, the demon emperor's my junior now. How cool is that? Voices overlapped as Yuzing's face turned ashen. Clenching her teeth, she seethed. Before Su Chun, this dignified demon emperor had become a laughingstock. I will never submit. This is that scoundrel's trap. Her chest heaved, anger flushing her cheeks. She drew a deep breath, forcing herself calm. Humiliation could wait. She had to steady her mind first. Elsewhere, after discovering Su Chun was missing, Lin Haitao and the others left the shelter to search the streets. Turning a corner, they found him strolling alone. Lin Haitao's heart lurched, his voice quavering. Su Chen, why are you here by yourself? He instinctively checked the ground behind Su Chen. Normally, the beast girls never left his side, but now they were nowhere in sight. Sensing his confusion, Su Chen lifted a hand and flicked his wrist. In an instant, the beast girls appeared around him. He quickly explained, sorry, I just spotted a straggler and had to chase it down. Didn't mean to worry you. Only then did Lin Haitao relax, patting his chest. Su Chen, don't scare us like that. If anything happened to you, would never be able to answer to the first battle zone. Haha, my bad really. Su Chen laughed it off, but he kept the real story to himself. In less than 5 minutes he had bound a 6th-rank beast emperor to a contract. If anyone heard that, they would swear he was insane. Yu Ziying revealed no details, yet from the description of her skills Su Chen believed she was the mastermind behind the beast tide. Her motives were still unclear, but that no longer mattered. With the Shadow Fiends deprived of their command core, the rest of the fight became much easier. Over the next 2 hours the Shadow Fiends around the Southern District shelter were wiped out one pocket at a time. Blood streaked the streets, smoke rose from collapsed buildings, and human soldiers advanced shoulder to shoulder with their beasts. Just then reinforcements arrived, only 3 people, yet more reassuring than 3,000 troops. It was Han Yuchen's squad, the same team that had escorted Su Chun to Modu, 1 8th-rank beastmaster and 2 at the 7th rank, all of them formidable. With the trio in the fray, the remaining Shadow Fiend forces in Mo City were crushed in less than an hour. Su Chen's luck peaked as well. Once the reinforcements arrived, he reached his 1000th kill, and system messages flooded his interface. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlock Shadow Fiend Adjudicator. 1,000 Shadow Fiends slain. Achievement points 200. Ding. Achievement points exceed 8,900. Free attribute points 5. Ding. Achievement points exceed 9,000. Free attribute points 5. At the same time his level rose to 4th tier, stage 5. From dusk until dawn, the 12-hour defense of Mo City finally came to an end. Smoke drifted away while scorched earth and shattered walls intertwined, and the work of mopping up stragglers and counting casualties began in a race against the clock. Ha ha ha, that's our Su Chun. Han Yuchen strode over, slung an arm around his shoulders, and let out a hearty laugh. You're the future 10th rank beastmaster, mark my words. Command had hoped to give Su Chun a quiet place to grow, but sending him to the frontier town of Mo City had unknowingly thrown him into a massive beast tide. Even so, he had earned dazzling merits on his own. He merely waved it off. Just got lucky, that's all. And this happens to be my specialty. By the way, senior, have we figured out why they attacked? Han Yuchen's expression darkened, and he sighed. Those Shadow Fiends keep their mouths sewn shut. Torture won't get a single word out of them. Even stranger, the moment a psychic technique is used they self-destruct on the spot, leaving no clues whatsoever. Putting everything together, Han Yuchen concluded that a powerful beast emperor had to be pulling the strings. That emperor could be hiding in the dark, using Mo City as bait to draw beastmasters from every region, or perhaps it abandoned its pawns after realizing how many experts were inside the city. There are too many possibilities to pin down. So far the beast tide had inflicted surprisingly little damage. Compared with other frontier cities, this one got off lightly. A few stretches of pavement were cracked, streetlights lay at odd angles, yet water, power, and communications were still running, and daily life was almost undisturbed. The uproar was quickly put on hold. After finishing the investigation report, Su Chen finally felt the weight lift from his chest and let out a long breath. The fallen angel's ability to dominate an entire Shadow Fiend force single-handedly still chilled him, but at least the information on Yuzing had stayed hidden. A 4th-tier beastmaster contracting a 6th-tier demon emperor was unheard of. Keeping it secret until he advanced to the 5th or even 6th tier was clearly the safest play. The crisis is over. We head back to first sector tomorrow morning. Good work, everyone. It's late, get some sleep. With that single sentence, Han Yuchen closed the book on the defense operation. Before dawn, he summoned the whole sector to the temporary command post. Most of them looked exhausted, yet stood ramrod straight. Han Yuchen handed out praise one by one, but could not avoid calling out Li Tianxiang, Lin Yubin, and Li Lei. After finishing their patrol, the three had slipped off to the red light district. With their current fame, they could have any woman they wanted. Han Yuchen could not fathom the need. Yet he had to concede that when the surprise attack hit, they were the first to charge back, cutting down a swarm of shadow fiends on their own and holding the entire district. Merits and faults, in the end, balanced out. Everyone accepted the commendations and reprimands in silence. When the meeting adjourned, Han Yuchen stepped through the doorway with two aides, then suddenly wheeled around, his sharp gaze locking on Su Chun. Su Chun, come with me. At the same time, northern border of the Asen Kingdom, In City. A blood-red cloud ceiling pressed low over the rooftops, and the air reeked of iron. A jet-black blur streaked in from the south, circled the city's most luxurious hotel several times, then crashed through a floor-to-ceiling window and landed lightly on the marble floor. 3 demon emperors were waiting. On the left stood a 9-foot brute, sheathed in thick green hide, a face bristling with tusks, a giant studded club dragging grooves in the tiles, and a necklace of human skulls clacking at his throat. 10th rank, 7th stage. Shindai sequence number 46, Rakshasa Ghost King. On the right loomed a towering silhouette of living fire. 8 feet of seething flame, so hot the air warped, like a furnace torn from the underworld. 10th rank, 5th stage. Shindai sequence number 47, Skyfire Moth. Between them stood a petite demon empress, breathtakingly beautiful. A pink and white dress rippled softly around her, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest carried a hint of girlish shyness and innocence, like a fairy newly descended from the heavens. Yet her eyes carried a depth and wisdom far beyond her years. In the center of the grand hall, the youthful-looking demon emperor sat on a crescent-shaped obsidian throne, faint sparks of 7th tier, stage 3 demonic power flickering at her slender fingertips. Though her cultivation was not the highest in the Beast Legion, her authority was absolute. She was Laplace Yao, number 4 in the Shindai sequence, born with the gift of prophecy. Because her level was still low, she could glimpse only vague outlines of the future, yet even these fragments could tip the scales of war. 2 months ago, the Beast Legion swept through Asen Nation after her single warning. A breach will open to the northwest within 13 days. She had dispatched her old friend, the fallen angel Yuzing, to infiltrate Imo City by merging with its shadows. The plan was simple: seize the chaos to kill the 7th-tier Beastmaster Zhao Yuhan, replace him with a disguised Shadow Yao, and take command of the city's defenses. Once that link snapped into place, she would slip inside and begin the underground excavation before humanity could react. A high-rank demon emperor could have shattered the walls with one blow, but she held back, afraid the commotion would draw the attention of humanity's elite. If the object was discovered early, taking it would be nearly impossible. By her visions, Imo City was supposed to fall tonight. But the plan went awry. Shadows flooded the hall. A Shadow Yao dropped to one knee, its voice hoarse. My deepest apologies, Your Majesty, the mission has failed. Laplace Yao's brows tightened. Failed. A stranger in the city can see through shadow disguises. Lady Yuzing has been contracted by him. The report chilled the air at once. Yuzing was contracted? Laplace Yao's smile vanished, her gaze like a blade. The first name she thought of was Long Haojia, one of humanity's most celebrated prodigies. The Shadow Yao shook its head, voice trembling. No, not him. The man is only a 4th-tier Beastmaster. What? Demonic energy surged through the hall. Laplace Yao's brows knitted harder. A 4th-tier Beastmaster defeated a Shindai sequence demon emperor? His name is Su Chun, from the First War Zone. We gathered some information during the retreat. Please look, Your Majesty. A scroll was presented. 3 attending demon emperors unrolled it together, their pupils shrinking with every page. Su Chun had contracted 4 beasts, 2 of them in the Shindai sequence, a vampire and a 9-tailed fox. The other 2 were still unidentified. Half a year ago, he had been only Tier 1, Stage 2. Compared with the famed Long Haojia, his growth was even more terrifying. Are you certain the information is accurate? A 4th-tier Beastmaster showing demonic energy this high? Laplace Yao asked quietly. She had heard Su Chen's name, widely praised in Long Country, yet he had never appeared in her prophetic visions, meaning he should have been an insignificant pawn. The Shadow Yao bowed lower. I would not dare falsify anything, and Su Chen seems to wield a strange secret art that lets him force a contract without first defeating the target. We still don't know the conditions. Lady Yuzing fell to that very technique. At these words, the pupils of the 3 Yao emperors contracted sharply, disbelief and shock flooding their eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luocha Guiwang was the first to lose his composure, his shrill voice echoing off the stone walls. If Yuzing hadn't been subdued, why would she submit to a contract? Has she lost her mind? Letting herself be bound without resistance? Ying Yao, are you trying to dodge the blame? The shadows writhed. Bowing its head, Ying Yao stammered, I wouldn't dare. Every word is true. It was little more than a patch of darkness, yet cold sweat seemed to bead along its formless outline as it struggled to suppress its terror. Laplace folded her arms in thought. No one understood Yu Ziying's temperament better than she did. Even a 6th or 7th tier beastmaster might not force that woman to yield, let alone a 4th tier one. She also knew Zhao Yuhan's strength. In a straight duel he would never defeat Yu Ziying. And now she was told Yu Ziying had been contracted by Su Chun. Every clue compelled her to reassess this man named Su Chun. She raised a hand to halt the argument. Enough. We'll leave Imo City for now. As long as the humans notice nothing, we stay quiet. Ying Yao withdraw. Yes, Ying Yao dared not linger. It melted into the surrounding darkness in an instant. The room's temperature seemed to rise again. Tianhua Yi fluttered her wings, asking hesitantly, Minger, what do you think? Do we still attack Imo City? Stand down for the moment, Laplace said with a shake of her head. 2 assaults in quick succession will only alert them. Put it aside, rushing will ruin everything. What matters more to me is Su Chun. The intel on him is certainly extraordinary, Tianhua Yi agreed. Luocha Guiwang snorted in disdain. I'm not buying any of it. Ying Yao's just making excuses. A 4th tier beastmaster contracting 4 Yao beasts is already absurd, and now you're telling me he added a 6th tier Yao emperor? There are limits to bragging. Laplace rubbed her temples, her tone uncharacteristically weary. True or false? I'll verify it myself. Ying Yao wouldn't drag some random name into this for no reason. Tianhua Yi pressed on. Then what's our next move? Finish taking what's left of the Asin kingdom as quickly as you can. I'm going to meet Su Chun. Laplace's gaze turned razor sharp. Remember to drive the humans into a corner. Spare them if you can. Understood. Tianhua Yi nodded. Luocha Guiwang flicked a claw. Those pathetic beastmasters in the Asin kingdom aren't worth all this caution. Enough. It's settled, Laplace declared. When Luocha Guiwang and Tianhua Yi departed, the room fell silent. Laplace sank into a high-backed chair and opened Ying Yao's report, her eyes focusing on several hastily snapped photos of Su Chun. For a century, her gift of foresight had let her glimpse the main currents of the future fragmented images, yet never wrong. This time, however, a fissure had appeared. 2 months ago, she had clearly foreseen Mo City's total fall, and Yu Ziying disguised as the city's strongest beastmaster, Zhao Yuhan. Why, then, are we suddenly hearing that Mo City has fallen? Laplace stood at the window of the towering clock tower, staring down at the pitch-black land, her brows tightly knit. Su Chun, a man capable of bringing even an emperor-class demon like Yu Ziying to heel, had never appeared in any of her prophecies, proof enough that he carried a secret so vast even future sight could not touch it. If I can't foresee him, he must have another trick up his sleeve, she murmured, her eyes cold. As for bypassing resistance and forcing a contract, she already had a complete plan. A few demon emperors had long used a rather simple method to avoid being bound by humans. 1. Capture a high-tier beastmaster with no Shindai contract slots filled, but plenty of arcane power. 2. Kill every spirit beast that beastmaster has, then forge a contract with the beastmaster himself. 3. Use a vampiric rite to turn the beastmaster into an immortal undead thrall and lock him away forever. Such imprisoned beastmasters are called soil. On paper, the demon emperor becomes a contracted beast, yet in reality remains free to move, slipping in and out of human cities past barriers and scanners at will. If captured, the emperor is useless to human handlers because it is already bound. The lone weakness: the vampire must stay alive. The moment he dies, every thrall and the contracted emperor die with him. For this reason, the cautious Laplace had never sought soil before. But Su Chin's strangeness had exceeded every expectation. The trump card had to be played. She tapped the window ledge, the sound crisp. No matter how outrageous Su Chin's power is, he can't possibly recontract someone else's spirit beast, can he? Someone, contact the main battle zone and find me the best soil available. I'm signing now. Yes, ma'am. A shadow answered and vanished down the corridor. Watching him disappear, Laplace's lips lifted, dimples appearing. She tucked a strand of soft pink hair behind her ear, her eyes gleaming with mischief and confidence as she ran through her next moves. Without that faint aura of a demon emperor, no one would ever link her to a battlefield. Dressed like a candy-colored high school girl, she invited nothing but pity. Su Chun, I'm eager to see what you're hiding. Meanwhile, in Mo City, Su Chun followed Han Yuchen through the shattered gate. It was 2:30 a.m., yet the post-battle streets blazed with light. Searchlights and emergency rune lamps crisscrossed, throwing the charred rubble and collapsed walls into stark relief. The air reeked of blood and the sour stench of black sludge. Every breath scraped his throat like sandpaper. Cleanup crews were bagging and burning the broken bodies of demon beasts, while repair teams hurried to patch the energy lines. Warning whistles sounded at intervals, urging everyone to stay alert. The latest casualty report had come in. Almost no beastmasters were lost, but civilian deaths had topped 30,000. For a beast tide of this scale, launched under cover of stealth, headquarters was calling the numbers a major victory. They walked in silence, stepping over dried blood, debris, and twisted rebar. After 10 more minutes, they reached the riverbank. The dark water reflected distant flames, ripples shivering. Han Yuchen stopped, a breath of white mist drifting from his lips like evening fog. He turned slowly, shoulders heavy, voice ragged yet clear. Su Chen, take some leave for a while. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened in confusion. He scratched his head, replaying Han Yuchen's earlier reminder break through to Tier 5 as soon as possible. So why was he suddenly being told to take a vacation? Han Yuchen sat opposite him, let out a long sigh, and spoke in a calm, low voice. The Tournament of Prodigies is held every year. If you push too hard, you'll only weaken your foundation. Level isn't everything. Fundamentals are what matter. He paused before adding, telling you to rest isn't my personal whim. It's a joint decision from the top. His gaze sharpened, as though he could see straight through Su Chen. I'm guessing you have an ability that lets you bypass a spirit beast's resistance and force a contract. Am I right? The words struck like muted thunder. Su Chen froze, frantically searching his memories for any moment he might have been exposed. He had chosen deserted spots when contracting Yu Xing. Qing Lu had been on an empty coastline. Yiling Yun was hidden in Yi Yulong's domain. Bai Shui was deep inside the Red Skull Chich's ice cellar. No one should have been watching those places. The only weak link was his first contract with Tu Shanyi during the college entrance examination, where everything had been recorded. Careless, he cursed inwardly, while outwardly wearing a conflicted look. How could he possibly explain such a unique power? Noticing his distress, Han Yuchen waved a hand with a gentle smile. I knew it. But everyone has secrets you don't need to answer. I'm just reminding you. You're too important to Longhua, to all humankind, to be put at risk. Your performance in the Modu and Mo City incidents was spectacular, but the danger was just as great. If anything happened to you, the loss would be immeasurable. After careful deliberation, the higher-ups decided you'll stay in the rear and focus on growing stronger. Leave the front line to us. Su Chen was stunned again, weighing the implications. Were they grounding him because they were afraid he'd get hurt? But without the front line, how was he supposed to earn achievement points or level up? In terms of safety, he was better protected than anyone. One 8th tier Beast Emperor mother-in-law was on call, and another 10th tier Beast Emperor mother-in-law watched from the shadows. If it ever came to life and death, Tu Shanyu would never stand by. Yet he couldn't reveal any of that to Han Yuchen. After a brief deliberation, Su Chen clenched his teeth. To hell with it. He suddenly straightened, brought his heels together, raised his arm, and gave Han Yuchen a crisp military salute, his expression more solemn than ever. Sorry about this, senior. I appreciate the offer, but I want set out to fight. Su Chen clenched his fists, his voice ringing with conviction. With the Dragon Nation beset inside and out, this is a matter of life and death. As a son of Longhua, it's my duty to take the field. Heaven never entrusts a great task to someone without first tempering his mind, body, and spirit. Since you believe I can shoulder this burden, I must endure trial after trial until I become truly strong. The First War Zone has invested so much in me. If I hide behind the lines, I'd be squandering the nation's efforts. If I can't face even this danger, how could I ever protect Longhua or save its people? He lifted his head, eyes blazing. Please allow me to fight on the front lines. His words carried a barbed rebuke for pampered heirs who only knew pleasure, yet Han Yuchen was deeply moved. In Su Chen he saw a true hero drawing his sword before him. Loyalty is proven in hardship, and turmoil forges legends. High-ranked beast tamers who sit idle despite their power are no heroes. The title belongs to those who step forward for their country and people, fearless of death. Su Chen, personally acknowledged by Long Haojia, was precisely the prodigy this chaotic age had been waiting for. Han Yuchen burst into laughter and smacked Su Chen's shoulder. Good. Well said. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. With this resolve, you outshine 80% of the beast tamers in the First War Zone. Geniuses are everywhere, but few leave the greenhouse to shoulder real responsibility. I'll report to headquarters right away. You have my word, I won't let you down. Thank you, senior. Su Chen let out a long breath, the weight on his chest lifting. Luckily, he hadn't chosen to rest. He mused. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to gather the demon power needed to seal contracts with his two prospective mothers-in-law. Tu Shanyu, in particular, always acted aloof. That identical face of hers, paired with a lofty tone, felt oddly disconcerting. Su Chen swore to himself that sooner or later he would get her into bed together with Tu Shanyu, of course. With the conversation over, Han Yuchen vaulted onto the three-legged golden crow. Its gilded wings beat once, and man and bird streaked toward the northwestern front. Watching them disappear, Su Chen couldn't help sighing. High-ranked beast tamers really did live on the move, with barely a moment's rest. Back in his room, he had barely stepped through the door when a crowd of demon beast girls tumbled out of the beast space. Qing Lu and Tu Shanyi hesitated as though wanting to speak, but holding back, an unusual sight that caught Su Chen off guard. Normally, those two avoided any intimacy. Yet now they were showing a subtle softness. Had the life and death battle changed their outlook, or had they finally begun to notice his charm? Whatever the reason, Suchin knew the moment was too good to waste. After everyone finished their hot showers, steam swirled beneath the lights, lending the room a warm, fresh scent. Tugging at his collar, he smiled wryly. A new battle right after the last one. Good thing he had plenty of stamina, and the hotel bed was wide enough. The droplets had yet to dry before the second round of all-out combat began. Naturally, Suchin focused most of his firepower on Tu Shan, who had distinguished herself in battle that night. 2 o'clock the next afternoon, the steel alloy doors of Mo City's command center slid open, and Suchin stepped inside. He was met by a cluster of beastmasters with knitted brows, Tier 4 and Tier 5 elites whose bodies were 5 times tougher than any civilians. Yet dark circles ringed every eye, and their movements were sluggish, as if their strength had been drained. Indicator lights on the consoles blinked without pause. The air was thick with the smells of coffee and disinfectant, and even the hum of the machinery felt heavy. At the center table, Zhao Yuhan stared at a blank sheet of A4 paper, tapping the tabletop with one finger while the other hand massaged his temples. A long sigh escaped him, as though he were wrestling an obstinate riddle. So focused was he that he failed to notice Su Chun standing at his side. "My head's killing me. How am I supposed to write this?" he muttered. Su Chun lowered his voice. "Good afternoon, Senior Zhao. Busy with something?" Only then did Zhao Yuhan look up, bloodshot eyes painfully clear. He forced a smile. "Su Chun, don't ask. I'm trying to draft a request for reinforcements, but I can't figure out how to phrase it." During last night's monster-tide defense, Zhao Yuhan had spent nearly the entire night in the command center, directing tactics. Of his 2 contracted beasts, one guarded his side to intercept any shadow fiend infiltrators, while the other held the power hub to keep the city's electricity stable, so neither beast saw frontline action. Zhao Yuhan had always been Hansen, unwilling to entrust command to anyone else not out of distrust, but because he was accustomed to having the whole board in view. Because of this, the city's strongest fighter never made it to the front, leaving his combat strength idle. The Shadow Fiend incursion had been small in number and low in rank, and only Su Chen's ability to instantly identify them had kept the city safe. But if the next wave proved fiercer and larger, and Zhao Yuhan remained chained to the command seat, disaster was all but certain. Someone had to take his place. Yet every border post was desperate for manpower, and he couldn't stomach pulling high-tier beastmasters from other sectors, so a simple letter had him completely stuck. Su Chun listened to the rambling explanation and nodded. He understood too, well, the dilemma of needing to handle things personally. After a brief chat, Su Chun left the command center and headed to First Sector's private lounge. Given the late hour, everyone should have assembled, but the spacious room was lit only by a single wall lamp in the corner. Lin Haitao lounged alone on a long bench, scrolling through his terminal, the place unusually quiet. Did the others wear themselves out? Su Chun wondered. Hearing footsteps, Lin Haitao looked up and smirked. "Well, if it isn't our big hero. Good afternoon. Don't call me that. It feels weird," Su Chun mumbled, scratching his head as his face warmed. "Haha, what else should I call you? You still don't have a code name, do you?" That reminder made Su Chun freeze. Every beastmaster in First Sector seemed to have one. Teacher Xia Lima goes by the codename Mali. Admiral Luo Xinghe is known as God of War. Senior Han Yuchen carries the title Peerless Warlord. Senior Long Haojie is called Dragon Emperor. None of these code names seems to hold any special meaning, does it? Still, using them instead of real names does sound more mysterious and grand. By the way, Senior Haitao, what's your code name? Lin Haitao lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. Leaning back on the sofa, he let a faint sadness flicker in his eyes. "My codename is Xiling. It was the name of my first love. Sadly, she died during the college entrance exam." "I didn't expect that," Su Chun murmured, startled that a casual question had touched on such a heavy story. Patting Su Chen's shoulder, Lin Haitao continued, "Su Chun, you're destined for greatness. Pick a codename. Soon I'm eager to see the look on those beasts' faces when they hear it." "I'd better work on that," Su Chen answered with a self-deprecating laugh, though he still had no idea what name to choose. "The city's on high alert, so we can skip patrol for now. If the stench of blood is too much, just stay in your room and rest," Lin Haitao said, brushing ash from his clothes as he stood. "Understood, Senior." He'll head back. The walk to his room was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual city clamor. Inside the beast space, Su Chun chatted with the monster girls. Their entire discussion centered on code names, each opinion clashing with the next. Tu Shan Ye favored archaic phrases from classical poetry. Qing Lu suggested titles of her favorite songs, hoping melody could define him. Yiling Yun insisted every name include the word blood. Bai Shui adored everything cute, proposing options like Snow Baby, which instantly conjured an image of an innocent little girl. With so many conflicting ideas, Su Chen's head began to throb. While he wrestled with the decision, disaster struck without warning. Don't come any closer. Help! A panicked scream echoed from the alley ahead. Su Chen's heart clenched. Without hesitation, He shot forward, reaching the alley mouth in a flash. A fourth tier, 10th stage shadow fiend was lashing out with bladed arms, raining strikes on a bubblegumping girl. The pink-haired girl was clearly a beast herself. She twisted and dodged with impressive agility, yet the power gap was obvious. One misstep, and a blade split open her right wrist, sending blood spraying. Su-chan was about to charge in and play the hero when his gaze swept over the interface floating above the girl's head. He froze. Name: Hua Ruoming. Species: Serial No. 004 Laplace Fiend. Level: 7th tier, 3rd stage. Constitution: 252.5, 258.0. Demonic power: 130.0, 130.0. Innate skill: Natural prophecy. Skills: Wind Flame, Blizzard, Flash Thunder, Earth Rift, Divine Metamorphosis, Breath Concealment, Spatial Shift, Nature's Intimidation, Time Acceleration, Spatial Rend, Dimensional Sever, Heaven's Wrath, Demon Emperor Domain, Realm of Time and Space. Tap here to view full skill list. Bond value: 10. Natural prophecy. Able to foresee the general course of a future event. What the hell? Su-chan lurched forward, almost face-planting. His eyes widened in disbelief. Standing in front of him was a 7th tier, 3rd stage Yao Emperor from the Shindai sequence, someone whose constitution topped 300 points. Yet a shadow fiend with barely 100 points was chasing her all over the place, pounding away. Was this some kind of cosmic joke? Help me! Hua Rumeng's scream echoed overhead. The shadow fiend dove in, its fists slamming down like a rainstorm. With a dull boom, she spat blood, her body flung back like a cut kite. She smashed into the wall, a spider web of cracks spreading out as the entire surface shook. Die! The shadow fiend hissed, claws flashing as it surged toward the battered Hua Ruoming, cruelty gleaming in its eyes. She stumbled aside, terror and despair tangled in her gaze, yet sheer survival instinct kept her fighting. Every few seconds her blood-streaked eyes darted to Su-chan, practically pleading, "Get over here." Su-chan noted her injuries, then saw his own interface drop by 0.1 constitution. He almost laughed. No wonder the area was eerily silent. This entire spectacle had been staged by the gorgeous Yao Emperor. A bond value of 10 said she knew exactly who he was. She was using the oldest trick in the book, the damsel in distress gambit, to get close and probe him. An assassination attempt? Hardly. Hua Ruoming had a pinpoint spatial shift skill even more outrageous than Yi Yulong's, and she was a 7th tier Yao Emperor. If she wanted him dead, one strike would have done it. She wouldn't need this clumsy play. Trying to run mind games on me. You're way too green, little lady. Su-chan chuckled to himself. The picture snapped into focus. Before the system, no disguise could last. A dignified 7th tier, Yao Emperor number 4 in the Shindai sequence was willing to write, direct, and star in her own spy drama just to get near him. From his god's eye view, it was downright entertaining. If this helpless Yao Emperor hoped to stick around legitimately, she'd need a follow-up act. And if she dared stroll into a human city so openly, the force behind her had to be even more interesting. Su-chan glanced at his stats. He still had 50 free attribute points, yet claiming Hua Ruoming would take another 80 in demon power 90 to be safe, factoring in future level-ups for his beast girls. The plan crystallized: keep Hua Ruoming close, grind achievements to pump his demon power, then force a contract with this crafty little vixen down the line. This game already sounds intriguing. Su-chan wasn't acting out of a death wish. Since the other side had noticed him, keeping her close when he knew who she was made far more sense than driving her away. He could monitor her movements and feed her false information when needed, instead of letting her lurk in the dark and plot unseen. Hua Ruoming's gift of natural prophecy, however, was a headache. Su-chan suspected that sooner or later it would show him things he was never meant to see, so he decided to bring out the power of nullification. He had already tested it on the Ing Yao. It could silently strip an enemy of their innate ability. Caught off guard, the Ing Yao had revealed its true form and died in an instant. With that in mind, he acted without hesitation. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." A streak of eerie light gathered at his fingertip. A demon arrow took shape and shot toward the Ing Yao like lightning. In the next heartbeat, the creature dissolved into a pool of inky sludge. Su-chan dashed forward, caught Hua Ruoming, and quietly unleashed the power of nullification. Her natural prophecy was sealed before she even noticed. "I'm fine. Thank you, handsome stranger. You're a spirit beast, right? Why are you here? And why was the Ing Yao hunting you?" Su-chan motioned for her to stay calm. Hua Ruoming drew a deep breath, steadied her racing heart, and began her story. She claimed to be a Tier 3, first stage spirit beast sequence 166. The flower sprite and had only just finished taking human form. Her original beastmaster came from a small border town between the Asan Kingdom and the Long Kingdom and was captured during a beast tide. Relying on sheer willpower and agility, she barely escaped. Because their contract was still intact and her master's fate was unknown, she could slip into Mo City without triggering its protective wards. While hiding there, she stumbled upon the Ing Yao, which led to everything Su-chan had just seen. To bolster her tale, she recited one touching memory after another about her master, tears and all, but to Su Chun most of it sounded like embellishment, so he tuned it out. Hey, race my master's identification card in mine. Take a look. She handed him a document stamped with the seal of the Ascend Kingdom. He skimmed it and gave it back. Credentials were routine, and the Ascend Kingdom could scarcely protect itself, so digging deeper felt pointless. Right? You really are from the Ascend Kingdom. Su Chun nodded. So what now? Your beast master is gone, and your lifeline is in someone else's hands. Hua Rumeng's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Her soft pink irises shimmered as her lips trembled. I don't know. I have nowhere left to go. Watching her pitiful expression, Su Chen's mouth curved in a faint, ambiguous smile. This 70-year demon empress clearly didn't understand how men think. Few people these days would fall for a simple sob story. Even so, he decided to play along. After all, the game had only just begun, and he had no intention of ending it so soon. With that thought in mind, Su Chun reached out and gently patted Hua Rumeng's slender shoulder, speaking in a clear, reassuring voice. Don't worry, everything will be fine. By the way, after chatting for so long I still don't know your name. Let me go first. I'm Su Chun. I spend most of my time helping homeless spirit beasts. They'll be around for a while, and am living alone in a pretty big place the authorities gave me. If you don't mind, come hang out at my place. 3 meals a day are guaranteed. You can sleep whenever you're tired, and if you want to leave, no one will stop you. Hua Rumeng's eyes immediately lit up. A small, triumphant smile flickered across her lips, a look that said everything was unfolding exactly as planned, yet she quickly swapped it for gratitude. She rejoiced inwardly. Last night's crash course on human male preferences really paid off. The pitiful beauty act never fails, and the legendary genius Su Chun is no exception. Softly she spoke. Are you sure this is okay? I am still a spirit beast. Su Chun laughed heartily. Since you've signed a contract with us humans, we're on the same side now. Taking care of each other is only natural. Of course, if you're uneasy, just pretend I never offered. I trust you. She bit her lip, probing further. Still, I'm only a spirit beast. There's nothing in it for you. At that moment, the 4 beast girl partners from Su Chen's beast space leapt out. The liveliest, by Shue, whipped out a handkerchief, dabbing away imaginary tears while gazing at Hua with sympathy. So sad. Why not move in with us? We're all good people, just trust us. That's right, that's right. Another beast girl chimed in, nodding vigorously. Su Chen's incredible. But she lowered her voice and winked conspiratorially. You might not want to stay overnight. Watch out for a certain man trying something funny. Hua's gaze swept over the 4 girls, and her pupils shrank. A 9-tailed fox. A Qingluan. A Yukianano. That aura is the Snow Empress. And a vampire, wait, the progenitor herself. A 4th-tier beastmaster with 4 of the top 20 primeval spirit beasts? Counting Yuzhiying, that's 5. Utterly impossible. Shock only strengthened her resolve. She had backed the right horse. Su Chun was hiding an earth-shaking secret. And to think her simplest infiltration plan had gotten her so close she hadn't even needed her backup strategies. Thank you all, thank you. Hua Ruoming bowed to the beast girls. Seeing how pale she looked, Su Chun rubbed the bridge of his nose and laughed. You seem half-starved. Come on, let me introduce you to some of Dragon Kingdom's best food. Thank you, Su Chun. Hua answered sweetly. Meanwhile, inside Su Chen's beast space, everything outside played out before Yuzhiying like a hologram. Her eyes widened in shock. Her best friend had recklessly tied herself to Su Chun as leverage. Was she out of her mind? No one knew Su Chen's terrifying power better than Yuzhiying. His ability to force contracts on spirit beasts could trap even a demon king. She feared that not even Hua Ruoming would escape his clutches. Run! Yuzhiying screamed inwardly, panic flooding her chest. She wanted to shout the warning out loud, to tell Hua Ruoming to get out of this deadly place right now, but inside Su Chen's beast-taming space, even a whisper would reach him instantly. She forced herself to stay silent. After a heartbeat of turmoil, she steadied her breathing. Hua Ruoming had come either to rescue her, or at least to uncover the source of Su Chen's twisted power. If she dared to sneak in, she must have prepared countermeasures, perhaps even a contract with the very soil to screen Su Chen's senses. Details from the previous night spun through Yuzhiying's mind. Su Chen's bizarre contracting ability seemed to activate only when he touched her. Hua Ruoming had already faced him and was unharmed, which meant either his power required additional conditions, or he simply couldn't bind beasts that belonged to another tamer. Either way, it was the perfect opening. If Hua Ruoming could subdue Su Chun and drag him back to the beast camp, then cultivate him into Soiwei might finally break free. She drew a long breath, clenched her fists, and fixed her attention on Hua Ruoming's every word and movement. They would have to coordinate perfectly, inside and out, to bring Su Chun down in one decisive strike. Su Chun, did you really think I would bow to you? Just wait, and see you'll never obey you. Su Chen's temporary home in Mo City was a 2-story duplex equipped with a living room, kitchen, bath, and entertainment lounge. The master bedroom, reserved for deepening bonds with his beast girl companions, featured a wide, soft bed scented with faint incense. Bathed in warm, romantic light. The 3 guest rooms were rarely used but spotless and ready for guests. Minjer, how's your wound? Bai Shui asked softly, concern shining in her eyes. Seated on the sofa, Su Chun clicked his tongue in disbelief. In less than 20 minutes, Hua Roming had become best friends with the girls, and they were already swapping nicknames. What had she fed them? Love potion. Had checked her skill list, no charm or mind control abilities at all. Was this the social finesse of an emperor-level tamer? I'm fine, almost healed. Thank you for worrying about me, little Bai Shui. Hua Roming smiled, her clear voice as melodious as birdsong, perfectly matching her stunning looks. That's great to hear. This room's yours, stay as long as you like, Bai Shui said, pointing to the guest room by the balcony. Thank you. Hua Roming nodded politely. Su Chun let them bond in peace. They were all future bedmates anyway. A little team building couldn't hurt. The girls knew the rules and wouldn't spill a word about his abilities. He pulled out his phone, opened the ordering page for his favorite private kitchen, and tapped a few dishes he liked before handing the phone to the girls. This wasn't ordinary takeout, but a high-end chef service that catered exclusively to beast tamers in the First War Zone, and Su Chun used it often. Tu Shan Ye took the phone first, her fingers flying as she added every meat dish on the menu, then passed it to Qing Lu. After making the rounds, the phone finally reached Hua Roming. Minjer, pick anything you want, not worry about wasting food, Bai Shui said gently, sounding like a considerate older sister, even though, by appearances, Hua Roming looked more like the big sister here. Thanks. Hua Roming took the phone, her eyes narrowing. A surge of demonic power roared inside her, but she suppressed it in an instant concealment technique, time acceleration, and demon emperor domain, realm of time and space all triggered at once, compressing every ounce of power into the palm-sized device. The concealment technique erased any hint of her aura. Time acceleration turned her fingertips into blurred afterimages, its effect stronger over smaller areas. The demon emperor domain sealed off outside awareness of the time distortion. In 0.2 seconds, she finished her setup. During the next 2 seconds, she began her search. Contacts flashed past one page after another. 1. Xia Limi ordinary teacher-student chats, clearly unaware of Su Chen's secret. Discarded. 2. Jizun messages read like a fawning fangirl. Discarded. 3. Lin Haida strictly business. Discarded. 4. The rest were scattered and meaningless. Worthless. Call logs a dead end, Hua Roming decided, switching to the browser. A string of explicit queries filled the history. 5-person free-for-all. Who should you drop first? How to raise a Yukiana's body temperature without harming her. Best recovery meals after an all-night battle. So you're ready for round 2? Every line stung her eyes. Hua Roming rolled them, stunned that a so-called peerless genius spent his time on this garbage. Shouldn't a top-tier fighter be poring over demon beast intel to avoid being ambushed in real combat? Instead, he was fixated on scumbag. And he was even targeting demon beasts. The thought that she was now living under Su Chen's roof sent a chill down her spine. What if frustration drove him to make a move on her? Accepting would shatter decades of chastity. Refusing might get her kicked out, cutting off all leads. She was truly cornered, her mind a tangled mess. Once she confirmed there were no deeper secrets on the phone, she dismissed the demon emperor domain. The entire maneuver was silent, lasting less than 2.5 seconds. To anyone nearby, she had merely flipped through the menu. Can I order some cake? I've got a sweet tooth, she asked, sounding casual. A dessert lover? Seriously? I'm disappointed. Qing Lu sighed, assuming Hua Roming shared her love for fiery dishes. I like spicy food too. They'll take this devil's cilantro chili cake. Hua Roming retorted, jabbing a finger at the menu. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. Night descended in silence, cloaking the world in a veil of mystery. A dark moon and rising wind, the perfect night for creation. Su Chen slipped an arm around Tushan Yeye and smiled knowingly. Yeah, you take the lead tonight. I really didn't mean to make you mad last night. Who's mad? The fox-eared girl snorted, then widened her eyes. I'd be thrilled if you kept your hands off me. So you're skipping tonight? I'm coming. When did I say I wouldn't? A fox spirit's mood turns faster than a page. Su Chen scooped Yeye up and carried her straight into the bedroom. As the door clicked shut, Hua Roming, hiding around the hallway corner, let out a quiet breath. Thank goodness every beast Su Chen had contracted was a beautiful girl from another race. As a mere observer, she'd probably escape his attention. She had wanted to see what that attention meant. Yet after half a day of spying, she discovered something even more shocking. Su Chen clearly possessed a secret method for raising beasts. Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu were stage 4, rank 7. Yi Lingyun and Bai Shui were stage 4, rank 8. By rights they were still far from stage 6, yet together they could almost match a novice stage 6. 4 against 1. Even in the Demon Emperor realm, an ordinary stage 6 would have to flee. Shandaline beasts were born extraordinary, but this was outrageous. Su Chen himself was even more astounding. His aura felt no weaker than a 7th-tier beastmaster, surpassing any prodigy Hua Roming had met. If he could raise his beasts in tandem with himself, he had to be using a unique cultivation art. Dual cultivation. She remembered that trope from human cultivation novels. Certain physiques, the stories said, could explode in power through it. Maybe Su Chen only seemed to chase beauty. In truth, he hid a special constitution that let him strengthen both himself and his beasts by dual cultivating. If so, it was terrifying. She rubbed her temples, equal parts curious and troubled. It's only the first day, and I'm still an outsider. Su Chen let me stay, but he's surely on guard. Play the long game, lie low, and don't slip up. In the quiet night, her thoughts drifted until she dozed off, waiting for the day Su Chen's secret would unravel. 3 days passed in a blink. No shadow demons struck the city, and the outskirts stayed peaceful, as if the turmoil had been a mere interlude. During those 3 days, aside from 3 meals and his scheduled patrols, Su Chen spent every spare moment in deep communication with the beast girls. That schedule only confirmed Hua Ruming's theory. Su Chen's strength didn't come from empty debauchery, but from dual cultivation that enhanced both him and his contracted beasts. If he were an ordinary man, chasing beauty would be understandable. Yet as a prodigy hailed as the next Long Haojia, he would never waste time without purpose. The only logical answer was that his cultivation path and those beauties were one. One more key discovery. Su Chun had indeed contracted a demon emperor, just couldn't summon it yet. A little deduction convinced her that the emperor was none other than Yu Ziying. If Su Chun used his gift properly, he could raise a first-rate army of spirit beasts. The only unknown was whether it worked on males as well. Walking behind him, Hua Ruoming weighed the odds. Capturing a few male beasts for a trial run wouldn't hurt. Chances were Su Chun wasn't the only one born with this physique. His blood relatives might share the same talent. If she could round them all up, the dream of a true beast legion would finally look realistic. Otherwise, no matter how strong Su Chun was, relying on one person alone would never be enough to strengthen an entire unit. She ran through the pros and cons in a flash and drafted a rough plan. In the midst of her calculations, Su Chin suddenly patted her shoulder and spoke in a low voice. Come with me. Hua Ruming's heart tightened, but she nodded at once. Sure. They threaded through streets littered with ruins and soon reached the Beastmaster Guild of Mo City. The once grand building was now half collapsed, broken columns and beams scattered everywhere. Only a small section still supported the guild's basic functions. When they stepped into the Beast Service Center, dim hallway lights flickered overhead. Hua Ruoming frowned slightly. The place housed machines that measured physical and spirit power, then issued a composite score much like an entrancesism result. Why bring me here? Does he suspect my identity? She wondered. Her aura masking technique was flawless. Imitating the presence of a third-tier, first-stage beast was child's play, and no machine could see through it because she really was a third-tier, first-stage beast. What happened next, however, was nothing she had predicted. Su Chun took her soft hand and walked straight to the counter. Excuse me, he said. Her ID is from Asen Nation. Can I transfer credit points to her across borders? The clerk looked stunned for a moment, then shook his head apologetically. Given Asen's current situation, cross-border transfers aren't possible, Mr. Su. But if she's registered as a contracted beast, she can apply for a new ID here. The Beastmaster doesn't have to be present? Su Chen asked. No, as long as you vouch for her. Then please start the paperwork. Hua Ruoming stood beside him, eyes wide with confusion. She blinked several times, still not fully processing what was happening. Wait, Su Chun, I'm getting an ID card? She finally blurted out. She had expected him to test her strength, maybe even interrogate her, but instead he was fixing her status and putting his own reputation on the line. This twist was nowhere in her contingency plans. Su Chin nodded, gently ruffling the top of her hair. That's right. I'm on patrol duty and can't leave Mo City for now. I heard the next auction in Yi City will have a few items I desperately need. I was hoping you could bid on them for me. I'm in a hurry. Everyone I know is occupied right now, and even if they weren't, I wouldn't bring them to a place as dangerous as Mo City. So you're the only one I can turn to, Minjer. The moment she heard the words urgent need, Hua Ruming's pupils dilated, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. The row of gleaming implements before her was clearly one of Su Chin's greatest secrets. She had assumed she was under suspicion, yet instead Su Chun revealed the existence of his cultivation treasure without reservation. No problem at all, she answered, her red lips curling into a confident smile. You've helped me before. Consider this a small favor in return. A new ID was quickly issued for her, followed by a bank account tailored for spirit beasts. Without hesitation, Su Chin transferred 30 million credit points into it. 30 million. Hua Ruoming knew perfectly well that such a sum could buy a luxury villa in a top-tier city and fund an entire private-made staff. Even the closest bonded beast wouldn't normally be trusted with that kind of money, yet Su Chun handed it over without a second thought. The corners of her mouth lifted, pride flickering in her heart. If I were human, I'd win every Best Actress award out there. Early the next morning, sunlight spilled through the mist. Dressed in pastel pink, Hua Ruoming stepped into the teleportation array, her graceful figure drawing countless glances. In the blink of an eye she arrived in Yi City, where banners along the streets announced an upcoming grand auction. Suchin needed 4 materials: flame crystal, zephyr crystal, demonic stone, and everfrost ice, rare beast treasures corresponding to his 4 contracted beasts. Each could greatly boost their power, but overusing items of the same element could backfire. Knowing that limit was crucial. At 10 o'clock, the auction began. Seated in a VIP box, Huaruoming kept her gaze fixed on the display stage. Yet by the final gavel that afternoon, the 4 materials still hadn't appeared. What's going on? Did Suchin get it wrong? Is he playing me? Impossibly. No one transfers 30 million just for a prank. If anyone stood to lose from a scam, it was Suchin himself. There was only one chance. She couldn't let it slip. As the thought formed, her figure blurred like a phantom and vanished from the hall. Less than a minute later, she reappeared in a private chamber, 4 radiant treasures now resting in her palm: the flame crystal, zephyr crystal, demonic stone, and everfrost ice. If the opportunity isn't there, create it yourself. Since the auction lacked them, she had fetched them from her own little vault. As for their origin, she would tell Suchun the auction house had none in stock. So she scoured the city and persuaded major clans to part with their treasures. That story would show her gratitude. Let her watch him use the materials to empower his beasts and deepen his trust in her all in one stroke. The thought made her almost giddy with excitement. After paying the teleportation fee, she stepped into the light. In a flash, she was back in Emo City. A little earlier, after Hua Roming headed for Yi City, inside Su Chen's room. How can this be? Minjer is a demon emperor too? Tu Shan Yaya hugged her tail, her brows tightly knit. Qing Lu, Yi Lingyun, and Bai Shui all stared at Su Chen, the same bewilderment on their faces. By rights, a demon emperor's pressure can't be concealed completely. Yet Hua Roming looks like a gentle girl. Averion's confusion was plain to see. Su Chen nodded lightly, coughed, and said evenly, "She has a rare skill that hides her aura. Ordinary cultivators won't sense a thing." Bai Shui blinked and lowered her voice. Then, Master, why not contract her right away? Even if she's a beast tamer, she can't stop you, can she? You rescued me back then. Su Chen sighed. I'd like to, but I'm still short on demon energy. That's why I sent her to Yi City to bring back auction items that can strengthen you. Once your power rises, the energy I can draw from you rises too. I get it. Qing Lu mused, still unconvinced. But how do you know the Yi City auction will have what you need? Everything besides the featured lots is kept secret. Su Chen's lips curled. Relax, I'm 90% sure. You can disguise an aura, but not the tiny habits power breeds. A demon emperor like Hua Roming can't erase the ruler's mannerisms, not even for an instant. To me, she's much like Mo Hua commanding a legion of spirit beasts, steeped in status and authority. As an overlord, she's bound to have a private treasury. To earn my trust and stay close, she'll choose exactly what I need. If she lacks the original, she'll find an equal substitute. The girls drew a sharp breath. Their master had planned this far ahead. So you knew from the start she was a demon emperor? Yi Lingyun asked. More or less. Su Chen shrugged. And thank you for keeping my cards close to the chest. He leaned back against Tu Shan Yaya's fluffy tail, smiling in ease. That demon emperor is as good as mine. Just remember, didn't mention anything about a force contract. If the prize flies off, the game stops being fun. Understood. The 4 replied in unison, eyes sparkling. Another demon emperor sister, how exciting. Su Chen looked out the window. Night lay still over Mo City, moonlight spilling like water. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. For now, the city is perfectly calm, without a ripple. Reports of victory kept pouring in from the surrounding cities as the beast army retreated in disarray, almost driven beyond the borders entirely. The triumph was beyond anything anyone had dared to imagine. On the Tibetan plateau, the thin air and rugged terrain formed an invisible wall that pinned the remaining monsters outside, making a large-scale incursion impossible for the foreseeable future. At this rate, Mo City wouldn't have to worry about another beast tide for quite a while. That left the people with only one source of entertainment: the little demon empress someone had dragged in. Inside the beast-taming space, Su Chan was giving a non-stop analysis of the situation, while Yu Xing listened with mounting dread. Her violet eyes stayed fixed on his face, full of shock and disbelief. Su Chan had long since uncovered Hua Ruming's real identity and had even pieced together most of her background. Even more unbelievable, by refining beast materials he could boost his demonic power directly. With a talent like that, a mere 4th-rank tamer had forcibly contracted her. If things kept going this way, Minjer would probably end up in his contract book too. Yu Xing's thoughts were a jumble, but she bit the bullet and made a decision. She had to tell Minjer Su Chen's secret and have the clan elders drag this man back as fertile soil for cultivation. She took a deep breath to steady herself. After a few seconds, she balled her fists and yelled across the space, "Su Chen, I'm willing to be your contracted beast and I'll stay with you tonight. Let me out." Her sudden capitulation made Su Chen raise an eyebrow, confirming several of his suspicions. A tamer could cut the link to the beast-taming space at any time, yet he had deliberately kept it open. First, He wanted Yuzing to see how he interacted with the other beast girls so she could air out her feelings instead of letting tension build. Second, he wanted to observe her reaction to Hua Ruoming. When Ruoming had first approached him, Head suspected she was here to rescue Yuzing, but the girl's lack of response had eased his doubts. The moment he mentioned contracting Hua Ruoming, though, Yuzing grew visibly uneasy, and that contrast had exposed her true thoughts. Hua Ruoming would stay at the Yi City auction long enough to prove her sincerity. She wouldn't leave early. Time was on his side plenty for him to play with Yuzing. With that settled, he flicked his wrist and summoned her into the real world. When the white light faded, her bindings vanished. Suchin stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips. Well, have you finally come around? Yuzing nodded vigorously, her purple hair swaying. Yes, they'll follow your orders, as long as you don't cage me. Of course that was always the plan. Suchin stepped forward, his gaze sliding over her face and collar. Since you've submitted, we need to perform the initiation rite. Tushan Yeye and the others must have mentioned it to you. Initiation rite. Yuzing's slender shoulders trembled. She instinctively folded her arms. Be it isn't night yet. Suchin's lips curved in a teasing arc. That doesn't matter. If I wish it, any time can be night. Before the words had faded, he bent down, scooped her into a princess carry, and strode toward his bedroom. 6 hours later, Yuzing bit down hard on her teeth, her once tidy hair now a disheveled mess, and her eyes brimming with unwilling fury. Sweat clung to her alluring, mature face, and each breath came shallow and ragged, leaving her looking drained and defeated. Sticky from head to toe, she stared at the ceiling with a life-is-meaningless expression. Lying on the soft bed, she trembled slightly, as if still replaying the fierce tug-of war that had just ended. She had never imagined that a dignified 6th-tier demon emperor could be so easily toyed with by a mere 4th-tier, 5th-stage human. Inwardly she cursed. Just wait, Suchun, you cur. When you're nothing but fertilizer, I'll mince that hateful thing of yours into paste. Today's humiliation will be paid back 100-fold. Right then, Suchun reached out and pulled Yuzing to his side. After 6 grueling hours of cultivation, her bond value had plunged straight to 0. That confirmed Suchin's suspicion. Yuzing had played submissive only, so she could tip off Hua Ruoming. The two demon emperors clearly had close ties. If Yuzing would sacrifice her purity just to pass along a message, their relationship had to be deep indeed. In that case, he thought, I might as well round them up together. At least they'll have company when I lock them away. A teasing smile lifted the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Judging by that face, are you saying my technique isn't good enough? Yuzing rolled her eyes, but forced a thin smile. Not at all, master. It's just it was my first time, so it felt a little unusual. But I didn't dislike it. If you wish, please continue to favor me tonight. Suchin nodded lightly. Is that so? Sorry, that won't work. Around here you have to wait your turn. Hearing that, Yuzing secretly sighed with relief. Outwardly she put on a look of regret, but inside she was overjoyed. One less round of torment was a blessing. No matter what, she had to get Suchin's secret out. Just then Suchin spoke again. Ziying, if I'm not mistaken, you know Hua Ruoming, don't you? Yuzing jolted upright, shock etched across her face. Even a demon emperor couldn't hide such raw panic. A master, how could I possibly know her? She's only a 3rd-tier, 1st-stage beast. I'm a 6th-tier demon emperor barely bothered by other 6th-tier beasts, let alone a 3rd-tier one. Her voice shook as she tried to defend herself, but the terror on her face stripped her words of weight. Even she didn't believe what she was saying. Suchun had been 80% sure they knew each other. Seeing her lose her composure pushed his confidence to 100%. Clearly, the two of them not only knew each other, but were unusually close. Given that, Yuzing would have to put up with staying in the beast-taming space a while longer. With no change in expression, Suchun produced the Demon Emperor's token. The sight made Yuzing's heart lurch. Ignoring the fact that she was completely naked, she tried to blink away with a spatial spell. It was already too late. A blinding white light burst out, and an invisible force pinned her to the bed. She couldn't move an inch. Suchun, you scoundrel. Didn't you promise to set me free? She shouted, eyes blazing. You lied first, Suchun replied coolly. If you truly submitted, I'd have released you. But I'm guessing you wanted to tip off Hua Ruoming. She's the demon empress I've got my eye on, strong, adorable, irresistible, and I'm not letting her slip away. So you'll have to stay in the beast-taming space a bit longer. Yuzing's face went chalk white. Her lips trembled so hard they almost drew blood. She hadn't expected Suchun to see through everything while she and Hua Ruoming were played like fools. Suchun, damn you. You sleep with me and then pretend it never happened? I haven't even put my pants on yet, Suchun joked, waving his hand to pull her back into the beast-taming space. At the same time he lifted the suppression. He could pin her down any time he wished, but there was no need to treat an old flame like a permanent threat. Suchun, you. Enough, he cut her off. Wouldn't you like your best friend to keep you company? You can't leave me now anyway, so why not accept your fate? I'm easing up to mend fences. If you don't appreciate it, I can always clamp down again. The warning worked. Yuzing bit her lip and fell silent, seething with frustration. Once she had been immobilized on the open grasslands inside the beast-taming space. Being allowed to move freely, there was already a gift. Under someone else's roof, even a demon empress had to bow her head. Then another thought struck her. If Su Chun managed to contract Hua Roming and leverage her gift of foresight, his future would be smooth sailing. She herself had already lost her purity. What else was there to lose? What baffled her most was this. Su Chun knew Hua Roming's true identity, and Hua Roming could read the future. So how had she failed to sense Su Chun's schemes? The idea was chilling. Did Su Chun possess secrets even prophecy couldn't pierce? If so, no matter how hard Hua Roming struggled, she would never beat him. Su Chun knew every one of her cards, while his remained hidden in shadow. She didn't even realize her hand had been exposed. Since Su Chun already understood the link between her and Hua Roming, she would never be able to warn her friend. The odds were obvious. Hua Roming was almost certainly doomed. If that was the case, siding with the winning team and gaining some extra credit didn't sound so bad. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xing said quietly, Su Chun, I admit defeat. Am willing to serve you. System message. Fallen Angel Yu Xing's affinity has changed from 0 to 25. The system chime made Su Chun pause. Spoken words could be vague, but the bond gauge never lied. The number was climbing, proof that Yu Xing's stance was truly wavering. He glanced up with a half smile. So, dazzled by my brilliant technique? Can you be serious for once? Yu Xing sighed, twirling a strand of hair. I've got every scrap of intel on Hua Roming. Want to hear it? I have conditions, though. 30 minutes later, they were still in the command center. Data screens flickered as Yu Xing went down the list. Tier 7, Stage 3, God Era Sequence Number 4 Laplace. The ability to foresee the trajectory of major events. It matched exactly what Su Chen's system had told him. With the bond value still rising, he was sure she had finally given in. So she's the Beast Army commander who wiped out the Asen nation? With that IQ? That's concerning, Su Chen muttered. To him, Hua Roming always seemed adorably clueless, hardly the type to mastermind an army of monsters. Yu Xing shook her head. You only think that because you knew who she was. Don't sell her short. Her prophecies only show the broad strokes, but she fills in the details with analysis. The Mo City assault was her idea. I was just the stand-in commander. The real goal was to replace Tier 7 Beastmaster Zhao Yuan. What happens after that? She never said, just kept repeating that the beast tide could fail, but no intel could leak. Su Chen rubbed his chin. If Mo City were truly critical, they should have sent a main force, not shadow fiends barely at Tier 5. Something was off. He decided he had to get these clues to Instructor Xiao Lima and Senior Han Yuchen right away and see if they could piece together the bigger picture. Anything else? He asked. That's all, Yu Xing said, her tone suddenly solemn. But don't forget what I just told you. I want. State your terms. She drew a deep breath and raised 3 fingers. 1. Once you've made a pact with Hua Ruoming, whether she obeys or not, she must go through the squad's induction ceremony. 2. Even though I'm branded the mastermind behind the Mo City raid, you can't hold it against me. If I need any materials, you'll help me get them. 3. When this is over, you set me free. No more restrictions on my movements. With that, she lowered her head. Her gaze drifted to her chest, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Clearly, she was nervous. Those 3 demands were pretty steep under normal circumstances. Since when does a contracted beast get to lay down terms for its handler? Su Chen scoffed inwardly. She was a prisoner, hardly in a position to bargain, yet every demand she made was something he had already planned to grant. After all, she was the first emperor-class beauty he had ever subdued. Stunning figure, striking face, formidable power, and just the right touch of spoiled pride. How could he shortchange her? He deliberately adopted a thoughtful pose, eyes drifting up and down Yu Xing, as if weighing the pros and cons. If he agreed too quickly, she might think her asking price was too low and raise it next time. After a pause, he put on a mildly troubled expression and spoke slowly. You're making this a bit difficult. Tell me exactly what you mean by your first condition. Yu Xing met his gaze without flinching, spine straight. Honestly, I can't stand Hua Ruming's superior attitude. She outranks me, sure, but in a unknown fight I'd never lose. She lords it over me, acting like she's doing me a favor, so I can't refuse. If she hadn't dragged me to Mo City as her commander, you'd never have captured me. So I want to see her, with my own eyes, brought down, crushed beneath you. A few veins twitched on Su Chen's forehead. That sounded awkward, as if he were some sort of villain. Still, he understood. Classic fake sisterhood drama. Human nature never ceases to surprise. He nodded cheerfully. Deal. You stay with me for 6 hours this time, and he'll make her stay for 12 next time. But until then, you'll remain here. Fair. Fair. She exhaled, relief flickering across her face. She knew too well what happened when a beast and its tamer fell out. No resources, no cores, nothing. Prideful as she was, she had to fight for what she deserved, and Su Chun was generous enough to overlook the past. Already she was picturing the day she broke through to 10th rank emperorable to summon storms with a gesture unmatched across the land. Su Chun would stand at the summit beside her, his contracted beasts etched into the Hall of Heroes, legends for all time. The name fallen angel Yuzing would be sung for centuries. Of course, it was only a dream. Few in history had ever truly reached the 10th rank. But for that dream, she would give everything, even sacrifice a friend, if necessary. She clenched her teeth, vowing silently, Hua Ruoming, just wait. When Suchin finally has his way with you, I can't wait to hear how loud you scream. 6 o'clock in the evening. The sun dipped toward the horizon, its afterglow gilding the earth in warm light. Hua Ruoming pushed the door open on nearly silent steps, humming a cheerful tune. Excitement lit her face like freshly plucked petals. MHMHM Su Chun, look what I brought you. She eagerly lined up 4 crystal-clear treasures on the table, each a different color, like frozen elemental flames. They were her afternoon haul snagged for 30 million credits from her private vault. Any one of them normally started at 50 million and would spark a bidding war at auction. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the jewels, joy nearly overflowing from his eyes. Value, quantity, discount, everything hit his sweet spot perfectly. When he looked back at the girl, another thought surfaced. This girl was a treasure in the literal sense. Only a few hours ago, Yuzing had told him that Hua Ruming's vault overflowed with items that could skyrocket a beast's power. If he could farm enough achievement points from her stash, boost his demon power, and then sign her to a contract, it would be perfect. He reached out and ruffled Hua Ruming's silky hair, his voice gentle and doting. Impressive, Minjer. You really won them. Hee, thanks for the praise. Since Brother Suchin asked, I gave it my all. Good girl. He pulled out a steaming, spicy chicken leg. Hey, race your reward. The rich aroma hit her, and her eyes sparkled. She took it with both hands, bit in, and let the juices run down her fingers. Thank you, Brother Suchin. Her delight was genuine. She was moments away from seeing Suchin's secret. The next second, her smile froze. Suchin slid a gem to each of the 4 beast girl companions in the room. Tonight, try absorbing the energy inside, he said calmly. Take in as much as you can, but don't rush. Got it. 4 crisp voices answered in unison. The girls sat cross-legged, steadied their breathing, and began drawing in power. Hua Ruoming stood there, bewildered. That's it. How is this different from ordinary refining? She sighed inwardly. So much for a dramatic secret technique. Still, Suchin's trust in her had to be at least 90%. Not a bad trade. One day, she vowed, she would dig up all of his secrets. She polished off the chicken leg, licked the grease from her fingers, and peeked over with a grin. Suchin, that drumstick was amazing. Got anything else that's spicy and numbing? Suchin nodded. Plenty, Minjer. I ordered 9 dishes in total. The day's top recommendations from the kitchen. While they chatted, a familiar system prompt chimed in their ears. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked flame crystal. Achievement points 50. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked breeze crystal. Achievement points 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 9,100. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement demon crystal and earned 50 achievement points. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement unmelting ice and earned 50 achievement points. Ding. Your total achievement points have surpassed 9,200. 5 free attribute points awarded. Over the next week, the Beast Girls polished off every last scrap of the rare herbs and treasures Hua Ruoming had brought back. In just 7 days, Su Chun collected another 200 achievement points and 10 attribute points in absolute windfall. When his stats refreshed, he was sitting on a full 60 free points. At the Beast's current growth rate, another 90 points would be enough for him to bring Hua Ruoming home. He couldn't let the chance slip away. That very day, he blocked Hua Ruoming's path, eyes shining as he lowered his voice. Minjer, are you free today? She blinked, then slipped on her professional smile. Yes. Why? There's a big auction in Yinjing tonight, Su Chun said, earnest anticipation all over his face. I'm short a few key materials. I'd like you to go and check them out for me. The words nearly coaxed an international hand gesture from Hua Ruoming. Mo City hadn't seen a beast tide in half a month. Was he afraid his buddies couldn't make the trip? She was not his errand girl. Still, recalling the benefits Su Chin usually provided, she forced a sunny grin and agreed. For 7 straight days, aside from 3 meals and routine patrols, Su Chun had practically lived in the dorm playing cards with the girls. The suffocating part was that, thanks to that exercise, he and several beasts had each advanced an entire sub-rank. Under normal circumstances, even a 4th-tier Beastmaster wouldn't break through after a week of non-stop battles, yet Su Chun had pulled it off. Hua Ruoming became even more certain he harbored a world-shaking secret. Su Chun was just as stunned. Armed with the Beastmaster's Cultivation Manual, Volume 3 and the Art of Beast Rearing, Volume 3, had assumed refining rare treasures would merely shore up his foundation. He never dreamed it would let him level as fast as swallowing beast cores outright. He quickly realized something else. Spending achievement points at auctions to refine raw energy did nothing for levels, only letting the beasts devour treasures granted real experience. It was like burning points on pure energy. The number went up, but his own strength did not. Thus had found a perfect loop to gain experience and farm achievements even inside a safe zone. Senior Han Yuchen had tacitly allowed him to stay at the front, but life in Mo City was painfully quiet. As long as he had a steady flow of exotic materials, he could keep leveling while living the good life. The only question was how many of those items he could scrounge up. And Hua Ruomang, while a little slow, wasn't stupid. If he sent her to auctions every day, she'd catch on sooner or later. He needed to strip out the most valuable goods before her suspicions fully took shape. Fortunately, with Yu Ziying's intel, Su Chen already knew exactly what lay in Hua Rumeng's private stash. Once their contract was signed, her hidden hoard would be all his. The thought made him chuckle. My little treasure chest, don't even think about running away. That was the silent promise Su Chen made as he watched Hua Ruoming walk away. Soon after, Su Chen transferred 50 million credits to Hua Ruoming without hesitation and asked her to buy the 5 materials on his list. The outcome was exactly as he had expected. Only one item sold at the auction for a steep 15 million credits, while the other 4 had to be dug out of Hua Rumeng's private vault. The most painful loss was the star crystal. The star crystal was so rare that even Hua Ruoming had never dared touch it herself. Made for demon emperors, it held enough power to exponentially expand the range and suppressive force of their domains, boosting every bit of combat strength inside. Every demon emperor dreamed of owning one, and the higher its grade, the more ridiculous its effects. Hua Ruoming had stumbled upon this crystal 30 years earlier and planned to save it until she attempted a breakthrough to the 9th or even 10th rank, hoping to maximize its value. Now she was forced to hand it over to a human, and she was ready to cry. Su Chen, however, had no clue how valuable it was. Yu Ziying had merely mentioned that Hua Rumeng's stash contained a treasure she desperately wanted, so he casually added it to the list. The system awarded a flat 50 achievement points for refining any artifact, no matter how rare, so it was all the same to him. Master, thank you so much. I begged Hua Ruoming so many times, and she wouldn't even let me take a single sip of its energy. Yu Ziying hugged the star crystal, her wings trembling with excitement. The system chimed. Fallen Angel Yu Ziying's bond level has risen from 25 to 45. 45. Su Chen had needed more than half a month to push Tu Shan Ye's bond that high. That was more than friends, not quite lovers territory. He clicked his tongue at the prompt. Those 2 best friends were about as loyal as plastic, but he wasn't complaining. If you really want to thank me, prove it with actions, Su Chen said, raising a brow. There's an auction in Deep City in 3 days. Hua Ruoming will be away. Make sure you perform well. Yu Ziying's cheeks turned bright red. She nodded shyly. To understand. I'll do my best. 10 days later, the girls had fully refined the energy from all 5 treasures. Except for Yu Ziying, every one of them had advanced a whole sub-rank, and their combat strength had visibly ballooned. Some were overjoyed, while others were anything but. Hua Ruoming felt a swirl of emotions, wishing she could haul Su Chen back and torture the truth out of him. But she swallowed her anger. She still hadn't figured out his secrets, and losing her temper now would only tip him off. Endure, I have to endure, she told herself, clenching her teeth. During this period, she had cast Nature's Prophecy several times to trace Su Chen's fate, and the results made her scalp tingle. Her normally flawless predictions failed completely when it came to him. She could no longer predict anything at all. Combined with the fact that Su Chen never appeared in any of her earlier prophecies, Hua Ruoming grew even more certain that he possessed a peerless treasure powerful enough to block the will of heaven, rendering any divination about him useless. Faced with a man wrapped in such impenetrable mist, she dared not relax for a moment and could only remain carefully hidden. Time flew by in a flash, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Longwo's border defense ended in an overwhelming, unprecedented victoria, complete rout of the invading beasts. Almost every monster along the frontier was driven back, preserving Longwo's territory intact. Yet grim news came from the southwest. The Asan nation had been wiped out. With that buffer gone, the southwestern defenses of Longwo's Tibetan region were now exposed to monster aggression, and the future remained perilous. Still, Longwo had at least secured a rare moment to catch its breath. For Su Chen, the past 6 weeks were even more rewarding. By observing Hua Ruoming and piecing together the clues provided by Yu Ziying, he gradually deduced her true intent. She was after his secret, hoping it would give her a shortcut to power. But why didn't she simply kidnap him and torture the answer out of him? As a master of spatial teleportation, she could have whisked him away without anyone noticing, a crude yet effective plan. Was she afraid of Yu Ziying, the subordinate he had just subdued? If so, she should have known her identity was exposed, and that staying undercover was courting disaster. Perhaps this so-called illusion prodigy was just a rather foolish girl. Her questionable intellect, however, had allowed him to milk the situation for all it was worth. During the past month and a half, he refined numerous rare treasures, racking up a mountain of achievement points and reaping handsome rewards. Name: Su Chen. Level: Tier 4, Stage 10. Physique: 142.2, 142.2. Demonic power: 324.2 325.9. Skills: Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, Insight, Indestructible Golden Body, Demonic Arrow, Beast Tamer's Cultivation Manual Volume 3, Appraisal, Danger Sense, Monster Breeding Art Volume 3, Voice Transmission, Soul of the Beastmaster, Art of Beast Command, Demon God Step. Achievement Points, 599.30. Contracted Beasts, Nine-Tailed Fox, Azure Luan, Vampire Progenitor, Snow Empress, Fallen Angel. Unassigned Attribute Points, 85. New Skill Demon God Step. Consumes demonic power to arrive instantly at any location within sight. Essentially a stripped-down, low-cost form of teleportation. Even as his achievement points soared, his credit balance nearly hit zero, yet overall he had turned a massive profit. In that same period, all 4 of his contracted beast girls had advanced to Tier 4, Stage 10, boosting his overall combat strength significantly. Now, as Suchin glanced at Hua Ruming's bond value already down to 0, he sighed softly. Minger, come here. Hua Ruming still looked cheerful on the surface, but she was ready to bow out. If Suchun told her to burn more money at another auction, she wouldn't comply this time. Most of her cherished treasures had already been siphoned away, and apart from the absurd discovery that playing cards boosts levels, she had learned nothing of value. She was bleeding losses. Suchun gently lifted her onto his lap, running his fingers through her soft, light pink hair. His voice was mild yet firm. You saw the news. The border battle was a success, and our mission here is over. In a few days you'll probably receive orders to leave Mo City and return to the First War Zone. Locking eyes with her, he spoke in a low, clear tone. So what about you? Will you come with me to the First War Zone, or stay here in Mo City? My words left Hua Ruoming speechless. The Beast Horde's retreat from Dragon Nation was more complicated than it looked. Their current border assault hid 3 separate objectives. First, an elite infiltration squad led by Hua Ruoming planned to ride the tidal wave of monsters into Mo City, replace its top beast tamer, Zhao Yuhan, and then excavate the underground vault rumored to lie beneath the streets. Second, under the command of the Beast Emperor, who once defeated the Aeson Kingdom's strongest tamer, the Sun Killenthi, would drive thousands of low-tier beasts forward as expendable scouts, probing Dragon Nation's defenses and gathering data for a full invasion. The third and most decisive goal was a feint. While Dragon Nation's main forces were pinned down in the northwest, the Horde would sweep north and hook east, striking straight across the Siberian plain and Sioux Nation. Siberia is vast and almost undefended. The handful of towns sprinkled across that wilderness are mere pinpricks on the map. Capturing it would be effortless for the beasts. Once they held the region and linked up with the Marine Legion in the Eastern Sea, Dragon Nation would be surrounded. Even with deep reserves and Long Haoji's immense power, the nation could never garrison 4 burning fronts at once. Faced with that looming disaster, Hua Ruming's thoughts churned. 2 paths lay before her. Option 1. End the undercover mission immediately, seize Su Chun, drag him back to the nest for torture, and turn his body into fodder for the Beast Army. Option 2. Keep the disguise, follow him to the First War Zone, and uncover every secret he possesses. Damn it, the timing is too perfect, she cursed inwardly, anxiety flooding her chest. After weighing it over and over, she leaned toward the first choice. Take him now. Su Chen's victory over Yu Xing had come from a contract skill that ignored resistance. In raw power, he was no match for her. Besides, Hua Ruoming herself was a beast masquerading as a tamer. If Su Chan were capable of signing a contract with her, he would have tried long ago. At that thought, her eyes chilled. The anger of having so many treasures stripped from her rose like boiling water, ready to spill over. Su Chun, I want. A spatial ripple flashed. Yi Yulong appeared out of thin air. An 8th-tier beast emperor? A vampire? What is this? The shock hit Hua Ruoming like a jolt of electricity. She froze, staring at Yi Yulong in disbelief. Was this vampiric emperor also under Su Chen's contract? Yi Yulong cast her a cold glance. Clearly annoyed that Hua Ruoming was perched on Su Chen's lap, she asked no questions and turned straight to Su Chun. Su Chun, have you signed up for that Young Titans tournament yet? Huh. Su Chun blinked. Not yet. Why? Knight Yulong shook her head and explained. The champion's prize in the Heaven's Chosen tournament is the Soul Forging Pearl. If you can obtain it, training Ling Yun and the others into demon emperors will be far less arduous. Su Chen frowned slightly. The Soul Forging Pearl? Aren't those sold everywhere? They're pricey, but with my resources buying a few shouldn't be an issue. Knight Yulong drew her fingertip through the air, tracing a faint violet arc. She smiled knowingly. It's not the pearl you're thinking of. Remember the key difference between a demon emperor and an ordinary beast? To ascend, a beast must forge a domain with soul power, then fuse its body and demonic energy into that domain so the 3 become one. The pearls on the market are too impure. They barely strengthen the soul, and their low conversion rate means excessive refinement can do more harm than good. The tournament's real prize is a soul-condensing pearl. It looks almost identical, but the effect is completely different. Refining it would be like giving every one of your contracted beasts a full soul tempering, greatly increasing their chances of reaching Demon Emperor. Soul-condensing pearls are exceedingly rare. I suspect the human organizers misidentified it before putting it on display. Since the opportunity is right in front of you, seize it if you can. Understanding dawned, and Su Chen's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. It seems I have no choice but to compete. I've said all I need to say. The rest is up to you, Night Yulong said with a soft laugh. Her figure faded, and within moments, she vanished as if she had never been there. Stillness returned, yet a cold sweat gathered on Hua Ruming's back. She opened her mouth, but no words came. Only after confirming Night Yulong was truly gone did she regain her composure. It wasn't that an 8th-rank demon emperor was rare, she commanded several herself. Even some at the 9th and 10th rank, but the vampire ranked 30th on the Shindai list had personally run an errand for Su Chun, and they seemed unusually close. What on earth was happening? Hua Ruming's thoughts churned like ants crawling under her skin. Her nails dug into her palms, yet she felt no pain. She couldn't act now. Who could guarantee the demon emperor wouldn't return? Besides, a 4th-rank beast tamer being so familiar with an 8th-rank demon emperor was no trivial matter. Perhaps her suspicions were correct. Su Chen's background was far deeper than it appeared. To her, Su Chun was a mountain showing only its peak. Every encounter uncovered a new secret, and those secrets likely tied into the mystery beneath Imo City. As her thoughts raced, Hua Ruoming suddenly flashed a radiant smile. She turned to Su Chun, her red lips parting in a soft voice. Brother Su Chun, what are you saying? Wherever you go, I'm going too. Hearing Hua Ruming's reply, Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he nearly laughed out loud. The young demon girl was hopelessly naive. She hadn't noticed the simplest trap. He came from the first war zone, an elite whose status carried real weight in human society. Across Longhua, he was practically upper management. By contrast, Yi Yulong, 8th-rank demon emperor, though she could marshal only limited power among humans, and her intelligence network was paper-thin. Anything she discovered, Su Chun already knew inside out. Take the Tianjiao tournament's prize, the soul-condensing pearl. Long before Hua Ruoming reached Imo City, Su Chun had learned of it through internal channels. With the front stabilizing and only one step left to reach 5th rank, he had planned to seize the chance to break through during the tournament. Yi Yulong's coincidental appearance was actually the result of his secret sound transmission spell. Su Chun had two motives. First, he wanted this little fool to see that an 8th-rank demon emperor stood behind him. Hua Ruming's spatial blink was superior to Yi Yulong's, but it couldn't teleport someone stronger than she was. She couldn't just drop a high-rank demon emperor into human territory. If she meant to strike at Su Chun, she had to weigh whether she could handle an 8th-rank foe. Second, he aimed to spark her curiosity. A 4th-rank beastmaster on brotherly terms with an 8th-rank demon emperor would baffle any demon. As long as she stayed curious, she'd stick to him, hunting for his secret. His system? No power on earth could uncover it. The duck was nearly cooked. He wouldn't let it escape. He sneered inwardly. A fool is always a fool, and everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Yi Yulong's shaky acting had nearly given them away, but thankfully the girl caught nothing. A fond smile spread across Su Chen's face. He reached out and ruffled Hua Ruming's soft hair. Perfect. When the time comes, they'll show you around the cities of Longhua. Early the next morning, the order arrived as expected. Every member of the first war zone was recalled. For 2 months, they'd fought life-and-death battles in Imo City's alleys and had grown genuinely attached to the frontier town. From the wall, Su Chun gazed down at familiar rooftops and bluestone streets, emotions swirling inside him. Outside the Beastmaster Association, Zhao Yuhan bowed deeply on behalf of every citizen of Imo City and the 5th War Zone. Thank you for everything. On behalf of us all, please accept our sincerest gratitude. Lin Haitao waved his hands. We were just doing our duty, senior. No need to be so formal, honestly. We didn't do that much. That's right, a few young Beastmasters chimed in. We learned so much from you. We should be thanking you. I followed your method for Demon Soul Slash and finally mastered it. The farewell was lively yet tinged with sadness, like a high school graduation party. People hugged, high-fived, or clapped shoulders, their laughter mixing with reluctant goodbyes in the morning breeze. Amid the crowd, Ji Xuan nudged Su Chun with her elbow and lowered her voice. Half a month until the Tianjiao tournament, right? You're signing up, aren't you? Want to team up with us? Su Chun gave a small smile and spread his hands. Party up? The rules say beast tamers have to be the same rank, remember? I'm afraid we can't. What? Ji Shuyuan stared at him, eyes wide. Aren't we both rank 4? Su Chen's lips quirked and he waved dismissively. In the next half month, it'll reach rank 5, and then teaming up really won't work. He released the pressure of a peak rank 4, and even the air seemed to tremble. F5. Ji Shuyuan was stunned. She had barely seen Su Chun on the battlefield these past 2 months. How had he leveled so fast? He was already at the brink of rank 5. The gap between people was absurd. After leaving Imo City through the teleportation array, Su Chun went straight to his villa. The garden was in full bloom, its fragrance drifting indoors on the breeze. Pushing open the living room door, he immediately spotted Yunqian. The girl, dressed only in thin loungewear, was lazily curled on the sofa reading a teen magazine. Seeing him, Yunqian's face flushed, and she fumbled to hide the magazine behind her. Ah, Su-chun, it's not. Su-chun waved it off with an easy smile. Relax. Everyone needs downtime. Just keep the villa tidy. Besides, that little bear print was quite the treat. Yunqian's ears burned red. She pinched the page and gave an awkward laugh. Heh, Boss Su is so understanding. Oh, let me introduce you, this is Hua Ruoming, a demon beast. She'll be staying for a while and loves spicy food. Time flew, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. By day, Su-chun and his beast girl companions dove into areas crowded with rank 4 monsters, fighting while refining the crystal cores collected during Mo City's defense. By night, they sparred behind closed doors. 2 rounds of high-intensity training, day after day. 7 days later, demon power surged through Su-chun's body, and he broke into rank 5. Energy flooded his limbs and bones as though all his meridians burst open at once. A sublevel used to give him only 0.3 to 0.5 points of demon power. This leap granted a full point, with more to come. The Beast Girl's progress was even scarier, they each gained 4 points. Su-chun nearly lost control, but he immediately spent 20 attribute points to raise his demon power cap and forced the surge down. No wonder most rank 5 beast tamers dare contract only 2 beasts. If everyone levels together, anyone without a cheat is doomed. Sigh. Contracting Hua Ruoming would have to wait. Rubbing his temples, Su-chun suddenly frowned. System? System. Where's my rank 5 achievement? Every major breakthrough used to bring a reward. This time, nothing. Did rank 5 have no perks? Just then, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on reaching rank 5. You've broken through to rank 5. At this stage your physique can go 7 days and nights without food or water. Please don't use it for anything weird. Achievement points 400. Current total, 10,330. Ding. Achievement points have exceeded 10,000. System upgraded to version 2.0. The system chime rang. Su-chun froze, his mind going blank. An upgrade. What was this? His XP suddenly turning into win 7. And the reward? He had banked 10,330 achievement points, yet only 10,000 showed up. Was the system pocketing the rest? As if reading his mind, a calm voice echoed in his head. System upgrade complete, all functions enhanced. The host can now view detailed requirements for unfinished achievements right on the interface, making it easier to farm points. From now on, rewards will be issued every 500 points, but the payouts will be much higher. Work hard and dominate the world soon. 500 points for a single reward? That's highway robbery, Su-chun muttered. It used to be 100 points for 5 attribute points. Those 5 could be a lifesaver. Now he'd be stuck at 400 something, sweating bullets. He was about to complain when the prompt chimed again. Congratulations, host, achievement unlocked. System upgrade. Current version 2.0. Guess what surprises the next upgrade will bring? Extra reward, 200 achievement points. Current total, 10,530. A second chime followed. Congratulations, host, achievement points have surpassed 10,500. Reward, 40 freely allocatable attribute points. What? Su-chun nearly thought he misheard. By his math, a 500-point payout should top out at 25 attribute points, yet had just been handed 48 per 100, outrageously generous. He checked the panel. Free attribute points had climbed to 100. Moments ago, he had spent 20 Demon Force points on those beast girls, and now had not only recouped them, but gained 20 extra. Once he hit 11,000 points and snagged another 40 attributes, he could whisk the adorable Xiao Minger away. His little Minger. Just picturing her was thrilling. He wondered how sweet she'd smell. Shaking off the fantasy, Su-chun opened the Unfinished Achievements tab. With a faint hum, gray text flooded in. Achievement name, completion method, point reward, everything listed, just like a Penguin Games checklist. Why not go for full completion? Back on Earth had been a Steam Platinum hunter. Leaving a game unfinished made him itch. But as his eyes skimmed the list, Su-chun was startled to find achievements that looked flat out impossible. Was the system padding its roster with tasks no one could ever finish, just to fill space? Half-demon. The host has fathered a child called Thanos with a monster, and has slain more than 10 billion humans, beasts, and aberrants. Divine Era Platinum. The host has contracted every beast in the Divine Era lineup. Su-chun leaned back in his chair, scrolling through the system panel while muttering, these achievements are ridiculous. I'm supposed to have a kid with a monster? How's that even possible? Has the system never heard of reproductive isolation? And the Thanos titleware, am I going to find 10 billion lives to take? The icy blue glow of the screen lit his face, his complaints echoing through the cramped dorm room. Suddenly, several new golden lines appeared. Truth of the world. The host learns the entire truth behind the world. Transcending the world. The host breaks through to tier 10 or higher. Transcending the laws. Any contracted beast reaches tier 10 or higher. Aberrant judge. The host kills 10,000 aberrants. So there are really that many aberrants? Don't tell me the beasts fled here 1,000 years ago because the aberrants drove them out. Su Chun rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Just as he was about to start griping again, a pleasant electronic chime sounded. Notice, all of the above are achievements available in System version 2.0. Once your total achievement points reach 30,000, the system will upgrade to version 3.0 and unlock new achievements. Please farm points diligently. Yeah, got it. Su Chun closed the interface and exhaled. He quickly drafted a priority list in his mind. Start with the easy, often ignored achievements. Even if they were embarrassing, he'd just have to power through. 5-finger discount. Acquire a shop item without spending any money. Reward, 10 points. White or black. Personally put white and black stockings on 2 attractive girls. Reward, 20 points. Cross-dressing pro. Successfully wear women's clothing. Reward, 20 points. Something feels off about these three together. Su Chen's lips twitched. Steel stockings. Help 2 girls put them on, then model the outfit himself? That was downright creepy. But if he wanted enough points to bring Hua Rongming home, he'd have to do it. Stockings and cross-dressing, I can probably borrow everything from Xiaoyaya. Hope they don't question my orientation. He muttered, then refocused. First he'll check with Senior Han and see if the teacher's free for the Genius Tournament. First Warzone Command Center. In the spacious office, battle reports flickered on a wall's-eye screen. 10 minutes earlier, Xiao Lima had been fighting on the front line. Now, armor still smeared with fresh blood, she stood before the desk. Unsure why she had been summoned, she mentally reviewed everything she'd done lately. Han Yuchen closed the report, noticed her tension, and waved with a smile. Relax, you're not in trouble. Xiao Lima quietly exhaled, but still looked puzzled. Tapping a steel pen on the desk, Han Yuchen casually asked, by the way, Jasmine, what do you think of Su Chun? Huh? Xiao Lima froze, her ears flushing red. Su Chun, he's my student, nothing more. Her voice was barely above a whisper, as though she were afraid someone might overhear. Han Yuchen let out a booming laugh. I'm not poking my nose into your love life, he said, waving a hand and lowering his voice. I just want your opinion. How gifted do you think Su Chun really is? Xiao Limai's cheeks flushed pink. She stared at the floor, tracing circles on her hem, while a barrage of complaints ran through her mind. How is that any different from asking outright? Her heartbeat skipped erratically. When she stayed silent, Han Yuchen dropped his bombshell. Your student Su Chun has already broken through to Tier 5. What? No way. Xiao Limai's head snapped up, her pupils contracting. A Tier 5 Beastmaster at 19? Absurd. She replayed their last meeting in the first Battle Zone Hospital, just hit Tier 4 back then, and now he was 1 tier higher? Leaning back, Han Yuchen spoke with a hint of pride. Moly, to be honest, I made a deal with Su Chun. If he reached Tier 5 before the Genius Championship, I'd let the two of you compete as a team. Stunned disbelief gave way to warmth, then to a tightening sense of pressure. So Su Chun had been pushing himself this hard just to fight at her side? But I still have a mission on my plate, she murmured. Minor detail, Han Yuchen said with a breezy wave. What matters is whether you're willing. I'm willing. Xiao Limei lifted her chin, answering without hesitation. If her student was working this hard, how could the teacher back down? Besides, she had wanted to measure her progress in the tournament anyway. With the path cleared, there was no reason to refuse. Knew it. Han Yuchen laughed and stuffed 2 folders into her hands. Registrations already settled. Fresh ink still clung to the thick documents, one marked Su Chun, the other bearing her own name. Registration normally opened only half a month ago, and the deadline was looming. Without his help, the process would have dragged on past the event itself. Thank you, Professor Han, Xiao Limei said earnestly. He waved her off. Don't mention it. Watching the two of you grow is all the thanks I need. Go get ready. Oh, and your request for the teleport array is approved. No more paperwork. He patted her shoulder in encouragement. Thank you, sir. Xiao Limei bowed deeply, then strode out of the office. The corridor lights gleamed overhead, and excitement put a spring in her step. Inside her beast space, the vine blossom sprite swayed its tendrils while the sky hawk folded its wings. The 2 contracted beasts wasted no time teasing. Vine blossom sprite. Hey, Hawk, ever seen her this fired up? Sky Hawk, with mock solemnity. Looks like that disciple surpasses the master. Prophecy is about to come true. Vine blossom sprite gave a low cackle. Ho ho, maybe you'll live to see little Jasmine's kids after all. I thought she'd never pick a man. Sky Hawk ruffled its feathers. Better spruce yourself up, you're the bridesmaid, remember. Don't drop the ball. Xiao Limai's face darkened. Hey, you too. Keeping quiet wouldn't make anyone think you're mute. Xiao Limuo spoke, her tone thick with exasperation. She pressed a hand to her reddening cheek, a rush of sweetness and embarrassment mingling in her chest. Once she steadied herself, she stepped onto the teleportation array. Runes flared, a pillar of white light engulfed her, and in a flash she was back in Combat Zone 1. On the far side of Zone 1, inside a villa's dining room, Su Chun was sharing lunch with several beast girl companions he had released from his beast space. His phone vibrated. Xiao Limuo, Su Chun, I'm back in Zone 1. He grinned and typed at once. Welcome home. I've missed you, teacher. Her reply arrived almost instantly. See you in an hour at the usual spot. Got it. Su Chen set down his utensils, polished off the last few bites, and headed out with the beast girls. Hua Ruoming didn't join them. She leaned on the second floor railing, watching the group leave, her eyes thoughtful. A reunion between teacher and student might yield useful intel, she murmured, tapping the banister. But from their chats, Limuo knows nothing about Su Chen's deeper secrets. Those must be in his room. First I need to distract that maid. The usual spot was the elegant little restaurant where Xiao Limuo had first treated Su Chen after bringing him to Zone 1. A rock garden waterfall and the faint scent of tea kept the city noise outside perfect for serious conversation. On the way, the beast girls teased him nonstop. Master, do we not smell good enough? Or do human girls have a better scent? Yeah, aren't we satisfying you already? Su Chen laughed and shook his head. You're wonderful. My teacher's been good to me, so I'm just returning the favor. Returning the favor? Sounds more like you want to ride the teacher, Schweder snickered. Wrong phrase, Xiao Baishua corrected. It's teacher riding the student. Xiao Baishua. Qing Luer, did you two pick that up? You muttered it in your sleep last time. Everyone heard. Su Chen sighed. You never learn the decent stuff. Just wait a night, I'll deal with all four of you. Joking all the way, they soon reached the restaurant. The moment Su Chen entered, he spotted Xiao Limuo in private room 7. A black evening dress hugged her graceful figure, the lights gilding her fair neck impossible to ignore. Back so soon, teacher? He asked, taking the seat across from her. Professor Han handled everything. All I had to do was come straight back, she said, handing him several folders from her handbag. These are the rules for the Genius Tournament. Professor Han already registered us. Now we just have to figure out how to get the best results. Su Chen flipped through the pages, the soft rustle of paper filling the quiet. Yet the atmosphere felt strange. After 2 months apart, had expected a little small talk, but they had dived straight into business. Maybe that's just how focused Xiao Limuo is, he thought. Su Chen skimmed through the file in his hands, pausing on the section that outlined the tournament rules. The pages curled slightly as he caught sight of the title Tianjiao Championship. 4 events leapt off the page. The regulations were explicit. 2 beast tamers of the same rank must compete as a team, and every event would test both cooperation and individual foundations. Event 1, Yaoshan Mountain. This ancient ruin, said to have descended with the beasts a millennium ago, lies north of Yanjing and features 2 adjacent peaks, Yao Peak and Shin Peak. Each peak is carved with 3,000 stone steps, filled with obscure runes. The instant a contender steps onto them, oppressive demonic power floods outward, doubling with every level gained. The pressure on Yao Peak is 3 times that of Shin Peak, though a tamer may draw on contracted beasts from the beast space to help shoulder the burden. By contrast, Shin Peak relies solely on the tamer's own body and spirit, making it a brutal test of personal strength. Teammates must split up, one scaling each peak. Rankings are determined by the combined number of steps they conquer, so deciding who tackles Yao Peak and who takes on Shin Peak is the first critical choice. Event 2, Yaoshan Gorge. Another relic from 1,000 years past, the gorge lies west of Hanqing. It is a narrow chasm riddled with cliffs and wind tunnels. Unlike Yaoshan Mountain's vertical trial, this test measures forward depth. The farther a team travels along the canyon floor, the stronger the mounting pressure becomes. Here, the force is wilder, and both tamers together with every contracted beast in their beast spaces must endure it. The team's combined strength and battle coordination are fully exposed. Distance covered directly sets their score and ranking. Event 3, Battle of Carnage. Staged inside the beast realm, it resembles the familiar endless mode, only far harsher. An unending swarm of virtual beasts is summoned, relentlessly hounding the challengers. Points accrue with each kill. The longer they last, and the more they slay, the higher they climb on the leaderboard. What separates this from ordinary endless modes is total randomness. The system might spawn several God-era sequence beasts at once. Felling even one yields a windfall its point value equals that of dozens of lower-ranked beasts. Luck shifts from a side note to a decisive factor. The Battle of Carnage is no solo showcase. One teammate fights in the main arena against the beast tide, while the other is teleported to the item ring to battle rival tamers for vital supplies. Double scorecard doubles all points earned for 60 seconds. Time extension card adds precious seconds in the arena. Revival card brings a fallen teammate back to life at a critical moment. Monster weakening card temporarily reduces every monster's combat power, plus a host of other support items. Smart allocation and timely use can ease the main arena's pressure and vault a team up the rankings. As for the 4th event, that one is pure free-for-all. Unlike the first 3 events, which rank competitors according to their tiers, the 4th is a true free-for-all for every beast master. As the crowd reeled from this announcement, Su Chen lowered his gaze and flipped through the rulebook in his hands. The text was brief, yet striking. 5th-tier beast masters would have a natural advantage in the melee, but they would also be prime targets for lower-tier players teaming up against them. The organizers had withheld any details about specific rules or the venue. clearly intending to reveal them only when the battle began. Su Chun closed the booklet, tapped the cover twice with his fingertip, and marveled inwardly. Yaoshan Mountain, Yaoshan Valley. These names had sat untouched in his unfinished achievements list, yet now they were official events in the Tianjiao Championship. Realizing this, he smiled and muttered, "The rules don't seem all that complicated after all. The rules may be simple, but our opponents won't be," Xiao Li Mei said beside him, her steady voice tinged with warning. The Tianjiao Championship spans the entire Dragon Kingdom and is one of its grandest tournaments. The whole nation is watching, and other countries might be as well. Anyone who signs up is practically unbeatable within their own tier. Anyone weaker is just asking to be humiliated. She paused before adding, "The first 3 events are held every year. Some veterans have entered multiple times and already devised specialized training routines. They hold the advantage in both experience and adaptability." Hearing this, Su Chun frowned for a moment, then nodded in understanding. It reminded him of the level lockers in the beast realm. Those people focused on a single tier and, to preserve their reputation and their families, trained obsessively just to shine under specific rules. They might not be the strongest overall, but within set conditions they could unleash a lethal strike. It's like a seasoned warrior being forced to box against a squad of professional fighters, Su Chun thought, with a wry smile. Yet when the real battlefield calls, they're nowhere to be found. He quickly dismissed the thought, thumped his chest, and flashed his teacher a confident grin. "Don't worry, teacher. Whether it's level lockers or slick veterans, I'm sure I can win this for you." Xiao Li Mei waved a hand, her tone filled with the concern of an elder. "Enough, enough. You just broke into the 5th tier. Focus on stabilizing your strength. Soul condensing pearls are rare, but don't become obsessed with them. Once you reach the 6th tier, the first war zone will definitely award you one. Treat this tournament as a chance to gain combat experience." "Got it, teacher," Su Chun replied with a playful grin. He knew she had never seen his trump cards, so her advice was perfectly reasonable. After pocketing the rulebook, he opened his achievement interface. Fame spreads far and wide. Over 30 of the global population knows the host's name, 500 points. Peerless Prodigy, win first place in a national level competition, 300 points. Peak of Yaoshan Mountain, reach the 3000th level of Yaoshan Mountain, 200 points. Heart of Yaoshan Valley, descend to 3000 meters in Yaoshan Valley, 200 points. Staring at the unlit achievements, Su Chun had already formed a plan. During this Tianjiao Championship, he must rake in a massive haul, ideally enough to cover all the demon power his future mother-in-law needed. First priority was to complete every achievement he could cash in right away. Hit 11,000 points, pamper Hua Roaming for a night, and pry some intel from her afterward. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. With the Demon Emperor token in hand, even a 10th-tier Demon Emperor will lie down meekly once they're under contract. Meanwhile, inside Su Chen's villa, Hua Roaming rummaged through every doorframe, wall corner, and even inside the chandelier. Once she was sure there were no cameras and no traces of a spell array, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. She lifted a hand, parted her red lips, and murmured an ancient incantation. The next moment, a faint golden screen unfolded out of thin air, sealing Yun Qian, who was putting away the dishes inside it. Time deceleration. Yun Qian's movements turned sluggish, as though glued in place, yet her expression stayed blank and unaware. When the spell ended, she would probably chalk it up to losing track of time and notice nothing amiss. "Obviously I can't kill her, and using a shadow fiend to impersonate her won't work either," Hua Romeng reminded herself. Su Chun can see through that in an instant. Acting rashly would only make things worse. But after turning the villa upside down, she was bitterly disappointed. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Why can't I find a single clue? Hua Romeng frowned and gnawed her fingernail, shock all over her face. Apart from an absurd number of bedsheets in the storage room, there was nothing unusual at all. So he really does have tricks up his sleeve, humph. Let's see how long you can keep them hidden. She refused to give up. Had Su Chin known what she was thinking, he would have laughed himself silly. He was just an ordinary beast tamer. Where were all these secrets supposed to come from? Quit the daydreams, little beauty. Just become my contracted beast and do somersaults with me on the bed. Then you'll learn all of my secrets. Time flew, and the opening day of the Tianjiao tournament finally arrived. During this stretch, Su Chin's behavior stayed bewildering. Midnight lectures on human wedding customs, dawn experiments with breakfast recipes, even sudden requests for everyone to try on new outfits. Yet beauty is in the eye of the beholder except for Yu Xing. The other 4 Beast Girl companions all pushed their bond values past 90, head over heels in near romantic devotion. No matter how odd Su Chin acted, they always found excuses for him. Su Chin didn't let them down either. With those quirky operations alone, he racked up 370 achievement points, bringing his total to 10,900. Sadly, a thorough scan of the system panel yielded no more easy achievements. He still needed a full 100 points before he could bring Hua Romeng home, and it was driving him crazy. This is daylight robbery, absolute robbery. Su Chen clutched his head and howled. "Let's go." Yinjing awaits. At the villa foyer, Xiao Limo's expression remained calm as she extended her slender hand. Su Chun didn't hesitate. He slapped his palm into hers. First place, here I come. He raised an eyebrow and laughed. Xiao Limo withdrew her gaze and gently reminded him, don't pop the champagne halfway through. Just focus on your own job. As her voice drifted off, she looked over at Hua Ruoming. Xiao Mingming, are you coming with us? A week earlier, Su Chun had introduced Hua Ruoming to Xiao Limo. After finding nothing in the villa, Hua Ruoming naturally turned her attention to the people around Su Chun, hoping to dig up some intel. Their interests, it seemed, lined up perfectly. Hua Ruoming was once again decked out in pink today. Her pastel hair and matching sundress made her look like a lotus bud ready to bloom, impossible to miss. She stepped forward lightly, her hem lifting as she dipped into a graceful curtsy. Good afternoon, teacher. I wanted to broaden my horizons, so I asked Su Chun to bring me along if it's inconvenient. I can sit this one out. Xiao Limua waved it off with a hearty laugh. Inconvenient? Not at all. Come on, come on. Thank you, teacher. Hua Ruming's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Standing off to the side, Su Chun watched their easy rapport and nodded in satisfaction. He sighed inwardly. A long life really does teach you tact. The Demon Emperor understands people better than anyone. He found himself growing ever fonder of this adorable little demon emperor, so guileless, so considerate. Nothing like that fox from the Tushan clan, famous for her prickly pride, the worst kind no less. Sulky enough to need coaxing when she's angry, when the food isn't to her taste, even when she feels under the weather at night. Su Chun grumbled silently. Has no one told her that the Tsundere act is out of fashion? Soon the group set off, using a teleportation array to reach Yinjing. To Su Chin's surprise, a long queue had formed in front of the teleport. Hal had never imagined you'd need a number just to use a portal. When they arrived in the destination chamber, the crowd was even thicker, Beastmasters shoulder to shoulder. The moment Su Chin appeared, countless eyes snapped toward him. Look, that's Su Chun. He's already a 5th-tier Beastmaster. How did he pull that off? The guy must squeeze 48 hours out of every day. 48? Try 120. Going from 1st to 5th tier in a single year. No novelist would dare write that. If Head stayed at 4th tier, Head only have to face other 4th tier contestants in the first 3 events of the Prodigy Championship. Now that he's broken through to the 5th tier, he'll be up against maxed out 5th tier opponents. The gap is huge. Either way, this year's championship is going to be a spectacle. Even the players on the world leaderboard have shown up. I wonder if the Pei twins can defend their title. The buzz and pointing were nonstop. Su Chun gave a helpless sigh. He finally understood why celebrities back in his old world never left home without a baseball cap, and mask being at the center of every conversation was downright uncomfortable. They had barely left the Beastmasters Association when the sky abruptly darkened. Hovering above Yinjing was the tournament's crowning achievement from the 8th Battlezonia Beastmaster airship that resembled a colossal iron behemoth. Its bridge blotted out the sun, radiating an oppressive weight. The vessel covered more than 1,000,000 square meters, the size of 40-odd aircraft carriers joined together. A thin energy barrier coated the entire hull, stirring a milky mist as it rubbed against the air and wrapping the giant craft in dreamlike clouds. That shield could withstand a full power strike from a 6th-tier Demon Emperor. On the deck, casinos, theaters, and hotels rose side by side, neon and metal outlining the silhouette of a city of the future. Calling it an airship hardly did it justice. It was a moving metropolis in the sky. And this year's Prodigy Championship would take place aboard Eda Masterclass in what it means to put on a show. Aboard the beast-taming airship. Inside a lavish suite, golden thread Nanmu furniture gleamed softly while a faint sandalwood fragrance drifted through a temperature-controlled spirit array. 2 cloud velvet sofas faced a wall-sized illusion crystal screen. Seated on them were 2 distinguished elders, their breathing rising and falling in time with the screen's shifting light. The display scrolled through the roster and dossiers for this year's Heavenly Prodigies Championship. On the left sat Wei Ningfeng, former 10th rank beast tamer, overall commander of the Dragon Nation's 1st battle zone, and both grandfather and mentor to Long Haojia. On the right sat Pei Yuanshan, 9th rank 10th stage beast tamer, head of the Beast Tamers Association, co-founder of the 8th battle zone, director of the championship, and patriarch of the nation's strongest demon-handling clan. They sipped hot tea as they read. Steam swirled under the porcelain lid, and amid the delicate aroma Wei Ningfeng chuckled. Old Pei, there are plenty of promising youngsters this year. Your granddaughters might have trouble defending their title. Pei Yuanshan set his cup down and shook his head. I'm not so sure. This might be the strongest field ever, stronger even than Long Haoji's year, but the synchronicity between Xiao Yao and Xiao Yin is something ordinary tamers can't touch. Besides, the Pei family specializes in demons. Just then the screen flipped to Su Chun. 19 years old, 5th rank beast tamer, for contracted beasts, holder of the God Era sequence creatures vampire and nine-tailed fox, ranked 1st worldwide in the 3rd grade beast realm. Single-handedly destroyed a branch of the Red Skull Church, savior of Modu, hero of the Mo City siege. Any one of these accolades would be enough for a lifetime of boasting, yet they all belong to one person. Wei Ningfeng eyed the profile and smiled. Old Pei, care to place a bet? Pei Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. Oh, the stakes? Both men knew the wager concerned Pei Yuanshan's twin granddaughters versus the first battle zone's shining stars, Su Chun and Xia Limo. Wei Ningfeng named his price. A Han Yuan soul-condensing pearl. Pei Yuanshan's gaze darkened. After a moment, he asked quietly, what can you offer that would tempt me? Wei Ningfeng had come prepared. He raised two fingers. Twin snow lotuses. Interested? Surprise flickered in Pei Yuanshan's eyes as he narrowed them at his counterpart. The Han Yuan soul-condensing pearl, its very name, proclaimed its value. Once refined, a tamer's contracted beast would gain nearly perfect souls. After breaking through to the 6th rank, they had a 90% chance of advancing to Beast Emperor. Members of a demon-handling clan could likewise use it to greatly enhance their own souls and demon power, achieving a qualitative leap. Unfortunately for Pei Yuanshan, his clan had only one pearl left. The current generation of twin sisters, Pei Yao and Pei Yin, are stars in their own right, so favoring one over the other would be a political misstep. Because of this, the First War Zone sealed its lone Han Yuan soul-condensing pearl and has never dared to use it. As for the twin snow lotus, it is an exceptionally rare treasure. Only twin humans or twin spirit beasts who refine it simultaneously can trigger a unique resonance, possibly even awakening telepathy. To twins everywhere, it is a dream come true, which is why the War Zone keeps it as a last resort trump card. Pei Yuanshan stroked his beard, weighing the pearl against the lotus for a long time. Minutes slipped by before he finally set aside his doubts and nodded slowly. Fine, I trust my granddaughters. It's a deal. Wei Ningfeng chimed in at once. Then let the Han Yuan pearl go to Su Chun. Only a prodigy of his caliber deserves it. Pei Yuanshan lifted his teacup, took a sip, and smiled with narrowed eyes. I admit Su Chun is formidable and rises through the ranks at breakneck speed. But, old Wei, don't forget Pei Yao and Pei Yin reached 5th tier, stage 1 at 21, and have held steady at 5th tier, stage 10 for 2.5 years. Their foundation is far deeper than a newcomer at 5th tier, stage 1. Wei Ningfeng burst out laughing. Old Pei, you're overlooking one thing. Su Chun hit world rank 1 the moment he broke 3rd tier. Who can grasp that level of talent? And as for Molly, she may not match your granddaughters in raw potential, but her battlefield experience leaves no room for comparison with hothouse flowers. Pei Yuanshan snorted, still unconvinced. The higher the tier, the wider the gap. If Su Chun were 5th tier, stage 10, I wouldn't wager. But he's only stage 1. Pei Yao and Pei Yin have this in the bag. Wei Ningfeng smiled mysteriously. We'll see soon enough. Just don't back out. A few days later, Su Chun, Xia Lima, and Hua Ruoming arrived at the designated helipad. After checking in, they boarded a helicopter bound for the Beastmaster airship. The sight that greeted them on arrival was breathtaking, a floating metropolis even busier than Yinjing. Skyscrapers formed a glittering forest, their glass facades flashing in the sunlight, while maglev trains and airborne cars wove between them. The air hummed with technology, living up to the title City of Science. Beastmasters from every corner of the country had gathered here. Some swapped taming tips, others discussed new techniques, and many hunted for compatible teammates. The entire airship felt like a university orientation blown up 100-fold, brimming with youthful energy. Just then, Hua Ruming's heart clenched. She sensed a terrifying seal woven into the ship's barrier, crushing 90% of her power. The 5-colored divine stone barrier. Her pupils contracted. Damn it, humans got hold of this? Did Su Chun see through me and lure me here on purpose? Could it be that Su Chun has known who I am all along and brought me here intentionally? Hua Ruming's guard snapped to attention. The 5-colored divine stone had always been the bane of demon beasts, practically a strategic level weapon. Any barrier powered by it generated a field that crushed demon beasts with invisible force, much like the suffocating haze over the Bashu battlefield. As a 7th-rank demon emperor, stepping into such a barrier would bury her under amplified repulsion, slashing her power to barely 1/10 of its full strength. Worse still, combat was never her specialty. Reduced to roughly an early 5th rank, she might not even be able to defeat Su Chun. The barrier's sole purpose was to stop demon beasts from running, while every prodigy gathered here represented the Dragon Nation's future, and no accident could be allowed. That was why the authorities stationed a weapon of this caliber on site. Hua Ruoming studied Su Chun. He looked perfectly calm, with no intention of attacking. Maybe I'm overthinking, she warned herself, but kept her guard up. Just then, Xia Limuo flagged down a vehicle and pulled Su Chun inside. The door slid shut and a silver-gray autonomous hovercar lifted into the air without a sound. Su Chun's eyes widened, as if a farm boy were seeing the city for the first time, taking in the smooth walls and blue-white control panel. He had assumed this world's technology matched his previous Earth's, until this car proved otherwise. A civilization capable of building protective barriers was hardly backward. The magic-like look of those barriers had simply misled him. Xia Limuo smiled. I was just as stunned the first time I came here 2 years ago. Su Chun frowned. If the tech is already this advanced, why don't we see driverless hover cars in regular cities? Operating them inside city limits shouldn't be difficult. Is it an energy problem? Xiao Limuo shook her head with a sigh. Not energy livelihoods. Taxi drivers, bus operators, rideshare drivers, those jobs feed millions of families. Replace them with autonomous cars and tens of millions would be unemployed. Beast tamers can control ordinary people for now, but if the population shrinks, so does the pool of future tamers. A wave of mass unemployment could trigger chaos we can't afford. From any angle, driverless hover cars are never appearing in normal cities. So that's how it is. Su Chun gave a slight nod, suddenly enlightened. Technology may reshape daily life, yet it rarely topples the established social order. Ordinary people still struggle to reach the rank of Beastmaster. In less than half an hour he reached the hotel he had booked. In the spacious, brightly lit lobby, Xiao Limu handed him a key card with a radiant smile. Room 666 is yours. I'm in 665, right next door. The walls are pretty soundproof, but try not to get too wild, okay? The joke caught Su Chen off guard. Miss Xiao, what exactly do you mean by too wild? Xiao Limu covered her mouth and lowered her voice mischievously. Everyone knows what you're up to. Don't worry, I won't spread any rumors. If I were a man, I doubt I could resist such a gorgeous contracted monster girl. If you can, I might start questioning certain aspects of your ability. Teacher Su Chen's face turned crimson. All right. Just don't sneak out to farm monsters. Meeting adjourned. She waved him off. Thank you for being so understanding. Su Chun scratched the back of his head, mortified. Inwardly he cursed. This feels like getting caught mid-spell by your own sister, and then being asked if you need tissues or extra components. Utterly absurd. Standing nearby, Hua Ruoming finally let out a soft chuckle. She had always been curious about Su Chen's hidden trump cards. Watching him squirm eased the frustration built up from not being able to read him. While she was still smiling, a sudden voice thundered in her mind. Return at once. An urgent matter awaits. The summons struck like a bolt of lightning, and her brow tightened. The Qilin was calling? It must be a major decision requiring her prophecy and approval. The meeting wouldn't take long. She could attend and hurry back. She tugged gently on Su Chen's sleeve and asked softly, Su Chun, I'd like to wander around on my own for a bit. He'll be back later, all right? A glint of mischief flashed through Su Chen's eyes. What's this silly girl scheming now? Since she wants to leave, they'll make sure she can't. He smiled. First time you've ever asked to go out alone. It's dinner time, anyway let's eat first, then you can explore. But Hua Ruoming nearly cursed aloud. When did Su Chen become so meddlesome? She was desperate to return for the meeting, yet he refused to let her go. If she forced her way out now, getting close to him later would only become harder. Kidnap him? With the barrier suppressing us, I might not even beat him, let alone drag him off. But a command from the Solar Qilin cannot be ignored. I have to return. If I don't go back, something bad is sure to happen. After weighing her options, Hua Ruoming finally decided to scrap the undercover plan. She knew that if she tried to teleport away under Su Chen's nose and he cut the spell short, she would be finished and have no way to clear her name. Instead, she formed a quiet strategy. When the group went to the restaurant, she would claim a sudden call of nature and slip out unnoticed. It would cost her nearly every future chance to approach Su Chen, but for the bigger picture, she had to let him go for now. Once the long guo was in their hands, she could always drag Su Chen back for a thorough study. The idea made her nod excitedly. All right, let's eat first. They soon arrived at the hotel buffet. Warm lights glowed overhead. Tempting aromas mingled in the air, and the serving stations were lined with colorful dishes. Half-mindedly, Hua Ruoming speared a few strips of bacon and a spoonful of salad, then doubled over, arms around her stomach, her face chalk white. Brother Su Chun, I think something upset my stomach. I need the restroom. An upset stomach? Leave it to me. Yi Lingyun glided to her side, palms settling lightly on Hua Ruoming's abdomen. A flash of crimson blood blossom flared, and the discomfort vanished on the spot. Any cultivator with a physique score above 50 had long surpassed mortal frailty. Ordinary food poisoning was useless against them, and even a real stomachache took only a single healing spell to cure. Yi Lingyun's prompt aid blew Hua Ruoming's injury ploy to pieces in front of everyone. Curse that busybody Yi Lingyun. Hua Ruoming seethed, nearly coughing blood. She dared not insist on the restroom again for fear of alerting Su Chun, so she swallowed the excuse she would have to look for a new window. A 7th-tier demon emperor forced to watch a human's mood just to escape humiliating. Worse yet, an urgent mental voice jolted her mind. Where are you? Every demon emperor is here, but you. Damn it, bad luck. She almost snapped, but managed a strained smile. Thank you, Sister Lingyun. I feel much better now. Plan B remained. Pretend to keep filling her plate. Once Su Chun and the others sat down, she could slip out of his line of sight and vanish. Yi Lingyun waved her onward. Good, then grab some food. The spicy fried noodles over there are a hit. You love those, right? They should be great. Even the finest buffet couldn't provide Su Chen's blood, leaving Yi Lingyun idle, so she kept both eyes fixed on Hua Ruoming, ready for any sudden move from the little demon emperor. To top it off, the restaurant was especially crowded today. Contestants for the Heavenly Pride tournament were checking in, turning the place into a lively scene. They had barely been helping themselves to the buffet for 5 minutes when they turned around and realized their seats were already taken. Because the meal was complimentary, they couldn't very well evict anyone. Suchin glanced around and laughed. If we can't find a table, let's just eat in our suite. Write down what you want, and I'll have the hotel send it up. Yes. The Beast Girl companions chorused, their eyes shining as if they meant to empty the entire buffet. Hua Ruoming felt a stampede in her chest. If they returned to the room, how could she slip away? Should she wait until they'd eaten and claim she needed a post-dinner stroll? By then the Sun Qilin would be out of patience. Suchen, you bastard, you did that on purpose, didn't you? She fumed inwardly. With so many people around you wouldn't let Yi Lingyun save us a seat, but you stick to me instead? I've given you so many treasures, and I've never truly hurt you. Why single me out? In her mind, she diced him 100 times. Yet her face betrayed nothing. She knew she was no match for him right now. Forcing a smile, she nodded. Brother Su, could you order an extra helping of spicy stir-fried noodles for me? When dinner ended, she seized her chance. Brother Su, I'm a bit stuffed. Mind if I go for a walk? A walk? Su Chen arched a brow. Sure. I wanted to look around the beast-taming airship anyway. Everyone, let's go together. Walk, walk. The airship is awesome. The beast girls chimed in. Maybe there's night market food too. Master, I'm hungry, let me drink a little blood first. The tiny vampire bounced excitedly. Brother Su, this Hua Ruoming almost lost her composure, cursing him silently. Head let her attend an auction alone. Yet tonight he insisted on tagging along for a stroll. Did he think she was a toddler who might wander off? Still, she'd been playing the timid act all along, and Su Chen's keen instincts would flare if she refused. This was humanity's stronghold. Exposure would be disastrous. Su Chen noticed her hesitation, tilted his head, and gently ruffled her hair. What's wrong, Minger? You're acting a little odd tonight. Her heart pounded, but her voice stayed calm. I am fine. Sensing her worry, he lowered his voice. Don't be afraid. The barrier does suppress beast kin, but you'll be back to normal once we're outside. Come on, let's walk together. After a brief pause, Hua Ruoming nodded. Okay. The short walk turned into 2.5 hours as they explored every deck of the beast-taming airship. Back at the hotel, Su Chun enthusiastically suggested a late-night shopping trip. When they finally returned after midnight, he didn't play cards with the girls as usual. Instead, he fell asleep hugging Hua Ruoming like a body pillow. It wasn't until the next day, when the Heavenly Prodigy tournament officially began, that Hua Ruoming finally had some time to herself. Meanwhile, in the northern reaches of Central Asia, a barren tract near the border of the Su Kingdom and the Long Kingdom lay devoid of life. Gales swept waves of yellow sand across the wasteland, and beneath the dunes an underground cavern, sealed by an unseen barrier, lay in wait. Deep inside, the air was so frigid and silent that even the crackle of torches felt intrusive. Lin Yuthi Solar Qilin, commander of the Beast Legion and a Tier 10, Stage 10 Demon Emperor who had once slain the strongest beast master of the Ascen Kingdom, paced back and forth, his hooves striking the rock with an urgent clatter. 2.5 hours had passed since he sent his second telepathic message, yet Hua Ruoming had not appeared. Time was running out, and the situation was dire. Only her gift of prophecy could illuminate their next move. The longer she stayed away, the heavier his unease grew. His sharp gaze swept over the other 7 Tier 10 Demon Emperors in the cave, and his voice rumbled. Where did she go? Does anyone know? Tianhua Moth stepped forward at once, compound eyes glowing a fiery red. 2.5 months ago, she went to investigate a human named Su Chun and hasn't returned. We don't know anything beyond that. Su Chun. Linya's frown deepened. He had assumed Hua Ruoming was tracking Long Haojia. How had an unknown Su Chun entered the picture? Sensing his confusion, Tianhua Moth hurried to explain. It started in Mo City. He recounted every detail, and as the story unfolded, bewilderment spread among the gathered demon emperors. He can ignore every restriction and force a contract on us. Ridiculous. A mere 4th-tier beastmaster? Why not say 40th? If he's suspicious, just capture him and interrogate him. What's the point of waiting 2 months? Exactly. With Hua Ruoming's prophetic sight, how hard could that be? If you ask me, Laplace might have betrayed us. I've heard her rave about human cosmetics and food. Maybe she defected for those trinkets. Voices rose and overlapped. Linya's brows knitted as he fell silent in thought. For decades, Laplace's prophecies had never failed. Yet this time, she had vanished. Had she really turned her back on the beastkin? Suddenly, a gust cut through the cavern as a scout dropped to one knee. Report. Demon Emperors, 5 kilometers east along the border, Long Haojia is leading a large force of beastmasters on a sweep. Initial sighting confirms Long Haojia and Han Xingha, both Tier 10 beastmasters, along with numerous 9th and 8th tier officers. It appears the Northwest Front's main force is in full deployment. The scout's face was ashen, sweat coursing down his neck. At the news, even the proud demon emperors jolted to their feet, eyes wide. What? Humans taking the offensive? Impossible. I wove that barrier myself. How could they have found us? The air went rigid. Lin Yu snarled through clenched teeth. Damn it. I knew that bitch had betrayed us already. Deep inside the stone hall, Lin Yu smashed the rock table in front of him, shattering it into flying shards. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "Apart from us, only that bitch knew about this place. Her delay is deliberate, is buying time for the humans to rally and wipe us out." The demon emperors sat around the stone dais, candlelight flickering. Lin Yu kept roaring. If Laplace didn't have the gift of prophecy, she'd never have climbed this high. Instead, we raised an ingrate who bites the hand that feeds her. He swept the room with a glare, voice rising. "Enough chatter, do we fight, or do we run?" One demon emperor warned in a low voice, "Fight? Long Haojia isn't some pushover from the Asen kingdom, and Han Xinghe is no amateur either. Throw in a pack of 8th and 9th tier beastmasters, and we'll lose a direct clash for sure." Lin Yu's chest heaved. "We planned to surround the Dragon Nation precisely because we feared Long Haojia's power to keep him dashing around. But now Long Haojia and Han Xinghe to 10th tier are here together. How do we fight that? With wishful thinking?" He slammed his palm down again, turning the stone dais to powder. "Fine. Hua Ruoming, you whore, if you play dirty, don't blame me for striking back. Someone, bring me Hua Ruming's natal soil I wanted destroyed." Before the words faded, a 7th tier scout staggered in, drenched in blood. Dropping to one knee, he cried, "My lords, disaster. The prison in Sector A was raided. Lord Laplace's natal soil has been stolen." The declaration cracked like thunder. The hall fell silent. Lin Yu's pupils shrank, his body trembling. For a demon emperor, natal soil not only prevents forced contracts, it's the final safeguard against betrayal. Human technology and cuisine tempt many beasts, and defections aren't rare. But if a high-ranking demon emperor turns code, the fallout is catastrophic. Laplace had foreseen everything. She stalled for time, not only to let the humans assemble, but also to rescue her own soil. "Son of a what the hell?" Lin Yu roared, his voice shaking the chamber. "Laplace, you ungrateful cur. As long as I live, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. Your prophecies won't shield you forever. Damn it." The shockwave blasted outward. 2 unlucky scouts were pulverized on the spot. When the blood mist settled, Lin Yu forced down his rage, drew a slow breath, and spoke in a cold, level tone. "No more tantrums. Order a full retreat. Avoid every place Laplace knows." His eyes were glacial, words rapid. "Cut all contact with her. No messaging spells, nothing. If she's learned to trace them, we're finished." "Understood." The demon emperors answered in unison, killing intent flashing in their eyes. No one had imagined that Laplace, blessed with prophecy, would become a traitor. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, heralding the official start of the Tianjiao tournament. Su Chun had just fastened the top button of his shirt when the doorbell rang. Right on cue, Xia Limo stood at the threshold, greeting him with a bright smile. "Morning, Su Chun. Ready to go?" She stepped inside without missing a beat, raised a hand to smooth his collar, and tied his necktie with practiced ease. When she finished, she gave his chest a quick pat. "Let's grab breakfast first. Chin up, stop looking so drained." Su Chun arched an eyebrow and protested, "Drained?" Brimming with energy. He hadn't played cards with any girls the night before, had merely slept beside Hua Rongling without crossing the line, so he felt fully refreshed. Xia Limo chuckled. "Relax, I was kidding. You're looking sharp. Guess you really behaved yourself last night. Remember what you told me, Professor? Keep it low-key. Today's the first event, and I don't want you thinking I'm slacking." Su Chin snorted, pushed the door open, and said, "That's more like it. Come on, breakfast." Side by side, they headed for the dining hall. Meanwhile, Hua Ruoming felt as if a boulder were crushing her chest. Although Su Chun hadn't dragged her off to play cards last night, being treated as a body pillow all night still left her seething. If he didn't let her go this morning, she might have exploded on the spot. Luckily, the tournament rules stated that only 2 teammates could enter the arena. Everyone else had to remain in the stands. That clause became her temporary lifeline. Once free, Hua Ruoming opened a spatial gate and jumped to the arranged rendezvous pointedly to find an unsettling silence. The area that should have been teeming with beasts was deserted, the wind stirring up nothing but dust. In City, Hay City, and Suwa City were equally quiet, and even Zone A, where she had once been imprisoned, showed no sign of life. What happened? Did last night's meeting launch some major operation? She muttered, frowning. Spatial travel prevented her from using voice transmissions, and she had no other way to contact her fellow demon emperors. Desperate, she set off to track down Lin Yu and the others herself. Hua Ruoming slipped through one abandoned outpost after another, inspecting each corridor and empty warehouse with painstaking care. At last, in a remote corner, she spotted a lone legion beast. She teleported beside it, lifted the underling clear off the ground, and demanded in a frigid voice, "Where are Lin Yu and the others?" The creature trembled violently, hands fluttering. "Tu don't know. I swear I know nothing. Please, your majesty, spare me." Flame flared at the tip of Hua Ruming's finger, forming a razor-sharp blade. With a single slash, she severed the beast's right arm at the shoulder. A piercing scream echoed through the deserted alley as the creature's face drained of color. "Still not talking?" Hua Ruming's tone was glacial. Next time, I won't stop at an arm. Terrified, the minion burst into tears, nearly collapsing. He'll tell you. He'll tell you everything. Spare me, your majesty. A low-level beast demon collapsed to its knees before her, trembling so hard its voice shook. Words tumbled out in a frantic rush. The Chilan demon emperor thinks you've betrayed him. He marched the entire beast army out overnight and took your soil with him. I don't know where they went. His order is absolute. Any beast that contacts you will be executed on the spot. Hua Ruming's mind went blank. Betrayed him? When had she done that? And her soil, her very lifeline, was now in someone else's hands. She recalled the excuse she had casually given Su Chun earlier. My beast tamer was captured by the Legion and cursed fate for turning a lie into cold reality. What is going on? Speak. When did I become a traitor? The lackey banged its head against the ground. I don't know, my lady. Those were the orders. Damn it. Rage detonated in her chest. Demonic power burst from Hua Ruoming. Scarlet flames flared, and in a blink the lackey was reduced to ash, leaving only a scorched patch of earth. She looked up into the starless sky, drew a slow breath, and decided to invoke natural divination to trace the solar Chilan's movements. Closing her eyes, she let power surge through her meridians. Yet just before the incantation finished, invisible chains snapped shut, sealing her strength. No matter how hard she pressed, the spell refused to form. Not a single scrap of information slipped through. Damn you, Suchun. What kind of power is this? Am half a world away and my divination is still blocked? Anxious and afraid, sweat beaded on her brow. If her soil was destroyed, she would die instantly. The Dark Morris blade might fall at any moment, and she had no way to stop it. She had already burned most of her energy on dozens of space jumps while chasing Linyu, leaving the carpet search shed planned impossible. Pressing a hand to her chest, thoughts raced. Because she hadn't returned last night, had Linyu branded her a turncoat? Was the proud Chilan demon emperor really that small-minded? No, first, she had to reclaim her soil. Sorting through the chaos, she saw only two ways forward. 1. Stay put, restore her strength, then keep teleporting until she forced Lin Yes's location into the open. Yet Central Asia was vast, and the heavenly demon emperor had surely laid concealment barriers everywhere. Without coordinates, 1,000 jumps would be like searching for a needle in the sea. 2. Capture scattered beast soldiers and stitch together their route piece by piece. But Lin Yes's paranoia was legendary, had never revealed his true plans to foot soldiers. She could spend every drop of effort and still learn nothing. And even if she did find him, how could she prove she wasn't a traitor or a double agent? Tell him the truth that a mere fourth-tier beast tamer named Su Chun had stalled her all night? He would never believe it. Suspicion defined Linyu. With the traitor label hanging over her, only irrefutable proof would sway him. The realization made Hua Ruming's jaw tighten until her knuckles turned white. Whichever path she chose, her chances of survival hovered near zero. Hua Ruming snapped awake. The pull of her contract as clear as ever. Her bond with Tu Rang was unbroken, which meant the beast was still alive. She recalled the murderous aura that had filled the air before dawn when the Taiyang Chilan withdrew with his troops. She had assumed he had already killed Tu Rang. Yet she herself remained unharmed, leaving only one possibility. The Taiyang Chilan had taken Tu Rang away but had deliberately spared its life. The message was undeniable. The proud sacred beast was forcing her to prove her innocence. Hua Ruoming tightened her fists, an invisible deadline weighing on her chest. The Taiyang Chilan's patience was tied to his whims. One defeat on the battlefield, and he might vent his rage on Tu Rang, pinning every accusation on her. Time was short. She had to clear her name first. Only one path remained: capture Su Chun. If she could haul Su Chun before the Taiyang Chilan and pry the truth from him, she could justify her covert actions and even leverage his strange cultivation gift to forge a temporary army of powerful spirit beasts. Two birds with one stone: wash away her guilt and earn new merit. After seizing Su Chun, she would have to race off in search of the Taiyang Chilan. Otherwise, everything would be for nothing. But striking now would be far from simple. Su Chun was aboard the Beast Tamer airship, protected by a 5-colored spirit stone barrier erected for the tournament. Breaking in was a fantasy unless she lured him outside. The outline of a plan surfaced. Yu Xing had never been summoned since being contracted, and her identity was still hidden. Clearly, she had not betrayed anyone. She was merely trapped in Su Chen's beast space. If Hua could contact her with a coded signal and stage an inside job pretending to surrender to draw Su Chun beyond the barrier, the door would open. As for the whereabouts of that 8th-rank beast emperor and any sudden complications, Hua could no longer afford to worry, fight, or die. Ever since meeting Su Chun, she had suffered unrelenting misfortune, but complaints were meaningless now. All she could do was grit her teeth and charge ahead. On the far side of the Beast Tamer airship, the atmosphere was anything but grim. After breakfast, Su Chen's party strolled toward the central plaza. A sea of people spread before them, at least 5,000 beast tamers packed layer upon layer, their armor, robes, and beast runes weaving a shifting tapestry of light and shadow. Each radiated heavy spiritual pressure, like 10,000 blades leaving their sheaths, chilling the blood. The scene resembled a grand military parade, imposing and spectacular. Even on the 7 great battlefronts, so many beast tamers rarely gathered in one place, but the Heavenly Pride tournament had no entry threshold. Anyone with a beast contract could sign up, so the sight made perfect sense. Achoo! Su Chun let out a loud sneeze and grinned. Which fangirl is out there talking about how handsome I am? Standing beside him, Xiao Limu scanned the dense crowd and nodded in agreement. There are a lot of people this year. 2 years ago, I was only tier 4, rank 10, and there were just over 2,000 entrants. Hearing Xiao Limu's remark, Su Chun raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had never imagined that his gentle, quiet teacher had once taken part in that grand event. Teacher, you competed in the Tianjiao Championship too? He asked. Xiao Limu nodded, her voice as light as wind chimes. I did. I finished second in the tier 4 bracket and 47th overall. Not exactly something to boast about. Su Chun thumped his chest and grinned. Second place is already impressive. But this time, teacher, don't worry, you'll get us first. Xiao Limu shook her head with a smile, yet her eyes held a trace of anticipation. All right then, he'll be waiting. Dong dong dong. At 9 o'clock sharp, the brass bell aboard the beast ship rang 3 times. The deep notes, like war drums, reverberated through every beastmaster's chest. An elderly man with blazing eyes and a magnificent robe strode onto the platform. Pei Yuanshan, president of the Longwa Beastmaster Association. He stood tall, his keen gaze sweeping across the more than 5,000 contestants. Seeing their spirited faces, he nodded in satisfaction. Welcome, Beastmasters from across the nation, to the 100th Tianjiao Championship of Longwa. His expression turned solemn. You know the rules. Each of you is a renowned prodigy in your own city. Yet remember, there is always someone stronger. Pride isn't a sin, but arrogance will break you. Give everything you've got, every single step. He raised a hand, quickening his pace. Enough talk. Let's get started. In half an hour, this beast ship will reach the first trial ground, Yaoshan Mountain. The trial runs until 6 o'clock on day 3. The sum of the levels climbed by both teammates will be your score. If you're dissatisfied, you may withdraw from the remaining trials. If you choose to stay and watch, you'll have to cover your own room and board. That's all. Begin your preparations. The crowd erupted in chatter. Xiao Limu turned to Su Chun, concern flickering in her eyes. Su Chun, are you sure about Yaoshan Mountain? Your demon power is high, but the mountain's suppression isn't something numbers alone can withstand. Su Chun's lips curled into a relaxed smile. Trust me, teacher. I've got this. After all, he had contracted 5 beasts, one of them a demon emperor. With cards like that, how could he skip the climb? Half an hour flew by. More than 5,000 beastmasters filed out in a long column and soon stood at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Before them rose a colossal pyramid of steps, each 3 meters high, piercing the clouds as if to stab the sky itself. Su Chen's eyes widened. Were these really steps? A half-meter rise is already steep. Here, it was 3 meters. If he hadn't seen people climbing, he might have mistaken it for a city wall. Legend said Yaoshan Mountain had 3,000 steps, reaching nearly 9,000 meters taller than Everest. Unbelievable, Su Chen thought, awestruck by the mountain's sheer immensity. Xiao Limu glanced at Su Chen's astonished face and let out a soft giggle. A playful, triumphant spark flickered in her eyes as if to say, see, I knew you'd be startled too. Years ago, she had also gone blank under the weight of these colossal steps until someone stepped forward and she finally realized they weren't a wall at all. Su Chen, let's wait a bit before we climb. Forcing our way up now would just waste energy. All right, teacher, they'll listen to you. About 15 minutes later, the gray-white monument at the mountain's base suddenly lit up. A blinding flash spread across its rough surface, and lines of golden characters floated into view. After several rapid flickers, the light steadied on 4 rankings. First, Pei Jiao Xiaoyao 321st step. Second, Tianxiao Wushuang 318th step. Third, Maoxiang Xiaoyalai 316th step. Fourth, Xiao Huahua 307th step. What's that? Su Chen frowned. The leaderboard, Xiao Limu replied. It only records the top 10 who reach the 300th step or higher, and it uses their beast realm names. Got it. She looked toward the sacred mountain. The sun was sliding westward, and more beast tamers were flooding toward the stairs. She patted Su Chen's shoulder. I need to head over there. Good luck. Don't worry, teacher. I won't let you down. As Xiao Limu vanished into the crowd, Su Chen drew in a breath tinged with grass and dust. Skirting the crush of people, he stopped before the staircase for a closer look. The steps were dull gray, etched with faint patterns, as rough as ordinary concrete. Nothing seemed special. It really feels like a normal step. What's the big deal? He muttered. Just then, a plump beast tamer lumbered onto the first step. Su Chun felt a wave of demonic pressure crash down from above, yet the chubby newcomer stood firm and even grinned. A tall, lanky tamer followed, leaping onto the same step, and likewise remained motionless. One after another, several others stepped up without the slightest trouble. Maybe the pressure on the first step is too weak, Su Chen mused, stroking his chin. Resolving to test it himself, he moved forward. He sprang up, landing on the first step with both feet. An invisible force slammed into him like a tidal wave, so heavy it felt as if his bones might crack. Instantly, his own power burst forth, forming a barely visible shield that collided with the pressure. The impact rippled through the air, but he held his ground. And then nothing. Su Chen paced back and forth on the first step. The air was calm, the pressure no longer changed. No matter how many times he traversed that narrow span of stone, it refused to react. He vaulted from the first step to the second. At that very instant, a surge of pressure, far fiercer than before, crashed over him. Su Chen's demonic aura burst out on its own, forming a heavy suit of armor that absorbed the impact with ease. He immediately hopped back to the first step, no pressure whatsoever. When he returned to the second, everything remained calm. So once a level is cleared, it never tests you again, just like those stage bistage mini-games. Su Chen curled his lips. With enough demon power, it's basically one-click sweep. The only price is stamina, so what's there to worry about? A heartbeat later, he shot upward like an arrow, sprinting up the 3-meter-high steps. In less than a minute, he blazed past hundreds of competitors. Holy crap, who was that? Climbing like he's got a death wish. I know him, that's Su Chen, the guy who's been trending non-stop lately. Su Chen. No wonder. Word is he's already broken into stage 5. That explains the speed. Lucky for us, he ranked up. Otherwise, he'd have taken first place in the stage 4 bracket for sure. Yeah, but can a tier 1 stage 5 rookie really beat those veterans stuck at tier 10? Get real. He's only 19. No way his foundation matches those old monsters. Besides, the tournament rules favor the beast-taming clans. The top spots have basically been theirs for decades, haven't you noticed? Because head started late, Su Chen overtook people non-stop, sparking wave after wave of startled chatter. About 15 minutes later, he landed on the 300th step. Here, plenty of contestants were sitting cross-legged, faces ashen from the effort. A few were gnawing on precious herbs, desperate to recover. To Su Chen, however, level 300 felt flat and effortless. With the keen sense granted by his beast-tamer's soul, he swept the area and sighed inwardly. Nearly everyone gathered here could be called an ancient century prodigy, and quite a few were already above stage 5. Resting at 300? Casuals fear the whales, and the whales fear the hackers. Su Chen chuckled to himself. Having a cheat plugin is the best. Love you, system sis. He didn't slow down. As the steps rose, contestants grew scarcer, yet his pace never faltered. Bounding up the 3-meter terraces, he moved like a wuxia hero performing light footwork. Half an hour later, he was above the 800th step, where almost no one else could be seen. He still felt virtually no pressure, just the faintest touch of fatigue. After all, his physique stat was only a bit over 140, roughly 14 times that of an average adult, and on par with an 8th-rank beast tamer. 800 steps meant an elevation of 2,400 meters. Sprinting the whole way would tire anyone. Feeling a little winded was perfectly normal. Not only that, Su Chen had picked up on something else. The demonic pressure on every single step carried a faint, yet distinctive aura. It wasn't the casual intimidation a beast tamer might release. It felt like a force created solely for tempering, almost identical to what he experienced when he spent achievement points to speed refined spiritual treasures. Whenever his own demonic energy was weaker than that external pressure, the force would smash into him like a sledgehammer, driving the residual power of those treasures out of his meridians and forging it again and again. To turn that impact into real gains, 2 tough conditions had to be met. 1. The internal pressure of his energy had to be lower than the pressure on the current step, or else the forces would cancel each other out. 2. He had to rely on his own strength to endure wave after wave of pounding. In other words, he needed to stay within a safe range of steps where he wouldn't be knocked off, yet could still squeeze out maximum tempering. No wonder some people simply sat down and swallowed spiritual treasures along the way. They had been waiting for exactly this moment. That thought reminded Su Chen of an advantage he had nearly forgotten. By spending 100 achievement points and the corresponding treasure, he could instantly add 1 point to his physique or demonic energy. He still had 1,500 points left, so in theory he could buy 15 points right now. Even better, the Mount Demon God trial lasted a full 3 days. If he could pinpoint the band of steps that matched his refining speed, he might stockpile all the energy he needed to form a contract with Huaroming in one go. A smile tugged at his lips, and he murmured, "Heaven always leaves a door open. Little Ming Ming, give me 3 days, and I'll take you home. You love curling up in my arms, don't you? Wait for me and I'll show you how wonderful a human nightlife can be." Time slipped by unnoticed, and he had already climbed past the 1,000th step. Ahead, 3 beast tamers walked side by side, their breathing uneven. Huff-huffdom, are those guys insane? They're climbing so fast. Forget about them. Once we hit the 1,500th step, they'll slow down. Right now, we need to save our strength. Exactly. We only need to find a cultivation tier, so why compete with them? I just can't stand that smug face of Wang Shihao. Let it go. Wang Shihao has entered the Young Heroes tournament so many times, yet he's been stuck at 5th rank, 10th stage forever. We're only 5th rank, 8th stage. It's not worth it. Su Chun listened as he climbed, a slight frown on his brow. A cultivation tier, could that be the stretch of steps where internal and external pressure balanced, and spiritual treasures could be refined at top speed? Yet his teacher had taken this trial before. Why had he never mentioned it? Could there be side effects? He wondered. Deep within the beast-taming space, Yuzing spoke for the first time in ages, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Side effects? Su Chin gave a slight nod, clearly in agreement. Then he flashed a warm smile and strode forward. Good morning, gentlemen. His deep, clear voice made the three beast tamers turn instinctively. When they saw who it was, all of them froze. This was Su Chin, the legend who had rocketed to Tier 5 in record time and once held a spot on the global Tier 3 rankings. He was impossible to ignore, yet none of them had expected such a prodigy to greet them first. They quickly snapped back to their senses and responded with enthusiasm. Brother Su Chun, we've heard so much about you. Haha, my 10-year-old sister keeps saying she'll marry you someday. So, Brother Su Chun, what brings you here? Su Chin got straight to the point. I heard you discussing cultivation floors. Mind explaining them in detail? The three exchanged glances, then smiled and began to elaborate. A cultivation floor, they said, is a particular level of the tower that resonates perfectly with an individual, drastically speeding up the refinement of spiritual resources. Among competitors, this isn't exactly a secret. However, refining on such a floor leaves behind a residue called nightmare energy. This residue sharply reduces the feedback a beast tamer receives when their beasts absorb crystal cores. In other words, until the nightmare fades, leveling up slows to a crawl. That's a catastrophe for tamers eager to climb tiers, but ideal for those who intentionally stay put to solidify their foundations. Level lockers, as they're known. Suchin nodded thoughtfully. No wonder my mentor never mentioned it. We've always been focused on pushing upward. One of them cautioned, Brother Su Chun, don't follow our lead. With your talent, if you start level locking, Longwa will have no one left to carry the banner. Exactly, another said with a wry grin. We know our own ceiling, so we're counting on level locking to build a prodigy reputation, attract female tamers with strong bloodlines, and raise stronger offspring. The third nodded along. You're already famous enough to choose any partner you want. Whatever you do, don't lock your levels. Su Chin's brow creased. So that was their plan. Maybe the great beast tamer clans of Longwa had spent centuries doing the same, stacking prestige, gathering elite bloodlines, and building the foundations they have today. Thanks for the heads up. They'll tread carefully. He clasped his hands in thanks and sprinted toward the summit. They watched his silhouette disappear and were flooded with mixed emotions. They weren't just envious, they felt unworthy of even feeling envy. When I was 19, I was barely mid-tier 2. Tell me about it. I was the same, drifting through Yanjing University. A 19-year-old Tier 5 beast tamer. The world's gone mad. Thinks Su Chun can break into Tier 10 someday? Isn't it obvious? The other two replied, rolling their eyes in a resigned huff. Pei Yao, the elder of the Pei clan's twin granddaughters, had already reached the 1,368th step. She stood on the mist-shrouded summit of the stone staircase, her dark hair and flowing dress snapping in the mountain wind. Glancing down, she saw that second place Tianxiao Wushuang and third place Mao Xiang Little Lowly trailed by more than 50 steps, and pride mingled with confidence in her eyes. She gave a soft snort, and a smug smile curved her lips. Did they really think they could challenge her? Not a chance. Tianxiao Wushuang, real name Liang, was a prodigy from the strongest beast-taming family in Yanjing. Mao Xiang Little Lowly, real name Luo Yuling, hailed from another prestigious clan in Hanqing and was equally gifted. The Pei sisters had known them since childhood. Among the heirs of the four great families, rivalry had been constant, and none were willing to concede defeat. In grueling trials like Demon God Mountain and Demon God Valley, where only the highest demon power scores counted, beast-taming families topped the rankings every year, leaving other clans in the dust. This year was no exception, and Pei Yao was convinced the Pei clan would win it all. Yet while she was savoring her lead, a torrent of raw, violent demon power surged up from the foot of the mountain, so tangible it seemed solid, and its ferocity made her heart skip a beat. Farther down, Su Chun, sprinting upward, sensed the same aura, but his eyes were drawn first to the girl ahead of him. Another stunning beauty? He mused, silently impressed by the stellar genes of the beast-taming families. Moments earlier he had already noticed third place Luo Yuling, petite and charming, her hair styled into cat ears, the very picture of youthful energy. Liang, aka Tianxiao Wushuang, was impossibly handsome, almost matching Su Chin's own looks. Now Pei Yao appeared, a shapely figure, gentle yet sharp, her features flawless and striking. Still, compared with his beast girl companions back home, these people lacked that final spark. Su Chin had no interest in small talk. He brushed past her and kept racing toward the summit. His silence did not mean Pei Yao planned to stay quiet. You're Su Chin? She demanded, recognizing him, her voice laced with smoldering anger. Su Chin blinked in surprise. They had never met. So why the hostility? That's me. What's wrong? If you want an autograph, can it wait until the race is over? I promised my teacher I'd take first place, he joked, trying to lighten the mood. The moment she confirmed who he was, killing intent exploded around Pei Yao. Raising one slender hand, she summoned a torrent of demon power that coalesced into a long sword of deep blue light, its blade howling through the air. Without another word, she slashed at Su Chun with breathtaking speed. The rules of Yaoshan Mountain never banned beastmasters from dueling, but because they run into each other all the time, saving face and competing fairly is an unwritten code. No one expected the icy-cold Pei Yao to draw her sword without warning. Su Chun was checking his beasts when a blade of light slashed past, almost shaving his nose. He jerked aside and shouted, "What is wrong with you?" Pei Yao stepped closer, her sword leveled at him, hatred glowing like red-hot iron in her eyes. "You're the one who killed my cousin Moro." Su Chen's heart lurched. Pei Yao kept pressing in, her tone razor-sharp. "Don't think you can fool me. I know exactly what happened between you and Murong Yi outside the Modu auction house." With a flick of her wrist, she hurled a file to the ground. After the Modu attack, the Pei clan ran its own investigation. In the underground garage you wrecked at Singularity Plaza, we found heaps of broken syringes, 3 of them still full. Months of testing proved that liquid drives demon power berserk. It may be the key to creating those special monsters. Her voice dropped, every syllable like clashing steel. All cameras around the garage were destroyed on Blood Moon Night, so no one knows who went in or what happened. If one clue pointed to you, I might call it coincidence, she continued. But you fought Morong Yi and you alone know how to kill those monsters, something even the first battle zone couldn't manage. All signs lead to you. Still going to deny turning my cousin into a monster? She raised the demon's sword, its cold glare slicing the air as her accusation rang out. The Murong and Pei families have intermarried for generations, usually with Murong sons marrying into the Pei line or Pei daughters marrying out, making their ties complex. After Murong Yi's downfall, the Pei clan suffered as well. By seniority, Murong Yi was indeed Pei Yao's and Pei Yan's older cousin, though they were close in age. Forced back step by step, Su Chun felt like coughing blood. Murong Yi's dead, and someone still picking a fight for him? Is this some kind of death-triggered aggro? He fumed inwardly. And syringes? I was busy wrestling that meatball monster who had time for details. He snapped aloud, "Are you insane? If I really did it, why didn't the second battle zone arrest me?" "You're making this up." Pei Yao snorted. "The evidence is solid. You yourself admitted killing a monster in that garage. To me that means you grabbed some unlucky soul for a test. Otherwise, why leave a pile of syringes?" She advanced, words firing faster. "You had a grudge against my cousin, so you injected him with the drug. When the blood moon rose, he lost control, turned monster, and his name was ruined. You, holding the perfect countermeasure, slayed him, took the glory, and raked in resources." Her knuckles whitened on the hilt. "Everything is going just as you planned. Your fame soars, the Murong clan falls, and our Pei family is dragged under with them. Tell me I'm wrong." The sword tip pressed to Su Chen's chest. Shaking with rage, she screamed, "Su Chun, you murderer!" The moment he heard those words, Su Chun was struck dumb. Inside the beast-taming space, several young demonesses raised their hands to their foreheads in unison and rolled their eyes, openly scornful of Pei Yao's rant. The woman had a face no one could look away from, yet it seemed she had completely lost her mind. By her twisted logic, even the fall of Modu should be pinned on Su Chen nonsense, so absurd it defied description. Su Chen silently cursed her idiocy. Saying another word to her would be a waste of breath. So he spun around and shot toward the upper levels. Every other sentence out of Pei Yao's mouth involved her precious Murong edge. Arguing with a starstruck fool was pointless. Now he finally understood why fan culture had been so despised in his previous life. "Stop right there. Don't even think of running." Pei Yao shrieked, chasing after him. But Su Chen's physique and demon power far exceeded those of an ordinary person. In mere heartbeats, he became an arrow loosed from the bow, leaving Pei Yao several flights behind. Furious, she wondered how someone with no beast-tamer lineage could possess such strength. At the foot of Demon God Mountain, having completed their trials on various cultivation floors, many beast-tamers were descending, faces alight with satisfaction and excitement. The harvest this time had been rich. The trio Su Chun met earlier hadn't told the whole story. The cultivation floors could greatly accelerate the refining of rare resources, but they did little to improve success rates. To maximize the advantage, the best strategy was to spend heavily on materials that already boasted a high success rate, then refine them here. The problem was that not everyone could find a floor suited to them. In the months leading up to the genius battle, prices for rare resources soared, and the most reliable ones climbed several-fold. Even the wealthy didn't want to be taken for fools. Now that each person's optimal floor was confirmed, they hurried down the mountain to restock, buying premium resources and beastily devouring artifacts to make the most of their time here. As they reached the foot of the mountain, a commotion around the stone steel drew their attention. People were crowded around the rankings, arguing animatedly. "What's going on? What happened?" "The fox and the bluebird belong to Su Chun, right? He's at the 1465th floor. He's climbing a level every 2 or 3 seconds. Did he sprout wings? Pei Clan's little Yao isn't slow either. She's right on his heels. Are they racing? Sprinting up Demon God Mountain. This is insane. It's gotta be Su Chun. He just broke into the 5th rank, and he's already neck and neck with last year's champion. Unreal, absolutely unreal. Pei Yao reached 1,999 steps last year, and no one knew how high she would climb this time, though every gut feeling said she would surpass herself. 1,500. The referee assigned to keep count shouted, his voice nearly swallowed by the roaring crowd. Veterans who had once pushed beyond 1,500 steps whispered among themselves. From step 1,501 on, the demonic pressure changes completely. Let's see whether those two can keep going. 1510. Damn. Only 30 seconds. Their pace hasn't slowed at all. Suddenly someone cried out, hold on. Pei Yao's slowing down. The gap between her and Su Chun is widening. Around the stands, beast tamers leaned together, whispering and pointing, their own duties forgotten. Even if they remembered, none of them wanted to look away from this electrifying moment. This was the Celestial Prodigy Tournament. The Pei sisters, 3-time defending champions, facing Su Chun, hailed as the next Long Haojia and newly crowned #1 on the global Beastmaster rankings. Miss it now, and you would never again witness a showdown like this in person. Demon Mountain, step 1,570. Damn it, I won't accept this. Pei Yao snarled through clenched teeth. So much solid evidence pointed to Su Chun. Why did her father, her grandfather, and every regional commander refuse to believe he was the true culprit? Murong Yes level was below the sisters, but his talent was every bit as sharp. Had he not been ensnared by Ji Xuan and lost precious cultivation time, his achievements would be no less than theirs today. But that was the past. Murong Yi was dead, the Murong clan destroyed, and Su Chun still walked free. Pei Yao would never let it go. You forced my hand, Su Chun, she shouted, eyes blazing. As her cry rang out, a torrent of demonic power surged from her back and coalesced into a pair of massive violet membranes, the Pei clan's signature skill, Wings of the Fiend. The wings unfurled, her aura exploded, and she darted through the cliff faces like a swift swallow. They gave her both blistering maneuverability and a massive boost to her inner power, enough to withstand far stronger pressure. Without this technique, her limit was roughly 1,600 steps. With it, she could claw her way toward the 2,000 step mark, a difference impossible to ignore. But every power has a price. Holding the wings too long would drain her energy within days, leaving her unable to cast any art. For Murong Yes revenge, Pei Yao no longer cared. She only needed to keep the cost bearable. In the next instant, the violet wings snapped, and she shot upward like an arrow. Leaving the ground did nothing to escape the pressure. In midair, she still had to withstand the crushing force equal to each step's number. Watching, Su Chun nearly blurted a curse. She can do that? The sight stunned him. He had planned to seal Pei Yao's power with silent speech, a Murong family secret art, but if he used it here, misunderstandings would only deepen, so he held back. Yet letting her hang just behind him felt wrong. After a moment's thought, he decided to test the new move he had just mastered. With that, Su Chun gathered his power in both feet. In a flash, demonic energy erupted beneath him. Stride of the demon god, he muttered, stamping once. In the blink of an eye, he streaked forward a full 100 steps, landing directly on step 1,700. In the very next instant, a tidal wave of demonic pressure burst forth like a raging sea. From the 1,601st to the 1,700th step, 100 levels, and all the sealed energy broke loose and crashed towards Su Chun. 100-fold force slammed into his body like a mountain falling on an egg, making his bones creak and groan. Su Chun's expression shifted, and he activated Extreme Breakthrough without hesitation, reinforcing muscle, bone, and blood. Su Chun, we'll help you. Master, hang in there. Leave it to us. Master, this demon emperor can finally be of use. Inside the beast space, every contracted beast girl sensed the crushing pressure on their master. In unison, they unleashed their own demonic power, determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The rules of Demon God Mountain had never forbidden skipping multiple steps at once. The organizers simply never imagined anyone would dare leap dozens of tiers on a staircase barely 3 meters high. Su Chun hadn't expected such a reckless move to trigger this kind of backlash either. Boom. 100 streams of demonic force exploded like intersecting bolts of lightning in midair, colliding heat-in with the power erupting from Su Chun's body. His demonic power was already at 320 points, comparable to an 8th or even 9th tier prodigy, while the pressure of a single 1,600 level step was only a little over 120 points. Yet here were a full 100 blasts of 120 plus power, terrifying even without simple addition. Even with a contracted 6th tier, 10th stage demon emperor and the combined support of all his beast girls, the crushing force was overwhelming. System, dump the remaining 85 attribute points into demonic power now. Ding. Allocation complete. Current demonic power, 340.5 out of 430. The surge helped, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Su Chun shook violently as his strength was drained away, the pressure gnawing at flesh and bone. Damn it, am I really going to die here? The thought had barely formed when the system chimed. Ding. Detected that host and contracted beasts are under extreme demonic pressure with potentially severe consequences. Ding. Detected abundant refined energy within the pressure. The system recommends spending 100 achievement points to refine it, repairing the body and accelerating treasure absorption. Proceed? Do it, just do it. I don't want to die? Ding. 100 achievement points consumed. Refining energy. As the system's notification faded, a vast, gentle power welled up from Su Chen's dantian, flowing through every fiber of his being like a cool spring and bringing an unprecedented sense of relief and comfort. In an instant, the feeling that his body was about to explode was perfectly mended. It was as if someone had crammed extra stat points into his physique. From bones to flesh, Su Chun was reforged, every microscopic crack closing up. The violent, chaotic energy that had been impossible to digest moments earlier now flowed like a gentle brook through his meridians, fusing with his body even more smoothly than when he used achievement points to refine rare treasures. At the same time, a bone-deep coolness spread through every limb, leaving a soothing warmth wherever it passed. The near-world-ending demonic pressure disappeared without a sound, as though it had never existed. A familiar mechanical prompt flashed in his mind. Ding. Refinement complete. Current physique, 145.1145.1. Current demon power, 341.543, 3.5. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Suchin almost shouted 3 choice curses on the spot. Just a moment ago his physique had been around 142 and his demon power roughly 430. So how had they soared this much in the blink of an eye? He instantly drew on his demon power to examine himself. Sure enough, the massive energy left over from all the rare treasures he had consumed had now been fully refined by the system. Even better, he felt no rejection at all. It was like downing an ice-cold spring in midsummer. His whole body felt crystal clear. As for the so-called yin force, it was nowhere to be found, as if the system had swallowed it along with the impurities. Could it be the system devoured the yin as well? Su Chun was overjoyed. Outstanding, absolutely outstanding. A normal beastmaster refining treasures on Demon God Mountain had to weigh every step. Keep pushing forward or stay balanced at the current tier. For Su Chun, blessed with a cheat level system, those worries were a joke. Yen? Just extra refining material. Spend 100 achievement points and trade them for 3 or 4 points of demon power and physique pure profit. The abrupt disappearance of that demonic pressure left the group of Beast Girl companions wide-eyed. Moments ago, the force had nearly torn them apart, and now not even a trace remained. Even more astonishing, each of them felt her own demon power tick up ever so slightly, tiny as a mosquito bite, yet undeniably there. Master, what did you just do? The ever-curious Bai Shui was the first to speak up, voicing everyone's thoughts. Su Chen finally reined in his shock, a confident smile curling his lips. Just 100 layers of demonic pressure, he said lightly. Hardly worth mentioning. Every beast girl drew a sharp breath. That crushing aura had felt lethal even with a 6th-tier demon emperor watching their backs. Yet Su Chen dismissed it as casually as brushing dust from a sleeve. Seriously impressive, Tushan Yaya breathed, letting out a long sigh of relief. She had no desire to die young. Su Chen, your black tech tricks never run out, do they? Indeed. Su Chun was still Su Chen no matter the circumstance. He always managed to deliver the most unexpected surprises. System notification. The bond level with the fallen angel Yuzing has risen from 45 to 60. Yuzing's eyes flew wide, as if struck by lightning, and she froze where she stood while a storm of emotions threatened to drown her. Shock, confusion, and exhilaration collided, wiping her mind blank in an instant. As always, Su Chun had never let her down. Even a death sentence ending could be overturned by him. Who else in this world could manage such a feat? With Su Chun leading the way, a breakthrough to the 10th tier now seemed inevitable. Yet excitement carried a faint undertone of anxiety. Tushan Yiya, Qing Lu, Yiling Yun, by Zi'ith closeness those 4 shared with Su Chun was obvious. The warmth in his voice, the casual touches during downtime, all of it completely different from how he treated her. I'm not inferior to them, Yuzing kept telling herself. In both looks and figure she was every bit their equal, and thanks to the Shadow Sprite bloodline, she could transform at will into whatever appearance Su Chun preferred and fight beside him in that form. Where, then, was the problem? It was clear she had served him too few times, and distance had crept in because of it. She yearned to draw closer, yet Hua Roming barred the door. Because of Hua Roming, she could not appear freely before Su Chun, and Su Chun could not enter her beast space either. A spatial wall separated them, leaving both anxious, especially her, forced to watch opportunity slip away. Minjer, please, she begged silently, sign the contract with Su Chun. It's for your own good. Meanwhile, on the 1601st level of Demon Mountain, Pei Yao stood rigid, Her eyes locked on the spot where Su Chun had disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. What was that? Where did he go? Teleportation magic? Does that even exist? Countless theories flashed through her mind, none of them plausible. No traps, no residual energy. Su Chun had vanished, as if into thin air. Where did that bastard run off to? Pei Yao crouched, pressed her fingertips to the ground, and searched for any stray aura, but found nothing. Not long after, Liang, the second-place climber, and Luo Yuling in third staggered onto the 1,601st level, clearly at their limit. Yeah, what are you doing here? Luo Yuling asked, baffled. I thought we agreed to play it safe after the 1,600th level. Why use your demon wings again? Liang was equally puzzled. I didn't. I was chasing an enemy. Pei Yao replied, her tone icy. An enemy? Liang exchanged a look with Luo Yuling, even more confused. Past the 1,500th level, the only people left were the handful of them. Where would an enemy come from? Su Chen. But Su Chen wasn't from a beast-taming clan and had no business conflict with Pei Yao. How could they be enemies? Pei Yao couldn't be bothered to explain. She pulled out her phone and called the old steward waiting at the foot of the mountain. Oldly, you're monitoring the rankings, right? Check which level Su Chen is on now. Miss Yao, you're not really planning to trouble Su Chen, are you? Have you forgotten old Pei's warning? That incident had nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter what father or grandfather say. Hurry, UPI, just need his current level. Ugh, this is tough. He's at level 1,700. No, 1,800 now. What? Pei Yao froze on the spot. Level 1,800? 200 levels in under 2 minutes? Even a prodigy shouldn't be that outrageous. She stared hard at the steward, Liang, raising her voice. Oldly, are you sure you're not seeing things? Sweat gathered on Li Yang's forehead, but he didn't dare hedge. Absolutely certain. He really reached level 1,800. Wait, 1,900 now. Pei Yao rolled her eyes. From level 1,500 on, each step released a brutal surge of demonic pressure. Even she, heir to the strongest beast-taming family, had to inch forward with care. Su Chun wasn't even from a taming clan. 300 levels in 2.5 minutes? Impossible. With the body of a 5th-ranked beastmaster, he couldn't sprint up ordinary stairs, let alone these. Disappointment flickered in her eyes. Even her own steward had taken father and grandfather's side. It seemed her only remaining ally was her sister, Pei Yan. Resolute, she unfurled her demon wings and shot toward the summit. Liang and Luo Yuling could only stare after her, bewildered. Using demon wings at level 1,600, can her body handle that? Luo Yuling worried aloud. That's her problem. Liang shook his head with a wry smile. We've got plenty of time. Let's climb at our own pace. Meanwhile, Hua Ruoming finally recovered a sliver of power. Drawing a deep breath, she rippled through space and blinked back into Su Chen's room. She was hardly unprepared for today's trial, Demon God's Peak. 1,000 years ago, it had been a sacred training ground for beasts, until Dragon Kingdom beastmasters seized it, and the beasts had never reclaimed it. Originally, she planned to wait for the contest to end, then lure Su Chun beyond the 5-color divine stone barrier. But when she learned the event would last 3 full days, her face paled. If she waited that long, the solar Qilin would reduce even her ashes to dust. Survival came first. She had to act early. She would break into Demon God's Peak, join forces with Yu Ziying, and whisk Su Chen away ahead of schedule. On the mountain, every step carried its own measure of suppressive force. And worse, a spatial seal blanketed the entire peak. Beastmasters couldn't summon their contracted beasts, and outside spatial arts couldn't penetrate it. The only entry was through the main gate. Naturally, the organizers would never let a beast enter alone, contract or not. But mischief glinted in Hua Ruming's eyes. If a beast couldn't go in, surely a contestant could. One of Hua Ruming's signature techniques was the breath concealment art. It not only dampened the pulse of demonic power released when she cast a spell, but also masked her own beastly aura to the greatest extent. Once the technique was activated, her presence disappeared into a fog so dense that even the sharpest elders of the monster clan could not detect her. More importantly, Hua Ruming's human form was nothing like that of Tu Shan Yia or Qing Luno Fluffytail. No trace of feathers, gentle features, fair skin, almost indistinguishable from any ordinary human. All she needed was a contestant's ID card, and slipping into Yaoshan Mountain would be as easy as lifting a hand. With Yu Ziying cooperating from the inside, Su Chun would be drawn out without fail. Su Chen, just you wait. My future is mine to claim. After making that silent vow, she took a deep breath, her figure flickered, and she vanished from the room. Elsewhere, Su Chun had already reached the 2000th floor of Monster Mountain and finished refining the pressure from floors 1901 through 2000. Ding. Refinement complete. Current physique, 160.1 160.1. Current demonic power, 344.5 463.0. A digital panel hovered before his eyes, and Su Chun could not help exclaiming, so good. A moment later he felt a twinge of regret. If he had known things would go this smoothly, He would never have let those cute beast girls sweet-talk him into splurging so many achievement points. He had maxed out new skills for them, and looking back, it felt like daylight robbery. Luckily, he still had a full 1,000 points left, enough to carry him straight to the summit. Feeling better, he opened his Beastkeeper space and took out more heavenly treasures. The fast-acting liquid medicines were gone. All that remained were knobby roots and leathery leaves that smelled bitter and looked like dried herbs. How am I supposed to eat these? He muttered, staring at the odd-colored plants in his palm. Yuzheng glanced over and suggested, "Want to take a break? The space has cookware and drinking water, plus some food in the fridge. Yaya can make a fire, Xiaobexu can freeze things. If we stew those treasures, they'll go down easier." Su Chen's eyes lit up. "Xiaoying, you can cook? I can manage. When I was undercover, I had to master human life skills," she said with a small smile. Great, thank you." Su Chen nodded eagerly, secretly rejoicing. Yuzheng had the face of a refined, alluring woman, and she also had genuine perfect wife talents. Meanwhile, a certain university girl beast and a certain mature sister beast could do nothing but eat and sleep all day thinking of that. Su Chen shook his head and laughed. At the foot of Monster Mountain, the area around the ranking stele was in an uproar. Talented beast tamers stared at the constantly updating list, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. The 2000th floor. That's insane. How on earth did he pull that off? I remember last year's defending champion, Pei Yao, only hit floor 1999, and she did it on the third day at the very last second. I can't believe Su Chun has reached the 2000th level in just 2 hours. That's insane. I've only ever looked up to 3 people: General Han Xinghe, Commander Long Haojie the Dragon Emperor, and now Su Chun. Someone shouted, setting off a wave of excitement. 2,000 levels is already legendary. Do you think he'll go after Long Haojie's old record of 2,557? No way. He's been stuck there for over half an hour. He's hit his limit. No one just sits and cultivates at that level. He's definitely still climbing. Su Chen isn't the type to stop halfway. The buzz grew louder until many beast masters forgot they were supposed to descend the mountain, lost in shock and curiosity about Su Chen. At the back of the crowd stood a delicate girl in plain clothes. Her eyes stayed on the leaderboard, a faint sneer tugging at her lips. 2,000 levels, big deal, she muttered. A lower count just means a quicker trip down. Su Chen, once I catch you, I'll let a few dozen flower sprites show you some fun. The girl was Hua Ruoming, the clever and mischievous flower spirit beast. She had already kidnapped a similarly built beastmaster named Zhao Rui, borrowed the woman's jacket and ID badge, and used a concealment technique to hide her demonic aura. Blending in with staff and prodigies alike, she went unnoticed. After confirming Su Chen's position, Hua Ruoming slipped out of the crowd. At an identity terminal, she scanned the falsified ID, then stepped over the boundary into Demon Mountain. Drawing a deep breath, she coiled her legs and shot up the staircase, a blur of motion. An unwritten rule said that once a floor had been cleared, its returning path no longer pressed challengers with demonic power. Many beastmasters sprinted downhill to save time, so in theory her dash should have raised no eyebrows. Yet 2 fourth-rank beastmasters looked up just in time to see the lithe figure flash past. Wait, wasn't that Rui? She was on the same floor as me. How is she that fast? Can't be her. Rui's right foot is still injured, and that stride was perfect. I've been calling her all morning. No answer. Her build and clothes match exactly. From the back ID, swear it was her. This feels wrong. They'll try her again. If she still doesn't pick up, we need to tell the organizers. Agreed. She's been gone an hour already and still hasn't come back. High above the divine mountain, mist coils around the peaks. Stone steps twist like a dragon's spine, and 2 slim figures streak toward the summit. Pei Yin in the lead, Xia Limo close behind. The lifelong rivals refuse to yield, turning the ancient staircase into a racetrack. Both are 5th rank, 10th tier beast tamers, their strides steady and powerful, yet Xia Limo's breathing and explosive strength make the effort look effortless. Damn it, bright eyes. When did you get this strong? Pei Yin gasps, sweat sliding down her temple as she grits her teeth. You sisters are just weak. Xia Limo arches a brow, her tone cocky. I reached this spot when I was 4th rank, 10th tier. Now I'm 5th rank, so imagine the difference. Last year, she lost the 4th gate melee to tamers of higher level, and the humiliation has festered ever since. Washing it away on the divine mountain feels exhilarating. Pei Yin snorts. This climb isn't a 100-meter dash. Burn your stamina now, and what will you have left to beat me later? Seems like you're the one burning out. Check out your rosy cheeks. Xia Limo fires back. Their taunts hang in the air as thick as the mist. Pei Yin's phone suddenly vibrates. She glances down and stiffens at the caller ID. Yaojia. A call now can only mean trouble. She answers with a steady breath. What is it, Sister Yao? Xiaoyan, get to the Demon Mountain leaderboard. Su Chun is climbing. Pei Yan's pupil's contract. Standing firmly beside her sister Pei Yao, she's convinced Su Chun murdered Morong Yi. Morong Yi was no close friend. Shed even resented his fawning over Ji Yin, but Morong clan's fall had dragged the Pei family down as well, and she pins the blame on Su Chun. Beating Xiao Limo would be satisfying, yet forcing Su Chun to confess matters far more. The decision takes a heartbeat. She pivots and sprints back down the mountain. Xiao Limo freezes, watching her vanish into the fog. She just quits like that? She slaps her thigh, panting. Fine by me another minute, an ID have collapsed. Her contracted beast murmurs in her mind. Master, rest for a moment. You're pushing too hard. Exactly my plan. Xiao Limo drops cross-legged onto a step to steady her breath. More than half an hour later, at the foot of Demon Mountain, Pei Yin bursts from the forest, boots kicking up dust. Her arrival stirs a ripple among the gathered beast tamers, who instinctively open a path. She heads straight for the towering stone leaderboard. The monolith looms overhead, its surface cold and gleaming. One glance, and Pei Yin freezes the number 2,000 blazes across the top. 2,000 floors? No way. Sister Yao only made it to 1760. She blurts. A nearby tamer, noting her shock, supplies the missing detail. Suchin hit 2,000 an hour ago. No movement since looks like that's his limit. An hour ago? Pei Yin was completely baffled. An hour ago she was sure the inadequate challenge had only been running for 3 hours, so by any reasonable standards Su Chun shouldn't have climbed more than 1,000 levels. Yet the latest report claimed Head reached level 2,000 in just 2 hours. What kind of cosmic joke was that? Jolted awake, she grabbed her phone and called her older sister, Pei Yao. Sis, something's wrong. Su Chun hit the 2,000th level over an hour ago, and he's still there. On the other end, Pei Yao sounded stunned. Huh, are you sure? So the butler's report was real? But Su Chun was only 5th rank, first stage, and he wasn't even from a beast-taming clan. How could he race to level 2,000 so fast? It made no sense. While the Pei sisters were still reeling, a murmur swept through the crowd. Following everyone's gaze, Pei Yin saw the numbers on the ranking wall flashing madly. A tamer registered as Wan Shiru Yi was soaring upward. She blinked onto the board at 10th place, level 1507, and kept going. Holy crap, she just passed Feng Qingyang in 9th. No way. Which hidden master is this? One dark horse in Su Chun wasn't enough, now there's another? Level 1550, already 7th? 1600. 50 levels in under a minute. Who is she? She might even be tougher than Su Chun. The shouts grew louder with every update. The woman behind the alias Hua Ruming blew past Tianxiao Wushuang and Mao Xiang Xiao Luoli, landing in 3rd place at level 1724. Damn, I misjudged. This is way harder than I thought. She clicked her tongue, exhaustion written all over her face. Back in the demon realm, her brain-dead beasts bragged every day that once they reclaimed Mount Yaogod from Longhua, even 5th or 6th rankers could sunbathe on its summit. Shed believed 2,000 levels would be a cakewalk. It was all hot air. This climb was brutal. Fine, I didn't want to use this, Hua Romang muttered. Her ridiculous speed had already exposed her. She had to move before Longwo's forces closed in. If they caught her, she was dead. If she failed to catch Su Chun, she was dead. There was no retreat, only a gamble. Drawing a deep breath, she dropped the barrier suppressing her aura. Chronolaw, temporal acceleration, Emperor Beast domain, realm of time and space. In the next instant, her demonic power erupted like a volcano. A suffocating wave of temporal energy rippled out, bending the very seconds around her until everything seemed frozen. A terrifying pulse detonated and she vanished. Anyone nearby would have seen her flicker toward the summit frame by frame like a tape on fast forward, too quick for the naked eye to track. Even Pei Yao, hot on Su Chen's trail, never realized Hua Roming had flashed past her. This is delicious, Xiaoying. From now on, whenever we're out in the wild, you're my personal chef. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the 2,000th step of Demon Mountain's trial stairway, 6 dishes and 2 soups arrayed before him, all prepared by Yuzing over the past half hour. The mountain breeze carried the layered aromas of meat, vegetables, and broth straight to his nose. The colors were so vivid they looked freshly mixed on a painter's palette, and his appetite surged. With every bite, he chewed slowly, savoring the flavor, then praised her without stint. With cooking like this, you could hold your own at a state banquet. As long as you enjoy it, master. Yuzing's eyes curved into crescents. She handed the pre-portioned plates to Tushan Yeye and the other beast girl companions. Sisters, you've got to try this too. Years of moving among humans had taught her the weight of goodwill. Serving Su Chun was her duty, but staying on good terms with these comrades was just as vital. If she were ever ostracized, no one would speak up for her. Tushan Yeye and the others were simple at heart. Faced with such generosity, they were instantly won over. This is great. It tastes almost like Yun Xian's cooking. Is there more? I want another helping. Sai, I'm so jealous. I can't even get a drop of master's blood. There's plenty, plenty. Yu Ziying replied, sliding the dishes toward them. Laughter and chatter filled the beast-taming space, so lively that anyone passing by would have stopped to listen. Suddenly, Yu Ziying shuddered, her expression changing. Master, this is bad. Minjer is coming. Su Chen almost spat out his soup. Wasn't little Minjer undercover in the demon beast army? What was she doing on Demon Mountain? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Either Hua Ruming's cover had been blown, the higher-ups were closing the net, or something else was afoot. Whatever it was, the target had to be him. Yuzing drew a deep breath, her tone firm. I can't be mistaken. We used to be together all the time. I know the temporal ripple around her like the back of my hand. Su Chen swept the remaining food into the beast-taming space. For Hua Ruomeng to take such a risk, the situation had to be urgent. But he had only 120 points of demon power left. If a fight broke out and she escaped, he would be in serious trouble. He had to move fast. He inhaled, executed the demon god step, and his figure flickered like a ghost to the 2000 Dan first step. Ding. Host detected begin depletion. A surge of formidable power flooded his limbs and bones. The heavenly treasures he had just swallowed were refined in an instant, their pure energy merging into flesh and meridians. Ding. Refinement complete. Current physique, 162.2 out of 162.5. Current demon power, 344.7 out of 466.4. Feeling the transformation, Su Chen did not pause for even a heartbeat. Su Chen reached into his beast-taming space, grabbed the leftover dishes, and shoveled them straight into his mouth. The meals prepared by Yuzing were fragrant and tender, while Bai Shue stood nearby fanning him with a chill breeze. With a physique far beyond human, he polished off several bowls in under a minute. The broth had barely hit his stomach when he tapped the ground, unleashed demon god steps, and in the blink of an eye landed on the 2200th stair. Ding. Host detected resources expended. Ding. Refinement complete. Physique, 165.2 165.2. Demonic energy, 345.5 469.4. Inside the beast-taming space, several monster girls bustled about. Master, I turned the ice dragon fruit into a smoothie goes down faster. Master, I ground the wild Hisho Wu into powder. Mix it with mineral water and swallow. Su Chen, Hayrace roasted moon spirit root still edible. Su Chen, I brewed tea with source stone dust for you. The exotic treasures tasted odd, but their skill made them barely palatable. In only 2.5 minutes, Su Chen forced every drop of medicinal power into his meridians, filling his demonic energy to the brim. Without stopping, he activated demon god steps again. His figure flashed like lightning, and he alighted on the 2300th stair. Ding. Host detected. At the same time, Hua Ruomeng reached the 2000th stair. The steps were silent and empty. She paused, flared her nostrils, and caught a lingering whiff of food Su Chen had clearly eaten here moments ago. Still charging ahead, her eyes narrowed and a cold smile appeared. Oof, you want to shake me off. With her current power, even reaching the 2000th stair should have been impossible, but she commanded the Emperor domain realm of time and space. Within this domain she could stretch time at will, slicing intangible forces across separate timelines. A blow that should deal 1,000 points of damage was diluted to 1 point per second for 1,000 seconds, too trivial for an Emperor-level healing rate. The same applied to the oppressive aura, whether on the 2000th stair or at the summit. The pressure was diffused until almost imperceptible. Still, from the 2000th stair onward the pressure spiked. Even with her domain's protection she felt unprecedented strain, and her pace slowed. Yet she remained a step faster than Su Chen, who had to pause to swallow spiritual ingredients. Persistence paid off. On the 2500th stair, she finally caught that familiar silhouette. Su Chen, I've finally found you. She called out like someone greeting the first light of dawn, her face alight with the relief of a survivor, betraying not the slightest hint of hostility or murderous intent. Meanwhile, at the foot of Yao Mountain, what happened? Why are there so many people? A beastmaster who had just come down from the mountain and had finally found a suitable training floor was stunned by the scene before him. The entire foothill was already packed, the noise swelling into a single roar, yet every gaze was locked on the ranking steel. No one spared him a glance. 2 glowing numbers blazed on the stone, a pair of 2500th floor entries. The crowd looked like lottery players waiting for the draw, thrilled, frenzied, almost unhinged. Madness. Absolute madness. The beastmaster screamed inwardly. 2 people at the 2500th floor? Is this the Yao Mountain I know? Is this still the genius tournament? He knew the legends of Yaoshan Mountain by heart. Since it was reclaimed 1,000 years ago, countless predecessors had climbed past the 2500th floor and even reached the summit. But below 6th rank, only 3 beastmasters had ever hit the 2500th floor. Long Haojia the Dragon Emperor, Imo Wen who founded the 9 war zones, and Shao Qinyang who propelled the Shao clan to its peak. And now 2 more in 1 year? By the look of things, they're not even at their limit yet. Unbelievable. The chatter rose and fell around him. The fox and bluebird must belong to Su Chen, no doubt about it. But who's this everything goes well? Never heard the name. Whoever it is, that's another Long Haojia in the making. Longwa rules. Right then, Su Chen was staring at Hua Ruomeng, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Had assumed she'd come to spar, but her expression suggested something else entirely. Adding to his frustration was his own demon power reading. Current host demon power, 348.5, 478.3. Just 0.2 more points, and he could seal the contract with Hua Ruomeng. had been raising his power by refining ambient demonic pressure, helping the girls level up along the way, but time was short and rare resources scarce. Each session promised 3 points, yet only a little over 2 were truly usable. Talk about a scam. And now, of all times, Ruoming had shown up. Judging by her expression and body language, she wasn't here to fight. Suchin decided to play dumb and see what she was planning. Ruoming, what brings you here? He asked blankly. By the way, are spirit beasts even allowed in this place? She rushed forward, clutching his wrists, her eyes frantic. Suchun, something terrible's happened. The sacred mountain where Teacher Xia is stationed has been attacked. Huh. Suchun felt even more lost. Ruoming stood rooted to the spot, urgency in her eyes, yet her words tangled at the tip of her tongue. Inside the beast-taming space, Yuzhing saw through her little scheme via their contract link and quickly whispered a reminder. Master, Ruoming wants me to back her up. Suchin paused for a moment when he heard Yuzhing's words, then a smile crept across his face. He thought to himself, that girl Hua Ruoming really is an adorable idiot. Up to now she still hasn't realized that Yuzhing betrayed us a long time ago. Sending her to the auction to buy a stellar crystal was a colossal mistake on my part. Afterward I checked online and learned the thing only works on demon beasts at the Demon Emperor level. To every other beast, it's nothing more than a flashy rock. Not only did I have Hua Ruoming bring it back especially, I even tossed it straight into the beast-taming space for someone to use. Wasn't that the same as spelling out, Yuzhing has defected? Otherwise, who else could that crystal have been for? Yet even now Hua Ruoming hasn't caught on at all. Suchin simply couldn't understand how she ever became commander of the beast forces. With brains like that, she'd probably help count the money while being sold. Since that's the case, he might as well go with the flow. Having made up his mind, Suchun put on an anxious face to match Hua Ruoming's story. What's wrong with teacher? He asked, feigning panic. I'm not entirely sure, Hua Ruoming panted. Something dangerous happened to her, so I rushed over here. I bought you a flip phone, didn't I? Why didn't you use it to call me? I forgot. I hardly ever use a phone, she muttered. Such a clumsy excuse made Suchin shake his head. One phone call would have cleared everything up. Instead she had to burst in all flustered. What a lovable little airhead. He was only 0.2 demon energy short. The prize was practically in hand, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. With that thought, he scooped Hua Ruoming into his arms, savoring the soft warmth of her body. Suchin, what are you doing? Hua Ruoming yelped, startled by the sudden gesture. Looking down at her with a glint of mischief in his eyes, Suchun said, easy, my sweet girl. I just want to ask you something. What is it? Hua Ruoming frowned lightly. By rights, Suchin should have been frantic upon hearing that Xia Limo was in trouble. Yet here he was, carrying her in a princess hold, stuffing snacks into his mouth with his free hand like someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days. Though she was bursting with complaints, Hua Ruoming swallowed them to keep him calm. She lay quietly in his arms, eyes closed and unguarded, as if lost in memories. How do you feel about living with us? Suchin asked softly. To tell the truth, being with you makes me really happy, she whispered. It's so much better than where I used to be. This place is practically heaven. I can live without worries, without chains, spending each day any way I like, thinking only about how to make tomorrow even better. Hua Ruoming chattered on and on. Everything she said came straight from the depths of her heart, with no attempt at disguise. She had to admit that the months she had spent at Suchin's side were the happiest and most carefree of her life. No advanced strategies to draft, no need to read the moods of senior demon emperors, and no trudging along a predestined path. Each day felt like a calendar page waiting to be turned, fresh and unknown, ready for her to discover. In truth, she despised her prophetic gift. It was like being forced to finish a dull series whose ending had already been spoiled, formulaic, devoid of surprises, yet impossible to skip. Even so, the sense of security that came with foreknowledge was hard to abandon. Only by holding the future in her hands could she feel at ease. The past half-year had overturned that belief entirely. The outcome of the battle in Mo City was nothing like the future she had foreseen, and, worse still, she could not glimpse Suchin's future at all. That void thrilled her as nothing ever had. Around Suchin, her prophetic ability seemed sealed, cutting off her usual source of safety and replacing it with a newfound anticipation for the unknown. Early that morning, a bold notion flashed through her mind. Should she defect to the human side and ask Suchin for help? Someone of his caliber might truly be able to save her. The idea survived all of 3 seconds before she strangled it. A divine generation beast bound to a beastmaster was pure fantasy. Besides, if Suchin really had a way, why hadn't he tried to form a contract with her during all these months? Hua Ruoming was under no illusions about herself. She knew her post-transformation looks were top tier, and with Suchin's habit of collecting beautiful female beasts, he would never have overlooked her if he'd been interested. The conclusion was obvious. She and Suchin could never become partners. After unloading every thought, she slowly opened her eyes, equal parts eager and nervous, wondering how Suchin would respond. She drew a deep breath and spoke softly. So, what do you think, brother Suchin? But when her gaze settled on him, she nearly spat blood. Crumbs clung to the corners of his mouth. Clearly he had been eating the whole time. Huh, what were you saying just now? Su Chen mumbled around a mouthful of food. Hua Ruming's eyes widened, her chest about to burst. I'm pouring my heart out, and you're still eating? Eat, 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 why don't you just choke? She cursed him inwardly yet felt utterly helpless. She had never met anyone so shameless. Su Chen remained oblivious to her turmoil. Feeling that the energy from the treasures he had consumed was almost fully stored, a self-satisfied grin tugged at his lips. He kept Hua Ruoming cradled in one arm, eyes filled with indulgent warmth. No more jokes, he said softly. Minjer, one last question. If you could choose, would you return to the past, or seize the future? A trace of bitterness rose in her heart. If the future still held hope, who would willingly retreat to the past? Before she could answer, Su Chen stepped forward once and instantly flashed onto the 2600 stair. Ding! A surge of demonic pressure containing refined energy has been detected. Spend 100 achievement points to refine it, repair the body, and speed up treasure absorption. Spend now? Su Chen, are you insane? Jumping that many steps at once will kill you. Hua Ruoming shouted. The combined pressure of 100 consecutive stairs was more than even an emperor's domain could bear. A suffocating force crashed down on her, and the shadow of death loomed. I'm not insane. Minjer, one day you'll make sure you seize the future that belongs to you. As his words fell, the system chimed. Ding. Refinement complete. Physique 172.8, 172.8. Demon power 349.04, 81.0. Forced contract initiating contract established. Binding in progress. What is this? Hua Ruoming whispered, stunned. She felt her bond with the earth crumble like sand, while a new link to Su Chen flooded in like a tide, warm and reassuring, more solid than her own foresight. The crushing pressure vanished, replaced by a gentle current that flowed into her body, nourishing every inch of her skin. Su Chen's lips curved in playful amusement. They'll be in your care from now on, you silly little empress. Hua Ruoming stared in confusion. When did you figure it out? He smiled. The moment we met in that narrow alley. I knew you approached me on purpose. Contract complete. Boom. An immense wave of demonic power erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire demon mountain as if an earthquake had struck. Her shocked expression blurred and dissolved like mist, merging into Su Chen's body. At the same time, a pale blue clock motif silently appeared on his left wrist. Hua Ruoming, the Laplace demon who could see the future, had been successfully bound. Congratulations. Achievement unlocked. Divine Generation Sequence 6. Congratulations on contracting your 6th Divine Sequence Beast. Host, do you see knowledge of the future as a blessing or a curse? You have gained 1,000 achievement points. Ding. Achievement points exceed 11,000. Awarding 40 free attribute points. Ding. Achievement points exceed 11,500. New skill unlocked. Demonic Surge. Demonic Surge. Incoming demonic pressure reduced by 50. Your own demonic pressure increased by 50. When demon power exceeds its limit, you are immune to berserk status for 10 minutes. Inside the Beastmaster's realm, Hua Ruming's eyes flew open, and an endless emerald prairie rushed into view. A light breeze stirred the grass in slow, rolling waves, and in the distance a group of young demon beast girls clapped and cheered, Yuzing among them, laughing freely and without restraint. Only then did Hua Ruoming truly understand Su Chen had already bound her with a contract. Su Chen's earlier warnings still rang in her ears, turning her legs to jelly until she slumped onto the soft grass. A few foolish chuckles slipped out, thick with self-mockery. Her supposedly flawless undercover plan had been exposed from the very start. Su Chen probably even knew the color of her underwear. Worse yet, her most trusted friend, Yuzing, had long since taken Su Chen's side, while she still believed they were fighting shoulder to shoulder. She had once prided herself on stirring up chaos within the demon ranks, controlling the board at will, but Su Chen had played her for a fool without her ever noticing. Yet instead of humiliation, a strange sense of peace slowly welled up inside her. I survived, Hua Ruoming murmured, speaking to herself as much as to the vast plain. Footsteps approached. Yuzing stopped in front of her, offered a hand, and pulled her up with a laugh. Took you long enough, Minjer. Hua Ruoming pouted, half teasing, half annoyed. Come on, traitor, when did you switch sides? And did you help yourself to my stardust crystals? Yuzing gave a sheepish grin, hoping to dodge the question. Hua Ruoming sighed. Forget it. I can't blame you. I was the fool who believed you'd never betray me. Yuzing shook her head earnestly. Whether I betrayed you or not wouldn't have changed anything. The very first time you staged that act with the shadow demon on the street corner, Master had already seen through you. His power is far beyond anything you imagine. That's when I realized just how overwhelming he truly is. A bitter smile tugged at Hua Ruming's lips. Forcing a bond onto a beast that already had a master, especially a Shindarank beast, was unheard of. Without Su Chen's help she would certainly have died, either exposed by humans or crushed when the ground shattered under the Sun Qian's assault. The ending would have been equally tragic. Since it's come to this, I might as well submit to fate, she thought. Su Chen's potential was no less than Long Haoji's, and deep down she had always yearned for the days she spent by Su Chen's side. Perhaps following him was the wisest choice she could ever make. With that in mind, Hua Ruoming lifted her eyes to the clear blue sky. Her long skirt brushed the grass as she knelt and bowed. Hua Ruoming pays her respects, Brother Su Chun. In the end, victors and losers are decided by the outcome alone, and I have undeniably lost. I'm already here, so will make myself at home. From now on, Brother Su Chun, am your contracted beast. That's why I hope you won't hold what I did in the Beast Legion against me. Our positions were different, that's all. Hua Ruoming set aside her imperial pride and spoke sincerely. System notification, Laplace Demon Flower Ruoming bond value changed, 040. As the chime faded, Su Chen's lips curved in quiet appreciation. A demon emperor really is different. She even bows her head so decisively. Nice. I like a straightforward girl. Hua Ruoming sighed inwardly. Even if I refused, what could I do? There's no way back now. Su Chen suddenly looked her up and down and changed the subject. But why are you dressed like this? Where's the Lolita dress I bought you? Her eyes dimmed. It's a long story. I'm afraid I'll need your help tying up the loose ends. At the foot of Monster Mountain, in front of the ranking stele, the latest standings flashed onto the light screen. First, Fox and Bluebird 2600 floors. Second, Everything Goes Well 2600 floors. Third, Pei Family Xiaoyao 1878 floors. Fourth, Peerless Under Heaven 1725 floors. Whoa, 2600 floors? And two people hit it? Long Haoji's record just got smashed? Two monsters showing up at the same time, crazy. When this contest ends, I'm getting their autographs. Future tier 10 beast tamers for sure. The crowd erupted. High above, the glow around wings of the demon flickered out, and Pei Yao staggered to the ground. After pushing herself for so long, her blood felt like lead, yet she forced her way through the throng until she found her sister, Pei Yin. Yin, what floor is that bastard Su Chen on now? Pei Yao rasped. Pei Yin gave a wry smile. See for yourself. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Pei Yao frowned. On the phone they'd said Su Chun was at 2,000 floors. Had he already hit 2,500? She squeezed up to the stele. 2,600. This stele has to be broken. Pei Yao blurted out. Pei Yin lowered her voice. He kept climbing right after the call 100 floors in a few minutes. He's at 2,600 now. 100 floors in a few minutes? Pei Yao's mind buzzed. Shed tried to skip a few tiers at the 500 floor mark. The multiplied pressure nearly crushed her bones. Above 2,000, any burst of speed is suicide. Su Chun isn't from a beast-taming clan, and I've never heard of him having a way to weaken the pressure. How is he doing it? Even if all his contracted beasts were divine-era demon emperors, it shouldn't be this easy. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Pei Yin sighed. Sis, I really think Murangi's death had nothing to do with Su Chun. A genius like him can get famous without dirty tricks. We're from a prestigious family. Our influence is huge. Until we have solid proof, let's not jump to conclusions and wrong an innocent man. Pei Yao looked as though lightning had struck her. She swayed, nearly blacking out on the spot, and stared at Pei Yin in shock. Her own sister, once on the same side, had just defected? Was that really necessary? Xiaoyan. Pei Yao hissed through clenched teeth. I admit Su Chen's talent is monstrous, but you can't ignore what kind of person he is just because he's strong. Remember? Every beast he's bonded with is a gorgeous woman. Why do you think a nobody like him chose only beautiful female beasts? A man who would go that far with his summons can't be a good person. Pei Yin forced a wry smile. She knew her sister's stubborn streak once. Pei Yao formed an opinion. It was almost unbreakable. Still, she noticed Pei Yao had stopped calling Su Chen a filthy dog, so the hostility had softened a bit. The Pei family was hailed as Longwo's premier beast-taming clan, a title that brought status and crushing pressure. The nation would protect them, but never at all costs. No Pei had ever become a battlefield-dominating tamer. Their number one label came from sheer numbers and reach, not top-tier power. With fewer contracted beasts, tamers were far weaker on the front lines than ordinary summoners. Su Chen was different. From what had shown on Demon Mountain, he might someday outshine Long Haojie himself. In Longhua, Long Haojie was a living war god, his merits and influence unrivaled. A prodigy like that would be shielded by the nation no matter what, even if it meant clashing with the Pei family. Knowing this all too well, Pei Yin could only urge, sis, listen to me. On the 1786th tier of Divine Mountain. Moly, stop climbing that pile of rocks and get down here. Your disciple just smashed Long Haojie's record. It's insane. I'm so jealous you found such a monster of a student. Ask him for me later. Does he need a concubine? Xiao Limei was halfway up the slope when her best friend Yun Yao's transmission rang out, stopping her cold. Long Haojie's record? She remembered it clearly, tier 2557. How could anyone top that? Yet Yun Yao's tone was no joke. Stretching to ease the fatigue from her earlier spar with Pei Yin, Xiao Limei decided to halt her climb, turn back, and see for herself what was happening at Demon Mountain. When she reached its base, The scene before her left her utterly speechless. The place was packed, a sea of bodies filling several thousand square meters, the roar of chatter and cheers crashing together like thunder. Nearly every prodigy ranked in the Divine Mountain's top 10 was present, eyes locked on the giant light screen, where names flickered at dizzying speed. 2,700 floors. He's past 2,600, and Suchun still isn't slowing down. Damn, watching Suchun climb is more thrilling than an adult film. I'm practically stiff from excitement. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I swear those two words can get me through life. This is freaking insane. If I remember right, Xiao Qinyang, the so-called human ceiling, only made it to 2,741 floors back when he was Tier 5, Stage 10. Don't tell me Su Chin's going to break that record at Tier 5, Stage 1? The deafening commentary kept rolling. Xia Limu stared wide-eyed at the single blazing name on the leaderboard. Su Chun. She had always known his talent eclipsed their generation, but she never imagined he could hold steady at the 2,700th floor, a height even many Tier 6 and Tier 7 Beastmasters couldn't reach. With a man this dazzling, what woman wouldn't be tempted? Because of their age and status gap, she had buried her feelings deep, yet the astonishing feat unfolding before her and her friend Yun Yao's warning, make a move or lose your chance, hit her with a surge of urgency. Clenching her fists, she thought, what baggage am I still carrying? She made a small, silent decision. Meanwhile, on the 2,700th floor of Demon Mountain, Su Chun was so full he could barely move. Forcing heavenly treasures to refine under demonic pressure was a quick way to grow stronger, but the bloated feeling was painfully real. So stuffed, he muttered. Good work. Here, I warmed up a bed for you, no need to thank me. In the beast's space, the little fox Tu Shan Ye turned away with its under a huff while handing him a folding cot. Su Chin smiled, said nothing, spread out the cot, and lay down. The lingering warmth of the mattress seeped into his back, mingling with the fox's faint, sweet scent, and he relaxed completely. By the rules, he could return to his room on the beast ark to rest, and then come back, but Su Chun was a perfectionist. Having climbed this far, stepping down without reaching the summit would gnaw at him. As he closed his eyes to recover, a system prompt suddenly chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on unlocking achievement fame across the land 3. Over 30 of humanity now recognizes your name. Rumor has it some people leverage their fame to sell merch. Surely you're not one of them, right? You've earned 500 achievement points. Ding. Your total achievement points have surpassed 12,000, awarding 40 free attribute points. The moment the system chime rang out, Su Chin paused, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the next heartbeat, he understood why. The Tianjiao Championship was being broadcast nationwide, and besides the home audience, countless viewers abroad were tuning in through every available channel. Exposure on that scale was more than enough to trigger a system achievement. He let out a wry laugh. Attribute points were what had lacked the most, yet barely 10 minutes after signing a contract with Huaroming, had already raked in another 80. He honestly wasn't sure whether to call that luck or not. Ring. The sudden peal of his phone snapped him back to reality. Admiral Han Xinghe flashed on the screen. Startled but not daring to hesitate, he answered immediately. Good afternoon, Admiral Han. What can I do for you? The voice on the other end was brisk. Su Chun, I've got a question for you about the Beastmaster who calls herself Everything Goes Well. Su Chun could only muster a rueful smile, while inside his beast space Hua Roming bowed her head. When she had kidnapped Su Chun, she hadn't thought about the fallout, and now the boomerang had come back to hit her squarely between the eyes. Steadying himself, Su Chun drew a slow breath. Admiral, the responsibility is mine. Hey Race, what really happened? Meanwhile, deep beneath the cross-cut mountains in Central Asia, a vast underground cavern lay cloaked in oppressive darkness. More than 10 million demon beasts clustered inside. 9 10th rank demon emperors. 32 9th rank demon emperors. 198th rank demon emperors. Over 1,000 7th rank demon emperors. More than 30,000 6th rank demon emperors. 600,000 5th rank demon beasts. 3 million 4th rank demon beasts. The remainder were largely 3rd rank demon beasts. Any beastmaster who laid eyes on this scene would be struck speechless, their scalp prickling. This was the very legion Hua Roming had once served, one of the 3 great demon beast armies of Central Asia. Now, it was the new hideout the Solar Qilin, Lin Yu, had discovered. Dim light filled a makeshift conference room, the air drawn tight. Every demon emperor of 8th rank and above was present, each one seemingly crushed under 1,000-pound weight. Lin Yu swept his gaze over them and spoke first. Time is short. Thoughts? Only silence answered. Some lowered their heads in thought. Others exchanged uneasy glances. Not one dared to speak. Lin Yu exhaled in resignation. He had expected this. Hua Ruming's power of prophecy was infamous. No matter where they hid or how meticulous their plans, her foresight rendered it all but meaningless. Moreover, Hua Roming possessed both an abundance of intelligence on them and a razor-sharp mind. Every demon emperor present understood that, boxed in as they were, any supposed way out sounded like pure fantasy. The conference room was dimly lit. The air hung heavy as lead, and no one was willing to break the silence. After a long moment, the 10th-tier demon emperor, Skyfire Moth, finally fluttered her wings, the low buzz shattering the stalemate. Lin Yu, there's something I haven't told you, she said, keeping her voice barely above a whisper. Caution flashed in her crimson compound eyes. Laplace went back to the treasury recently and removed several relics. I picked up some information from her. Oh, what did you learn? Lin Yu arched his brows, a trace of urgency in his tone. Skyfire Moth tossed a thick dossier onto the long table with a smack. It contained everything on Su Chun. Her wings quivered. It's about Su Chun again. Laplace says she can't read his future. The disastrous defeat at Ink City happened because of that. From what I can judge, she hadn't defected yet. Otherwise, she would have emptied the entire treasury instead of taking just a few items. The rustle of turning pages sounded unusually harsh in the still room. The demon emperors exchanged glances, and most of them, Lin Yu included, nodded instinctively. By any reasonable measure, Laplace's actions did not match those of someone who had fully betrayed her own kind. Lin Yu narrowed his golden eyes, lowering his voice even further. So you've already come up with a plan? Skyfire Moth shook her head, then gestured at the dossier with one wing. No detailed steps yet, but I do have an idea. Since Laplace can't perceive Su Chen's future, linking ourselves to him should put us outside her foresight. Whatever their relationship is, it's clearly significant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed at his side for months or risked betraying us. If we want the Dragon Nation, we have to work through Su Chun. He can shield us from her sight, give us leverage over her, and maybe reveal his own secrets. One way or another, he's an obstacle we must overcome. The room fell silent again. The demon emperors stared at one another, astonishment and uncertainty mingling in their eyes. Who could have imagined that the fate of demon emperors might hinge on a mere fourth-tier beastmaster? Hua Ruming's prophetic power was too formidable. If they didn't neutralize it, she would see through every move they made. But if she was lying, all their current schemes were already exposed. A correct gamble meant salvation, a wrong one, utter ruin, a true life and death wager. No one spoke. The quiet spread over their faces like frost. At last, every demon emperor turned in unison toward the seat of honor, waiting for Lin Yu's decision. Seconds passed. The sand in the wall-mounted hourglass was nearly gone. Half an hour later, Lin Yu released a long, heavy breath and lifted his head. Pass the word. Combine all our resources. We're going to see that master. Shall know how to handle this. The moment the words were spoken, they hit the demon emperors like a bolt of lightning, stripping the war hall of all noise until only ragged breathing remained. After a tense pause, a 9th-rank demon emperor lost his composure first, face drained of color, voice quivering. Lord Lin Yu, please reconsider. We have already abandoned vast stores of precious supplies to relocate the army. If we must now surrender them to her, we simply cannot bear it. Before he could finish, another emperor slammed the table. Exactly. If we give up any more, even if she does offer a solution, we'll be in no shape to keep fighting. Lord Lin Yu, think this through. Lord Lin Yu, think this through. The chorus of protests rose and fell like pounding surf, pressing the very air. Lin Yu lifted a hand for silence. With a weary sigh, he glanced past the window as though staring at a power they could not avoid. That being was arguably the most formidable and mysterious creature in Central Asia, perhaps on the entire continent. Her illusions were so refined that neither humans nor beasts could pierce them. Legend said that even peerless titans like the Solar Qilin or Long Haojia would stand no chance against her. Any soul daring to plot against her usually slipped into her illusion before the scheme even took shape, unable to tell dream from reality, life from death. 3 centuries ago, several beast tamers from the Sakura Kingdom angered her for reasons unknown. With a single strike, the island nation cracked apart and sank into the Pacific. Destroying a kingdom was effortless. Who could stand against her? To this day, no one knows her true name or face, only that the beast world reverently calls her the demon god, and that she belongs to the 7th sequence, the 9-tailed fox. Sadly, the demon god has no interest in the territorial wars of humans or beasts, yet she left a back door for every creature. Offer enough treasure, and she might listen. How much help she gives her, whether she kicks you straight into an abyss, depends entirely on the value of the tribute. Even a future-seeing beast like Hua Ruoming must pay an immeasurable price for her guidance. It cannot be summed up in a few words. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Yu swept his gaze across the hall, his voice low but firm. If we refuse her aid, does anyone here have a better plan for our current predicament? Once we take the Dragon Kingdom, will we still worry about supplies? The statement fell like a hammer. No one answered. Those who had dismissed Hua Ruoming earlier closed their eyes and sighed. While she served in their own camp, Hua Ruoming had sat safely behind the lines, directing operations. Even 10th-rank demon emperors obeyed her orders, much to the irritation of those who valued strength above all. She had turned out to be far more troublesome once she became an enemy than anyone had expected. Seeing no one else speak, the Solar Qilin seized the moment. Anyone opposed to asking that lord for help, raise your hand now. If you remain silent, they'll take it as agreement. The demons looked at one another, but not a single demon emperor raised a hand. Future sight was almost impossible to counter. They could think of no other way. If a solution had existed back then, the Legion commander would never have let Hua Roming, a 7th-tier demon emperor, sit in that seat. With no objections, the Solar Chelan issued orders at once. Lin Yu, pass the word. Confiscate every resource and treasure we have. We only get one shot at this, so throw everything into it. Yes, sir. Their thunderous response echoed through the valley as the demons scattered to their tasks. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, on the 2,700th step of Demon Mountain, Su Chen sat on the edge of a narrow bed, his face solemn. On the other end of the communicator, General Han Xinghe listened in silence. Su Chen laid everything out. Hua Ruming's history, the battle for Mo City, the forced contracts, and the status of every contracted demon under his command, everything except the system, which sounded too much like a storybook twist for anyone to believe. Han Yuchen already knew Su Chen could force contracts, so Han Xinghe likely did as well. Su Chen decided to be direct. That's the situation, General Han. How should we proceed? After a brief pause, Han Xing's voice came back, calm and metallic. Understood. We'll handle the follow-up. Su Chen exhaled in relief. Thank you, General. No problem. Han Xing's tone relaxed a little, then shifted. By the way, the 7th-tier demon emperor you contracted Hua Roming was one of the officers who destroyed the Asen nation, right? Yes, sir, but she's bound to me now. I hope you can be lenient. I'm not planning to punish her. Han Xinghe lit a cigar and flicked away the ash. Something strange happened at dawn. I want you to ask if she has any idea what it was. Su Chen exchanged a glance with Hua Roming and finally felt at ease. The kidnapping wouldn't be pursued after all. People at the top rarely fuss over details. I'm listening, sir, Su Chen said. A faint spark sounded in the earpiece. Then Han Xinghe spoke through a veil of smoke. Early this morning, several 10th-tier demon emperors we had never seen before appeared on the northwest front. Their power was overwhelming. Long Haojia, the entire high-ranked Beastmaster Corps from the Northwest Front and First Theater, and I all took the field, and we barely stopped them. In the end, we joined forces to kill one and recovered its core, confirming it wasn't a clone. He paused. On paper, it was a flawless victory. Yet Long Haojia and I both felt something uncanny in their techniques and strength, though none of the other Beastmasters noticed. Stranger still, they had no army, no supplies. They simply charged the front alone, their objective unknown. During the cleanup, we destroyed a hidden base that belonged to the same demon legion that wiped out the Asen nation, Han Xinghe continued, drawing deeply on the cigar. That's why I need to know whether that demon called Hua Roming can shed any light on what's going on. Hearing this, Su Chen looked blank, completely at a loss. Inside the beast-taming space, Hua Roming shook her head as well, equally puzzled. According to the combat regulations of the Corps she once served in, if an 8th-rank Emperor beast attacked, at least 5 7th-rank Emperor beasts had to be assigned, and if a 10th-rank Emperor moved, 5 9th-rank Emperors had to accompany it, so a lone 10th-rank Emperor setting out, and even losing one of its own, was almost unheard of. With the Solar Chelan's pride, it would never have allowed such a thing to happen. Sorry, I really don't know, Hua Roming said helplessly. It's fine, Han Xinghe chuckled on the other end of the line. Maybe old dragon, and I sensed wrong. Forget it for now, just focus on the match and try to finish strong. Right? Thank you, Admiral Han. After hanging up, Su Chen let out a long breath. Even through the phone, the formless pressure from a 10th-tier Beastmaster had sent a chill down his spine. Man, that's terrifying, he muttered. Thank you, Brother Su Chen. Hua Roming's grateful voice rang out again. Seeing the earnest look on her face, Su Chen's heart softened, and he grinned. It was nothing. But seriously, you're over 100 years old and still call me brother. It feels a bit strange. I don't understand. Don't you like being called that, Brother Su? Su Chen gave a wry smile. As a fresh high school graduate about to start college, he felt obliged to teach this mischievous girl the proper way to address someone. Oh, I like it. If you call me daddy, that'd be even better. The small talk between Su Chen and Han Xinghe went back and forth, and before they knew it, nearly 2.5 hours had slipped away. The sun dipped, draping Mount Yaoshan in a gauzy gold, while night crept in. At the foot of the mountain, the other Beastmasters were growing restless. Has he hit his limit? It's been more than 2 hours without a peep. Looks as if even Su Chen won't break Xiao Qinyang's record. What a shame. I wanted to witness a miracle. He's only 5th rank, level 1. When he reaches 5th rank, level 10, he might really surpass Xiao Qinyang. Think he'll jump straight to the 6th rank at next year's Young Heroes tournament? Someone called out as he left. Damn it. Watching Su Chen show off all day made me forget to buy heavenly treasures for training. Remembering their own priorities, the competitors gradually dispersed, boarding their beast-taming airships to spend the remaining 2 days frantically refining heavenly materials in hopes of a dramatic power boost. Why did they have to cultivate on Mount Yaoshan during the contest, but not at other times? The answer was simple. The mountain's bestial energy was like a rechargeable battery and needed time to fill up. If it were available without limit, the Dragon Kingdom would have produced wave after wave of powerhouses by now. The truth is, the pressure inside Mount Yaoshan works exactly like a battery. It has to be recharged, drawing in the free-floating beast energy from the air. It usually takes a full year to store enough power for only a few days of demonic aura suppression. Because of that, throngs of self-proclaimed prodigies flock to the champions clash each year, hoping for a lightning-fast leap in strength. They had only 3 days. Every moment mattered. The sunset slipped behind the mountains, yet Xia Limao still stood at the foot of the slope. She didn't move, didn't even blink. Her gaze stayed fixed on the mistreathed summit, waiting for Su Chen to appear. Whether he returned tonight or not, she meant to be the first to see his face. A short distance away, Pei Yin and Pei Yao traded helpless sighs. Demon God Mountain rose through 2,700 tiers. Even with a year, they might never reach that ribbon of sky near the top. The result was already clear. This round belonged to Su Chen. But they would not concede so easily. Inside the mountain, the twins had been separated, stripping them of the unique synchronicity their beast tamer clan was famous for. Demon God Valley would be different. Its format would let their twin synergy shine. With no hard evidence, striking at Su Chen now would only drag their clan into trouble, so a temporary retreat was the smartest move. The tournament, however, they had to win. That so-called prodigy would be ground beneath their heels. Come on, let's grab some. The words died in her throat. The ranking monolith flared with blinding gold, a bolt of lightning that split the night and flooded the mountain base with light. Every head snapped upward. One name blazed across the stone in domineering gold. First place, Fox and Azure Bird. Current level, 2,800. Time froze. Jaws dropped. Even the tamers who had just left sprinted back, kicking up dust, faces etched with shock and disbelief. What would just happened? Did Su Chen really reach level 2,800? He broke Xiao Qinyang's record? Impossible. Xiao Qinyang is the strongest human in Longguo's history. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he's still an outsider. How can he overshadow the Beast Tamer clan on their own mountain? Is he aiming for the summit? They say you need to be at least a 7th rank tamer to stand up there, and he's only 5th rank. First stage. Damn it, stop climbing already. I'm stuck at level 500. My wife's going to compare me to him for sure. The uproar was deafening. To some, sharing an era with such a monster felt like a nightmare. To others, witnessing the rise of a once-in-a-generation genius was a blessing. 5th rank challenging 7th. If he reaches 10th, are we talking about the legendary 12th? This gap is terrifying. Pei Yao's mouth twitched. Is Su Chen cheating or something? Pei Yin forced a wry smile. Sis, 2,800 is probably his ceiling. There's no way he can go higher. But if you thought that was the end, you were dead wrong. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the entire demon mountain suddenly lurched, its tremors threatening to split the earth. Blinding streams of light erupted from the foothills and intertwined to form a mysterious array whose flickering runes seemed alive. At the same time, the Beastmaster airship hovering overhead and the ranking monument both flared with golden lettering. An unparalleled prodigy had emerged. First place, Fox and Blue Bird, current floor 3000, successfully reached the summit of Demon Mountain. Congratulations to Beastmaster Fox and Blue Bird for conquering the peak in this year's Tournament of Geniuses, etching their names in history forever. The crisp female voice had barely faded when the broadcast switched. I, Pei Yuanshan, president of the Beastmaster Association, hereby bestow upon them the title of honorary president, granting full association privileges. The declaration hit the onlookers like thunder. With unrestricted association authority, it was almost as if they held the president's seat. This single key could found a formidable Beastmaster clan, seize rare resources, and ascend in a single leap. Yet the shockwaves kept coming. I, Wei Ningfeng, commander of War Zone 1, on behalf of the 9 war zones, confer upon them the rank of special captain, with all rights up to major general. I, Wang Tsong, chairman of Qianda Trading Company, present a premium discount card every Qianda product at 30% of cost. I, Lin Yao, governor of Longwa Bank, grant a supreme VI unlimited, interest-free credit. I, announcement after announcement crashed over the plaza like relentless surf, hammering everyone's nerves. Only now did the crowd grasp how extravagant the summit rewards truly were, far beyond their wildest guesses. High atop the mountain, Su Chen lay on a narrow bed still infused with Tu Shan, Yeye's delicate scent. Clear system chimes rang in his ears as an attribute panel unfolded before his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. Congratulations, host achievement unlocked. Apex of Demon God Mountain. The host has climbed all 3,000 floors. Any acceptance speech? Achievement points gained, 200. Ding. Achievement points have surpassed 12,500. Reward unlocked. Imperial Demon Insights, Volume 1. Imperial Demon Insights, Volume 1. Effect. Any God-era beast contracted by the host will inevitably evolve into a Demon Emperor, gaining a substantial power boost upon promotion. Status panel refreshing. Name, Su Chen. Level, Tier 5, Stage 1. Physique, 180.0, 180.0. Demon Force, 483.0, 490.0. Skills: Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, Insight, Immortal Golden Body, Arrow of Demons, Beastmaster Cultivation Manual, Volume 3, Appraisal, Danger Sense, Beast Rearing Technique, Volume 3, Voice Transmission, Soul of the Beastmaster, Art of Beasts, Demon God Step, Demon Force Surge, Imperial Demon Insights, Volume 1. Achievement Points: 1,712,600. Contracted Beasts: Nine-Tailed Fox, Azure Luan, Vampire Progenitor, Snow Emperor, Fallen Angel, Laplace Demon. Unassigned Attribute Points: 80. As the numbers kept ticking upward, the surge of joy in his chest could no longer be contained. He sprang upright and roared to the sky, "Fantastic!" Naturally, the only response from the girls inside the beast space was a chorus of eye rolls. Su Chun understood why a mere 5th rank, first-stage beast tamer had scaled Demon God Mountain, signed a contract with the 7th-rank Demon Emperor Laplace, and been awarded sweeping authority. Achievements like that would blow anyone's mind. After Su Chun mastered the new skill Demon Emperor's Insight, the auras of Yu Xing and Hua Roming visibly swelled, boosting their combat power by roughly 10%. The surge surprised them, yet it felt perfectly reasonable. "See, I told you tagging along with Su Chun was the right move," Yu Xing said, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Hua Roming poked her, exasperated. "So that's why you defected? I was busy plotting a rescue plan for you. Let's not dredge up old business," Yu Xing replied with a stifled laugh. "I'm looking forward to your initiation ceremony tonight." Initiation ceremony? Are we talking vows, bows, and red scarves? Hua Roming imagined the whole scene, thoroughly skeptical. "You'll see soon enough." Yu Xing winked. "Just a heads up, hotel walls are paper thin. Keep the noise down unless you want security knocking." While they bantered, Su Chun cut in. "Minger, I've lifted the seal on your prophecy ability. Try using it again." "So it was you who blocked it." Hua Roming sighed. "You didn't have to. I can't see your future at all nor anything tied to you." Su Chun paused, a faint frown creasing his brow. "Technically, you're completely absent from my visions," Hua Roming explained with a shrug. "Events you trigger, destinies you influence, I can't perceive any of it. It's like two parallel timelines that never meet. I can only glimpse the one where you never existed. Everything altered by you is a blank space." "I understand." Su Chun nodded, sinking into thought. Before crossing worlds, had read plenty of stories about foresight. Either the protagonist owned a relic that hid them from fate, or they simply didn't belong to that world. Given the circumstances, it was clearly the latter. Su Chun was a transmigrator. Every vision Hua Roming saw belonged to a history without him, leaving her completely blind to his real presence. For the first time, he truly appreciated how handy a traveler's identity could be. Hua Roming steadied her breathing, emptied her mind, and began to divine the future. A faint light flickered in her clear eyes as the surrounding elements pulsed in time with her breath. She wanted to know what the solar Qilin would do next. The vision hit her like a storm. A scorched battlefield stretched to the horizon. The solar Qilin had formed an alliance with the 3 great beast legions of Central Asia, the 4 great beast legions of the Eastern Sea, and the Mermaid Princess and Leviathan of the Southern Sea. Their forces advanced on Dragon Kingdom from 3 directions. Mountains cracked, cities crumbled, blood filled the ravines, and the air itself seemed thick with the stench of carnage, as though the world had been dragged into a living hell. Long Haojia faced the onslaught alone. Sword light and dragon fire intertwined as he annihilated 3 beast legions by sheer force, but the battle offered him no respite. Exhausted and outnumbered, he finally fell, his blood raining through the sky. He preserved Dragon Kingdom's honor, yet could not prevent its doom. In the months that followed, the beast armies devoured the realm piece by piece. Within half a year, Dragon Kingdom vanished, erased from maps and memory, reduced to a tattered legend. "How is that possible? Lin Yu could never rally so many beast legions," Hua Roming muttered, brows knitted. She knew how little trust existed among beast clans. The idea of nearly 10 legions uniting was absurd. Stranger still was the Mermaid Princess of the Southern Sea. She and the Solar Qilin had been bitter enemies for 50 years. Why would they stand together now? Then she shook her head. "No, that isn't the point." The prophecy showed no trace of Su Chun, which meant anything involving him would skew this future. Given Su Chun's and Dragon Kingdom's current influence, they were unlikely to contact those legions at all. In other words, the 3-pronged assault on Dragon Kingdom would probably happen within 6 months, but the final outcome was still undecided. She remembered her pact with Su Chun, and how Lin Yu would soon learn it had failed, would surely try to kill her. Lin Yu could not neutralize her foresight on his own, so his only option was to seek help from the Beast God. If the Beast God intervened, the enormous coalition suddenly made sense. A shiver of exhilaration ran through her. She was about to confront a Beast God directly. It felt like sprinting along a cliff's edge, terrifying, yet thrilling. "What's with that goofy grin?" Su Chen's voice jolted her back to the present. "Nothing," she said quickly, smoothing her expression and taking a deep breath. Su Chun, listen. I just saw the future. For the next half hour, Hua Ruoming recounted everything in detail to Su Chun and the Beast Girl companions. The scale of the war, Long Haoji's last stand, Dragon Kingdom's fall, the 6-month deadline, and her suspicion of the Beast God's involvement. She left nothing out. When she finished, Su Chun stood frozen, looking as though lightning had struck him. His mind raced. Weren't sages supposed to sound aloof and cryptic? Is this clueless girl actually the real deal? This just doesn't add up. Minger, did you swallow the wrong pill or something? Since when aren't you the resident airhead? Brother Su Chun, could you be serious for a second? I'm trying to talk about something important here. Bai Shui squeezed between Su Chun and Hua Ruoming, her eyes sparkling as she repeated her question. Minger, this demon deity you keep mentioning, won't she join the fight? Hua Ruoming shot Su Chun an exasperated look, then explained patiently, the demon deity never involves herself in territorial wars. From what we've seen, she might give a bit of advice at the very beginning, but no matter how crazy things get afterward, she can't be bothered. Do you know where she is now? Bai Shui pressed. We're monsters too if we find her. Maybe she'll help us? Hua Ruoming shrugged. Forget it. Without a pile of treasures as tribute, she won't even spare you a full sentence. Oh, I see. Bai Shui mumbled, reining in her curiosity. Meanwhile, Su Chun turned Hua Ruoming's notes about the next 6 months into a short outline and sent it to Han Xinghe and Han Yuchen, hoping to hear the elders' thoughts first. Don't look too far ahead, he reminded himself. We'll deal with 6 months later when it comes. Right now, focus on living well, time to head down the mountain. Easier said than done. Skipping straight from a destroyed city to an all-out threat to the entire nation? That's insane, he grumbled to himself. Do main characters always have to face such over-the-top plots? The path down Demon Mountain twisted through thinning mist, and soon Su Chun reached the base. The first thing he saw was a dense crowd of beast tamers gathered at the entrance, Xiao Lima, and that lunatic Pei Yao included. The turnout was impressive. Seriously? None of them have training to do? Su Chun muttered, exasperated. The instant he appeared, the crowd erupted. Several female tamers stared so intensely it felt like they might nail him to the spot. Pink heart-shaped bubbles practically floated around their heads. Looks are such a burden. Su Chun sighed only to hear a faint chorus of teasing whistles from his beast space, making him wonder if he was imagining it. Xiao Lima pushed through the crowd, seized Su Chun's hand, and asked gently, Hungry? Your teacher will take you somewhere nice to eat. Had already consumed enough food for 3 meals today, so hunger wasn't really the issue. Still, dinner would be the perfect chance to introduce Yu Xing and Hua Ruoming to Xiao Lima. After all, they'd all be living together. Teacher, let's go to the drunken immortal pavilion. Anywhere you like, Xiao Lima agreed without hesitation. Just before leaving, Su Chun cast a thoughtful glance at the Pei sisters in the distance. Pei Yao noticed and snorted, turning away with exaggerated disdain. Su Chun had no time for banter. His mind was already spinning with a mess of clues: syringes in an underground garage, a drug that drives demon power berserk, Murong Yes grotesque transformation into a special specimen, and Tushan Yes mention of a mysterious link between aberrations and the beast tamer clans. The threads twisted together like an impossible knot. Could it be that beast tamers themselves are, at their core, incarnations of those aberrations? Night draped the sky in silver, and all was still. Inside room 306, the air felt strangely charged. Hua Ruoming fixed her gaze on Su Chun, who was showering in the bathroom, an uneasy premonition tightening in her chest. This hardly looked like any proper initiation ceremony. Why hadn't the others come out yet? Could the so-called ceremony simply be letting Su Chun have his way with her? Her heart raced. She was a demon emperor, while Su Chun was only a 5th-tier, first-stage beastmaster. Yet her whole body trembled, and a chill of fear kept washing over her. The bathroom door creaked open. Su Chun stepped out wearing nothing but briefs. His solid frame, defined muscles, and faint Adonis lines pinned Hua Ruoming's eyes in place. An even darker sense of foreboding surged inside her. Still, for reasons she couldn't explain, she found herself drawn to him, fighting the shy urge to reach out and touch. Su Chun, put something on, she stammered, cheeks burning. I'm a woman, you know. Su Chun's mouth curved in a lopsided grin. What's wrong getting shy? I am not. Flushed scarlet, she dropped her gaze. Just hurry up and get dressed. His smile widened. She was like a skittish kitten begging to be teased. No need to be shy, he said, stepping closer. After tonight, you won't be. Wait, Su Chun, I'm a beast, you're human. That's fine. It's exactly my taste. Hold on. Teacher Xiao Limo is in the next cabin. Keep your voice down and she won't notice. Don't come any closer. That night the skies above the Beast Tamer airship were anything but calm. Although Monster God Mountain enjoyed clear weather, thunder and rain crackled over the vessel alone, raging for half a day. No one could make sense of it. System prompt. Laplace Demon Flower Hua Ruoming's bond value has changed, 40/50. Hua Ruoming ended up working overtime for more than 10 hours before she finally got to rest, leaving Bai Shui and Yi Lingyun green with envy. Su Chun had to admit, she was delightful over a century old, yet her skin felt soft as silk. carrying a faint floral scent that matched her name. Her subtle curves, her futile resistance, and the whisper-soft moan she stifled for fear of the neighboring cabin made the entire experience exquisite. Judging by the sharp rise in her bond value, she must have enjoyed it every bit as much. Shy sparkles lingered in her eyes while her lips said no, yet her body and heart had answered. Yes, she was practically Tu Shan Ye's double. Looking at the petite demon girl, Su Chun felt a fierce urge to protect her. From now on, he resolved to take extra care of her. 6 o'clock the next evening. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window and filled room 306. Su Chun opened his eyes lazily, stretched, and let his fingertips glide over the soft sheets. When he turned his head, he saw Hua Roming biting her lip, her long pink hair spilling across the pillow like a rose fresh with morning dew, vibrant yet fragile. Good afternoon, my little Ming, Su Chun said in a low, teasing voice. Humph. Hua Roming snorted, tugging the blanket higher. Its edge brushed her slender waist, turning the air steamy. I thought that thing of yours could strengthen spirit beasts, but you just enjoy yourself. You're such a scoundrel. Su Chun shrugged, mischief flashing in his eyes. What's wrong with that? I'm a man, it's normal. Find someone else then. I don't even like, hey, what are you doing? Before she could finish, Su Chun pulled her into his arms. I just ordered fresh takeout from the hotel kitchen. It'll take a little over an hour to get here, he announced matter-of-factly. So, keep me company till then. You jerk, stop touching me. An hour, and you still want to fool around. 9 o'clock that night. Darkness blanketed the sky, yet the beast-taming airship still glowed with lights. Only then did Su Chun and the others finish dinner. He lounged on the sofa, the pale glow of his phone lighting his face. Han Xing's message ran to tens of thousands of words. After reading it carefully, Su Chun distilled it into 3 points. 1. Han Xinghe will rally the top brass of every war zone to discuss how to face the nation-ending catastrophe. 2. Hua Ruming's foresight is vital, and they hope to use her prophecies to guide every major decision. 3. They want Hua Ruming to compile everything she knows into a dossier for the Human Alliance. As for Su Chun, he will continue entering the Heavenly Talents tournament with Xiao Limu, while other matters are put on hold. He had no objections and handed the phone to Hua Ruming. What? All that work? Do I really have to? Compile data too? I haven't held a pen in decades, and I type slower than a snail. Hua Ruming pouted, visibly annoyed. She silently regretted revealing her visions. She'd have preferred staying sealed by Su Chun. Su Chun smirked. So you're free tonight? They'll be busy organizing information. No time, she said, sitting up straight. Good girl. Su Chun patted her head. Please make it as detailed as possible. Relax, it'll be very detailed. Hua Roming agreed, crisply writing slowly felt safer. She had no wish to be dragged into another initiation ceremony. Deep into the night, the lights were still on. Hua Roming looked up, saw Yu Xing and Yi Lingyun entwined with Su Chun, let out a long sigh, and shook her head. What kind of future have I stumbled into? Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, and 6 o'clock on the third afternoon arrived before anyone realized it. Dong 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 high above the Beastmaster airship, a deep yet soaring clash of bells and drums rang out, announcing the end of Phase 1 of the Heavenly Prodigy Tournament and the close of the trials on Yaoshan Mountain. At exactly 6, the final Monster Mountain rankings flickered onto a light screen suspended in midair. 1. Fox and Azure Bird, 3,000 floors, reached the summit. 2. Wancheri, 2,600 floors. 3. Peijia Xiaoyao, 2,005 floors. 4. Cat Lane Lowly, 1,926 floors. 5. Tianxia Wushuang, 1,925 floors. A second list appeared moments later, this time for the Spirit Mountain climb. 1. Peijia Xiaoyan, 2,111 floors. 2. Jasmine in Bloom, 2,105 floors. 3. Hatsune Past, 2,068 floors. 4. Tevat Divine Child, 2,059 floors. The contrast was obvious at a glance. Spirit Mountain was indeed a shade easier overall, with markedly higher average scores. Staring up at the display, Xiao Limu felt a twinge of regret. Pei Yin had overtaken her in the final stretch. Still, she understood that Yaoshan Mountain put much heavier strain on both body and demon power, giving Beastmasters a natural edge. Finishing second among so many Beastmasters was already the limit of what she could ask for. At the same time, the Wancheri incident received its official verdict. Using special means, Zone 1 had secured a confession. Wancheri had slipped her own ID token onto Su Chun when he wasn't looking, hoping to steal a higher ranking. The move violated tournament rules outright. The Beastmaster Association immediately revoked her license and dissolved all of her beast contracts on the spot. Yet Su Chun, standing in the crowd, clearly caught the sparkle in Wancheri's eyes. The girl's lips kept twitching upward. Her gaze drifted as if she were suppressing outright glee, as though this punishment was exactly the release she'd been longing for. Su Chun couldn't help muttering to himself, money strikes again. Huh? Plenty of people become Beastmasters just to avoid living hand-to-mouth. If comfort comes easily, could still risk life and limb. Maybe. For her, this really was the perfect ending. He gave a wry shake of his head. When will it be my turn to kick back and enjoy a truly carefree life? The next morning, sunlight spilled through the clouds onto the deck as the Beastmaster airship sped southwest. Around noon, the vessel came to a steady hover west of Henching directly above Yaoshan Gorge. Yaoshan Gorge was a perfectly straight chasm stretching several kilometers, utterly unlike the winding ravines common elsewhere. Its floor was flat and sheer, as though carved with a colossal blade. There wasn't a single side passage. Sheer rock walls shot skyward on both sides, nearly spearing the clouds, pressing down with oppressive weight. A miniature version of Yaoshan Mountain, the gorge exerted an invisible, yet unmistakable demonic force the instant one set foot inside. With the canyon walls funneling and magnifying the force, the oppressive demonic aura here is probably several tiers stronger than on Demon Mountain. This checkpoint assumes two contestants will walk side by side with their contracted beasts, sharing the strain. Anyone confident enough can still choose to go alone. Pairs are not mandatory when the score is tallied. The system simply records the furthest distance reached by anyone in the team. Su Chun and Xiao Limo remained unhurried. After the crowd at the entrance thinned, Xiao Limo turned to remind him, "If you want an easier time, we need to hold hands. Otherwise one of us takes the full weight of the pressure." Before the words were fully out, she casually slipped her hand around his wrist, the nonchalant gesture unable to hide the faint blush on her cheeks. Su Chun was slightly taken aback. He had always filed Xiao Limo under cool professional, yet she could blush after all. "Teacher, don't you dare let go, it's dangerous," she muttered. "Relax, I'm counting on you to lead the way," Su Chun replied with a soft chuckle. She pouted on purpose and teased, "A genius who's contracted 6 beasts better not disappoint me." No sooner had she finished than the stone steel at the canyon entrance blazed. A beam of gold spilled from its peak, projecting a line of text. First place, Pei Family Xiao Yao Pei Family Xiao Yin distance, 500 m. So fast, and the board's already live? Same as Demon God Mountain, you have to reach 500 meters before it logs you. True, walking forward is easier than climbing. If your energy's strong enough, it's practically a stroll. Within moments the rankings kept refreshing, familiar names like Cat Alley Lolita and Peerless Under Heaven flashing across the list. Those prodigies who stood tall on Demon God Mountain were shining here as well. Roughly 20 minutes later the entrance stood empty. Su Chun and Xiao Limo traded a glance and stepped into the gorge. Plop! The instant his foot touched stone, Su Chun heard what sounded like a grape being crushed inside his head. What was that? He frowned. That's the difference between Demon God Gorge and the mountain, Xiao Limo explained. Here, the pressure hits your sea of consciousness directly. The pop is feedback when our own energy blocks the strike. Hear that, and you're close to your limit. Su Chun nodded thoughtfully. Skipping the body to hit the mind, this place was indeed strange. Hand in hand, they followed the main path as casually as if they were strolling through a garden. In under 3 minutes, they had already reached the 600-meter mark. A flicker of amazement crossed Xiao Limo's mind. Last time, with her squad's vice-captain, she had felt the pressure at 500 meters. It hadn't stopped her, but the bottleneck was clear. Now she had breezed past that point and added another 100 meters without the slightest strain, obviously thanks to Su Chin's vast reservoir of power. How can Su Chin's energy reserves be this absurd? Does he really have a system like the ones in those novels? She wondered, completely stumped. It wasn't long before they reached the 800-meter mark. The canyon walls grew steeper here, yet beast tamers still milled about in numbers comparable to those on the 300th floor of Demon God Mountain. A quick mental calculation told Su Chun that clearing Demon God Gorge was apparently much easier than scaling the mountain. "Hey, Su Chun, is that really you?" A familiar, slightly breathless voice rang out behind him. Su Chun and Xiao Limuo turned to see 2 girls hurrying over. The one who had called out wore a pale blue dress that highlighted her slender figure and delicate features. She held the hand of her companion, another young beast tamer who greeted Su Chun with a polite, practiced smile. "It's you?" Luo Su Chun paused, unable to summon her full name. He only recalled that she was the only daughter of Yindu University's president and had invited him to the Prodigy Championship. An invitation had declined. After the incident with Pei Yao 3 days ago, he finally appreciated how rare it was to meet a well-born girl who was genuinely normal. Luo Yuyin was exactly that. Still holding Li Wen's hand, Luo Yuyin jogged up to them and fell into step beside Su Chun. Grinning, she teased, "My name's Luo Yuyin, you know. Don't tell me you've forgotten already." Su Chun straightened at once. "Impossible. Miss Luo, you even invited me to dinner last time, how could I forget?" "All right, drop it." Luo Yuyin waved the matter away, but her eyes sparkled. "I can't believe you reached the 5th tier and even topped Demon God Mountain. I thought you wouldn't make it past the 4th tier before the Prodigy Championship. Turns out you proved me completely wrong." She sighed inwardly. This was the pace at which true prodigies grew. "Just good fortune," Su Chun said modestly. "Good fortune? You nearly died in Shanghai." Luo Yuyin huffed. "But I survived, didn't I? Sounds like luck to me." Su Chun shrugged. "Only you could twist logic like that." Their banter made Xiao Limuo laugh quietly. Watching the pair, She suddenly pictured a husband and wife out shopping with their daughter. Realizing how absurd that was, her cheeks flushed. What am I thinking? While they chatted, the four of them reached the 1000-meter mark. The oppressive demonic aura suddenly intensified, like an invisible mountain pressing on their chests. Luo Yuyin and Li Wen's steps grew heavier, each stride feeling as if they were slogging through mud. Sweat rolled down their foreheads and dripped onto their collars. In Demon God Gorge, the pressure had to be shared. Once one partner began to falter, the other was sure to follow. Demon God Valley is nothing like Demon God Mountain. There are no tiered training platforms here. The demonic pressure slams straight into a cultivator's sea of consciousness and does nothing to the lingering medicinal energies in the body, so the usual accelerated refinement advantage simply vanishes. Once that happens, you've essentially hit your ceiling and further breakthroughs are almost impossible. Because the trial in Demon God Valley lasts only one day, the safest move is to turn back as soon as your ranking is confirmed, before your body suffers serious damage. I'm sorry, Ian. I let you down. It's fine. You're only at Tier 3. Stage 5 making it this far with me is already impressive. Luo Yian gave Su Chen a quick look, a trace of reluctance in her eyes, yet she still smiled. Let's stop here. A top 5 finish is plenty. Keep it up, Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. It's just a contest, not a life or death struggle. Don't overdo it. Exactly. We'll head back now. Luo Yian turned and walked away, her figure growing smaller with every step. As Su Chen watched her leave, a new thought surfaced. At first the demonic pressure was so faint it was almost unnoticeable, but the deeper he went the heavier it grew. The power inside him began to churn like boiling water, ready to burst free exactly how it had felt when he crossed the 100th step on Demon God Mountain. Wild and overwhelming. Su Chen sensed that if the incoming pressure pushed him past his limits, he might touch the source of that power. But what if he truly couldn't withstand it? The system could save him, but what about Xiao Lime? Achievement points worked only for him and his contracted beasts. They offered nothing for another human. Xiao Lime seemed to read his mind. She smiled faintly. Worried about me, Su Chen? If you want to try, then go. As long as you stay safe, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Seeing you stand on your own is what I want most. Before meeting Su Chen, Xiao Lime had always been proud. The first battle zone was brutal and talent-rich. Yet with no backing, she had fought her way past the heirs of great families through sheer skill and effort, earning results she cherished and an unnoticed sense of superiority. Su Chen shattered that pride at once. No matter how many matches she had won, they felt insignificant beside him. The first battle zone had already investigated Su Chen in secret. His birthplace, parents, and first 15 years of life were all mysteries, and it was clear he had no family or faction behind him. He was, by every measure, an ordinary beastmaster. And that was precisely what made it astounding, a seemingly average young man accomplishing feats even the most lauded prodigies of the first battle zone could not match. He was a true, peerless genius. Standing before Su Chen, Xiao Limei felt a faint sense of inadequacy despite being his teacher. Yet that trace of self-doubt never weakened her sincere fondness for him. It instead became the fire that pushed her forward. She longed to see Su Chen grow strong, surpass Long Haojia, and stand among the truly powerful. In her mind, she pictured the day she could lift her head proudly and announce, "Look, Su Chen is my student. Impressive, isn't he?" For her, that would be the highest honor a teacher could claim. Therefore, no matter what others might say, as long as Su Chen kept improving, she would gladly endure every pointed finger and whispered comment. "Teacher, I can't leave you behind. If I go first, what will people think of you?" Su Chen asked hesitantly. "You don't need to worry about that." Xiao Limei replied with a gentle smile. "I already learned from General Han that the Demon Emperor will arrive in 6 months. The future Demon Emperor is an absolute trump card. You have to be strong enough to stand on your own before that day comes." "Teacher." "All right, that's settled." She cut him off softly, loosened her fingers from his hand, then turned and sprinted toward Luo Yuyan's position. Su Chen stood frozen, watching her slender figure fade into the distance, his heart filled with reluctance and helplessness. "Master, are you all right?" came Bai Shui's gentle voice from the beast's base, echoing the concern of her 5 sisters. They had long sensed Su Chen's special feelings for this human teacher. In their eyes, the two were perfectly matched. But old wisdom says only the victor has the right to speak of the future. If his strength did not rise quickly, he would even lose the right to protect her. Thinking of this, Su Chen drew a deep breath, forcing his turbulent emotions to settle. "I'm fine. Don't worry." His eyes still followed Xiao Limei's receding figure. Softly he murmured, "Teacher, I won't let you down. Your wish for me to stand alone will come true." With another deep breath, he swallowed every worry. Since he no longer needed to fret over her safety, he could finally let loose and go all out. Determination flashed in his eyes, and he shot forward like lightning, diving into the canyon at full speed. Oppressive demonic energy surged from every direction, yet he never slowed. Along the way, the young beastmasters were stunned. "Whoa, is that Su Chen running through Demon God Valley? Why is he alone?" I thought his teammate was Lieutenant Moley from the first battle zone as teacher, right? Is this why he's so strong? He breaks the rules. While others share the pressure of demonic energy in pairs, he shoulders it alone like training with extra weight. Damn, that's a wake-up call. No wonder he's so ruthless. Greatness always has its reasons. Lin, let's separate for a stretch and try it ourselves. If we can't handle it, we'll regroup. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hearing the chatter behind him, Su-chun could only sigh inwardly. How does everyone twist things into their own stories? He muttered, but he never looked back and only ran faster. Before long, he reached the 800-meter mark. There, a crowd of beastmasters had gathered, their faces tense and their steps heavy, as if the next move would determine life or death. No one dared to advance. Su-chun swept his gaze around. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar pair of cat-ear braids. In the shadow of the canyon wall, the petite, cat-eared Luo Yuling was being pushed from side to side by the crowd, clearly just as confused as everyone else. Su-chun stepped forward and lowered his voice. Little one, what's going on? Why is everyone clogging up the path? Luo Yuling whirled around, her braids bouncing and her eyes lighting up like lanterns in the night. Su-chun, I knew you wouldn't have gotten here yet. Su-chun's brow tightened. What happened? The young man holding Luo Yuling's hand came forward. He wore a dark green mage's robe with a soaring eagle Beastmaster emblem on his shoulder, and the 5-tier Beastmaster insignia on his sleeve glittered in the torchlight. He cupped his fists. Master Su-chun, I am Gongsun Nua of the Gongsun clan, Luo Yuling's teammate. Pleased to meet you. To the point. Each year, somewhere between 1 and 2 kilometers inside Yaoshan Valley, a singularity appears at random. Once you cross it, the demon aura doubles, apparently a warning left by the Valley Lord for Beastmasters. He gestured to the rough rock beneath their feet. This year's singularity is at 1800 meters. Su-chun's gaze swept the area. Demon aura flickered in the cracks of the ground, and 2 or 3 dozen teams had all ground to a halt. Many faces were pale. Some people had collapsed on the backs of their beasts. Luo Yuling licked her lips, her voice trembling. The first 1500 meters were too easy, so everyone charged ahead. But the moment we hit this point, we got stuck. Just in our line of sight, 30 Beastmaster pairs are stalled here. Su-chun understood at once. The ranking system in Yaoshan Valley was brutally simple. The order you reached a given altitude decided your place. Luo Yuling, like him, had set out late and was now trapped at the choke point. Her ranking certain to nosedive, while the Peerless team and the Pei sisters had clearly pushed past and were widening the gap every second. Anxiety filled the girl's face. She took a deep breath and looked up at Su-chun. The rules don't forbid temporary alliances. If you'll take me through, they'll pay you generously. As she spoke, she twisted her waist a little closer. The 2 peaches on her chest quivered with each breath, and her voice turned soft and syrupy. Su-chun, please help me. The hint couldn't be plainer. Su-chun rolled his eyes. With his current status, playing cards with an ordinary girl was hardly worth it. He had more than enough beast girl companions at home, each one beautiful and strong, so why risk plucking a wildflower? Still, the word reward dangled in his mind like bait on a hook. Hope flickered in Luo Yuling's eyes, and she lowered her voice. So you agree? They'll come find you tonight. Su-chun raised a hand, cutting her off before she could finish. His answer was crisp and decisive. Sorry, but I refuse. Su-chun's words left Luo Yuling and her partner completely baffled. They stared at each other in confusion, certain from his tone that he had been about to agree. Su-chun, I can still. Luo Yuling raised her hand to continue, only to realize he had vanished from where had been standing. At almost the same moment, the surrounding beastmasters erupted in shouts like rolling thunder. Is he insane? He's charging past the 1800-meter mark alone. With talent like his, he wouldn't act rashly, must have a plan. He crossed it. Damn, he really crossed it. All eyes locked onto his retreating figure like spotlights. Su-chun sauntered over the 1800-meter line as if strolling through an ordinary canyon, his steps steady and unhurried. His expression was calm. He even pulled out his phone to answer a message, treating Fiend God Gorge like a neighborhood market. That, however, was only the prologue. 1 step, 2, 3, his speed skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye he became a blur, sprinting down the ravine until he disappeared into the mist, leaving a group of elite beastmasters staring after him in stunned silence. Could it be that the pressure from the fiend energy is lighter when you advance solo than in a team? A bewildered beastmaster muttered the thought aloud, and many nodded in agreement. Among them, one bold beastmaster swallowed hard, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He wrenched free of his partner's grip and tentatively stepped forward. The moment his toe touched the ground, a crushing wave of fiendish pressure slammed down like Mount Tai, shattering his mind in an instant. His partner yanked him back over the line just in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Even so, the Beastmaster collapsed unconscious, face drained of color, blood seeping from the corner of his eye. This is freaking absurd. Someone gasped, and the crowd fell into a dead hush. Meanwhile, deep inside Fiend God Gorge, Su-chun was racing ahead like a gust of wind. Within moments, he reached the 2100-meter mark and finally felt a trace of strain like dragging himself to school after an all-night gaming session, groggy and lead-limbed. His stride grew heavy, his breathing ragged, yet the mysterious power within him remained dormant. Master, need us to share the load? Don't push yourself too hard, we still need you tonight. Several beast girls called out from the beast space in unison. Yes, please. The next instant, a torrent of fiend energy surged from them into his meridians. The drowsiness clouding his mind was swept away, replaced by the clarity and excitement of a school bell signaling the end of class. He felt as if he had just slept a full 10 hours, brimming with vitality. Still not at my limit, keep moving. Su Chun drew a deep breath, tapped the ground with his toe, and shot forward again. He had only been running for a few seconds when he ran into the last group. He wanted to see if Pei's sisters' squad teamed up with Tianxiao Wushuang and Chu Yingguoziu. The four of them looked like snails dragging lead, swaying every few steps. Veins bulged on their foreheads, their breathing was ragged, and their legs moved as if they had just finished a grueling fitness test. It was obvious they were running on instinct alone, right on the edge of collapse. Inside the beast-taming space, Hua Ruoming watched from afar, her tone tinged with surprise. That crazy woman made it this far? Unexpected. The Pei sisters' demonic power is around 150 points high for a 5th-tier human, but it shouldn't be enough to carry them all the way here. Unlucky timing, Su Chen muttered, shaking his head. He picked up speed and streaked past the four without slowing. Pei Yao managed to turn, ready to glare at him, but caught only a blur. By the time she realized what had happened, Su Chun was already a gust of wind ahead. How is that possible? Pei Yao whispered, stunned. Does his demonic power surpass the two of us combined? Pei Yin was just as shocked. Who exactly is Su Chen? Sprinting here on his own. Tianxiao Wushuang and Chu Yingguoziu stared, speechless. Charging this deep alone and looking relaxed, could anyone really be that monstrous? Su Chun ignored their exclamations. His stride was steady, as if he were on level ground, and he soon reached the 3,000 meter marker. A crisp chime sounded. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement. Into the Valley of the Demon God. You've reached 3,000 meters, but do you really think this is the end? Achievement points earned, 200. The pressure at 3,000 meters still wasn't much to him, but the canyon ahead grew darker and deeper, making his brow knot. Wasn't the Demon God Valley supposed to be only 3,000 meters? Why is there more road? He murmured. The path stayed flat and stretched beyond his sight at least another kilometer. Hua Ruoming caught his doubt and analyzed quietly. It might be like the anomaly at 1,800 meters. The real challenge could be starting now. Then let's find out. Su Chen gathered himself and took a cautious step forward. Boom. A soul-rending wave of demonic pressure slammed into him like a tidal surge. The air compressed to the limit, bursting in a series of sonic booms. Su Chun had been ready. Protective energy flared around him just in time, or that single step would have pulverized him. Damn, that was close. He exhaled, a sheen of sweat already forming on his forehead. Yet beneath the crushing force, the dormant power inside him stirred like a waking lion, quietly spreading. Another chime echoed. Residual karmic energy detected inside the host. Imminent demonic power rampage. Spend 100 achievement points to purge the karma and convert it into your own strength. Karmic force? What the hell? Su Chen's eyes flew wide with disbelief. He stood frozen, chest heaving, as the restless power inside him straining to burst free was suddenly labeled karmic force by the system. He had thought it signaled a new mutation in his talent. Instead, it carried a name even scarier than demonic overload. And wasn't karmic force supposed to plague only those lunatics in the Red Skull Church? Why had it latched onto him? While his thoughts churned, the system's icy prompt cut in again. Ding. If the host does not purge karmic force, a demonic backlash is highly probable. Spend 100 achievement points now to remove it and spare this system from dying with you. Do it. Su Chen barked. Ding. Refining in progress. A few breaths later, refinement complete. Current demonic power, 484.9, 495.0. Su Chen exhaled a heavy breath. Another line appeared in his mind. Total demonic power of the Beast Girls has risen by 1.9 points. Host power has risen by 5 points. Exactly like the refinement on Demon God Mountain, he muttered, then asked, System, what's going on? Why do I have karmic force, and why does refining it boost my power? This time the system offered a rare, complete answer. Karmic force is a byproduct of demonic backlash, a unique energy. Any beast tamer who experiences a backlash retains some of it, and killing a target loaded with karmic force will contaminate you with a smaller share. Karmic force can greatly amplify demonic power and help suppress future backlashes. But if the tamer's body is too weak to contain it, the force turns on its host, shattering the body, deranging the mind, and ending in ruin. The information flooded in, and Su Chun understood at once. The description matched the Red Skull fanatics perfectly. A demonic backlash was a hidden illness that destroyed the body when triggered, whereas karmic force was a self-made antibody. In normal amounts, it defended against backlash. In excess or in a frail body, it became the gravedigger. Extremes beget their opposites. Master karmic force, and it becomes an inexhaustible treasure. Just because a low-end PC can't run a AAA game doesn't mean a high-end rig can't handle it. Looking back, Su Chun had suffered a real backlash during his life-or-death fight with the Yang clan's assassin beast, and later had slaughtered many foes from the Red Skull Church. Together, those events had quietly stockpiled a massive reserve of karmic force. The soul-piercing pressure in demon god Valeso, like the frenzy of a backlash, had finally triggered his defenses and forced the force to show itself. Talk about a perfect storm. Demon God Mountain can only be climbed once a year, and as my own demonic aura keeps growing, the gains from climbing will only dwindle. The surge of demonic energy lets me stay immortal for 5 minutes while I'm in berserk mode. That window is more than enough to stockpile a mountain of karma. Once my body gives out, I can simply let the system refine all that karma, basically a free top-up of demonic power. The thought made Su Chin's lips curl into a grin. Triggering berserk mode is frighteningly easy. Snatch any beast that isn't part of the divine era lineage, form a contract, and its power will spiral out of control on the spot. If I can last the full 5 minutes and then refine the tidal wave of karma, it's practically a loophole for farming stats. Su Chun calculated in silence. Sealing contracts with both of my future mothers-in-law is just around the corner. And that proud little minx, Tushan Yu, how will she sound when she's pinned to the bed? The mere thought made his blood race. Damn, boosting demonic power is really that simple? Xiaobai, what did you do this time? We all feel a slight bump in strength. Just tossing you a perk, that's all, Su Chun said casually, then lifted his gaze to the bottomless gorge ahead. Since we're here, let's see what we can find. Entrance to Demon God Valley. The place was packed, every pair of eyes fixed on an enormous leaderboard. When the name Su Chun settled next to 3001 meters, the crowd erupted. I knew had reached the very bottom. Xiao Limu's eyes sparkled. But why 3001 meters instead of an even 3000? Before she got an answer, a young man with cropped blonde hair cut in the resident know-it-all had arrived. Gorgeous, that's where you're mistaken. He pushed his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose, sounding pleased with himself. Everyone on the outside says the valley bottoms out at 3000 meters because most run-off-the-mill tamers can't get past that mark. In reality, it goes much deeper. If you reach 3000 while still under Tier 6, a new path appears, the Abyssal Trail. If you don't meet the requirements, it stays completely invisible to you. He gestured to show the drop. The demonic pressure on the Abyssal Trail is worlds apart from what you feel in the first 3000 meters. But if you can make it to the end, you're supposed to glimpse the secret of the world. His words instantly hooked the surrounding beast tamers, who crowded around and fired off questions. The secret of the world? What's that supposed to mean? Is it why the monsters showed up in the first place? No, at all. Have you actually been there yourself? I haven't, so of course I can't say for sure, he shrugged, but rumors don't spring from nowhere. Oh, come on. I heard the pressure at the 3000 meter mark can crush a pair of Tier 6 prodigies even when they team up. The Abyssal Trail is supposed to be worse. How is anyone under Tier 6 supposed to survive it? That's a long story, he said. Demon God Valley is an ancient ruin. Not even the seniors have figured it out, let alone us. We don't even have a solid theory about why the pressure exists, so how am I supposed to explain it? Someone in the crowd kept pressing him. Then where did you get your intel? I just scoured every forum and came up empty. The know-it-all was about to cite his family's archives. My clan is quite old. We have records that. You're too beautiful, baby, you're too beautiful, baby. A shrill ringtone exploded from his pocket, killing the suspense. He glanced at the caller ID, a sly curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Finally, some results. I should be going too. We'll meet again if fate allows. Brother Dong's words had barely fallen when he tapped the tip of his foot and melted into the night, vanishing like a phantom and leaving a courtyard full of baffled onlookers. What the heck? Who was that guy, and where did he go? Must be some kind of spatial teleportation spell. He's mastered it so well there wasn't even a ripple. Damn, I thought he was just a loudmouth. Turns out he's a hidden powerhouse. Forget it, disperse. Su Chun hasn't moved at all, probably realized how dangerous the abyssal path is, and will turn back soon. He looked like a foreigner. Isn't the Prodigy tournament closed to outsiders, especially Beastmasters? Standing at the rear of the crowd, Xiao Liming frowned, her gaze fixed on the spot where Brother Dong had disappeared, a surge of unease twisting in her chest. That guy 8th rank Beastmaster? 9th, maybe even 10th? He got right next to me, and I felt nothing. Blonde hair, definitely foreign. Why sneak into Longhua? Is Su Chin his target, or the other prodigies? I have to report this to General Han immediately. A Beastcraft airship hovered above the rooftop of the Beastmasters Association. In the cutting night wind, 2 figures stood side by side. Had Xiao Liming been present, she would have recognized the man on the left at once, Brother Dong, hands clasped behind his back, posture straight and composed. The being beside him was, strictly speaking, not human. She was a humanoid beast, long golden hair cascading like a waterfall, a black bodysuit hugging elegant curves, a veil masking her face yet unable to hide a generous bust. Every gesture radiated a chilling, deadly allure. How did the investigation go? Brother Dong asked, facing the roaring wind. The golden-haired beast said nothing, handing him a thick dossier. Brother Dong flipped it open, fingers gliding over the neat lines of text, a faint smile playing on his lips. Interesting. So Lin Yu wasn't lying. There's really a forced contract ability, one that can even bind Shinde-grade beasts already claimed by another master. He closed the file with a soft sigh. What a blunder. Lin Yu, you were too hasty. If not for your decision, Hua Ruomeng would never have fallen into Su Chen's hands. Handing such a vital card over yourself impressive. His tone sharpened. At least we've confirmed one thing, so long as the operation targets Su Chen directly, Hua Ruomeng's so-called natural foresight is useless. Brother Dong's smile faded. Meeting the golden-haired beast's eyes, he spoke solemnly. Can you pull it off? She shook her head, paused, then nodded. With a wave of her pale hand, a sheet of snow-white paper materialized in her palm, glowing golden script appearing line by line. Assassinating Su Chen wouldn't be hard, but kidnapping him would be next to impossible. If he so much as touches me, he'll end up bound by his contract, with no hope of escape. The sheet in Dong Guest's hand quivered, fresh ink unfurling into a silent assessment. 1. Current intelligence puts the odds above 90% that Su Chen can use instant beast disguise. Hua Ruomeng was exposed by this very ability and forced to defect. 2. He almost certainly carries an unknown relic that can suppress monsters outright. Its activation requirements and true power remain unclear, but even a 10th-rank demon emperor might lose in a straight fight. 3. If Su Chen gets even a moment to breathe, Hua Ruomeng can teleport him away. Conclusion: kidnapping Su Chen is pure fantasy. Donggu scanned the lines, a frown tightening between his brows. Let's not resort to assassination unless absolutely necessary, he murmured. For a common orphan to rise so fast in a single year, he must be hiding something incredible. Killing him outright would waste it. He suddenly looked up at the blonde beast girl across from him. So why did you nod just now? The girl kept holding up the paper, her golden hair glinting in the lamplight. A heartbeat later, the text reshaped itself. I suspect Su Chen's power works only on monsters, not humans. He'll confirm that later. Didn't your Thorn Society raise a squad of modified soldiers? Send them to capture him. Donggu shook his head after a moment's thought. Since the Modu incident, the Dragon Kingdom screens every outsider. You might slip in one or two, but a whole squad of cyborgs? No chance. Besides, they couldn't stop Hua Ruomeng's teleportation. New words surfaced. Then lure Su Chen out of the Dragon Kingdom. Set a spatial seal array in advance. Once it's in place, even Hua Ruomeng at 10th rank can't escape. Realization flickered in Dong Guest's eyes, and a wicked smile tugged at his lips. Su Chen may have no family, but 3 people matter to him: Ji Xuan, Xiao Limuo, and Yun Qian. Given everything, kidnapping Xiao Limuo is our best bet to draw him out. She's been with him constantly, and Hua Ruomeng's foresight might miss it. Understood. Leave it to me. Donggu folded the paper and tucked it into his coat. Until the demon god sends new orders, keep a close watch on Su Chen. And remember what you promised. The blonde beast girl nodded, a faint curve touching her lips. A breeze lifted her veil, revealing a face so perfect it could steal breath away. For the first time she spoke instead of writing, her voice cool, yet resolute. If Su Chen does bind me, we'll trigger my secret art and drag him down with me. Everything we do is for the world that should be ours. Meanwhile, Su Chen had finished all his preparations and took the next step, crossing the 3,002-meter mark. The instant the tip of his boot touched down, a crushing wave of demonic pressure slammed into him like a giant hammer striking his mind. He didn't even flinch. In perfect sync with the beast girl companions at his side, he released his own demon power. 3 seconds was all it took to neutralize the assault. Sweat seeped from his forehead, and he wiped it away with a casual grin. With enough planning, this isn't so bad. Master, you're incredible. Anyone else would have folded long before 3,000 meters, one of the beast girls whispered in awe. Feeling the challenge was still manageable, Su Chen drew a deep, steadying breath and pressed farther in. Strangely, after the system had purified the karmic residue inside him, he felt no fatigue at all. Each step grew lighter, and his pace gradually quickened. At the canyon entrance, the ranking tablet updated furiously. Onlookers erupted. I thought even a 7th-tier beastmaster had to kneel past 3,000. How is Su Chen still moving? Someone's been exaggerating. 3,100 meters unreal. We can't even touch 3,000, and he's blowing past the limit. Damn, this is thrilling. I'm hard just watching. Beyond 3,000 meters lay only the unknown. Su Chen knew better than to sprint like before. He settled into a steady march, yet still covered 100 meters per minute. 5 minutes later, he reached 3,500 meters. Here, the pressure felt almost tangible. The air itself hummed under the weight. By instinct alone, he could tell this force would drive even a peak 7th-tier prodigy to their knees. For a mere first-stage 5th-tier beastmaster like Su Chen, arriving here was unprecedented. Seeing little benefit in pushing farther, he was about to stop. Su-chun, how about trying the Demon Emperor token? Yu Ziying suggested softly. When it suppressed me, it felt like the aura of a 10th-tier Demon Emperor. Maybe it can offset the gorge's pressure. He'll give it a shot. Su-chun nodded. The moment he activated the token, the atmosphere shifted. A mysterious barrier of demonic energy snapped into place around him. The crushing force that had hammered his mind was seized by an invisible hand and cut to a fifth of its former strength. As he continued to feed energy into the barrier, its damping effect kept climbing. Holy, this actually works, Su-chun blurted in astonishment. He had never imagined that demonic pressure could be subdued by demonic power itself. The very idea was absurd. The force that once required Su-chun and several beast girls working together was now held back single-handedly. All thanks to the Demon Emperor's token. With the strain gone, he decided to see what lay ahead. Resolute, he continued deeper into Demon God Valley. At the valley's entrance, a deathly silence hung in the air. A circle of elite beast tamers crowded around the ranking steel, eyes glued to the constantly updating numbers as if they had seen a ghost. Someone shivered, scalp tingling, heart racing. 4,000 meters? How deep is this valley? Didn't the organizers give any extra info? I watched Su-chun's pace. He slowed between 3 and 3.5 kilometers. The pressure must have risen yet. After 3,500 meters, he suddenly sped up. What is going on? Impossible, absolutely impossible. One tamer, filthy and shaken after retreating from the 1,800-meter mark, stood in a daze. According to his family's records, beast tamers below the 6th tier could step onto the road of the abyss, but those who truly attempted it were few, and even Long Haojia had been forced back after a single step. The weight of that force felt like a mountain on the chest, making every breath a struggle. Now Su-chun had pushed to 4 kilometers? It was more outrageous than any Legendo author would dare write it. Deep inside the gorge, Su-chun pressed on. 4,100 meters. 4,200. 4,300. The digits on the steel climbed higher and higher. At 5,000 meters, a sledgehammer blow slammed into his chest. A suffocating weight crashed down. Su-chun guessed that if he put away the Demon Emperor's token, the torrent of demonic power would shred him on the spot. That's about the limit. Any farther, and something could go very wrong. He frowned. This wasn't Demon God Mountain, where the pressure could help refine rare treasures. Forcing his way forward would be pure self-torment. He was about to turn back when a ripple spread through his mind, ancient and primal. It felt as though unseen eyes were watching him, yet no one was there. It also felt like an invisible hand was urging him onward. His heartbeat quickened, blood roaring in his ears. What is happening? Is there some secret at the bottom of this valley? Su-chun wondered. Master, is something wrong? Hua Ruoming tilted her head, asking softly. Fine. Su-chun pushed down the unease, then suddenly remembered something, his expression turning grim. Minger, you once said you wanted to seize Imo City because something buried beneath it could change the world's balance. Do you know exactly what that thing is? Hua Ruoming was baffled by Su-chun's question. I have no idea, she said, shaking her head without a second thought. Even my future sight can't make out its true form, but I'm certain it's vitally important. Why bring it up now? Su-chun's eyes were calm. I want to know if you can use natural prophecy to see what's hidden at the end of Yaoshan Valley. That won't be easy. I can only catch the general course of major events, not truly foresee the future. Still, I can try. As soon as she finished, Hua Ruoming closed her eyes, let out a slow breath, and drew in the world's energy. Tiny emerald sparks flickered around her as her mind sank into a vision. An instant later, her pupils contracted, she swayed, and her face went deathly pale. She broke off the prophecy and cried. Su-chun, there's something at the valley's end that feels just like the treasure beneath Imo City. I can't see its real shape at all. Just as I thought. Su-chun nodded, a plan forming. The Imo City treasure was his goal, but the one in Yaoshan Valley lay closer. He took a deep breath, golden chi bursting beneath his feet. Yaoshan step. Boom. The air tore open and he shot forward like thunder, reaching the 400-meter mark. At once a wave of demonic pressure rolled in, strong enough to shatter the mind of a 9th-rank beastmaster. Bummy Jinshin. Clang. The clash rang like a storm striking a bell, and golden light solidified into armor over his body, blocking the crushing force. The glow lasted only 5 seconds, but it bought him the breathing room he needed. Without stopping, Su-chun launched Yaoshan step again. Having reached the 5th rank, his speed, body, and soul were many times stronger than when had been the 1-second real man. A second burst, a third. With only 3 accelerations, he reached the valley's end at 6,000 meters. There he found a ruined, ancient altar, and at its center a sky-blue crystal as tall as a 3-story building. Sensing an intruder, the crystal erupted in brilliant light. Within that blaze, the beast girls resting in his beast space appeared one after another. What's happening? Why were we suddenly released? They soon realized the deep gorge behind them had vanished, replaced by a hazy, chaotic expanse. The spatial bindings were gone. They were no longer in Yaoshan Valley. When the light finally dimmed, the world around them gleamed snow-white. so still that only their ragged breathing broke the silence. What truly froze their gazes was the figure inside the giant crystal. A young girl. Silver-white dragon horns peeked through her soft hair, a slender dragon tail curled behind her. She slept in perfect stillness, skin paler than snow, like a porcelain doll frozen in time. Her astonishing beauty was that of a fairy stepping from a painting, so ethereal that a single glance made one forget to breathe, forget even that one's heart was beating. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her knees, eyes closed as if lost in an eternal dream, showing not the faintest sign of life. Directly above her head, two translucent system panels suddenly appeared, and cold golden words flickered in the air. Name, none. Race sequence, number 001, Divine Dragon. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Constitution, 100.0, Demon Power, 60.06, Innate Skill, Primal True Dragon. Skills, none. Bond Value, 0. Primal True Dragon. Ignores all laws of the world. Item, Dragon Crystal. Rarity, SS. Description, a crystal brimming with energy, as pure as a Tier 10 demon beast core. What a gorgeous girl, Tushan Yeya whispered. Yilingyu nodded at once. She might even be cuter than little Bai Shui. Bai Shui pretended to be offended. You could have just given the compliment without dragging me into it, but she is stunning. Hua Ruoming crouched down for a closer look. Is she a specimen, or is she still alive? Yu Ziying focused her senses. She's probably dead. I can't detect any life at all. Qing Lu pressed an ear to the crystal. Same here. Not even the faintest heartbeat. Their rare, unanimous admiration was striking. For these self-proclaimed top-tier beauties to be so impressed, the dragon girl's looks had to be flawless. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Su Chen froze, eyes wide. Divine Era Sequence Number 1. A Tier 1, Stage 1 with 100 Constitution and 60 Demon Power and absurd growth potential. And on top of that, she was breathtaking. 60 Demon Power that matches my current limit. I can form a contract right now. He drew a steady breath, mind racing. If the system panel shows up, she's still alive. The system never lies. He stepped forward and laid a fingertip on the cold crystal. Buzz. A deep, ancient resonance rolled through his mind. Divine Era Sequence Number 1, Divine Dragon. Awaken her, and you shall gain the protection of the dragon. Wake the sleeping beauty? Sounds like the prince's kiss. Su Chun chuckled to himself. With a face like that, I don't mind playing prince for once. He turned and waved. Come on, help me dig her out. She's only Tier 1, so be gentle. Yilingyun gasped. She's alive? Yeah, and she's the Divine Era's Number 1 Divine Dragon. Su Chen's answer crashed over them like thunder. The legendary sequence Number 1 actually existed? If Su Chun formed a contract, the implications were obvious, would soar, and they would gain a new companion. With that thought, every girl stepped forward without hesitation, carefully chipping away at the dragon crystal surrounding the slumbering dragon maiden. However, the dragon crystal seemed to contain such immense energy that the beast girl's claw blades, spells, and tail whips landed like stones thrown into the sea. Not a speck of dust stirred, and every impact was silently absorbed by the crystal. Master, this thing won't break. We can't go all out, we might hurt the girl inside. Yilingyun retracted her claws, her expression grave. It's fine. Leave it to me. Su Chun waved the group back and called out in his mind, System, refine all the energy in these dragon crystals and distribute it evenly among the beast girls. Refining the entire dragon crystal requires 30,000 achievement points. The host lacks sufficient points and cannot proceed. 30,000. Su Chen frowned. Then use everything I have to refine only the crystals around the dragon girl. Is that possible? Ding. Refining in progress. At the chime, the crystals surrounding the dragon girl flared with blinding gold. Their rigid walls turned transparent, then melted like, or in a furnace. Threads of liquid gold seeped through the cracks, spiraled in midair, and streamed into the 6 beast girls. Tushan Yeya clenched her fists as energy roared through her meridians. Qing Lu and Yilingyun traded a delighted glance. The ice crystal pattern on Bai Shui's chest shimmered. Yu Ziying and Hua Ruoming felt their power surge as well. The sudden windfall made every woman's pupils contract in surprise. Only Hua Ruoming's gaze grew complicated. She had wanted to peel away Su Chen's mystery, yet she found herself wrapped in it just the same. Refining complete. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the achievement Dragon Crystal. You have successfully refined the special treasure Dragon Crystal. It is covered in the dragon girls sent with the host like a lick. Achievement points gained, 50. An entire hour passed before the system chimed again, proof of how vast the dragon crystal's energy truly was. The result was a dramatic surge in power. Su Chen advanced to Stage 5, Level 5. Tushan Yeya, Qing Lu, and Yilingyun reached Stage 5, Level 5 as well. Bai Shui stepped into Stage 5, Level 6. Yu Ziying and Hua Ruoming, already demon emperors who required even more energy, were now just a step away from their next breakthrough. To narrow the gap between his own power and theirs, Su Chun invested another 20 attribute points into his cultivation. Now break the crystal, he barked. Got it. With their power multiplied several times over, the beast girl struck again. In moments, the dragon crystals around the young dragon girl shattered, and she was finally freed from her glittering prison. Her body was icy cold, as if every spark of life had vanished. Her chest was still, her pulse non-existent by modern medical standards. She was dead. Yet Su Chun didn't hesitate. He bent down and clasped the dragon maiden's small, chilled hand. System, allocate 60 demonic energy points. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host energy, 518.0582.5. Su Chen's eye sharpened. Forced contract initiate. The instant the electronic voice fell, a golden torrent burst from the space between their interlocked fingers. Forced contract initiated successfully. Contract in progress. The target lay unconscious, offering no resistance, so the process was almost instant. Less than a second later, the prompt sounded again. Contract complete. The dragon maiden didn't stir, but her form dissolved into countless golden strands that streamed into Su Chen's body. They converged on his right wrist, shaping a lifelike miniature dragon tattoo. Congratulations, host Shindai sequence 7 unlocked. Congratulations on contracting your 7th Shindai sequence beast. The dragon maiden boasts 4 perks. She's delicate, supple, easy to topple, and comes with her own steering wheel. Host, you won't accidentally snap off her horns, will you? Achievement points 1,500. Ding. Points exceeded 13,000, awarded 40 free attribute points. Ding. Points exceeded 13,500, awarded 40 free attribute points. Ding. Points exceeded 14,000, awarded skill, Beast Soul. The system continued. Beast Soul. When your bond with a Shindai sequence beast reaches 95 or higher, you may use its innate skills. At 100, you may use all of them. A steering wheel seriously. System sys. Could you be any filthier? Su Chen muttered, facepalming. I prefer the front seat, you know. This was no time for jokes. He drew a deep breath, summoned the dragon maiden again, and held her gently in his arms. System, how many achievement points to wake her? Current status. Unable to awaken this beast. Missing required items. Dragon Pearl, True Dragon Bone, 9 Dragon Heaven Revolving Jade. The answer hit like a bolt from the blue, leaving Su Chen frozen in place. Had thought he could dump all his points into reviving her, then use the contract to snowball more. Even the almighty system was shaking its head. Why can't I just burn points? Achievement points can restore contracted beasts to full strength, why not her? He demanded. The system explained one by one. This beast is neither asleep nor merely injured. Her soul is sealed. 9 Dragon Heaven Revolving Jade. A primordial artifact capable of storing a dragon's soul. True Dragon Bone. Essence of a dragon, containing its primal power. Dragon Pearl. Indispensable treasure that fuses flesh and spirit. All 3 are required. Gather them, and the dragon can be awakened. The news nearly made Su Chen cough up blood. It felt just like grinding away at the final boss in an online game. Finally looting a legendary item, stuffing it into his pack with glee only for the system to pop up. Collect 2 more pieces from the same set to activate. Otherwise, it's just for show. The instant plunge from euphoria to despair left him speechless. Of course, the sleeping dragon maiden before him was anything but ornamental. What's wrong, Su Chen? You still can't wake her? Tu Shan Yaya crouched beside the crystal coffin, fox ears twitching in concern. Su Chen shook his head and sighed. She needs 3 sacred treasures to awaken. We have only 1, and I have no clue where to find the other 2. Halfway through the sentence, he suddenly remembered Hua Rumeng's warning the dragon girl was linked to that mysterious object beneath Mo City that even fate reading could not reveal. If that was true, then Mo City might hold the key. With Demon Mountain under his control, he wielded plenty of authority. Developing the underground resources of a frontier town was hardly difficult. Besides, Mo City was already rich in oil. 1 additional exploration permit would cover it. Don't worry, he said. They'll wake her sooner or later. Meanwhile, they'll have to trouble you to look after her in the beast space. That's fine, Yaya giggled behind her hand. It would be a shame for someone this beautiful to sleep forever. Despite her casual tone, the other beast girl companions grew uneasy. What if the dragon maiden became Su Chen's new favorite? Would he stop wanting them at night? Their tails practically tied themselves in knots. Su Chen missed their little drama. His attention was on the shattered crystal littering the floor. By next year he would likely reach 6th tier, yet the Prodigy tournament capped entrance at 5th tier, 10th level. Once that happened, Demon God Valley would be off limits. Letting so many rare resources go to waste felt criminal. Ladies, do me a favor, smash every last crystal, pack it up, and let's haul it all out. Got it. The beast girls replied in unison, their voices humming through the valley. At the entrance to Demon God Valley, nearly an hour had passed since Su Chen stopped at 6,000 meters. One by one the beast tamers confirmed their limits and headed back, only to rub their eyes at the leaderboard. Am I seeing things? 6,000 meters? Wasn't the valley supposed to end at 3,000? What do you know? 3,000 is child's play for Su Chun. I barely made 600, and he hit 6,000? Unreal. He's incredible. I'd settle for being his concubinino, even a bedmaid. Dream on. With blood like his, the top clans will marry their best daughters to him. Folks like us shouldn't even fantasize. A girl can dream. Su Chun is my idol, and I dare anyone to say otherwise. Standing on the edge of the crowd, Xiao Limu stared at the twin names of a fox and a bird on the ranking board. The praise swirling around her made her eyes sparkle brighter than ever. Yet beneath her seemingly enraptured facade, her heart was tangled in contradictions. A woman's mind can be remarkably paradoxical. On one hand, she wants the man she likes to be surrounded by countless stunning women, proof of her impeccable taste and his irresistible allure. On the other, she fears that if there are too many women, he will never love, only hear her, might even forget her altogether. Such conflicting thoughts churn endlessly. Time slipped away, and dusk soon settled in. The setting sun cast a veil of golden gauze over Yaoshan Valley. Beastmasters trickled back, some drained, some exhilarated, others silent. 6 o'clock, the official closing time, was almost here, yet Su Chun was nowhere in sight. Whispers rippled through the crowd. He's been in there forever. Did something happen to him? Maybe. I watched the leaderboard all day. After 5 kilometers, he jumped to 6 in mere seconds. He probably used some spatial shift art like on Yaoshan Mountain and got himself killed. Don't talk nonsense. My idol can't be dead. Look at the facts. He reached 6 kilometers and then went quiet. Chances are something went wrong. The ranking is tied to your ID card, so if he forget it, he'll stop. Hearing the chatter, Xiao Limo's anxiety deepened. Sweat slicked her palms as she clutched her shirt hem. She cursed herself for not accompanying Su Chun to the end. He'll be fine, she kept telling herself. Just then, a lazy voice drifted out of Yaoshan Valley. That was great. A huge haul. Su Chun appeared as if nothing had happened, leaving everyone stunned. A heartbeat later, the crowd erupted. Holy crap, it's Su Chun. He's alive? When did he get here? I didn't sense a thing. Incredible. He reached 6 kilometers and walked out unscathed. Su Chun. Xiao Limo pushed through the crowd and stopped in front of him. Are you alright? Su Chun blinked, momentarily dazed. A second ago he had been 6 kilometers deep in Yaoshan Valley. How had a single turn brought him here? He quickly pieced it together and flashed a confident smile. Nothing can happen to me. Don't scare me like that. Sorry. To make it up to you, how about I cook dinner tonight? You can be the judge. Deal. Tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll buy them. Watching Su Chun return unscathed, Pei Yin and Pei Yao were flooded with mixed emotions. They had to admit he was a monster of talent. Setting personal grudges aside, he was a prodigy among prodigies. No matter how hard they worked, they might never catch up. With power like his, he had no reason to frame Morong Yi just to build a reputation. Perhaps they really had misjudged him in that affair. Wait, sis, look, Su Chun's aura feels like Tier 5, Stage 5, not Tier 5, Stage 1, right? Pei Yao held her breath, probed the surge of spiritual energy again, and gave a wry smile. It really is. When did he break through? Has he been hiding his strength this whole time? A 19-year-old Tier 5, Stage 5 beast tamer, unbelievable. Pei Yin could only rub her forehead, emotions in turmoil. The sisters had once outshone their peers, treating the title of beast tamer as their brightest halo. Yet now Su Chun had steamrolled them in their own specialty, and the bitterness of that gap was almost palpable. In the distance, a veiled, blonde beast woman also widened her amber eyes. She had been sure her intelligence was airtight. Su Chun was supposed to be only Tier 5, Stage 1. Yet in a single day he had vaulted to Tier 5, Stage 5, and could move freely in the 6,000-meter zone of Demon God Valley, a place even Tier 10 tamers struggled to endure. How many cards does this guy still have up his sleeve? She muttered inwardly, her vigilance spiking. Time to reassess his combat power again. The Demon God Valley rankings were announced soon after. Su Chun's squad took first place without suspense. Normally, clearing the valley earned authority equal to conquering Demon God Mountain, but Su Chun already possessed that privilege, so officials skipped the duplication and awarded him rare natural treasures worth 1 billion credits instead. Unfortunately, he had refined every one of those items before, so he gained no additional achievement points. Second place went to the Pei sisters, and third to Li Yang's team. Worth noting was the little girl from Cat Alley. At the last moment she crossed the line between life and death, and stopped at 1,801 meters, an unremarkable number that became a watershed many self-proclaimed prodigies failed to cross, ultimately earning her 4th place. At 7 the next morning, a beast-taming airship burst through the clouds and settled onto Central Plaza in Yanjing. The hatch opened, and the contestants filed out, heading straight for the beast realm to prepare for round 3, the slaughter battle. The entire event was streamed live, and the whole nation watched with bated breath. Many companies simply took the day off. Executives shut down their computers and huddled around projectors to follow the action, the excitement rivaling New Year's Eve. For ordinary citizens, witnessing live monster combat was rare enough. This time it featured the top beast tamers in the country. under millions of watching eyes. The greatest curiosity still revolved around Su Chun. Just how strong was he? And where did his contracted beasts come from? Rumors surged like a rising tide. Some say he commands 4 formidable spirit beasts, all ranked within the top 20 of the God Era roster. Others insist he has contracts with 6 creatures, one of them a beast emperor, and every single beast is a breathtaking beauty. The most outrageous rumor claims a 10th tier, 10th stage beast emperor and a mysterious master are secretly backing him, rocketing his growth to terrifying heights. Tales about Su Chun grow wilder by the day. Ordinary onlookers, driven by curiosity, can't wait to see which beasts he'll unveil in the upcoming slaughter battle. Just as the frenzy peaked, Su Chun received fresh orders from Han Xinghe. Su Chun, go all out in this slaughter battle. Hold nothing back. General Han, didn't you tell me not to reveal my trump cards? Su Chun lowered his voice. Han Xing's face was grave, his tone unshakable. This morning we captured a Thorn Society spy. Interrogation revealed the Beast Legion has joined forces with them. They already know about your contracted beasts, your combat strength, even your forced contractability, and they've been spreading the intel. He paused, then continued, since our cards are exposed, we'll turn it to our advantage. We'll release the details they think they have, mix in a few lies, and warp their judgment. Can you handle that? Su Chun nodded. Han Xing's plan leveraged the human urge to match information. If the enemy sees Su Chen's public data align with their stolen intel, they'll assume the entire report is true, blurring fact and fiction. It might even shift the entire war. I'm in, Su Chen said, eyes firm. Good. Hey, race what you need to do. At 8 o'clock sharp, the slaughter battle began. Yanjing's realm of Beastmaster's main plaza was a sea of people, the uproar nearly ripping the sky apart. Teams of tamers shoved and shouted, queued for Neuralink helmets, then filed through the teleportation array into the virtual arena. The scene resembled a civil service exam from Su Chen's past life, except this test promised far more blood. As defending champions, the Pace sisters had every camera locked on them before the opening ceremony even started. The moment they appeared on screen, the live chat feed exploded. Yao Yao, I'm your dog. Step on me. Yin Yin is gorgeous, charging in. Go Yao Yao. Leave Su Chun in the dust. Quit barking and send a carnival gift. 10 of him, so we can see some fireworks. Keyboard warriors, scram. Yin Yin goddess, I love you. When Su Chun strapped on his own helmet, the scrolling comments nearly blinded him. His eyes bulged, as if he might cough up blood any second. Seriously? Those crazed simps worship that pair of suck-ups? How desperate can people be? Su Chun didn't know the Pei family had orchestrated a massive marketing push, branding the sisters as peerless beauties with god-tier talent. The average viewer saw only their dazzling looks and genius halo. Their true nature was common knowledge among the elite clans, who kept their distance. Because those heirs rarely mingled with the sisters in public, outsiders labeled them the pure goddess and the ice goddess, and their popularity soared yet again. Completely absurd. Before long, the slaughter match officially kicked off. Pei Yin took point on offense, while Pei Yao headed to the item arena to battle other beast tamers for resources. 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0, and 10 points of light erupted beneath Pei Yan's feet. In a flash, 10 virtual beast serial numbers in the 500s, all standardized at Tier 5, Stage 5 materialized, fangs bared and howling as they lunged at her. Their claws screeched across the alloy floor, carving fresh grooves that radiated lethal intent. Pei Yin didn't so much as flinch. Come out, my servants. She drew a deep breath, and demon energy surged from her like a flood. Blue fire detonated around her, coalescing into 3 humanoid figures. When the flames settled, the audience finally saw their true forms. Bear-type demons, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, muscles sharply defined, claws gleaming like cold steel. A single push of their toes launched them forward as streaks of blue lightning. The leading bear raised a claw, condensing blue flame into a half-moon blade a foot long. With a howl it sliced through the air, cleaving its target clean in two. The falling beast landed with a dull thud, then scattered into stardust, instantly recycled by the system. Pei Yan's lips curled. Her fingers flew through a rapid series of seals, and the 3 bear spirits surged in ferocity. Claws slashed again and again, scattering sheets of blue flame. They moved so fast that afterimages stacked atop one another, leaving the virtual beasts no chance to dodge. In barely 10 seconds, all 10 Tier 5, Stage 10 beasts had been reduced to dust, clearing the field. She wasted no time basking in victory. She simply tapped Continue Challenge on the system prompt. The slaughter match uses cumulative timing. Each wave is limited to 150 seconds. If a contestant clears the arena early and chooses to proceed, the remaining seconds roll over to the next wave. Because the beasts grow stronger each round, banking time in the early stages often decides the final ranking. Meanwhile, in the item arena, Pei Yao watched the refresh timer overhead. The instant the first item spawned, she launched forward like an arrow, covering more than 10 meters in a single stride, and snatching up a golden time extension card. Use. At her crisp command, the card dissolved into particles and merged with her interface, instantly adding 60 seconds to her reserve. The beast tamer who had been ahead of her skidded to a stop, staring in despair at the empty floor. He muttered, "Damn it, if I can't even grab an item, what's the point? WHYD, I have to land in the same zone as the Pace sisters." 10 minutes later, Pei Yin had already carved through the first 10 waves. Whether soaring through the air, rolling, or skimming along the ground, she moved like a phantom, and nearly every strike felled a high-level beast. The live stream chat exploded. "So cool. That's my Yao Yao wifey. Shut up, she's my wife. Kids pick sides. Adults want them all. Dream on, you wanna be Chow Chow. Keep your hands off my Yao Yao. Fine, you fight over Yao Yao. I'm taking Yin Yin." Comments plastered the screen so densely they poured down like a waterfall. Startled by the barrage, Su Chun hurriedly toggled off the chat. Damn, this world has gone completely insane. It was hard to tell whether Pei Yao's glossy publicity worked wonders or the audience was simply ravenous for action. Goosebumps sprang up everywhere. Still, credit where it's due. The Pei sisters really could fight. Su Chun sat in the spectator seats, his eyes calmly sweeping the stage. He knew perfectly well that if Han Yuchen refused to summon his contracted beast, he would stand no chance against the sisters. Beastmasters possess terrifying close-quarters skills, and their individual combat power is off the charts. Roughly 30 minutes in, teams from the Pei sisters group began to drop one after another, eliminated by the system once they could no longer hold out. Half an hour later, only the sisters squad was still standing. Every second felt painfully stretched, the countdown on the screen crawling forward with heavy inevitability. At last the 2-hour limit expired, and Pei Yin alone remained in the center of the platform. She cracked her long whip while facing a tide of virtual monsters, her bright combat suit soaked through with sweat. The final lunging direwolf smashed through her guard. The arena lit up. Red failure. Final result, stage 40, 2 stages higher than the record the sisters set last year. The waiting area erupted in thunderous cheers. "Miss Yin, you worked hard. Broke the record by 2 stages. Not bad. I wouldn't have lasted if my sister hadn't pulled those invincibility cards for me." Mid-sentence, both sisters glanced over at Su Chun a short distance away. "Sis, how far do you think Su Chun can go?" "Hard to say." Pei Yao thought for a moment. "His demon power is insane, so his contracted beast must be strong too. Odds are hell clear a few more stages than we did." They lowered their voices. "Ugh, 3 straight losses, but who cares? The 4th round free-for-all is what matters. As long as we secure 3 second-place finishes and push Su Chun down to 4th in the melee, the championship is still ours." "I know," Pei Yao said with a slight nod. Eyes half closed, Su Chun quickly assessed the difficulty of the Carnage trial. 40 stages weren't that impressive. Only 15 beasts ranked below 200 and another 5 ranked below 100. The real issue was the non-stop combat that left no room to breathe. Pei Yan's stamina had been wrung dry and Pei Yao never drew a 10-minute rest card, sealing their defeat. "At this level, honestly, it's average," Su Chun judged silently. "Maybe 1/10 of my little fox's fighting strength. Why am I the benchmark?" Tu Shan Ye muttered, rolling her eyes. The contest rolled on. The second bracket was noticeably weaker. Everyone was out within an hour. In the third bracket, the popular squads Cat Alley Cutie and Peerless Under Heaven shone, battling to stages 37 and 38 respectively, both personal bests. By 4 in the afternoon, it was finally the turn of Su Chen's group. Spectators in the front rows had been growing bored after an entire day of matches, but the moment Su Chen's name was announced, every one of them perked up. This was Su Chun, the peerless prodigy, the man who had never truly shown his hand in public combat. At 19, he was already a 5th-ranked beastmaster, making seasoned geniuses look mediocre. Now they had the chance to watch him fight monsters live. How could anyone not be excited? Here he comes. Su Chun is finally here. The comment feed erupted in an instant. "I've waited all day to see my idol at last. Go, Su Chun. Think he can beat my waifu Yanyan's record? High demon power doesn't always equal combat strength. Of course he can. A higher demon power means he can contract more spirit beasts. He might even snag a demon emperor. Then 50 stages would be a walk in the park. Do you even know what a demon emperor is? After a beast breaks the 5th tier, its demon power skyrockets, and a demon emperor amplifies that power again. It could go berserk at any time. Besides, they're way too proud. Even if you could contract one, it would never bow to a weakling. Nothing is impossible for my Su Chun." "Humph, with a username like Xiao Yuan loves Su Chun, you're clearly a love-struck idiot. Not worth my time. You're the idiot. Your whole family's idiots. Go, Su Chun." Before anyone noticed, the mood in the chat shifted. The other elite beast masters assigned to Su Chen's group exchanged glances and forced helpless smiles. It was obvious they were just here to make up the numbers. Back home they were big names too. Maybe not as dazzling as the Pace sisters, but never anyone's background scenery. Now they could only complain inwardly. "If we'd known, would have skipped round 3 and spared ourselves the humiliation. Teacher, I'm counting on you to handle the item arena. Relax. They'll get that acceleration card for you. Just have fun and don't push yourself." Why do you sound like my old man right now? Soon after, Su Chun arrived at the main arena for the slaughter showdown. Begin. 10 virtual beasts materialized, all claws and fangs, brimming with menace. Su Chun didn't bother summoning a beast of his own. He simply snapped his fingers. Pop. 10 demon arrows, each 1.5 meters long, coalesced out of thin air, crackled like lightning, and struck the spawn points of the beasts. They never even had time to react before they were pierced through. 3-second stage 1 cleared. The audience was so shocked they nearly dropped their snacks. What just happened? Those are demon arrows, right? That spell was developed by the Gongsun clan. And Su Chun fired 10 at once? Damn, his personal combat power looks stronger than a beastmaster's. That's my idol, absolutely amazing. Without hesitation, Su Chun hit continue. Moving as fluidly as water, he snapped again. The next 10 demon arrows tore through the second wave. Dodging and shielding meant nothing. The virtual beasts were erased in a blink. Stage 3, 4, 5. Sometimes the previous selection screen hadn't fully faded before the new beasts even finished forming. An instant later, they were wiped out by demon arrows. Like an unstoppable blade, Su Chun stormed straight to stage 40. Just like that, he casually shattered the record set by the Pace sisters. Including the time it took to pick a stage, he cleared the first round in barely 2.5 minutes. The entire arena froze, as if someone had hit the pause button. The Pace sisters' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The audience's jaws could have held whole eggs. In dozens of streaming rooms, billions of viewers dropped their sunflower seeds, the screens flooding with, "Damn, aren't you a beast tamer? How is your combat power even crazier than a demon master's? How are the prodigy demon masters supposed to survive now? This is pointless. Can we just turn it off?" The chorus of doubts kept rising, but all of it was only the prelude. With the excitement still building, Su Chin's lips curved upward. With a sweep of his hand, every contracted beast appeared around him, everyone except the dragon maiden. 6 breathtaking women gathered at his side, stars orbiting their moon. Their overwhelming aura made it hard to breathe, yet their smiles were as gentle as a spring breeze, impossible to look away from. Su Chin tapped continue challenge. Roar. 30 rank 6, stage 5 ice wraiths, serial number 152, charge forward. Their chill all but condensed into frost, their shrieks sharp enough to tear the air. He remained unruffled. In her swaying white dress, Tu Shan Ye copied Su Chun and snapped her fingers with effortless grace. Fwoosh! Violet flames erupted from her fingertips, engulfing the arena in an instant. The fire crackled, the air warping from the heat. The 30 ice wraiths didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ash and scattered on the wind. Before the flames could fade, Su Chun hit continue again. Stage 42, 43, 44, all the way to 47. The soft violet fire kept burning. Each new wave of monsters was reaped like wheat before anyone could even see what species they were. Spectators at ringside could only mutter one line. This is downright ridiculous. The screen jumped to stage 48, and a graceful silhouette arrived, riding the wind. Her name was Qing Lu. Cyan feathers fluttered on her long robe, her presence as cold and pure as a snow lotus on a glacier. Teal hair cascaded over her shoulders, adding a touch of vitality. She raised a jade flute from her waist and began to play with her eyes closed. Ting, the first note rang out, clear and heavenly. Warmth spread through everyone below, like a spring breeze across the face. At the same time, the freshly summoned virtual beasts roared as one, their killing intent rising, but the melody had already pierced their minds. A second later, they clutched their heads and howled, faces twisted. Their skulls burst like overripe watermelons, and they dissolved into nothingness. The song of annihilation lasted a full minute, and when the final note faded, silence fell over the arena once more. The counter on the screen flickered. Su Chun had already reached stage 55. In the next instant, Yi Lingyun, wrapped in a figure-hugging rattan black evening gown, blossomed like a blood-red rose in the night. The crimson sword in her hand shed no drops, yet glinted with a chilling light. A single tap of her toe and she vanished, swallowed by darkness, leaving only a scarlet afterimage streaking madly across the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each flash split the air with a shrill screech, every swing bursting with sword energy. Furious roars from the virtual beasts were cut short, their bodies cleaved in two before dissolving into data shards that rained down like red mist. Their deaths came so quickly they never realized it. In barely a minute, she carved through 60 gates without pause, arriving at level 60. As level 61 opened, Biza, silver-haired, draped in a Lolita dress, finally raised a hand. One delicate gesture unleashed a bone-deep chill that surged like an icy tide, swallowing the arena. Frost coated the floor, supports, even the air itself, freezing the beasts where they stood. A heartbeat later, they shattered into drifting ice crystals. Wave after wave of identical monsters followed, but each was frozen and ground to powder before its skills could even activate, stripped of any chance to resist. Although barrier spells had been placed to contain the beast's power, spectators still shuddered uncontrollably. and those watching the stream felt the cold stab through the screen. A suffocating hush fell over the entire venue. Every gaze locked onto the six summoned beasts standing beside Su Chen, or rather, onto those dangerously beautiful figures. Shock, awe, and disbelief painted every face. This wasn't a battle, it was butchery. In under 10 minutes, Su Chen blasted past level 70, shattering Long Haoji's long-standing record of 66. Is that even humanly possible? I always thought the stories about Su Chen were hype. Turns out every word is true. 6 contracted beasts, and they're all women? I recognize the nine-tailed fox and the vampire. But who are the green-haired lady and the white-haired lowly? Wind Falcon, Yukiana? But neither of those should be this strong. Are they something higher? He's unbelievable. Is this Su Chen's real trump card? And why aren't the other 2 women joining the fight? Are they just watching? The moment the chatter began, a 5th rank, 10th step beastmaster blurted out the question, and every head turned toward Yuzing and Hua Rowing. At almost the same time, Xiao Limo received Su Chen's order and slapped all 6 speed cards onto the console. Speed cards are god tier in the early rounds. They summon 5 extra waves of the current level's beasts at once and lock the difficulty from rising. Low-level monsters are most efficiently handled with wide-area attacks. Back them together, wipe them out, saving time, effort, and energy. Using that tactic beyond level 10 or 20, however, is nothing short of suicide. At that stage, dealing with a dozen virtual beasts of equal or higher level was already brutal. If you threw down a speed-up card, you dragged in the monsters from the next 5 waves, so dozens or even hundreds of beasts would swarm you at once, and nobody could hold that line. Yet Su Chen went even further. In hard mode wave 70, he tossed out 6 speed-up cards in a row. That meant tanking the next 30 waves all at once. Spectators were stunned. Was the kid tired of living, or did he just want the flashiest way to quit? But Su Chen stood where he was, calm as ever, showing no intention of forfeiting. The 6 cards burst into motes of light and vanished. Roar, roar, roar. An ear-splitting cry swept across the arena. The combat platform expanded in an instant, stopping only when it had become a ring more than a kilometer wide. Inside it, 1,000 virtual beasts with serial numbers above 100 appeared alongside 30 Shindazeris, Tier 6, Stage 5 monsters, packed so tightly that there was literally no place to stand. Yet their opponents numbered only 2, or rather, 2 women whose styles could not have been more different. On the left stood Yuzing, her curves traced by a skin-tight black combat suit, giving her a mature, icy allure. On the right was Hua Ruomling, pink hair tumbling over a pastel skirt, the personification of bubblegum softness, cute enough to pass for a living plush toy. The contrast was so sharp the crowd hardly dared blink. You snapped her fingers. Bang! A darkness so thick it seemed viscous flooded the arena like a reverse tide, twisting into ghostly shadows that coiled around every beast. But the Tier 6, Stage 5 Shindai monsters were no fodder. With a sudden burst of brute force, they tore the shadows apart, dragging dozens of equally tough beasts with them as they charged straight for Su Chen. At that split second, Hua Rumeng's eye sharpened. She raised a hand and spoke in a soft yet firm voice. Emperor, domain space-time crucible, open. Boom. A transparent but crushing time cage erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire arena. Every beast inside slowed to a crawl, as if the playback speed had been throttled to 1%. Their roars stretched into rumbling echoes, their claws hung in midair, unable to move another inch. Even the 30 Shindai giants stood frozen, their attempts to struggle reduced to molasses. Inside the suspended moment, Yu's shadows surged like a blood-hungry swamp, eating through scale, sinew, and bone. The arena echoed with sickening cracks as the immobilized beasts struggled and roared, forced to watch their own bodies dissolve into nothingness. In less than 5 minutes, the colossal tide strong enough, on paper, to level a city was wiped out by the duo. When the shadows finally receded, the vast arena was nothing but emptiness and silence. The stands felt deathly quiet. Eyes bulged, faces froze in disbelief. Beast Emperors, 2 of them. And they had erased a 6th-tier horde with a flick of the wrist. Across the realm, even true 7th-tier emperors would struggle to match that. Power like this, could a 7th-tier emperor even hope to compete? What on earth are we looking at? The cadets crowding around the light screen felt their scalps tingle. They had known Su Chen was strong, but not to this ridiculous degree. Every contracted beast he summoned took the form of a stunning woman, decorative at first glance. Yet in the next heartbeat, they crushed same-rank monsters so fast that even their afterimages vanished. They swept through a sea of foes without so much as a speck of dust landing on them. Insane. He's unbelievable. A buzz-cut youth blurted, his face flushing crimson. Damn it, I'm hard again, and I'm not even into guys. He wasn't the only one shouting. The more people talked, the wilder the rumors grew. Someone whispered that Longhua had been tightening its checks on foreigners lately, probably because geniuses like Su Chen might become targets for the Thorn Society or the Beast Legion. Another mentioned how Long Haojia had risen amid the same blood-soaked chaos years ago, and the place erupted. No one expected to witness such an overwhelming display today. Clack. The Pei sisters pushed open the door and hurried inside, eyes glued to the battle replay on the screen. Two freshly bought milk teas slipped through their fingers, splashing slush across the tiles, yet they didn't even blink. Su Chen's explosive power, flawless commands, and the seamless coordination among his beasts were seared into their minds. Even their father, an 8th-tier beast tamer, would struggle to withstand a single frontal barrage from Su Chen. How does he train his beasts like that? Pei Yao murmured. Pei Yin swallowed hard, unable to answer. A large hand settled gently on their shoulders. Pei Yuanshan spoke softly, yet his voice stilled their racing thoughts. Now do you understand why we never believed Su Chen killed Moroni? His gaze was steady. They might have clashed, but to Su Chen it was nothing. With power and vision like his, he doesn't need anyone else's help to make a name for himself, is a legend all by himself. We're sorry, grandfather. We were wrong. The sisters bowed their heads like chastened kittens. Enough, let's put it behind us. Pei Yuanshan smiled and drew a snow-white twin-petaled lotus from his breast pocket. A crisp medicinal scent drifted out, swirling like frost in the lamplight. The sisters' pupils dilated, joy nearly spilling from their eyes. Grandfather, is that for us? Their voices trembled with excitement. Old Wei from the first war zone sent it over. He approves of your abilities. Pei Yuanshan handed them the twin snow lotus. Take it, and use it well. Thank you, grandfather. Pei Yao and Pei Yin spoke in unison, tears shimmering at the corners of their eyes. Watching their elation, Pei Yuanshan sighed inwardly. He had once considered marrying both sisters to Su Chen as concubinuho knew what extraordinary offspring they might have produced. Now that idea was almost impossible. All he hoped was that the girls would stop viewing Su Chen as an enemy. Crossing someone like him would be sheer folly. In fact, Wei Ningfeng had long since decided to give the twin snow lotus to the sisters. Of everyone in Longhua, they were the best suited to absorb it. Besides, he owed the Pei family thanks for that Hunyuan soul-condensing pearl. The lotus made a fitting gesture of gratitude. Half a year, huh? I wonder how strong Su Chen will be by then, Pei Yuanshan muttered, his face grave. As the last virtual beast dissolved into nothingness, Su Chen cleared the astounding 100th level. In theory, the slaughter trial offers an endless string of stages, but he had already met his goal and secured first place, so there was no reason to press on. All the elite tamers watching exhaled in relief. Had Su Chen continued, they might have started to doubt their own worth. A 5th-rank tamer bonded to 6 beasts, 2 of them Emperor class, was simply unheard of. The gap was almost humiliating. Besides Su Chen's loyal fan club, the happiest spectators were the tamers in his own bracket. His withdrawal forced Xia Limuo to withdraw as well, finally giving them a shot at a better rank, no more being relegated to background scenery. Just then, perhaps from overusing his demonic energy or from a secret technique he had invoked, Su Chen's aura suddenly dimmed as he recalled his flock of elegant beasts into their spiritual space. He tried to hide his fatigue, but a few sharp-eyed tamers noticed, including the human spy planted by the blonde beast, Wang Jingwei. A 7th-rank, second-stage tamer from the Yanjing Beast Tamer Association, Wang served as chief of security for the tournament. 10 years earlier, he had defected to the Thorn Society and had been feeding them classified intel ever since one of their most loyal lapdogs inside Longhua. So that's Su Chen's true power? I doubt even I could beat him, Wang mused. But revealing all your cards so casually, how young. You stopped not because you wanted to, but because that enhancement technique only lasts 10 minutes, right? Keep pretending. You can't fool me. A wide grin spread across Wang's face. He had come merely to observe and keep tabs on Su Chen, yet he had stumbled onto priceless intel. Handing it over would earn him major credit, maybe even enough for a high-grade enhancement serum. The thought quickened his pulse. He rose quickly and walked over to Li Hai, chairman of the tournament's operations committee. Brotherly, something urgent just came up. May I step out for a moment? He asked, voice tinged with urgency as he watched Li Hai's reaction. Li Hai glanced at him and nodded. Go ahead. Oh, and pull a few extra shifts these next days. Screen every foreigner entering Yanjing however they are. Bring them straight to headquarters for us to vet. No problem. Well, keep Su Chen safe, Wang replied, bowing solemnly. Inside, though, he was cursing Li Hai. 6 months from now, Longhua will be ashes. Let's see how arrogant you are then. Keep barking orders while you can. Once you're in my hands, I'll make you watch as I deal with your wives. Back at the hotel, once he was certain they hadn't been tailed, a surge of spiritual power flooded Su Chen's body, restoring him to peak condition in an instant. With a casual wave, he summoned each of the Beast Girl companions. Silver ripples spread across the center of the room as he unfolded the Demon Emperor domain, cutting off every eavesdropping spell and electronic signal. You worked hard, Su Chen. Xia Limu handed him a soft white towel, her foxtail swaying as she teased. Your acting was so convincing, I almost believed you myself. Su Chen wiped his brow and grinned. My own safety was at stake. If the performance flopped, we'd be in real trouble. Hua Ruoming rolled her eyes and leaned against the wall with folded arms. Enough small talk. That domain will draw attention if it stays up too long. Let's handle business. All right, whatever Minder says. Su Chen tousled her hair, then turned back to Xia Limu. Teacher, what's next? Xiao Limu sat at the desk and activated her communicator. A holographic screen projected a block of encrypted text. Her slender fingers danced across the keys as she decoded General Han Xing's intel. Seconds later, her brow smoothed out, and she looked over with a satisfied smile. The plan worked. 3 suspicious targets have already taken the bait. Great, I was worried my act wasn't convincing enough. Su Chen exhaled in relief. So what's the next step? Xiao Lima's expression suddenly turned awkward, her eyes darting away as she chose her words. After a brief pause, she spoke bluntly. Headquarters hasn't assigned anything new yet, but the organizers of the Heaven's Chosen tournament are in a bind. In a bind? Why? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Because of Yuel, technically because of General Han. Xiao Limu spread her hands. Your performance today shattered the confidence of most beast tamers. Many have already requested to withdraw from the 4th round melee. She sighed with a wry smile. Withdrawals aren't unusual, but this time nearly 70% want out. They even filed a joint petition asking the committee to crown you champion outright, as long as you don't show up. Su Chen nearly choked. People could actually do that? He was caught between laughter and exasperation, yet he had to admit their reasoning was sound. That afternoon, Head displayed power on par with perhaps Serpasinga's 7th rank beast tamer. For anyone at 6th rank or below, it was a complete mismatch. If he stayed in the competition, the matches would be pointless. After all, the reigning champions Pei Yao and Pei Yin, though formidable, were only slightly ahead of 2nd place Tianxiao Wushuang and 3rd place Mao Xiang Xiaoluoli. The 4 of them together could still put up a fight. But Su Chen's contract roster included a demon emperor capable of wiping out a wave of 6th-rank spirit beasts with a single gesture. How could the other contestants possibly compete with that? If he waited until then, he'd probably be swept aside like a low-level grunt. What a pathetic way to go out. But will the organizers even allow it? Su Chen wasn't worried about whether he could stay in the tournament. He was calculating whether the system would recognize this kind of win. 300 achievement points were no small prize. The moment Xiao Limu finished speaking, a crisp system chime cut in. No matter the method, as long as you take 1st place in a national event and have more than half the contestants acknowledge it, the achievement is granted. If you're capable of skipping every match, having the organizers declare you champion, and getting over half the participants to back you, that counts as well. The announcement felt like a shot of adrenaline. Su Chen let out a long breath, so the achievement was still his. Perfect. That would free up plenty of time to cozy up to his beast girl companions. With that thought, he smirked. In that case, I'm sitting out. Side being unbeatable is such a lonely business. All right, enough theatrics, Hua Ruoming said with an eye roll. Since it's settled, I'll drop the domain. Good girl, Minger. I'll reward you with 2 hours tonight. Get lost. Stop talking like that. 2 hours? 2 hours of what? Xiao Limu asked innocently from the side, still too young to catch on. By the next day, news of Su Chen's Slaughterfest performance and his decision to forego the 4th round melee yet still claim the title spread like wildfire across the country. 9 of the top 10 trending topics had his name in them. Searches ranged from the species and training methods of his contracted beast girls to experts' power level rankings of Su Chen himself. There were even diehard fans wondering how to contract a beast just to warm their beds, though most people were dead set on raw combat power. For the moment, Su Chen was the hottest figure in Long Nation. Walking down the street drew instant crowds. The man himself had only just woken up in the arms of his beast girls. Stretching with a satisfied yawn, he glanced at Hua Ruoming and chuckled indulgently. She kept saying no, yet last night women's words are pure deception. He casually pulled up his status panel and checked the current bond values. Tu Shan Yeye, 93. Qing Lu, 92. Yi Lingyun, 93. Bai Shui, 96. Yu Xing, 90. Hua Ruoming, 85. Progress crawled once a bond passed 90. Little Bai Shui had already hit 96, but he couldn't make use of her. Bai Shui's talent, Winter's End, required ice element skills, and he couldn't cast beast skills himself. Even if Beast Soul let him learn the talent, he'd have nowhere to use. It's really tragic. Whatever, one step at a time. Minger and Yeye's talents were the most practical. He'd have to give them extra attention. The following days were routine bathing, changing clothes, eating, playing card business as usual. Just like that, a week flashed by, bringing the Tianjiao Championship to its final event, the all-out free-for-all. The beast-taming airship settled smoothly in the trial zone northwest of Yanjing. As the hatch opened, a sharp mountain wind rushed into the cabin and sent everyone's coats fluttering. Dozens of beast masters filed out, boots crunching on loose stone and weeds, eyes tense as they scanned the terrain. The ground was rugged, cliffs rose jagged in the distance, and thickets crowded close by. Every patch of shadow looked like a lurking threat. Each person gripped a pale blue crystal sigil, Thier's soul lifeline. If the bearer suffered a fatal blow, the sigil would flare, block the strike, and teleport them to the outer safe area, at the cost of immediate elimination. It only worked inside the trial barrier. If people could carry hundreds of them everywhere, any battlefield would turn into a paradise for an undying legion. The rules were brutally simple, an unrestricted free-for-all. The scoring system, however, was electrifying. Rankers earned nothing for beating low rankers, while a lower tier, taking down a higher tier, scored 10 times the points. Low-rank beastmasters therefore banded together to offset the gap with numbers. The high rankers became lone hunters, culling isolated novices to build points and thin out potential swarms. In forests, ravines, and ruins, ambushes and counter-ambushes erupted non-stop, blasts of spiritual power and the roars of contract beasts overlapping in a constant din. The organizers were looking for the rare combatant who could fight 10 men at once. After 3 days of fierce battle, the final rankings appeared. The Pei sisters, Liang, and Luo Yuling claimed the top 4 spots. No sooner were the names announced than a mechanical voice rang in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title, Peerless Prodigy. Su Chen muttered to himself. Are peerless prodigies mass-produced these days? The system continued its tally. Achievement points 300. Current total, 14,500. Free attribute points 40. He exhaled in relief. Adding the 80 points had earned when he contracted the Dragon Girl, he now held 120 attribute points, enough to bind another Demon Emperor. If he combined that with the karmic power stockpiled from Berserk Demon Force, he might even bring Yi Yulong's mother-in-law under his banner. The thought made his heart race. A 9th level, 10th stage Demon Emperor flashed in his mind, and a smile tugged at his lips. Tushan Yia and the others were near the 6th level bottleneck as well. Once the system refined them, promotion to Demon Emperor was practically guaranteed. Life felt pretty sweet. While he was grinning to himself over his future Demon Emperor Legion, the bathroom door slid open. A few Beast Girl companions stepped out with damp hair and towels in hand. Master, can we borrow some blow dryers? Before the words were finished, they saw Su Chun smiling blankly at thin air and fell silent. Their master's strength and intellect were top tier, yet he sometimes blurted the strangest things. It was impossible to read his mind. No problem. Su Chun snapped the system pane shut, swept his gaze over them, then scratched his head. By the way, where's the teacher? She said she was going to bathe with you, right? Didn't she come back with you? The Beast Girls froze, trading confused looks. When had they ever shared a bath with Xiao Limuo? Master, what are you talking about? One of them asked in a whisper. Su Chen's chest tightened. Why had he automatically pictured them in the bath with Xiao Limuo? And if anyone was going to bathe with her, shouldn't it be him? Stranger still, why had he even seen Professor Xiao Limuo in that scene? Could it be? His mind raced. System, add 1 point to Constitution. Su Chen barked. Ding. Allocation complete. Current Constitution, 188.5188.5. It felt as though ice water sluiced through his brain. Clarity snapped back. The bizarre, intrusive memories vanished. He hadn't met Xiao Limuo at all today. Damn it, I've been tricked. Su Chen's face darkened. He bit his tongue, threw open the door, sprinted down the hall, and stopped outside room 305. He hammered on the door. Professor, are you in there? Silence. He yanked out his phone and dialed. A cold, automated voice replied. The number you have dialed is powered off. Switching off a phone is strictly forbidden in the First War Zone. Their special issue devices can run a month of non-stop gaming on a full charge, and even when drained they reserve power for emergency calls. Xiao Limuo had no reason to power down. Su Chen, what's wrong? Why the rush? The Beast Girls had changed and caught up, worry etched on their faces. Su Chen stared at the unmoving door, fists clenching. High-ranked beast tamers patrolled the deck, and a 5-color spirit stone barrier sealed the ship, yet the enemy still struck an angle he hadn't anticipated. The beast tamer airship was supposed to be impregnable, but the enemy had found its lone weak point. Xiao Limuo. Sorry, this was my mistake, he muttered. Buzz's phone vibrated. Incoming call, Xiao Limuo. Su Chen answered. Professor. A man's voice, tinged with a Western accent, came through. Su Chen, yes? Allow me to introduce myself. Joseph J. Kafka, call me Joseph of the Thorn Society. Your professor, Xiao Limuo, is with us. Stop wasting time looking for her. The tone was lazy but ice cold. Relax, we're no amateurs who brutalize hostages. For the moment she's safe. But only for the moment. What happens next depends entirely on you. Su Chen drew a deep breath, forcing the turmoil in his heart to settle. If he lost his cool now, he'd be playing right into their hands, so he made himself stay calm. In the span of a few heartbeats his mind raced. Xiao Limu had been on the Beastmaster airship, this whole Tamiya sanctuary that was supposed to be impenetrable, yet she had vanished without a sound. Clearly, besides the 3 suspects Admiral Han Xinghe had already detained, there were deeper moles aboard, perhaps even within the upper echelon of the Beastmaster Association itself. If he charged in blindly, he would only put Xiao Limu in greater danger. What exactly do you want? He asked, voice low and direct. A voice dripping with mockery floated from the phone. As expected of a peerless genius, straight to the point. Since you're so cooperative, the Thorn Society will extend you a courtesy. In a moment, they'll send you an address. You are invited Alanito discuss matters in detail. Remember, if you leak a single word, the consequences, well, I'm sure you can imagine. The line went dead. Almost immediately, a 6-second video arrived from Xiao Limu's phone. She was confined in a high-rise suite done in heavy nautical decor, her face pale as she huddled in a corner. Her clothes and hair were still tidy, which meant she hadn't been physically harmed yet. Two humanoid beast guards stood watch, their auras unmistakably emperor level, making escape impossible. The camera swept past the floor-to-ceiling window where moonlight danced on an open stretch of ocean, obviously an island or coastal hotel. A geotag popped up beneath the clip, the Hawaiian Islands, well beyond the Dragon Kingdom's direct reach. The message was clear: use Xiao Limu as leverage to force Su Chen's hand. The beast girls crowded around, instantly grasping the situation. Bastards. The Thorn Society has no shame. They fumed, though they knew the priority was to devise a rescue. Hua Rumeng's eyes steadied, her voice low. Su Chen, how did you realize something had happened to Xiao Limu? I think someone placed a suggestion on me, perhaps a secret art that tampers with memories, Su Chen said, recalling the brief gap in his recollection. When I sensed the break, I rushed out. Memory manipulation, Hua Rumeng's brow tightened. Could it be her? Who? The beast girls asked in unison. Hua Rumeng drew a slow breath. Shindai sequence number 3, Fenghuang, the Phoenix. A 10th order beast emperor who's operated in the States for years. Her strength and reputation are both formidable. But surprisingly, almost nothing had been written down on the human side. The reason was the unique Baku that served under her command. Ordinarily, a Baku's innate move, Dream Eater, inflicts catastrophic damage on sleeping targets. This one, however, can't hurt anyone. Instead, it rewrites a victim's dream at will, tricking them into thinking every scene is real. Countering it is easy: cast any healing spell on yourself, and the false memories vanish. So the move works only once on an unsuspecting foe. Teacher Xiao Limo must have had her judgment scrambled by such a dream, stepped off the beast-taming airship voluntarily, and been seized by the Thorn Society. Su Chun and the Beast Girl squad drew a sharp breath. Striking from inside a dream? How do you defend against that? If the enemy was willing to burn a one-shot gambit like this, they had to be thoroughly prepared. Those three suspicious figures were probably bait they showed on purpose to mislead Su Chen's side. Phoenix, meanwhile, used a straightforward human tactic, kidnapping, so she never had to appear in person like Hua Ruming or Yu Xing. Su Chen's Imperial Beast token and forced summon skill are useless against her. This foe is a real headache. None of Su Chen's trump cards seem capable of pulling off a surprise victory now. Resting her chin on one hand, Hua Ruoming continued her analysis. A phone that's powered off shouldn't display incoming call alerts, right? The instant you rang them, they called back. That means they know exactly what's happening in the hotel. There must be eyes inside. Su Chen nodded. I think so too, but tracking them now will be tough. They've likely already bolted. Instead of replying, Hua Ruoming took Su Chen's phone and replayed the video several times. The other beast girls crowded around, trying to spot anything suspicious. Su Chen, something's off, Qing Lu whispered, eyes wide. There's a time zone gap between us and the States. It's night here, so it should be daytime there. Why is the video still set at night? Bai Shui offered a guess. Maybe it was recorded earlier? Hua Ruoming shook her head. Impossible. I just cast a healing spell on myself, my memory's untouched. We had dinner with teacher Xiao Limo at dusk, so she was still on the airship then. By that time it would have been morning in the US. A night scene video couldn't have been shot there. The only logical answer is that Xiao Limo isn't in Hawaii at all, but somewhere in a time zone close to ours. The airship is now roughly over central Longwa. The East Sea doesn't fit geographically, it's wrong, and there aren't many islands. The Thorn Society wouldn't risk grabbing you on Longwo's mainland. They'd ambush you on home turf where they're sure of success. So my guess is Xiao Limo is on a small island in the South Sea. Everyone froze, disbelief spreading across their faces. Not because of Hua Rumeng's conclusion, but because they had never imagined she was actually this smart, able to reach such a far-reaching answer in the blink of an eye. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.